Every day we have to make choices. The right choice leads to success, and the wrong one leads straight to failure. The main character John made his choice. He chose a path full of endless trials and inevitable failures, namely the hellish level of difficulty. He was trapped in this world because of one stupid decision. While walking around the city, the main character decided to enter one of the taverns. He immediately sat down at the table, put his weapon on the next seat, and threw a coin at the bartender's table. After that, he took a glass of liquid and drank it. He summoned his system and asked it to show the community tab. He understood that there were 10 minutes left until the next session, and soon new players would enter the world of learning. John knew that starting a new session might bring someone new here. But for now, he was the only inhabitant of the hellish complexity. At that moment, a friend approached him and asked John if he was really waiting again for a newcomer who would never come. John understood that Lucas was talking to him, who, it seemed, was already on the 90th floor of the difficult level. He was here from the very beginning. He came into this world knowing absolutely nothing about it. Out of all the possible levels, he chose the hellish one, with a player survival rate of 0.01%. Only John was capable of such incredible recklessness. When the information about the training world got into the real world, the number of newbies choosing the hellish difficulty level sharply decreased. Therefore, the main character would be glad to see absolutely any person. But the beginning of the game session has already arrived, but no one has joined him. Then suddenly, he saw a message in the system that someone had entered the room after all. The main character was excited. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and hoped that this person would look at his ad. Then suddenly he received a message from this person, who asked if he really had gotten to hell difficulty. The girl started saying that she accidentally pressed the wrong button, and now she needed help to get out of there. The other players either laughed or tried to cheer her up. She sat in the waiting room, which was a normal space with white tall columns, and thought about what she should do. However, at that moment she received a message from John, who told her not to be afraid. The girl looked at the screen in surprise and asked the stranger who he was. The main character said that his name is John, and he is also on the hellish difficulty level. He told the girl that he would teach her how to play, and if she survived, she would listen to him, so she should relax. John thought to himself that he would need this girl to get out of here. She had to get to the 60th floor as quickly as possible, so he asked her what starting weapon she had chosen. The girl said that she chose a bow for shooting. When John heard this, he realized that she was finished. She would go through her first training alone anyway. And to get through it on hellish difficulty with a bow, you need to be a real pro. The girl noticed his reaction and asked if it was a bad weapon. She said that it was in the National Reserve, so she chose a bow. John said that he didn't say that the bow was bad. In general, archers have the highest survivability among classes, so the girl shouldn't be afraid. He said she could handle it if she did what he told her, and trusted no one but him. The girl hesitated a little and asked him if they were really alone on hell difficulty. John said that it is both true and not true. The thing is that there are many other hellish players on foreign servers. Then the girl asked him if he really thought she would get out of here. John said that there was a residential area on the 30th floor, and she needed to try to get there first. After that, he decided to explain to her how to clear the first floor, and at that moment, memories from his own experience flashed through his head. He decided that he needed to remember the day when his journey in the world of learning began, and go through it again, step by step. John was a 26-year-old guy who was a former pro gamer. However, when he arrived for the test, he immediately received a serious leg injury. The arrow pierced his leg completely, and so he fell to the ground and began to scream in pain. He knew he needed to get back to the waiting room immediately, but he could barely stand up because his leg was bleeding. He knew the pain was real, but at the same time he didn't want to just die here in this hole. So he decided to fight no matter what. He began to think about where exactly everything went wrong. The answer was obvious to him. It happened that day when a panel appeared in front of him, offering to choose the level of difficulty of training. John was confident in himself, so he chose the hellish difficulty level. But now, lying on the ground, he realized that he shouldn't have chosen this option then. As he was trying to come to his senses, the system informed him that he had gained resistance to pain and blood loss. However, he could not even get up from the floor and seriously began to think that the end had come for him. He remembered what his life was like before he came here. All his days were pretty much the same. He sat at the computer and constantly drank beer, looking through various news and surprised at how boring they were. 2 years ago, he retired from pro gaming and opened a convenience store with his remaining savings. After that, he dumped all the work on his employees, and he himself sat at home. At this age, he was already retired in his own right. At that time, he was the greatest among pro players, but their world was too complex, and over time, he was even dethroned. So he decided to give up video games completely, and his life became one big bore. He sat at his desk and kept thinking about how shitty he felt. Suddenly, the presenter announced breaking news, and this briefly brought John to his senses. As it turned out, 30 minutes earlier, many funnels similar to the one shown on the screen suddenly began to appear all over the world. It was reported that the government is already dealing with the consequences of this phenomenon, and experts do not recommend approaching the areas where the funnels appear. At this moment, a notification appeared in front of the main character that he had been invited to the world of learning. John was horrified. He looked at the system window in surprise, not understanding what the hell was going on. When the system asked him if he was ready to enter the world of learning, John laughed and thought that he had had a little too much beer, and was now imagining it all. However, he decided that sitting at home was boring anyway, so he agreed. The system then offered him the choice of one of 4 difficulty levels, ranging from easy to hellish. John thought to himself that he had always been able to pass any games with ease, because he was invincible when it came to games. So he decided to choose the hell difficulty level without hesitation, thinking that he would succeed in this game too. Suddenly, he felt that his eyes went dark, and when he opened them again, he saw in front of him the silhouette of an unknown man who was shouting at him to wake up. Soon John opened his eyes completely and realized that he was in an unfamiliar room, and there were 2 men standing next to him. Not understanding what was happening, he suddenly shouted at them and asked who they were. After that, he turned around, looked at the place he was in, and hesitantly asked them where they were. The man kneeling in front of him said that this was the waiting room for the first floor of training, but John still thought that they were just talking nonsense. The man asked John to calm down, and asked if he hadn't seen those messages. He explained that it was some kind of panel, and they were talking about training. Then John remembered that he had indeed seen those panels, but was too drunk to understand the whole point. He asked the men if they had also been thrown here after those messages appeared. Then he looked up and noticed that there were 4 of them there. Near one of the white columns stood a young girl in a dress and looked at him attentively. The man said that they were as in the dark as John himself, and if he knew anything, he could share it with the others. John said that before he got here, there were news reports about some craters that were starting to appear all over the world. and that could be what was causing all this. However, his conversation was interrupted by a young guy with short blonde hair. He said that John was just talking nonsense, and they couldn't have been thrown here because of some holes. John said it was just his guess, and the grown man asked the boys to calm down and behave reasonably. Suddenly he turned his attention to John and asked him what was wrong. The protagonist said that he was sure that he was drunk just a few minutes ago, but now for some reason, he feels completely sober. The man suggested that perhaps their bodies in this place were regenerating faster than usual. At this point, John began to think about what this all meant. Then suddenly the man told him that he still had not chosen a weapon for himself. At this moment, a message appeared in front of the main character saying that he needed to choose a starting weapon. Literally the next moment he found himself in another place, which looked like an armory. The walls were hung with various types of weapons. John looked around frantically, not understanding where everyone had gone. Then he went inside and began to examine the weapons that were on the pedestals. Now everything became clear to him. This was the weapon given out by the game at the beginning of the passage. And if this is indeed a game world, then the starting weapon can greatly affect the further development of events. So John had to choose wisely. So the main character decided that he first needed to decide what his playing style would be. In such games, there is usually a distribution between defense, attack, and support heroes, among which he needs to choose one, and this will affect his playing skills and even his build. John didn't have much muscle mass, moreover magic didn't appeal to him either, so heavy weapons and all sorts of staves wouldn't suit him. So he began to think about ranged weapons. This weapon is likely quite difficult to use, although this style is safer than other options. This is only provided that there is someone to protect it, or at least there should be plenty of space to move freely. It also depends on the enemy. He might have to fight not monsters, but the same people he met earlier. So John decided that melee weapons would be much better. He thought about asking those people what weapons they had chosen, but his head wasn't working as well as usual. John knew they could end up on the same team, or they could end up as enemies, and in the latter case, close combat was the best option. However, he had no idea about this game, but he was sure of one thing. The difficulty here would really be hellish. So, summing up, he decided to choose the best weapon for himself. He decided that it would be a shield and a sword. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of him, which said that these items were far from the most effective. Moreover, they were already worn out. John felt extremely awkward when he realized that he had chosen the worst subjects. However, when he examined the other weapons, he realized that they were no better than the one he had chosen. The system then asked him if he was really ready to choose this weapon. At first, John began to doubt, but decided that he really should choose the shield and sword. After that, he returned to the white room where the rest of the participants were. He looked around in surprise, and the man waved his hand and congratulated him on his return. When he realized that John had already made his choice, he decided to explain to him how everything works here. However, his conversation was interrupted by the blonde man, who asked the old man to stop this and leave this weakling alone. He said that he was about to die of boredom, and they could move forward on their own, ignoring this idiot. John didn't like this attitude towards him, and then the blonde leaned towards him and asked if he really wanted to feel his weapon on his skin. A man stood between them and said that they needed to stop this, because there were only 4 of them, and they needed to look after each other. John thanked the man for his help and asked if there really were only 4 of them. He asked the man if he was sure about this. The man said it was a good question, and decided to explain everything to John from the beginning. He decided to show him the functions of the system and first of all open the inventory for him. He told John that he should try opening the inventory too. The main character said the right word, and at that moment, a system appeared in front of him that loaded the inventory for him. The man explained to him that if he imagined himself putting the weapon in his inventory, then that would happen. John was a little skeptical that it really worked that way, but he tried it, and realized that everything was really as the man said. Items went into a virtual inventory just like in video games. The man then said that now they should look at their status. John looked at his status and his stats, noting that they were quite weak. The man explained to him that it was all because he was a newbie, but he had a pretty high IQ. However, John thought that now that he checked his status, he realized that he had chosen the wrong weapon. The man then decided to take it to the next step and show the community tab. He said it was a special window where you could chat with people. When the protagonist heard this, he realized that people were divided into difficulty levels, and at each level, there were a certain number of people. In the hellish room, there were only 4 of them. When the protagonist realized this, he was horrified, because there were really very few people. Then the man said that this is why they should look after each other. The last step he wanted to show the protagonist was the clock, which would appear if he swiped his finger across the screen cursor. John followed the man's advice and swiped his finger across the screen, and at that moment the time appeared in front of him, as well as the number of his attempts and the time left until training. So the guy realized that they had 3 more days. He also thought about how this whole inventory and character window looks very much like some kind of RPG game. Moreover, they could even chat with other players, making it a typical MMORPG game. He also understood that these people were now his allies, in which case he should get to know them better. But he doubted whether he should take the initiative. However, he decided to pull himself together and turn to the other players. He said that since fate had brought them together, they needed to introduce themselves. The man said it was a good idea, but the blonde wasn't very happy about it. The man said his name was Charlie. He was 47 years old. He was an ordinary office worker, and he had also been involved in athletics at school, so he was confident in his abilities. The blonde said his name was Henry, but he didn't understand why they were doing all this. Charlie said they needed to be more cohesive, but Henry thought that was just for the kids. At this point, John introduced himself. He said that he was 26 years old and his hobby was entirely related to video games, and he was once a pro game player. When Henry heard this, he immediately ran up to the protagonist and asked if he had played Magic Online by any chance. John said that he actually liked strategy games more, and then Henry said that he really liked that genre too. He said that he only played Magic Online, and John replied that he also played for some time, but after the global update he decided to abandon this game. Charlie noted with a smile that the two had finally found common ground. At this moment, a girl who had been standing behind them the whole time intervened in their conversation. She said her name was Penelope, she liked watching anime, and she could write over 100 dissertations on various anime plots. When the men heard this, they did not know at first how to react to her words. Then John suggested that everyone share the information they have, because this game world is very similar to a regular RPG. He proved that they were given starting weapons, and they can also check their status. Moreover, there are several of them here, so he is sure that this is a real MMORPG. One of the important components of any RPG is groups. Cooperative play allows you to reveal the potential of each class and weapon. That's why they should show their weapons and distribute roles in the team. Charlie was the first to show his weapon. It was an iron trident. After this, Henry took out his weapon. It was an axe. John thought to himself that things were worse than he had imagined, seeing that both men had chosen to engage in close combat. Then he thought about what Penelope had chosen. He was counting on this girl, and understood that anything would do for them, be it a bow or a throwing weapon, as long as it was intended for long-range combat. However, when the girl took out her weapon, everyone saw that it was a sword. Horror appeared on John's face as he realized that there was absolutely no balance in this group. He looked in horror at his team, all of whom had chosen melee weapons. Then Charlie asked what the training was and why it wouldn't start for 3 days. Henry explained that training is the stage where they are told about the features of the game. However, Penelope said that she really didn't want to wait 3 whole days. At this moment, the main character thought about everything that was happening, and then suddenly turned to his team. He said that since there were still 3 days before the training began, they could assign roles and practice. Henry asked why they needed this, since the training would be easy as pie. John explained that while these are just preparation stages, their difficulty can vary greatly depending on the game, and sometimes you can even die at the very beginning. Moreover, they have another big weakness. The thing is, all their weapons are designed for close combat, and they will become easy targets if the enemy starts attacking from a long distance. The team members imagined themselves being defeated with long-range weapons, and realized that there was truth in John's words. Then the main character said that in any case, each weapon is unique in its own way. For example, his sword and shield are good for fighting on the front lines. It can take a blow and at the same time hit back. Henry can do a lot more damage with his axe. So he said that Henry would not be the main attacker on their team, and he and John should stand at the front. He then turned to Charlie and said that of all their weapons, his trident had the longest attack range. That's why he has to cover their back. When Charlie heard this, he noted that John was indeed a professional player. At this point, Penelope intervened in the conversation and asked the main character what she should do. Then John began to think about what roles they had left open. He said that she could act as a support. The girl noted that her sword was almost as long as the trident, so she could fill the same role as Charlie. She firmly said that she was confident in her abilities. John explained that he didn't mean it that way, but the point was that she would be safer behind. Penelope didn't like this kind of thing at all, and asked him if he really wanted to put her at the very end of the line just because she was a woman. The main character thought to himself that this was not the issue, because her katana was simply too long, and the girl herself seemed to be pretending to be the heroine of some anime. He knew that the girl wouldn't be able to swing such a huge thing with one hand, and therefore doubted that it would be useful. At this point, Charlie intervened in the conversation, and said that he understood Penelope's feelings, but suggested that she follow Mr. John's advice. They didn't know what awaited them in the training zone, and they all chose the hellish difficulty, so they should listen to the opinion of a professional player this time, because each of them is risking their safety. Penelope had no choice but to agree with the man's words. She then raised her katana up and said that in that case they should start training. After this, she decided to pounce on Charlie and train with him, while Henry and John watched in amazement. Then, Henry asked the girl to stop doing that. He asked why she was shouting all sorts of nonsense before each attack, because it was embarrassing everyone present. The girl noted that in order to use the technique, she needs to shout out its name, and there is nothing embarrassing about this. However, Charlie advised her to say the word cut instead of the word transit, since she was holding a katana after all. At this point, John noted that Penelope still couldn't calm down, but at least they had mastered the basics. But there were 2 more important points. In the waiting room, not only do they heal much faster, but the entire environment is restored at an incredible rate. Broken weapons and equipment repair themselves. And what's more, they don't feel like sleeping or eating here. And since their wounds heal quickly in the waiting room, they can afford to train more intensively. However, he was worried about what would happen if they died in this game, because in normal RPGs, the player would resurrect at a save point, for example, in a village. But if this game did not have a resurrection function, then losing would mean death. After a while, Charlie turned to Henry and said that it was now his turn to train. The guy was excited and said that he couldn't wait to show off his strength, and find out which of them was more suitable for the role of leader. After Penelope approached John, he told her that she had done a good job. However, it doesn't really matter who ends up winning. The thing is, this happens quite often in games. Players try to figure out who is stronger, and decide the issue through battle. If Charlie becomes their leader, their team will be focused on defense. But if Henry wins, the main focus will be offense. And that sounds pretty fun. Then Penelope said that she thought that John would be the leader of their team. He seemed very mature for his age to her. John was surprised by her words. He said that he had not changed much since his student days, and his career as a pro player. He said his parents threatened him that if he didn't get high marks on his final exam, they wouldn't let him become a pro player, but he ended up quitting his job pretty quickly. Then Penelope asked what the reason was, because he studied at a pretty good university, Sohan. The protagonist wanted to answer, but their friend attracted attention in the part of the hall where the duel was taking place. Henry was unhappy that Charlie had such a long weapon. John watched what was happening with displeasure, because it all seemed somehow absurd. Penelope jokingly replied that she wished they had popcorn and drinks right now. John laughed back and said that it was indeed a big oversight. Soon the system informed them that there were 10 seconds left before the training began. And then the guys picked up their weapons and got ready. Henry was determined because he had never trained so hard in his life. Charlie said he had only gotten this far because his teammates were there for him and thanked them all. John then looked at Penelope, who was standing behind him and smiling softly. The protagonist smiled back at her, and then said that now their time had come. The system told them that a portal leading to the first floor of training would now appear in front of them. And so it happened. A portal appeared in front of each of them. When John looked at it, he realized with horror that this game was designed for single-player play. The guys were horrified. They realized that they had only trained for their roles, and now they realized that it was all in vain. However, John assured them that the time spent training was not wasted. When the boys heard his words, they felt inspired and decided not to give up so quickly. However, suddenly the protagonist felt as if his hands were beginning to crumble into several thousand particles as he was sucked into the portal. The others also didn't understand what was going on. And then John drew their attention to himself. He said that until now, he thought that single-player play was more effective, and therefore preferred solo games. However, the last 3 days had been really interesting, and for the first time in his life, he had really enjoyed a team game. So he smiled before disappearing into the portal, and told the boys that they would see each other again. The boys said goodbye to their new friend and promised each other to be as careful as possible. Soon after, John felt his body completely evaporate into the portal. After some time, he found himself in a completely different place, where the portal had transported him. As soon as the protagonist stood up, he saw a system message welcoming him to training. When John saw this, a smile appeared on his face. He was glad that the training had finally begun. However, he had no idea that in the depths of the dark corridor, crossbows were waiting for him, aimed at him. He began to move forward. He peered closely into the dark corridor and felt a pleasant excitement run through him. Goosebumps ran down his spine. However, he decided that he should calm down, and then continued walking forward. However, he soon realized that despite the fact that he was moving forward, the portal behind him had not yet closed. When he looked closer, he saw a message box in the very center of the portal. The system asking him if he wanted to move to the waiting room on the first floor. John was surprised. He realized that he could return at any moment, and this was quite convenient. He then walked up to the portal and decided to accept the offer and return to the waiting room. Literally, the next moment, the portal transported him to the very room where just a few minutes ago they were with their team. However, as John had expected, there was no one else here now except him. He chuckled to himself, and noted that others might think that he had cleared the entire location in a minute. However, he then became serious again, and came to the conclusion that he could return to this room at any time. But he was worried about what would happen when the time countdown his system was talking about ended. And then he decided to check if the self-healing skill worked, and cut his hand with a sword. It immediately healed. And then the hero realized that the restoration still worked. In that case, even if he was on the verge of death, he could survive simply by returning here. This was great news for John, and he was filled with the desire to complete the game. Suddenly he heard a portal open behind him, and when he turned around, he saw Penelope flying towards him from there. Before the guys could react, the girl fell on the main character, and he fell to the ground under her weight. The girl noted that she didn't know that they could return here at any moment. John replied that he didn't know that either. He told her that the restoration was still in effect, and if she was injured, she could return here. Penelope said it would be great if the others knew about it, and suggested that they wait here for Henry and Charlie. However, time passed, but the men still did not return, and then the girl began to doubt that they would return here at all. John began to suspect something, and when he looked at the community tab, he saw that the number of people on their floor had not changed, meaning that the men still hadn't lost. In that case, Penelope suggested going and continuing with the tests since time was running out. However, before they went into the portal, she said that she had a favor to ask of John. She said that when they got back, John would have to teach her how to play video games, and they would definitely have to play together. Before the main character could answer, he noticed that the girl was very close to him. It seemed to him that she was ready to kiss him right at that moment, and he didn't know how to react. However, at the last moment the girl moved away from him and kept saying that when they returned, she would like to get to know him better. After that she said goodbye to him and entered her portal. John didn't hesitate and entered his portal too. When he found himself in training, he was finally able to exhale. Before starting the test, he decided to check his status again. He saw several indicators, including a portal and a time limit, and realized that he still knew very little about this place. It bothered him that there were no health and mana bars here, but as long as he avoided any death situations, he thought he would be fine since he could return to the waiting room. Then he put his shield in front of him and walked forward with enthusiasm. He thought to himself that his status was that he was a human, which meant that there were other races in this world, and he could easily identify them all. John was confident in his abilities and that he could defeat representatives of absolutely any race. However, after 30 minutes he realized that absolutely nothing was happening here. He began to doubt that he was doing everything right. After 30 minutes he still hadn't encountered any enemies or anything to interact with, and he began to suspect that something was wrong, but decided to remain vigilant. He threw the system and told her not to underestimate him, because his attentiveness as a professional player was on a completely different level. At that moment, a message window appeared in front of him, telling him that he had received combat focus and willpower. At first he was scared because he didn't understand what it was. However, when he read it, he realized that he had gained 2 passive skills. In most RPG games, skills are divided into 2 categories, active and passive. Active skills must be activated by the player themselves, while passive skills are active from the moment they are acquired. Now, the protagonist felt that everything was becoming clearer. By fulfilling certain conditions he could obtain the corresponding skills, and both of them were related to his current state. If he was not mistaken, then in order to obtain skills, he will need to fulfill various conditions, and the more of them there are, the better. He decided that he should tell others about all this, and thought about writing about it in the community. However, before John could do anything, he felt the ground beneath his feet begin to shake. He held up a shield in front of him, trying to figure out what was going on, and why the atmosphere in this corridor had changed so abruptly. He looked closely at the dark corridor, and realized that this strange atmosphere was coming from there. However, before he had time to realize anything, he saw a bright flash in the distance of the corridor, and did not have time to return from it. So at some critical moment, it flew right into his leg. The protagonist fell to the floor in severe pain and grabbed his wounded leg, his weapon falling out of his hands. He clenched his jaws in unbearable pain, trying to understand what it was. Quite quickly, John realized that he needed to get back to the waiting room as soon as possible. However, his thoughts were interrupted by an explosion that sounded literally a centimeter away from him. Another arrow flew right into the place where he had been a couple of seconds ago. While he was thinking about being shot at with a bow, another arrow came from the other side, and John barely managed to dodge it. The hero looked in horror at the arrow, which was stuck literally a centimeter from his head. At that moment, he saw a system message that informed him that he had acquired the skill Pain Resistance, Level 1. John realized that the pain was very real, and now he was worried about what would happen if he died here. As the arrows continued to fly towards him, new system messages appeared in front of his face, telling him that he had improved his pain and blood loss resistance skills. John began to despair, realizing that his life could end in this miserable hole. He desperately tried to get to his feet, but at that moment another arrow hit him right in the back. A strong pain pinned him to the ground, preventing him from moving, and blood gushed from his mouth. John tried to catch his breath, but he felt his strength gradually leaving him. He understood that his life was most likely over. If things continue like this, he definitely won't get out of here alive. Thoughts began to creep into his head that it would be better to die and start all over again. Suddenly he realized that he was in the game and therefore could start all over again. The faces of his new friends flashed through his mind, looking at him with smiles. However, he was again overcome by dark thoughts that something might have happened to them. Images of the joyful time they had spent together over the past 3 days flashed before his eyes. The words Penelope had spoken before they entered their portals came especially vividly to mind. So John, gathering all his strength, crawled forward, realizing that he could not give up just like that. He had to live at least for the sake of his new comrades. Overcoming the pain, he struggled to his feet, despite the severe wound, and ran forward until more arrows caught up with him. Ahead he saw a portal that could take him back to the waiting room, and he ran towards it with all his might, despite the new arrows flying towards him. His entire body was covered in wounds, but at the last moment he managed to press the button, and the portal transferred him to a safe place. The next moment, John found himself in the waiting room, breathing heavily, but his body was no longer injured. He was shocked that he had managed to escape, feeling as if he had escaped from a real hell. Then John collapsed on the floor, thinking that this training was too hard. However, after a few moments he stood up abruptly, deciding that he needed to find his comrades. He immediately called up the system and went to the community tab. But what he saw there shocked him. The system reported that he was currently the only player on the Hell difficulty level. John realized what this meant. All 3 of his comrades had simply died. Remembering their faces again, he felt despair fill him and his stomach twist with excitement. He walked over to one of the columns and, unable to bear it any longer, he vomited from the feeling of hopelessness. After thinking about everything that had happened, he realized that everything was obvious. Those 2 didn't even know that they could return to the waiting room. Penelope, in turn, would not have had the stamina to survive multiple arrow hits. Realizing that they were indeed dead, John burst into tears, not understanding why they had suffered such a fate. Having calmed down a little, he sat down on the floor and called up the system again to check his status. He carefully examined all the skills he had acquired during his training and noticed that they were all passive. Then the system reminded him that he had 19 hours to re-enter training. John knew this himself. But what worried him most was whether he could survive. Suddenly, he was filled with determination, and he firmly set himself the goal of completing this training. Soon the portal again transported him to the very place where he barely survived last time. John moved forward, aware that the first arrow could appear at any moment. He also noticed that the bloodstains were gone. Apparently the floor was resetting every time he entered the waiting room like in the game. If so, there had to be a way to clear the level, and he needed to figure it out. At that moment, an arrow flew towards him again, which had critically wounded his leg the last time. This time, John was ready for the first shot and managed to dodge. He remembered that the first arrow was aimed at his right leg, so he quickly pulled it away from its intended trajectory. Realizing that he had escaped injury, John felt a mixture of relief and joy. As he had expected, the trajectory of the first arrow had not changed, meaning the attack pattern remained the same. Now he was worried about the question of where the next arrow would appear. Before he could even comprehend anything, another arrow flew towards him, and he barely managed to cover himself with his shield. John remembered that the second arrow had been aimed at the chest. Now there was a third one, which had to be aimed at the head. At the last moment he managed to dodge, and the arrow flew past. He looked up to see another arrow flying towards him, but he decided to remain calm. He held his shield out in front of him, confident that he could block it, but the arrow was so powerful that it shattered his shield. John realized that without a shield he would have a hard time, but he had no choice. Suddenly, another arrow hit him right in the thigh, which he was unable to dodge. Then John realized that he now had to return to the portal at all costs, before he died from blood loss. As he ran back, another arrow hit him in the shoulder, and John realized that he needed to get some treatment as soon as possible. However, when another arrow pierced his chest, he began to doubt that he would be able to reach the portal in time. His entire body was covered with serious wounds, and the hero felt like he was about to fall to the floor. Suddenly, another arrow hit him right in the neck, leaving a huge hole. At that moment, John felt that he was really dying and fell sharply to the floor. However, the system informed him that his level had been increased, resulting in increased agility, health, and pain resistance. Suddenly, John felt a small surge of strength, was able to stand up and even dodge the next arrow. He held his weapon out in front of him, and suddenly noticed that his shield, which had been broken earlier, had been completely restored. When the hero looked down, he realized that the arrow in his chest had disappeared, as if it had never been there. Looking down the dark corridor, he realized that the attacks had suddenly stopped. Then the hero decided to take advantage of the moment and turn to the system to check his status. His current level was 1, which meant he had been at level 0 all this time. Moreover, after leveling up, all his wounds and items were restored, just like in the waiting room. This popular game feature made it clear that John would be able to recover not only in the waiting room, but also when he leveled up. To do this, you had to perform certain actions. Block, dodge, or get hit by arrows. Experience could be earned in any of these ways. Every time John survived and returned to the waiting room, the dungeon would reset, and he assumed he could clear the traps over and over again, earning experience. John knew that in his right mind it would never have occurred to him that one could survive a fatal injury simply by leveling up. However, now that he had leveled up, he had definitely become stronger than before. Deciding that this was a great tactic, John was determined to give it his all. At that moment, a system message appeared behind him, informing him that the god of adventure was showing interest in him. After some time, the hero moved further along the dungeon. He was seriously injured. Blood was flowing from his lips, but he understood that he had achieved his goal, since his resistance to pain had reached the 4th level. However, he could not understand why he continued to experience such terrible pain. John realized that this was not the end. He could gain experience again and again by getting injured and healing, which turned out to be the most effective way to level up. Time passed, and John continued to try to pass the tests, once again preparing to dodge the arrows. The arrow was getting closer and closer, and the hero was calculating the moment when he needed to dodge. He succeeded, and he blocked the next arrow with his sword. After finishing the arrow attacks, he turned to the system to activate the 3rd level sprint and heightened senses skills. Then he ran towards the bright corridor he saw ahead. As soon as he entered, the crossbows located on both sides of the entrance were activated, ready to shoot at him. But he was ready for this, and jumping, dodged 2 arrows flying at him. A triumphant smile appeared on his face as he realized that everything was going according to plan. The hero landed neatly on the floor without catching a single arrow. However, the crossbows continued to fire, and he had to dodge the projectiles again and again. Fortunately, John succeeded. A wide smile lit up his face as he realized that he had successfully made it through this room. It's been 28 days since his first attempt. He's managed to collect quite a few skills, and being on the brink of death many times has allowed him to level up several times. However, the hero was interested in the god of adventure, who for some reason showed interest in him. In any case, John didn't believe that he would be able to run 15 hours without stopping. Most likely, this became possible due to the level increase, but he had almost no time left. A few days ago, an announcement appeared in the community. Only 30 days were given to complete each stage. The punishment for skipping a stage remained unknown. John knew that he had to clean everything up in the remaining 2 days, no matter what the circumstances. The problem was that he had no idea what the next area was and didn't know the location of the new traps. Moreover, in the future they could be different from the previous ones. John also noticed that his night vision and clear sight skills stopped working. All that was left was to rely on the sword and shield, as well as on one's own abilities. Without thinking twice, the hero ran forward into the still unexplored parts of the dungeon. He suddenly stopped, hearing a strange sound somewhere to the side of him. At that moment, several arrows were flying at him at once. John held his shield out in front of him and tried to block the arrows with his sword with his other hand, but there were too many of them. Despite his efforts, the arrows still hit him in the leg. The hero again felt unbearable pain, because of which he literally could not move. However, he then rose to his feet again, with a pain resistance of level 8. Such injuries no longer posed a serious threat. When he looked ahead, he saw a bright corridor and thought that this could be the exit. He ran forward despite the continuing hail of arrows, only caring that they did not cause him mortal damage. However, before he could enter the corridor, one of the arrows hit him right in the spine. Nevertheless, the hero still ran to the corridor, and going inside, he found himself in a room with a huge hole in the center, from which a bright light emanated. Approaching it, John tried to see what was inside, but saw nothing. It seemed like there was a bottomless pond in front of him. The crippled John looked at the huge hole in surprise, not understanding what it was. However, before he could even realize what this place was, he felt his strength leaving him and then fell to the floor. When he came to, he found himself in this pond. However, he still did not understand what kind of place it was. When he looked at his body, he realized that all his wounds had healed, and he did not understand why this had happened, because it was a miracle that he had survived at all. John began to suspect that he was in the very healing source that people had described in the general chat. He sank under the water and began to think about how much the information from the guys in the other rooms had helped him. After that, he looked around and realized that it was all true. If that was the case, then the doors behind him led to the boss's room. Having recovered a little, John got to his feet and walked towards the door, happy that he had finally reached the final. Before he walked through the door, the system asked him if he wanted to challenge himself, and John said emphatically that was why he had come so far. Soon the door in front of him opened, and he saw a bright light from there. The main character put a shield in front of him, fearing that some arrows might fly from him again. However, when he entered inside, he realized that this room was completely different from those he had already seen. The floor was covered in lava, and instead of the usual flat surface, there were fragments of stones. John looked at this room with horror and realized that it really looked like the boss's room. However, when he looked up, he saw that the crossbows were pointed at him again. The next moment, an arrow shot straight at him, but John managed to dodge at the last moment. He immediately realized that this place would be much more difficult for him. He realized that he needed to destroy this crossbow. However, when he looked closely, he realized that another arrow had formed there. He began to wonder what the point of the test was, and thought that he needed to get to the other side. So John immediately started jumping on the broken rocks, showing that he was not going to give up so easily. He protected himself with a shield from the arrows flying at him, but he understood that their flight amplitude was very high. He also realized that one of the arrows had come from the ceiling, and he had only survived due to his heightened senses. But he also realized that with his current skills, he could easily get through this floor. However, before he could realize anything, he felt as if his whole body was on fire. He felt incredible pain, from which he could not hold back a scream. At that moment, the system informed him that he had learned a new level of pain resistance, level 9, and burn resistance, level 1. However, John was still aware that the crossbow was still aimed at him. At the last moment, he put his shield in front of him, but the arrow easily pierced it into pieces. At that moment, new arrows flew at him from behind, this time flaming. They pierced his back and John felt his body burn with incredible pain. He fell to his knees. When he looked up, he realized that another crossbow arrow was aimed at him. At this point, the main character began to think that it was impossible to pass this floor from the very beginning. He also felt that his comrades, whom he had recently met, were standing next to him. He felt as if he was about to join them. On the verge of death, John reflected on the fact that he used to spend all his time playing video games, not because he was bored, but because he enjoyed it. It soon became his only hobby, but now he realized that his skills in games were his assets. However, in the end he lost everything, including his honor. So, later, sitting at the computer, he realized what a lousy life he had. Ever since then, everything in this world had seemed incredibly boring to him. But now everything was different. It hurt and it was unbearable, but he hated it, and with each new notification his heart began to pound wildly. So in the past, John gave up everything, realizing that he could not become better, but he would never repeat that mistake again. So he tore off his clothes, which were burning from the arrows that had hit them, and ran forward. Gathering all his strength into a fist, he jumped from one stone to another, avoiding all the arrows. Then he saw his main target and rushed at that ill-fated crossbow, which was preventing him from passing the test normally. As he flew towards it, he realized that this training was too hard. However, he was determined to fix this, so he took out his sword and cut the crossbow and the arrow flying from it in half. Now he could clearly understand that, despite the severity of the test, it had been passed. With the crossbow disabled, John was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at what was left of the crossbow and laughed. When the system congratulated him for passing the first floor of training on hellish difficulty, he realized that he had finally succeeded. At this moment, tears appeared in the eyes of the protagonist, because he felt sorry that his comrades were not next to him now. However, he decided to dedicate this victory to them and told them that he had succeeded, hoping that they would hear him. Meanwhile, an unknown girl was watching everything that was happening. She had rabbit ears and a red fur coat on top, and she silently watched as the test took place. At this point, the system informed the hero that one of the gods was showing interest in him, and for this he received 500 points, as well as 1,000 points for completing this floor first. He also received the blessing of the wind spirit. However, John was worried that his level had not yet increased. At this moment, the system window asked him to continue training. When John saw another portal, he thought that it could lead directly to the second floor or to the waiting room. However, he knew that he had nothing to fear, since he had fully recovered. And besides, he had no choice but to move on. When the main character entered the portal, he found himself in a completely different place. It was more grassy, and mountains were visible in the distance. He began to think that this was unlikely to be a waiting room, and so he assumed that he was on the second floor. When the main character looked closely, he saw in front of him that same girl with rabbit ears. At first he thought that she was also a player, but when he looked at her more closely, he realized that she was not a person at all, but a rabbit. As soon as the girl noticed him, she immediately turned to him and smiled, saying that she was glad to meet them, and introduced herself as Kirikiri. Then she asked the main character what his name was, but John didn't know how to react to this girl. He thought that she might be his enemy or some kind of NPC, but he still decided to introduce himself and said that his name was John. When Kirikiri heard his name, she started chanting it and whispering that it was quite strange. She then turned to the protagonist and said that she was the manager of the hell difficulty floors. John responded with bewilderment that he didn't know there were such people here, to which Kirikiri replied that there was one manager at each difficulty level. She said that John could refer to her every time he passed a floor, and then congratulated him on passing the first floor. The girl said that now he can use the store and auction as a reward. She also explained that only the auction was available in the waiting rooms and residential areas, but John could use the store right now. When the main character opened the store, he realized that he could buy books, bedding, and toys there, so he could buy everything he needed. Kirikiri explained that if he needed it, he could buy it now. At which point the protagonist noticed that the store also sold weapons and shields, as well as clothing. However, the girl interrupted him and said that she would like to explain everything to him. She immediately said that this equipment was not suitable for John, and the protagonist was surprised by her straightforwardness. Then she picked out some suitable clothes for him, and when John put them on, he felt alive again. However, when he noticed Kirikiri's strange look at him, he began to suspect that something was wrong with his clothes. When they calmed down a bit, he said that he had a question. He wanted to know what would happen if the first floor was not cleared within 30 days. The girl told him that in that case the player would be returned to the waiting room. She also said that all food and water will disappear from the inventory, so the player will have to spend points on purchases in the store. And although players do not feel hungry in the waiting room, after 24 hours they will be kicked out of there. When John asked what would happen if he was kicked out, the girl immediately yelled at him and said that this could not be allowed to happen. She explained that her job was to consult with players who had managed to get here, but even the answers had limitations. She said that there are those who show high potential, and those who have achieved excellent results. There were also those she liked, and only with such people could she tell everything. John noted that despite this, she told him everything about shopping at the store, to which Kirikiri replied that there were no restrictions for such easy advice. These questions were quite simple, and she had more significant important things in mind. Now she could only tell him one thing and no more, so he could not ask any more questions. But there was one thing he needed to know. The girl asked him to buy a potion with status effects, and the more he bought, the better it would be. At this point, John thought about how the theme of the second floor seemed to be status effects, and everything related to them. He then said that he would like to ask one more question, but the girl said that he no longer had such an opportunity. However, John still asked her what happens to those who die here. At that moment, Kirikiri froze in place, holding her ears with her hands. She thought about what to answer this question, but no thoughts could come to her mind. Without waiting for an answer from her, John realized that his guess was apparently correct. Then he rose from his seat and thanked the girl for giving him advice. Finally, he smiled at her and said that it was time for him to go now. Kirikiri smiled back at him and blessed him with good luck. Soon, a portal opened again in front of the main character, ready to take him to the right place. Before he left, the girl spoke to him again and told him not to dare die, as they must meet again. John noted to himself that she was a very interesting girl and promised that they would definitely see each other. Soon a portal opened in the second floor lobby. Soon, the main character came out of the portal and realized that he found himself in the same room in which he was on the first level. He immediately looked at the system and realized that he had entered the second floor of training. He thought that even if the floor was different, the lobby was still the same. When the system suggested that he move to the next level, John thought that it was the second floor, which meant that he could pass the second floor before the end of the round. He thought that if he completed 2 floors in one round, he might get an extra reward, but he decided for his own good not to rush and realized that he needed to complete the second floor and then ask Kirikiri about it. When the main character turned around, he realized that there was a bed behind him. When he saw it, he felt real joy. He immediately fell on her, since it had been a very long time since he had lain on something soft. Then he decided that it would be a sin not to take advantage of this opportunity and decided to get some sleep. After a while, he jumped out of bed in horror, trying to realize how long he had slept. When he turned to the system, he realized that he had slept for 13 whole hours, the first time he had slept for so long. As the protagonist sat down on the bed, he began to think about how much he had changed since he came here. It seemed to him that his past life was already in the distant past, and he thought about how everything would have turned out if he had continued to be who he was before. He remembered the time when he was a professional player, when he trained like crazy and only for one match he would put everything on the line in battles with opponents. And now he's back in the game again, where he's actually putting everything he has on the line. These thoughts made him wonder what was happening to his life, and so he did not immediately get out of bed. However, he soon decided not to hang around for so long and turned to the system to check his status. As it turned out, he received an active ability called Combat Focus. He realized that on the first floor it was a passive ability, but now it had become an active one, and it didn't even cost mana, which meant that John could use it as long as his mind could handle it. Then he took out his sword and decided to test this skill. He began training, trying to hit an invisible target. However, he soon fell to the floor and tried to catch his breath, since with his mental strength, his maximum was 5 minutes. He had used this skill so little and his head was already spinning. If he didn't stop, he would pass out. Now he realized that mental exhaustion was much worse than he thought. If his level increases, his mental strength will surely increase as well, and so he needs to use it constantly. Then John decided to enter the auction system, which could be opened by players who had passed the first floor. Here, you can buy and sell things, regardless of difficulty. As John looked at everything that was offered for purchase, he realized that most of the goods were terrible starting weapons. He guessed that this was because all the players had only completed the first floor. Then he leaned back on the floor and thought that the wind protection was quite a nice reward. John was even able to smile as he realized that he was, apparently, lucky. Once he had rested, he stood up again and turned to the system, which informed him that the second round was beginning, and the time until the training began was 72 hours. The hero thought that everything here was exactly the same as on the first floor, and he would have to wait in the waiting room for 3 days, and then he would have 30 days to study. Over the next 3 days, John needs to work on improving his resilience abilities by gathering information from the community. Then the main character decided to go to the community window and paid attention to the number of players on each difficulty. Most of them were on easy difficulty. However, when he looked closely, he realized with great surprise that there were now 6 players in hell difficulty. At first, he couldn't believe his eyes, but now there really were 6 players displayed there. When he looked at the chat, he realized that the other players had noticed it too. There were now 5 new players in hell mode. John assumed that these people were now confused and had no idea what was going on here. He also realized that if he left them, they could all die. So he decided that he needed to somehow share information with them. When he looked at the system again, he realized that 3 hell difficulty players had entered the chat. He immediately started writing in the chat and asked for a response, as he needed to share important information with them. However, instead of responding, the players simply left the chat, which left the protagonist confused. However, he had no choice but to post the ad so that it could be seen at any time. He hoped with all his heart that these boys would read this announcement, because they could not underestimate the value of training. After that, he took out his sword again and decided to check again how everything worked here. He tried to thrust the sword into his stomach, but nothing happened. He did not feel pain, and no wound appeared on his body. He also noted that his pain tolerance was not increasing, leading John to speculate that he could not gain experience while in the waiting room. When he looked back at the chat, he realized that the players didn't trust him at all, and he even started to wonder why he would help them if they weren't even interested in it. When the system informed him that the tests were about to begin, John wondered what these guys were going to do. However, the protagonist realized that he had done everything he could, and now he needed to think about himself. So he mentally prepared himself to begin the tests, and then entered the portal. Once inside, he immediately put his shield in front of him, as he expected arrows to fly at him. He was a little scared because he didn't know what awaited him this time. When the portal transported him to the right place, he realized that it was no different from the first floor. However, this didn't bother him much, since this kind of thing happens quite often in games. He was distracted from his thoughts by sounds coming from the corridor, and soon he saw 3 arrows flying at him at once. However, John was prepared for this, and fought them off with his sword. It was too predictable for him. However, he soon heard a strange noise ahead, and before he could process it, he saw something flying towards him again. This thing flew at him so fast that he did not have time to dodge it. It was literally a centimeter away from him and completely smashed his shield. Before John could react, something hit his leg. When he looked down, he realized that it was not an arrow, but a needle, and apparently it was poisoned. Then the main character felt a strong dizziness, due to which he could hardly stand on his feet. He realized that he felt pain in his head and stomach, plus he had chills, and all this indicated that these needles were clearly poisoned. He then mentally thanked Kirikiri for her advice, and took out the liquid she asked him to buy. However, when he looked at the bottle, he began to wonder if he really should use it now. During that hellish month of clearing the first floor, he eventually gained one unusual ability. As it turned out, this feature consisted of a feeling of approaching death. It wasn't an in-game skill, but a special ability that only John had. His intuition told him how dangerous his wounds were, and whether he could die from them. Every time he was close to death, it saved him because he knew exactly how serious his injuries were. And now, with the help of this, he could accurately determine whether he was dying or not. So John decided to check how bad it was this time. He concentrated and soon realized that he was still a safe distance from death, and that there was no serious danger for him yet. So he decided he should save the antidote for later and hid it in the system again. He decided that he needed to take care of his leg first. He moved to a safe place and used his cord to apply a tourniquet to his leg. At that moment, the system informed him that he had gained resistance to poisons, which made John happy, since now he would be able to tolerate poisoning more easily. Then he tried to get to his feet and realized that he could still walk. Moreover, his new skill came in very handy. Suddenly, the main character noticed several needles that were lying right in front of him on the floor. He decided to take them with him, as he was sure that he would still need them. However, suddenly he felt his body twist sharply and he even screamed in pain. John began to think that the effect of the poisoning had suddenly increased due to the fact that the poison had spread throughout his body, and he decided that he needed to return to the portal at all costs. He could barely walk and leaned against the wall, but soon he finally reached the portal. However, before he went, John thought that he should increase his stability while he was still on his feet. Using his death detection skill, he tried to accurately calculate how much longer he could hold on. When he felt that the clutches of death had almost swallowed him up, he felt as if he was drowning in a river. When he realized he could no longer test his endurance, he rushed towards the portal. The next moment he found himself in the waiting room, and immediately fell to the floor, trying to catch his breath. This test was too difficult for him, and so it took him some time to recover. The system reported that he had gained resistance to paralysis, and then John realized that his body could be paralyzed, and this was even more dangerous than the other effects of the poison. Soon he felt well again and immediately rose to his feet. The hero thought that since he had acquired the resilience skills, he would now be able to gain more experience, and he decided to try to improve them to level 3 today. However, he also understood that he would have to consciously torture his body in order to level up. Getting wounded in the dungeons and recovering in the waiting room was the only way out. And even though John was fully aware of this, he still thought it was incredibly stupid. Usually the level increases after defeating a strong monster. But not only are the floors difficult, but the challenges are also incredibly boring. While the main character was trying to pass the second floor test, he often swore at the fact that this game was incredibly terrible. He deftly jumped over the arrows and needles flying at him until he found himself in a safe place. He then pulled out one of the needles from his shield that had hit him. He took it in his hands, and then sharply thrust it into his other palm. The pain was strong enough, and since John stoically endured it, when he felt the effects of the poisoning, he realized that this was exactly what he needed. The hero understood that the theme of the second floor was poisons, and he would be cured at the moment when he was already on the threshold of death, thereby increasing his level. The main character understood that this was the only way to effectively complete the game. He realized with a smile on his face that this game was very unusual. However, he then suddenly felt a strong pain in his body, and could barely dodge the attacks. As it turned out, there were devices in the walls that were shooting at him, and due to his poor health, John was unable to dodge their shots. He thought to himself that the pattern of attacks was repeating itself, but now the poison had become more deadly. He also understood that if he lost consciousness, it would be the end for him, and it was simply impossible to increase his stability in this way. However, he had a life-saving bottle containing the antidote. When he saw more needles flying at him, he managed to deflect them with his sword. After that, he grinned and thought that getting to the second floor would be as easy as pie. The hero then moved forward, and soon found himself in the next room. Everything was swimming before his eyes, and he tried to comprehend what room he was in. He suddenly felt a heat in his body and realized what was wrong with this room. As he expected, the temperature in the room gradually increased. However, he didn't understand why it was so incredibly hot here. Using the system, he summoned a bottle of water for himself and poured it over his head. Now John understood why the traps on the second floor were so simple. When he looked ahead, he saw bright flashes of light, which signaled that arrows were flying at him again. At the last moment, he managed to put his shield in front of him and protect himself from the arrows. He couldn't believe that he would actually have to dodge gunfire in this brazier. At that moment, the system informed the main character that he had gained resistance to heat. The hero didn't even think that such a thing could happen. Now he was thinking about what he should do. He assumed that he should go back and restore his strength, but he decided that he was too far from the portal, and it would be dangerous to go back in this heat. Then he decided to continue, despite the terrible heat. John turned to the system again and pulled out a freezing potion. He drank it and felt his body cool down, and even steam began to come off him. After that, he headed forward along the corridor, and now it was much easier to move forward. However, he walked only a few meters, and again felt an incredible heat that literally did not allow him to move. John realized with horror that the potion had stopped working, and at this rate he would simply burn alive. He then took out a stamina potion, realizing that he didn't want to waste this 400-point potion, when even leather armor was cheaper. When the system informed him that he had gained level 2 burn resistance, John noticed that the temperature no longer burned his skin. However, at that moment he became distracted, and then several arrows flew into his body at once. John realized with horror that he had weakened his defenses and was now once again being struck by poisonous needles. He fell to his knees, realizing that if he was poisoned now, he would definitely be dead. Everything was bad before his eyes, and now he felt incredibly terrible. At some point he thought that his life had come to an end. However, at that moment the system informed him that his level had been increased, and along with it, his strength, agility, heightened senses, and various resistances had been increased. As soon as the main character felt a small surge of strength, he immediately jumped to his feet and rushed to the exit. He ran as fast as he could, knowing that because he had leveled up, all of his health had been restored, and all of his negative effects had been removed. And now, with such speed, he could easily run across the entire floor. He then decided to activate his combat concentration to accurately sense which direction the arrows were coming from. After that, he activated the blessing of the wind spirit to run even faster. Now John was firmly confident that he would be able to get through the second floor and complete it successfully. However, he suddenly stopped abruptly and crashed head-on into a stone wall. He was in a lot of pain and could barely get up. Now he had to use his last recovery potion. However, he couldn't allow himself to die from getting tangled up in his legs, because that would be too humiliating. When he accessed the system, he saw a message that the god of adventure felt sorry for him. John was surprised to see this after he fell. Then he looked at his skills and realized that he had acquired a new skill: natural regeneration. Now that his regeneration speed had been increased, he felt like he was one step closer to becoming a troll. Suddenly, he felt a strange cold coming from the corridor next to him. As John stepped out into the corridor, he felt an even stronger cold and assumed that there must be an icy zone ahead. He thought to himself that he should go back to the waiting room and get ready. After some time, he found himself in the break room and was looking for something in the system. The main character thought to himself that in some aspects this world was no different from the real one. There are both bad and good people in the chat. If you look at the ratio, there are many more evil people than good ones. Players should not so easily trust the words of those who spread false information, because they are risking their lives. At this moment, the main character noticed a message from one of the users, who said that if you clear the floors, you can return to the real world. He thought to himself that whether people believed it or not, it would give the players hope, since no one had ever discussed the conditions for completing the training before. Anyway, the man said there were 100 floors here, and the thought alone made John shudder. He decided that he could test the veracity of these words as he moved through the floors, and right now he needed to clear the second one. He returned there in new clothes, which at least somehow protected him from the local conditions. Since the start of the second trial, he had been unable to purchase items that could help him pass the floor, so he had no choice but to buy cloth and a sewing kit from the auction to at least protect himself from the cold. However, even with this, he suspected that in this place he might simply freeze to death. He ended up learning 2 new skills: an expanded field of vision and hard skin. His field of vision increased and his skin became more resilient, and these skills proved incredibly useful. At this rate, he could become superhuman. However, he also felt that his resilience skills had not improved recently, and began to suspect that this was their limit. The further he went, the colder the temperature became, and here it was about -50 degrees. He felt like his lungs were about to burst with every breath. However, the protagonist activated the combat concentration skill, and realized that it was time for him to start. Suddenly, arrows began flying at him again, which he was forced to dodge, realizing that he was already very tired of this second floor. However, he had no choice, and so he ran forward along the corridor until he reached the next room. He found himself again in a room with a huge hole in the middle, from which a bright light was coming. The main character put his hand into this pond to drink some water. When he looked back, he saw behind him the same double doors that led to the boss's room. Then he took off the clothes he had sewn himself, and headed towards the door. When he entered, he found himself in a large room with a high ceiling and began to look around with apprehension. Suddenly the system asked him if he wanted to return to the second floor waiting room. When the main character saw this message, surprise appeared on his face. He did not understand why the system was asking him such a question. John refused the offer, and the system said that to pass he needed to stay in this room for at least 3 hours. The gate test would begin in 30 seconds. When the main character saw these conditions, he thought that they were quite easy, because he only needed to stay here for 3 hours. He thought about the traps he had encountered before, and realized that this place should be full of status effects. He looked at the portal that was opened by the system, and he couldn't calm down. However, he was able to save a lot of items, so there was no point in returning to the waiting room. He then agreed with the system's notification, and it informed him that the gate's testing was beginning. The system told him that he was about to endure the most terrible pain he had ever experienced. John didn't understand what this meant, but suddenly he felt like an unknown force was carrying him away somewhere. Before his eyes again appeared the images from his journey along the first floor, when he still did not know where the arrows were flying from. He did not understand where these arrows came from, since he did not feel them approaching. The hero also realized that his resistance to pain did not help him this time. Then he looked at himself, and realized that he now only had starting equipment in his hands. At that moment, John realized that it was all an illusion, and despite this, he felt pain and the smell of blood. If he had been told that all this was real, he would have immediately believed it. However, now he understood that he needed to hold on to these illusions for 3 hours. Suddenly, an unknown force carried him somewhere further, and he realized that he had been transferred to a room that looked like a school classroom. John looked down and saw a scene he didn't want to experience again. He stood in front of his classmates as an 8th grader, and told one of them that she was the person he loved the most, and asked her out. However, the girl said with excitement in her voice that she really didn't want this. At that moment, John realized that this was the very last moment of his life. It seemed to him that it was much easier to endure physical pain than to experience this shame again. At this moment, the god of adventure also took pity on him. John also realized that he couldn't even comprehend how much time had passed, and now he could only guess how much longer he would have to endure this. Then the force transported him to another place again, and he saw himself sitting at the computer in his room. On the computer screen, he was watching an interview with one player who acknowledged that John was indeed a great competitor, and his career as a professional player was amazing, and his skills were top-notch. However, all this was before his debut, and at this tournament the guy was determined to demonstrate the fruits of all his training and take the main prize. At that moment, John felt the same sensations as before, when he first realized that they were trying to push him out of his place. He saw again the moment when he lost the tournament to this guy. It was a crushing defeat for him. The former #1 player was defeated in every round, and all the news channels were saying that a new legend was born, who would dethrone John from his place as king. While the protagonist was trying to come to terms with the fact that he had actually lost, this guy came up to him and asked if he had ever thought about quitting. When John looked at his contented face, he was filled with completely different emotions. Now that the protagonist was forced to relive all these moments over and over again, he felt incredibly exhausted. He hoped with all his might that all this would end soon. However, less than an hour had passed since the beginning of the illusion, and although the protagonist could not die from it, it was still a real hell for him. Then he suddenly felt as if he was on the street, he was sitting on a bench, and his sister was standing next to him. She told him that it was his fault that their father died. It was one of the most traumatic moments in his life. And so the protagonist tried his best to get out of this illusion. He tore his clothes. It was unbearable. He dug his fingers into his chest from incredibly strong mental pain. He didn't understand when it would end. This time he was shown memories of his father, and he realized that if this continued, he would simply go crazy. John also realized that he came to his senses because of pain, and noted that illusions can be dispelled with pain. But to do this, one had to hurt oneself again. Then he decided to immerse himself in the illusion, to simply accept these memories, and the fact that his father really died because of him. He remembered the moment when he came to the ward of his father, who was in one of the hospitals. The man noticed that his son had finally come to him and addressed him in a sad voice. John asked his father how he felt, but the man was in no hurry to answer. The first thing he asked John was whether he was thinking about quitting. He said he needed to find a real job because he couldn't spend his whole life playing video games. As soon as John heard this, he immediately grabbed his head and asked his father not to bring up this topic again. However, the man continued to express his thoughts, and told his son that he needed to build his own future. When John heard these words, he became furious and asked his father what he even knew about professional gaming. He started yelling at him, saying that his father had no idea how much effort he put into this, and how hard it was to fight to be the best. At that moment, the father felt that his heart was beginning to ache, but he could not utter a word because his strength was leaving him. At that moment, John picked up his jacket and headed for the exit, telling his father that he hadn't even tried to understand him. Before leaving the room, he asked him if he knew who was paying for his treatment. At that moment, the man felt an incredibly strong pain in his chest, and frantically asked his son not to leave. However, John was too offended by him and his words, and therefore left the room, leaving his father alone. At that moment he felt himself being thrown out of the illusion again, and realized that he could not stand it any longer. However, literally the next moment, another memory appeared before his eyes again. Now he saw the face of his father, who was lying in a coffin. At that moment, John did not fully realize that his father had actually left them. At the funeral, his sister approached him, having heard John yell at his father in the hospital, knowing he had a weak heart. She told him that it was his fault, and that their father died because of him. At that moment, the protagonist felt as if he was drowning in his own memories. He was tormented by the fact that his father died because of him, because he did not try to understand him. He also realized that this was probably the end, as he was being pulled deeper and deeper into the abyss of memories. However, at the last moment, John decided that he was not going to give up so easily, so he grabbed his sword and stabbed himself in the arm to bring himself back to reality. However, the momentary pain only briefly pulled him out of his memories, and then he plunged back into his illusions. He saw his father and sister in front of him, who told him that it was all his fault. The protagonist continued to hit himself on the arm, thinking that he could easily endure the physical pain. Even if he sinks into the deepest depths of memories, he will still rise up from it. When his strength was running out, he raised his head up and tried to catch his breath. At that moment, the system informed him that he was the first one to fully complete the final test of the second floor. At first, the protagonist could not believe that he was able to endure it, and the test really ended. He then turned his attention to the system, and saw a message that the gods of cold, warrior, adventure, light, and devotion had turned their attention to him. When the main character saw this, he was surprised because he did not know that several gods were watching him at once. At that moment, he saw a message that the goddess of slowness wanted to take some of her powers from him, instead of an additional reward. At first, John didn't know how to react to this, because he certainly didn't expect this. He didn't know whether to accept this offer or not, since he didn't understand whether her powers were different from normal skills. However, he decided that he should still accept the offer, and then he obtained a skill called the Emblem of Flickering. However, he did not understand anything because there was no normal description for this skill. The system said that the goddess of slowness would bless the steadfast and patient, and she transferred some of her powers to her potential apostle. But when John didn't understand which apostle she was talking about, he saw a message saying that the god of adventure was disappointed in him. The main character did not understand what happened to this weirdo, and decided to ask Kirikiri. Soon, a portal opened in the clearing where Kirikiri was located. John emerged from there, having passed the test and now able to meet the rabbit girl again. He looked around and realized that he'd again ended up in the same place as after passing the first floor. However, he was distracted by Kirikiri, who, as soon as she saw him, immediately rushed towards him to hug him. She smiled and said that it had been a long time and she was glad to see John again. She was glad that he returned alive and praised him for getting through the second floor. However, the protagonist asked her to wait a little and then opened the system to buy something. As it turned out, he bought a cake for the girl and handed it to her as a gift. When the girl saw the cake, she was incredibly surprised and asked if it was really for her. John replied that she had helped him a lot and thanked her for the advice before the second test. Seeing Kirikiri's embarrassed expression, he asked her not to make that face again. Then she started shouting that John was the best, even though these words embarrassed him greatly. After that, they sat down on the clearing and decided to taste the cake. Then the main character asked the girl if she had any advice for the third floor. However, the girl casually said that she had no advice. The protagonist was surprised. He said that she gave him clues for the second floor, and therefore he was sure that there must be at least something for the third. However, Kirikiri said that she couldn't help him. The thing was that he was growing up too fast, and if he wanted to so badly, she could tell him, but it wouldn't do any good. When the main character heard her words, he began to understand something. Then he asked her again what happened to the guys who joined during the second test, and asked if they were alive. However, Kirikiri stopped him and said that this would use up his entire question limit, and so asked him again if he was sure that was the question he wanted to ask. Then he asked her if this meant that if he got an answer to this question, she would no longer be able to answer the others, and Kirikiri confirmed his words. Then John decided he would ask about something else. He asked the girl to tell him about a skill called the Emblem of Shimmer. However, when he looked at the place where Kirikiri had just been, he realized that she was no longer there. She was in a clearing and chasing a butterfly. When John distracted her from such an interesting activity, she said that she would tell him about it, since he was so helpless. Kirikiri said that the Emblem of Flickering is one of the skills of the goddess of slowness. Players who show outstanding performance on all floors can receive rewards from the gods. He assumed that this meant that God liked him, to which the girl replied that each god could only grant part of his powers once. John noted that it sounded good. The goddess of slowness had spent her only opportunity on him, and he liked it. However, one way or another, he would like to know about the effects of the Shimmer Emblem, and the more detailed the better. Kirikiri replied that he could look at them when he returned to the waiting room, and he would understand everything later. The main character thought to himself that this girl is a manager of the hellish difficulty floors, although at first glance she does not seem strong. During the first trial, there was a player who tried to attack the manager, but he ended up being easily crushed and was on the verge of death. Kirikiri must be damn strong despite her appearance. Then the protagonist turned to her and said that he would also like to know who these gods are, what their purpose is, and what they want from the players. However, Kirikiri seriously informed him that he had to find out for himself. Realizing that the girl would not tell him the whole truth, he decided not to insist. However, he wondered why she had suddenly become very serious. He assumed that it was a taboo topic, and from the looks of it, he had touched on the main point of the game. He assumed that this world was created by the gods, and then players were summoned into it. And since Kirikiri was part of the game, she wouldn't be able to answer that question. He then looked at the portal behind him, and thought that 2 of the 100 floors had been completed. If he reaches the top, he will surely find the answer to all his questions regarding this world. Moreover, he is obliged to do so. Before entering the portal, John said he had one more question. He said that when he passed the second floor, it was said that he was the first one to fully clear the last gate, and so he asked the girl what it meant. Kirikiri told him with a smile that it was a system error, but she couldn't say anything else. The protagonist continued asking questions about who the managers were, and whether he would be able to return to the world after clearing the floors. But the girl did not give him any clear answers. The main character was annoyed when he realized that he would not get normal answers from this girl. However, Kirikiri suddenly stopped laughing, and asked John to take something. When the protagonist looked down, he realized that he was wearing different clothes. Now he was wearing a long jacket with a yellow collar. The girl said with a smile that this cape was much better than his current one. At which point John thought that, apparently, he really did have terrible taste. He then walked towards the portal and told the girl that she could keep the cake. As soon as Kirikiri heard this, genuine joy appeared on her face. John promised Kirikiri that he would buy her another cake when he returned, and then said goodbye to her. The girl waved goodbye to him, and the portal between them closed. After some time, the main character found himself in the waiting room on the 3rd floor. He decided that before starting a new challenge, he should test his skills, so he called up the system and opened the status tab. The system stated that the goddess of slowness hated haste, and could move objects through space and time with just a blink of an eye. And thanks to her skill, John could make large jumps up to 5 times, after which the skill would begin to recharge after 5 minutes. John realized that it was a movement skill, but he didn't expect that it would be related to the goddess of slowness. Despite this, he felt that this skill would be very useful. He decided to try it right in the waiting room. Activating the shimmer emblem, John felt the veins on his face stand out, and one of his eyes took on a strange hue. The jump was incredibly fast. In an instant, he found himself at the other end of the room. At first, he couldn't believe that he had covered the entire distance in such a short time. But it really was teleportation. Now he fully realized the power of this skill. John thought that if other players knew about this skill, they would demand that it be nerfed. He decided to try using all 5 jumps in a row. However, after the second jump, he crashed into one of the pillars in the room. The blow was quite powerful, and John realized that this skill was difficult to control. After that, he decided to rest a little. The system reported that there were 72 hours left until the next test. John stocked up on potions, food, and water, and also thought it would be a good idea to buy a weapon. He decided to buy a new sword and a protective suit, and then look at his skills again. When he checked the system, he noticed that new information about the skill had appeared, and he guessed that it was Kirikiri's doing. Now he knew that the skill could improve to the 3rd stage and become his main one. John stood up and decided that while he had time, he should practice controlling the shimmer emblem. Suddenly he saw that he had received a private message. When John opened the message, he was extremely excited, thinking that this was a letter from Hell difficulty players. It turned out that it was an invitation to the Representatives Guild. The letter stated that the person who sent it was impressed by John's achievements on the Hell difficulty floors, and wanted to tell him about his guild and its goals. At the end of the letter, the man introduced himself as Oliver, and said that he would wait for a response from John. John thought that the community chat had become quite active lately, but he didn't expect such groups to form so quickly. He also noticed that Oliver's name was unfamiliar to him, and although he himself was the only one who had successfully completed the Hell difficulty floors, he decided that there was no point in contacting other players. He put the letter aside and concentrated on preparing to go through the 3rd floor. He had a long way to go, and John decided to focus on just that. When he entered the 3rd floor, it seemed to him that he found himself on a chessboard. He decided to use his new skill and jumped right into the middle of the field. As soon as he landed, arrows started flying towards him, and John dodged them with ease. The traps were activated as soon as he stepped on the black slabs. John realized that the white slabs were safe and decided to move along them. He stepped on the white slab, fearing that his guess might be wrong, but nothing happened. He was right about the white tiles, but he still felt tense. The protagonist felt that this floor was too easy. He called up his system and opened up a list of skills. He decided it was better to be ready to activate the skill at any moment. Using his jumping skill, he moved only on the white tiles. Nothing happened to him, and soon John felt a slight amusement from what was happening. He decided it was time to end this test and headed towards the exit. However, when he stepped on the white slab at the edge, dozens of arrows flew towards him. John had a premonition of this, and at the last moment activated the shimmer emblem, instantly appearing in another place. He looked at the slab covered in arrows and realized how close his mistake had been. Those arrows could have turned him into a hedgehog, if not for his skill. He realized that he had been deceived. The white slabs were safe, and at the last step a hail of arrows awaited him, and this greatly irritated him. In any case, he reached a room with a glowing pond in the center. He had already been to the boss room, but due to the difficulty of the previous floors, everything here seemed too easy, which disappointed him. Soon he came to the door behind which the boss was supposed to be. Since he had not learned any new skills, it was obvious that he would not have to return to the waiting room. John touched the door, deciding to quickly clear the area. When he opened the door, a hall appeared before him that resembled the place where he met Kirikiri. John was determined to get through this floor on the first try, and was looking forward to what awaited him. The challenge was to reach the goal using floating slabs that would fall after a while, and he had to use them as support. In addition, there were traps along the way, so he had to move very carefully. At that moment, John thought that they seriously wanted to finish him off here, and that hellish difficulty really lived up to its name. As he jumped onto the next slab, he noticed that the one he had been standing on just a moment ago had begun to fall down. He realized that the plates were gradually falling, and that he was going to face traps. And even despite this level could be considered relatively easy. However, these were not all the difficulties he had to face, as crossbows were aimed at him all the time. John had to defend himself from the arrows, and therefore he did not have a second to rest. Moreover, he did not even understand where they were flying from. At some point, John felt that he had lingered on one slab for too long, and suddenly began to fall down along with it. As he fell, he realized that he was in a hopeless situation. As it turned out, the slabs beneath him also began to fall, and he fell straight into the abyss. He then decided to activate the Wind Spirit's blessing to land in a safe place. The slabs on the third floor kept falling one way or another. Players who forgot about this and focused on the traps also fell, and even after falling, they had to avoid more traps to reach the goal. The constant conditions for passing the boss room were the need to move along the slabs. As the protagonist moved further, he realized that all the plates began to rotate in a vortex. However, he had increased his skills on the first 2 floors and received an ability from a god, so he activated the emblem to get out of the vortex. He realized that all the slabs at that level had fallen. He also began to fall, but was determined to land in a safe place. He activated the shimmer emblem again to save himself. As he flew to the right place, he realized that he had destroyed the unchanging conditions of this floor. At the last moment, he managed to grab hold of the only plate that remained in working order and was located near the hill. When he climbed onto it, the system reported that he had completed the 3rd floor of training on hellish difficulty. John thought to himself that he almost died on this floor. The boss's room was truly dangerous. The creators of this level apparently hoped to kill all players, and even he had a hard time getting through it. He then noticed the system message and realized that he had received points for completing the quest, and that the adventure god was going to grant him some of his powers instead of an additional reward. A look of surprise appeared on John's face when he saw the message from God again. He thought to himself that this god had been getting on his nerves every day, and only now had he decided to grant him his powers. He also thought that the flicker emblem was a cheat skill that had exceeded his expectations, and without it, he would never have passed this floor. Therefore, it would be a mistake to refuse the divine gift, and he agreed, thinking about what kind of skill this god would give him. As it turned out, this skill was called Talaria's Wings. Its description said that it attracted a lot of interest among players, but it was created by accident. John began to fear that this skill would be useless, and decided to check it through the status. He realized that despite its insignificance, this skill was at the maximum level and would be quite useful. He then decided to consult Kirikiri about this matter. He soon returned to the girl, who was glad to see him and also brought a new cake. She immediately rushed at John, but he stopped her, saying that he didn't have the cake with him. However, he remembered his promises to the girl and decided that he needed to fulfill them. However, he felt very dizzy, and Kirikiri asked if he was okay. Instead of answering, the main character began to fall onto the grass as his head began to spin. After a while, he woke up and tried to figure out where he was. The last thing he remembered was his head spinning and he fell. Then he began to realize that he seemed to be very tired. However, when he looked down, he saw Kirikiri lying on top of him, sleeping, which made him a little angry since she had made him into a pillow. The girl was fast asleep and didn't even plan to wake up. Apparently she was dreaming something. Then John noticed her ears and decided to touch them while he had the opportunity. He noticed that they were even softer than he thought. This touch immediately woke up the girl, and she jumped away from the main character. She said he shouldn't have touched her ears because the sounds were ringing loudly in her head. After that, John still bought a cake for the girl, and they sat down together to rest. He decided to ask her about the last level of the 3rd floor. He said that he thought for a long time that the difficulty of these floors had increased, and he even thought that he would not be able to get out. Then Kirikiri said with displeasure that it was all because he had completed the level in a very strange way. At first, John didn't understand what she was talking about, and then the girl explained it to him. She said that in the boss's room on the 3rd floor, there was a path downstairs that you had to take. The creators probably didn't expect the player to be able to get through the room without falling, and the gods must have gone crazy. When John heard this, he decided that he would definitely deal with those who created this terrible world. He then decided to turn to the system and noted that he did not see any information in the community that could help him. Most of the discussions were devoted to easy and medium difficulty levels. However, he suddenly noticed a conversation about the guild to which he had been invited. The guys discussed how this representative guild was suspicious, as its members were sitting in the waiting room and were clearly plotting something. As John read their messages, he tried to understand what they were talking about. Then he suddenly realized that they were talking about the very guild that had sent him the invitation. These guys didn't look like a normal guild that only wanted to communicate with other players, and now John was trying to figure out what their true goal was. After completing a level, all free food and water disappear, and players must spend points to purchase food. Moreover, after 24 hours in the waiting room, the player is kicked out. And then it became even more unclear to John why these people were there for so long. He didn't understand how they could support this guild all this time. John clearly felt that something was wrong with this guild, and thought that he should ask Kirikiri about it. However, he suddenly realized that he shouldn't waste his limited questions on this, because he wouldn't be able to help the players with other difficulties anyway, so he just shouldn't interfere with it. He decided that he needed to focus on his own problems. After this, the hero turned to the girl and asked her what he would need on the 4th floor. The girl thought for a moment and said that for the 4th floor she could advise him a rope, hooks, and a telescope. As soon as John heard this, he immediately noticed that there were quite a lot of things this time. He then asked the next question, as he was interested in Talaria's wings. Kirikiri was delighted when she realized that John had received another skill from another god. She revealed that the power given to him by the god of adventure helps him summon Talaria's wings when the skill is activated. With their help, the main character can float in the air. When he decided to try them out, he was delighted with the skill. He turned to the god of adventure, hoping that he would hear him, and told him that he was the best. However, Kirikiri said that the wings allow him to glide, not fly, but for John that was enough. He said that the main thing is how he uses them. He will be able to fly up using the shimmer emblem and thus increase the hovering range. However, the coolest thing for him was the feeling of wings behind his back, because having such wings is every guy's dream. Kirikiri watched his reaction with a soft and satisfied smile. Then she quietly said that this would be her gratitude for the cake he bought for her. After that, she waved her hand and opened a portal to a new floor for John. The main character was surprised that this time the girl was trying to get him out of here as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Kirikiri announced in a calm voice that the day of the Great Assembly would soon arrive. John was surprised to hear this and asked what it was. However, the girl again replied that he would soon understand everything himself. She said that soon he would realize the true nature of this world. But for now, he needed to do everything he could to survive. Without giving him a chance to answer, the girl walked up to him and pushed him into the portal. John was extremely surprised by her behavior and asked what she was doing. He tried to reach out to her, but he felt the portal sucking him in more and more. The next moment he found himself back in the waiting room. It took him some time to recover from such an unexpected fall into the portal. He looked ahead and still tried to understand what this day of the Great Assembly meant. Meanwhile, a whole crowd of people had gathered in the waiting room on another difficulty level. Among them were two young girls. They were sisters. In the middle of the room, a young guy was tied to one of the pillars. He was tied to the column with ropes, and a target was drawn on him. The boy cried and begged to be untied, assuring the man sitting in front of him that this was the last time. However, the man sitting in front of him did not listen to him. He threw his knife up and threw it straight at the guy's shoulder. While the boy screamed in pain and cried, the man sitting on the bed only laughed. As it turned out, this man was the same Oliver, the head of the Representatives Guild. He noted that this was quite a convenient occupation, since wounds in this room healed instantly. Meanwhile, the protagonist focused on training using the power of the gods to prepare for the fourth floor. He trained until he could use the skills comfortably and freely, and it took him a long time. However, in the end, he was ready to enter the fourth floor and find out what awaited him there. He found himself again in a dark corridor, from the depths of which strange sounds were coming. When John got inside, he thought it was quite spacious. However, he was confused by the rumble that came from the dark corridor. He quickly realized that this time they weren't traps. A monster appeared in front of him, which looked like a huge green troll, with a huge axe behind its back. As soon as he saw John, he immediately roared and rushed at him. The main character thought to himself that this was the first monster that appeared in the training. But despite this, it was very strong. Moreover, he was incredibly huge compared to the main character. As soon as the monster appeared in front of John, he immediately struck with his axe. John noted that the power of this monster was enormous, and now he was at a loss and did not know how to fight it. Kirikiri didn't advise him to change weapons, which meant he would be able to defeat him with his sword. Then the protagonist took a stance and activated his combat concentration. Meanwhile, the monster rose to its feet again and rushed at John. However, the main character managed to jump away from the place where his blow landed. He ran away from the monster around him quite quickly and prepared to stab him in the neck with his sword. However, the monster reacted faster than he expected and threw him back with its fist. The blow was so strong that blood gushed from the protagonist's mouth. He thought that this monster was much faster than he expected. When John saw the monster running towards him again, he realized that now it would kill him. Then he put his shield in front of him, preparing to block the blow of his axe. However, he suddenly realized that the monster had instead feinted and hit him with its shoulder in the place that was not protected. John was thrown back by such a strong blow, he realized that he would not be able to block his attack, and now he did not know what to do. Meanwhile, the monster continued its series of attacks and rushed right after the hero. At that moment, John noticed that the monster's axe was heading straight for his head. Then, at the last moment, he struck him in the face and then jumped up, avoiding the blow. After that, he landed right behind his opponent. Noticing the surprise on the monster's face, he said that this was the first time he had used this skill. As it turned out, it was the emblem of the flicker, with the help of which he was able to avoid the attack. Until now, he had only used it to dodge, but now he activated the skill before its attack, moving forward and hitting the monster in the face. Now John realized that this skill would also be useful for attacks. These words enraged the monster, and he rushed at John with a loud roar. At this moment, the protagonist realized that it was time for him to end this battle. He used the wind spirit's blessing and rushed through the monster. He struck him in the shoulder, and then, finding himself behind him, decided to take advantage of his confusion. He put all his strength into the blow and rushed at the monster. With one good blow, he cut off his head, which flew up. When John saw this, a smile appeared on his face, as he realized that he had been able to defeat this monster. After that, he continued to move forward. There were 26 more monsters ahead of him, but he was able to kill them all. At one point, he even thought that next time he should try to fight them with his bare hands. When he looked at the system, he realized that his combat skills had increased slightly. The basic sword skill had combined with the slashing skill, and had increased to level 3. After this, he turned to the goblins and thanked them, saying that this test would soon be over. After some time, he found himself in the waiting room. Time passed, and soon there were only 2 minutes left until the end of the test. Then he sat down on the bed, and soon the third test began. He decided to check the new arrivals, but this time no one came for such a difficulty. He was the only player here. Then he looked at the chat and realized that there was real chaos going on there. He understood that these guys needed some time to calm down and come to their senses. Then he wrote in the chat and asked the players to calm down and listen to him. He said that this was training that was different from their world they lived in. He also told them that they would not be able to go back anytime soon, and that if they made even one mistake here, they could die, so they needed to listen to him carefully. When the players heard this, they were extremely surprised and scared, not understanding what this guy was talking about. They started to fuss and assume that this place was a real hell. But John asked them to calm down. When suddenly one of the players said that his leg was eaten by a monster. When John heard this, he tried to understand what kind of monster they were talking about. At that moment, another player appeared and asked them what monsters they were talking about. At that moment, John realized that this was a player on a different difficulty level that he had never seen in the community. At this point, the guys asked him if he hadn't heard anything about it. At this moment, everyone present finally realized what was really going on. The fact is that their home and their whole world turned into a living hell. As it turns out, there was a real end of the world in the real world. The monsters emerged from a portal in the middle of the street and moved towards a residential area. Portals appeared all over the planet, from which countless monsters emerged. The army was helpless in this situation. Unknown portals appeared all over the planet, from which terrifying monsters emerged and killed people. The military and police had a hard time containing their attacks, and countries whose military strength was small were immediately destroyed. However, the number of monsters did not decrease, and the military could not stop them. Thus, 2 weeks after the portals appeared, the number of victims was approaching the 90 million mark. When the protagonist realized this, he couldn't believe that it was actually true. Hearing the number of victims, he felt a sense of hopelessness and horror wash over him. He remembered that his sister and his mother remained in that world. The chat was in chaos, and this drove the main character even more crazy. He didn't know what was wrong with his family, and whether they were alive. He felt like he needed more information, and it only drove him more crazy. At this point, one of the players wrote in the chat that perhaps they could save people. When John read this, he began to come to his senses a little. He thought about how easy it was for him to deal with monsters so far. So when he gets past the 100th floor, he will be much stronger than he is now. Now, it was as if he had been locked in this world for no apparent reason, with no explanation. There was no purpose, no reason, no method. But he did not deny that he had become stronger thanks to his training. In other words, they were transported here so that they could return to their home world and save it. In the real world, more than a month has passed since the portals appeared. At that moment, the protagonist realized that he finally understood the essence of this world, which was called training. When the newcomers told the others about what was happening in the real world, all the players changed. First of all, the number of players actively completing floors has increased. There has been greater determination among those players whose families are now in the real world, even if they did not go on a raid. There have been those who have provided support to other players. The main character also actively began to pass the floors and increased his speed several times. He dealt with the goblins he encountered on the floors without thinking twice. At some point, another large goblin appeared behind him, letting out a powerful roar when he saw the dead bodies of his comrades. He rushed at the main character, but John was ready to meet him with weapons in his hands. He blocked his blow with his shield. At this point, the goblin was trying to figure out what was wrong with his attack and why it didn't work. Taking advantage of his confusion, the protagonist struck him straight in the shoulder. From such a strong blow, the monster flew back, unable to fight. John continued his series of attacks and punched him in the chin. After that, he grabbed his head with all his might and spun it even harder, throwing the monster away from himself. When the monster was finished, he was satisfied with his result. He also decided that 2 hours of sleep would be enough for him, since sleeping in this world is not essential. However, he had decided to make sleep a part of his daily routine anyway for the sake of mental stability. And now he needed to make sure he had time to sleep. He went to the community tab and noted that the amount of information had increased significantly. Everyone was making every effort to pass the floors. As the flow of information increased, John began to learn little by little. And he learned that the strength indicator not only increased the strength of the arms and legs, but also increased the efficiency of all the muscles in the body, and it was better to pump up this skill as quickly as possible. However, there were those who denied this, but most of the information was true, so he should not ignore it. No matter how complex the information was, it helped him. At that moment his thoughts were distracted by strange sounds, and when John looked closely, he saw a trench in front of him, in which small goblins were sitting. The main character hurried to hide behind the corner so that the goblins would not notice him. He looked around carefully and noted that there were quite a lot of goblins. Then he decided to use his wings and soared above the monsters while they weren't looking. Before they could even process what was happening, he jumped down on them, dealing them crushing blows. When his attack was successful, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. At this point, the goblins began to panic as they noticed the enemy. However, John activated his wings again and used them to fight off the goblins who wanted to attack him. He understood that the only ones who could save their world, which had turned into a living hell, were themselves. Then he rushed at the goblin who was shooting at him with a bow. He understood that to achieve his goal, he needed to be stronger and faster. With one blow he pinned the goblin to the ground, thus dealing with all his opponents. He firmly decided that he needed to go through this world at any cost and return to his real world. Meanwhile, there was real chaos in the guild. The guys asked Oliver to have mercy on them and not ask them to take even more food, since this threatened them with problems. However, the man did not want to listen to them, and he brutally beat all the protesters. As he watched the other boys suffer, he felt like he was getting real pleasure from it. He realized that the first floor waiting room of the easy difficulty level was completely under his control, and the second floor was just around the corner. He addressed the other players as slaves and asked them how they dared challenge him. He then turned to his minions and ordered them to take care of those who had raided with this scum. His henchmen began to brutally beat up the rest of the team, while the poor guy was forced to watch it all. He begged the men to stop and not do this, but no one listened to him. Seeing the suffering of others, Oliver only laughed, saying that this world really is something. He, like the main character, was sure that very soon, this world would become completely his. Meanwhile, John continued to progress through new floors, dealing with goblins. However, he still could not get used to the current reality. It had been 10 days since he started hunting goblins. The goblins not only made trenches, but each time they thought of something new, they installed wooden fences and put someone on guard. They had weapons, from magic staffs to crossbows. They posed no threat to John, as he could deflect magic and arrows with Tellaria's wings. He could approach them in the air using his wings as cover, and it was easy to fight since he didn't take any damage from these attacks. However, his shield was in poor condition, so John decided to repair it in the waiting room, but he could not return there constantly. Moreover, he needed to change his weapon once he passed the 4th floor. He needed to change both his shield and sword, and once he acquired a new one, he must not forget to change it. John relied on the skills he received from the gods, but after several days of fighting, he acquired a lot of different skills. Skills that were previously inactive quickly leveled up, which meant that it was better not to repeat the same actions, but to use your full combat potential. Basically at the moment, the main character was just dodging arrows, and most likely his fighting skills had improved since he fought a lot. However, at some point he began to think that the skills from the gods interfere with leveling up. At that moment he suddenly heard a terrible roar behind him, which even frightened him. When he turned around he saw a huge goblin in front of him, who had metal gloves with spikes on his hands. John realized it was a goblin sergeant, but soon realized that he looked different. They were very similar, but this complex was smaller. John also realized that this was his first one-on-one fight since the battle with the goblin sergeant. The goblin did not hesitate and immediately rushed at his enemy. At that moment, John realized that this goblin moved exactly like the sergeant. However, he suddenly noticed that one of the goblin's gloves began to glow red, as if it was heating up. He hit the protagonist in the stomach with all his might, causing him to be thrown aside. John could barely stay on his feet, not understanding what had just happened. It seemed to him that the hand of this monster had teleported. Before he could even process anything, he saw the monster flying towards him again, attacking. Then John decided to use his combat concentration skill. As if in slow motion, he began to see the monster's fist approaching his face. However, his skills were not enough, and so the fist achieved its goal. However, before falling to the floor once again, the protagonist used the shimmer emblem and launched a counterattack. He wanted to hit the goblin, but it was able to jump away from his attack. The protagonist was extremely surprised that the monster managed to dodge, and began to guess that he had planned all of this. He also realized that if he took another hit with such a low defense level, he would definitely die. So at the last moment he activated Tellaria's wings and protected himself from the blow. He then tried to hit the goblin again, saying that he was going to become his punching bag. However, the goblin dodged again, and then John realized that this monster was reading his movements. He also noticed that during the battle, one of his teeth was knocked out. John noted that the fist punches when it glows red, and that should definitely be a skill. He was unhappy with the fact that this skill could be reused without limitation, considering it a cheat, despite the fact that he himself used them. Meanwhile, the goblin picked up speed and launched another attack. John decided to use his weapon, spun it and threw it towards the monster. The goblin blocked the sword flying at him with one light movement of his fist. However, John assumed that he would do just that, and took his hand with a small knife. He threw it towards the goblin, who was approaching him at great speed. The goblin barely managed to dodge the knife flying straight at his face. Then John realized that it was too close. and now he needed to be even faster. When he got close enough to the goblin, the latter thrust his iron fists forward. John realized that there was no point in attacking him now and decided to use another plan. He pretended to run past, but stopped abruptly and kicked him in the stomach. After that, he used the shimmer emblem and tripped the monster from the other side. The result satisfied him because he realized that he had broken through the monster's defense. However, before he could deliver his next blow, the goblin suddenly jumped up to him and struck him with his flaming fist. The blow was so strong that blood gushed from the protagonist's mouth. He didn't understand why this monster's attack was so strong, even in this position. However, the goblin still fell. And then John realized that he was saved by his resistance to pain and loss of consciousness. He then walked up to the unconscious goblin and finished him off with his shield. Suddenly a small purple stone appeared in front of him. It was the Goroth stone, given to him by the great sorcerer of the Goroth tribe when the sergeant from the Red-Eyed tribe was born. John knew it was a miracle he survived, but it was unfair to force him to fight an enemy who could use the skill without restrictions. At that moment he noticed that his level had increased. Soon he found himself back in the room, in the center of which was a pond. When the main character approached it, he tried to figure out what to do now. The goblin sergeants that appeared at the very beginning and now at the end of the 4th floor are clearly stronger than the other goblins. They are strong in all aspects from physical characteristics to skill level. Even the current goblins may differ from those that appear on the average difficulty level. The original plan was to progress quickly unless there were any major problems so that John could get through the training faster. However, now he couldn't get through it as quickly as he wanted. The 4th floor was tough, and he assumed the boss would be tough too. But he knew that challenging him in his condition was too reckless. He decided to first return to the waiting room and set a limit on this floor. And then, when he felt he had reached it, move on to the next level. He understood that there were people who were moving higher and higher, but they were all at the average difficulty level. It seemed that someone had recently passed the 3rd floor at the difficulty level. It followed that John was not progressing so slowly. But at some point he decided that his method was wrong and decided not to waste his energy in vain, continuing to do what he was doing before. Hearing the thoughts of the real world made him feel uneasy. He still had many skills that needed to be improved. And for this, he needed to pull himself together and continue on his way. He decided that if he really cared about the real world, he needed to give it his all. He then returned to the waiting room and spent some time recovering. He noted that his growth rate was fast. In addition to his basic skills, his resistance to punctures and hard skin were increased. As for the skills from the gods, he uses Talaria's wings naturally, effectively using them for both close combat and defense. However, now he realized that the time had come to move forward. He soon returned to the floor and dealt with the goblin with iron gloves again. Then he again reached the boss's door, in front of which he stopped last time. Returning to the waiting room in the 4th floor, he went on a raid twice a day. The raids were easy, but the boss room would be different. But despite this, the main character opened the doors and went inside. As soon as he opened the doors, he immediately felt a strong wind blowing at him from inside. When he looked around, he realized that he was in some place, and apparently, it was night there now. However, John still couldn't figure out what this place was. At that moment, a message from the system appeared in front of him, telling him that he needed to destroy the Goblin King. When John saw this message, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He began to look around the area and look for that very goblin. He assumed that he was somewhere in the middle of the mountain, but he did not know whether to go up or down. However, he soon decided that he should go upstairs after all. He moved forward for some time until he reached a fortress, on the walls of which a glow was visible. The main character used binoculars and realized that this was the very fort he was looking for. The walls were about 5 meters high, which was too high for him. There were about 20 guards, and judging by the burning torches, it seemed like the only way in was through the main gate. At one point, he suggested that he should use the wings. He couldn't imagine how other players who didn't have the skills of the gods could clear this boss room. But he decided that he shouldn't think about it too much, and continued to move forward. He rushed forward at high speed, hoping that the guards would not notice him. After some time, he was already near a high wall. At the right moment, he used the shimmer emblem to move onto the wall. With one deft jump, he found himself right on the wall. As he expected, there were guards patrolling it. But the protagonist's speed was so high that they didn't even notice him. John took advantage of his advantage and killed one of the guards by slitting his throat with a knife. He decided that he would first deal with the guards, and then clear out the fort itself. He realized that he was very lucky that he was not seen. It was all thanks to his level 4 stealth skill. He climbed the wall without making any noise, and now he was really nervous because it reminded him of games where stealth was required. However, suddenly one of the guards, who was on a high tower, noticed him. He let out a roar, attracting the attention of the others. However, John was prepared for this, and decided to act openly. He activated his wings and was ready to fight off the goblins' attacks. He was completely confident in his abilities, since these goblins were quite small. Soon after he had dealt with the guards, he saw that the sun was beginning to rise. John sat down on the walls and thought that this world really did not look like an illusion. He thought that learning was an artificial space created by magic or a program. But this view really impressed him. This place could be a planet somewhere in the universe, as these views were very realistic. At some point, the hero even thought that living in such a world would be quite nice. However, he also understood that he had to continue on his way. So he took his weapon and moved on. He cleared out this fort, which is located on the top of the mountain, and it contained 32 ordinary goblins of the hellish difficulty level. They weren't as strong as the goblin sergeants from the 4th floor, and there weren't many of them here, so it was quick to clear out the place. But he still hadn't found the Goblin King here. Then he looked ahead and saw what looked like a huge city surrounded by high walls, and he thought that the king might be there. It was a huge settlement with houses and various buildings, which was protected along the entire perimeter. It was a real city, surrounded by a wall, and the Goblin King must have been in the main castle. It was a stone building in good condition, and John was very impressed by the technological advancement of these goblins, since this was not just a tribe, but an entire city. However, he wondered why they had such an advanced civilization. They were supposed to be just mobs, but now he assumed that there were hundreds of thousands of them living in the city. He estimated that he would be able to get there in about a day. He also noted that the city was located in the center, and forts were located on the mountain peaks at the cardinal points. Based on the size of the city, there are probably about 100,000 soldiers there, and if he gets surrounded, he will lose, so he shouldn't fight in the open ground around the city. This left John with only 3 places where he could fight. It was a castle, a city center, and a fort. Suddenly he heard a strange sound coming from behind him. When he looked through his binoculars, he saw horsemen running towards him from the direction of the city. The hero calculated that there were about 30 horsemen, and they were all heading in his direction. However, for him it was even for the best, and he decided to meet them face to face. John realized that it would be difficult for them to unlock the gates, and if something went wrong, he would retreat and attack another fort. Thus, by capturing each fort, he will reduce the number of warriors. Once all 4 forts are cleared, he will head to the city. Once there, John planned to wreak havoc and then defeat the goblin before infiltrating the castle and killing their king. When the horsemen reached the place where the main character was, they were defeated. The only surviving rider screamed in pain. The protagonist walked past him and ordered him to shut up because he was yelling too loudly. He noted to himself that during the battle the goblins had communicated with each other. When the leading goblin shouted something to the others, some of the riders separated from the main group and headed towards the city. The one who led them held John back until the very end. He did this so that the separated goblins would have time to reach the city and warn that he had come to their lands. So, even though this goblin was his enemy, John noted that it was a good strategic decision. When the riders were dealt with, John used his wings and jumped off the wall. His aim was to catch up with those horsemen who were heading to the city to report about him, and he soon caught up with them. He attacked them from the air using his sword. At some point, he realized that for the last 3 days all he had done was fight goblins. They began sending more and more soldiers to the forts. First they sent 20 soldiers, then 30, then 50. When more than 100 of them arrived, the protagonist moved to another fort. It was no trouble for him to clear it out too. Thanks to his wings, he could move between forts in 3 hours, while the troops sent to recapture the fort would have to spend a whole day pursuing him. So these guys weren't his rivals because of his mobility. After several such movements, they sent 200 soldiers to each fort. However, the main character was ready for this. He destroyed the guards and then the horsemen who were sent for his soul. In one of the forts, he also destroyed over 200 soldiers who had arrived. It seemed like these goblins thought they could defeat John with their numbers, and this time the reinforcements were armed with spears. However, when it comes to fighting inside the fort, he can easily take down 200 goblins thanks to his level, which has been doubled. The protagonist could hardly believe the speed of his growth. After killing these goblins and clearing the forts, he apparently gained a lot of experience. In a week, he became incredibly stronger than he was before. This news could not but please him. Meanwhile, the Goblin King, who was John's target, sat in the throne room, aware of his army's defeat. At this time, the main character watched the movement of the goblin army using binoculars. This time, a detachment of 800 goblins was approaching him. They sent one big group at once. It was probably one of the assembled groups, since there were few soldiers in the city at the moment. Since John had been busy defeating goblins for the past week, their strength and numbers had noticeably diminished. The number of riders had been reduced, and the regular foot soldiers seemed like regular civilians who had been hastily recruited. Only one of the 5 was an experienced soldier. John realized that they were sending every man they could find. Then the protagonist decided it was time to visit the castle and wreak havoc on their empty houses. At that moment, the system informed him that the dual god was disappointed in him because of his methods. However, the main character did not understand what to do in such a situation, because if he resolved the issues directly, he would simply be killed. Then he noticed a message that the god of chaos was pleased with his actions. At first he was happy that he had found a god who appreciated his work, but then he was overcome with a bad feeling, because he felt like this was an evil god. However, he knew it was time for him to move out and carry out his plan. He activated his wings and flew towards the city, which at the moment had no one to defend. As he flew over the city, he noted that it was a fairly neat city, with everything lined up strictly according to a ruler. He flew so high that the guards who remained there could not notice him. Soon he landed on the roof of one of the houses. John was pleased that he had been able to enter the city without being noticed. However, now he was thinking about what to do next. He had an option: to go to the goblins openly. As soon as the guards approached, he would take off and move to another place. In terms of mobility, he had an advantage. Lighting fires in different places was also a good plan. If the whole city was engulfed in flames, the goblins would not have time to put it out. Moreover, they might have a warehouse with gunpowder. John thought that it was worth sowing discord among the goblins, and no matter whether the group sent to the fort returned, he could easily escape or hide somewhere in the city. Moreover, these goblins did not respawn as they did in the games. John saw that they had few troops left. Those that were sent to the forts would have to be the last. If he successfully causes unrest in the city, he will be able to infiltrate the castle and kill the Goblin King before the troops arrive. However, suddenly he looked down and noticed something strange. He saw a goblin woman walking down the street with her child, holding his hand. John was very surprised that there were families among the goblins. He looked at them closely, and saw that they were communicating with each other very kindly, like people. He then looked around the city again and noticed that it was full of small goblin children as well as regular workers. Then he saw a young goblin couple walking down the street. He was extremely surprised that in this city, goblins live the most ordinary lives. They eat, laugh, and even fall in love. At some point, he began to doubt that this was an illusion, and that the game system had created this map for the player. If we assume that this is a real place in the universe, then for them John is a monster. He realized that he was a terrible monster who simply appeared and began to cut up all of these goblins' fellows. At that moment he became curious about what that goblin had said before he died. All these guys fought him to the death. They fought until the last. Before they died, they looked at him with incredible hatred. They attacked him, their faces full of anger and malice. They hugged the corpses of their fallen comrades and cried over them. John killed countless goblins, but he didn't feel a drop of emotion because he thought it was just a game. However, now he felt incredibly terrible. He tried to convince himself that the goblins were just an illusion, and they would be resurrected when he returned to the waiting room. However, he also understood that no matter how many times he returned here, they would live exactly the same life as now, because it was written into the system. Then he decided that he was giving up and would not wreak havoc in the city. He decided that he had time before the troops that were sent after him arrived, so he would simply go to the castle and kill the king before they arrived. However, as he flew through the city, he tried to figure out how to find this very king. He tried to figure out where such an influential person could be, given the structure of the fortress. Then he suddenly noticed that a window in one of the towers was boarded up. He decided that the king must be there, and flew into that window, knocking it out along with the boards. He tried to protect himself from the glass shards using his wings. When he looked around, he realized that it was indeed a throne room. At the end of the room sat the king on a throne, and in front of him stood several adult goblins who, apparently, were his protectors. When the Goblin King saw the enemy, surprise appeared on his face. John noted that the king had 4 bodyguards. He assumed that they were strong enough, but he would quickly deal with them. He then used his shimmer emblem to deal with 4 goblins at once. After this he rushed towards the king without delay. As he walked, he drew his sword using the system to deal him a fatal blow. However, the king continued to sit in place. All he did was stretch out his hand in front of him. At this moment, the main character noticed something strange. When he looked closely, he realized that his sword was frozen a centimeter from the king's face. The goblin looked unperturbed and said something in his own language. John did not understand the goblin language, but assumed that the king had said that he would not resist. When he looked closely at the goblin, he realized that he had interpreted his words correctly. The protagonist told him that if he did not resist, he would arrange for his quick death. When the king nodded, John pierced his neck with his sword, causing the goblin to fall from his throne to the floor. The protagonist remained standing over his corpse, his face covered in blood that had gushed from the king's neck. When he turned around, he saw his bodyguards crying and shouting something in their own language. Then he looked around into the darkness and realized that there were goblin children hiding behind the columns that were in the throne room. When their eyes met, the little goblins immediately knew they had to get out of here. John tried to calm them down and told them that they could stay where they were because he didn't want to kill them. When the little goblins realized that he was talking to them, they began to cry loudly and scream in fear. John, although he did not understand the language of the goblins, the meaning of their words was obvious to him. At that moment, the system informed him that he had passed the 4th floor of training on hellish difficulty. For passing, he received a huge number of points. Some gods were disappointed in him, and some became interested in him. As it turned out, he would be given an additional reward proportional to his merits. Many gods wished to grant him the participation of their powers, instead of an additional reward. Now they had a vote, as not everyone was happy with John's passage. But in the end, everyone came to an agreement. When John accepted them as a gift, the system reported that he had received knowledge before the Babylonian time of the 5th level. Suddenly he realized that he now understood the language of the goblins. The goblin children who stood in front of him were shouting at him and telling him that God would punish him. When he realized that he could now communicate with them in the same language, he decided to tell them how it really was. He told the goblins that it wasn't his fault, as his training had tasked him to kill them, and he was simply forced to do so. But if he had the choice, he wouldn't be here. However, the goblins continued to shout and curse him for killing their respected father. At this point, John began to doubt that everything in this system was really written down from the start. He began to think that all this could be quite real. At that moment, the system informed him that the god of adventure had blinded him. Before the protagonist could react, he felt his vision disappear. The system told him that the goddess of slowness was furious, but there was nothing she could do about it, since he was literally falling into the abyss. When he woke up, he found himself in the clearing where he met Kirikiri. His vision returned to him, and he immediately called out to the girl. As it turned out, the girl was standing not far from him and looking into the distance. When she heard John's voice, she turned to face him. But there was no smile on her face this time. John clearly felt that the girl was actively avoiding him. Kirikiri then approached him and quietly asked if he was angry, and then apologized for her actions. But John assured her that he was not angry. However, Kirikiri still couldn't believe him because she thought he was still very angry at her. However, John understood her feelings and said that if he were in her place, he too would avoid someone who was covered in blood. He also warned her that if she didn't stop behaving like that, he would get really angry. John knew that this whole situation was getting out of control, and he didn't know what to do about it. He didn't understand what had happened, because after reading the notice his eyes darkened, and he was forcibly thrown here. Then he asked Kirikiri if the gods could use their powers on him. Previously he thought it was impossible. He didn't understand why the god of adventure did this, and why the god of slowness was furious. He then turned to Kirikiri and said that he had a lot of questions, and considering that he hadn't asked questions the last time, he could get a lot of information from her now. First he asked her to tell him about the gods, and to do it in detail. At some point the girl thought about what she should tell. She said that the gods are interested in the player because they want to see if he is qualified enough to become their apostle. It is difficult to attract the attention of the gods, and to remain an apostle is even more so, since for this you need to fulfill conditions that no one really knows anything about. However, John was an unprecedented case, and one day he would have to make a choice. When the protagonist heard this, he was surprised and did not understand what choice he would have to make. He assumed that he would have to choose whether to become an apostle or not. Then Kirikiri said that she would tell him a little about the god of slowness. She said that the god of slowness abilities were not limited to slowing down the speed of objects and living beings. She was the one who floated through the endless flow of time without a single hitch. At this point, John realized that he didn't understand the meaning of the last part, and then asked Kirikiri about the god of adventure. But the girl said that he had already reached the limit of his questions. John was unhappy that he had already used up 2 floors worth of questions, but he knew that information about the gods was expensive. Then he looked up at the sky and tried to make sense of what he had heard. He was pulled out of his thoughts by Kirikiri, who asked him if he understood everything. She warned him not to think too much. These words made John wonder. And then he remembered the goblins' words after he killed their king. Sadness and despair from the actions taken appeared on his face, but he agreed with the girl. After that, she offered him new things and told him which of them would suit him. She helped him choose new weapons, and thanks to her efforts, the protagonist bought more weapons than ever before. He bought Gladius, a sword blessed by a nameless god. Its hilt will not slip from the hand until the player himself wishes it to. He also now had the Wild Warrior's Shamshir, a single-edged blade used by riders that could not be affected by magical enhancements or sorcery. John settled on a normal-sized sword that he used often, and the second blade was twice his size. These weapons are used in different circumstances and fighting styles, and so they will both be useful to him in the near future. He had another weapon called the Punisher's Pistol, a pistol that fired powerful blasts that combined gunpowder and magic, but the weapon would break after 5 shots. Kirikiri told him that the gun was necessary to clear the 5th floor, so he bought it without thinking, and since he had to buy a shield as well, he used up all his points. These items were good, but John decided that next time he would buy a better shield when he earned more points. When the portal opened again in front of him, he thanked Kirikiri for her help. Then he waved to her and said that they would see each other next time. Kirikiri waved back and wished him luck, and reminded him to remember to bring her cake next time. Hearing this, John smiled, as he was just waiting for the girl to remind him of this. After some time, he found himself in the waiting room on the 5th floor with his new weapon. It took him a while to realize that he was actually on the 5th floor. Now John could no longer remember the faces of those he had met in the waiting room on the 1st floor. He decided he needed to clear his mind before going on stage. It's okay to challenge impulsively, but it's dangerous to fight your enemies without even sorting out your own thoughts. He thought about the question he had asked himself on the 4th floor. He wondered if these were real goblins. These goblins were different from the smelly goblins he imagined. They had their own society and even their own families. In addition, they had emotions, morality, mastery of basic technologies, and even ranks that they assigned to each other. The only difference between them and humans is their ugly appearance. And if all this was not prescribed by training, then all of John's actions on the fourth floor can be called murder. He killed them of his own free will and could not blame his training for his actions. Now he wondered why he killed them. He assumed he did it because the goblins attacked him. But in reality, he knew that was not the case. The goblins always defended themselves. They only occasionally rushed at him to drive him away. Looking back, it was safe to say that the goblins he had encountered were all focused on defense. Even in the boss room, they were only concerned with protecting the city. So the one who always started and ended the battle was John. He killed the goblins to get through the training because they stood in his way, so he killed them to get through. And even if he meets goblins again, he will do the same thing. He will kill them and move on, because this place is not a game. John heard that in his real world, monsters kill countless people. And if he becomes stronger in this place, then upon returning home, he will be able to save all people. He didn't think his goal was the noble salvation of all mankind, but he had family and friends and people he cared about. And he cared about them. However, he will only be able to return home after completing his training, and as long as he has a valid reason, he will continue to kill his enemies without hesitation. He was now clearly aware that the goblins were his enemies, and he had indeed attacked them first. But there was no hint of negotiation in their communication. If you think about it, the winner is the one who gets what he wants. Back in the days when he was a professional gamer, the only difference was that now his life was at stake, and the one who lost would die. Him or the goblin. So now was not the time to hesitate, for John had to do it or else he would die. He tried to convince himself that he had to kill without hesitation. However, he also wanted to try not to forget those who fell in his path. These doubts will not go away, and they will only accumulate. This problem cannot be solved so easily. He then remembered Kirikiri's words when she asked him not to think too much, and realized that even she was worried about him. John realized that this was not a question that had an easy answer, and it was not something that could be ignored. However, he was not going to give up and forget about it. He would just leave this issue for the future. He decided that he would continue to ask himself this question from time to time, so that doubts would begin to overwhelm him. In any case, he had plenty of time for this. Meanwhile, the story moves to the waiting room where the members of the so-called guild were located. Everyone there was in terrible moral and physical condition. All their food was taken away from them, and Oliver's henchmen were constantly watching to make sure they didn't hide anything. At this point, the two sisters hid behind one of the columns. A girl with a ponytail named Maria asked her sister Amanda not to do anything stupid, as they might get caught. However, Amanda only looked at her silently, calming her sister with just her gaze. Then she quietly turned to the system and opened the window she needed. At that moment they noticed that one of the guards was passing by them, holding a trident in his hands. And then the girls hid from him on the other side. After this, Amanda took a piece of dried meat out of the system and asked Maria to hide it in her clothes and eat it in pieces. They realized that the guards did not see them. Otherwise they would have beaten them if they had found out that the girls were opening the menu without their permission. These people took from them everything they could take. They were endowed with superhuman strength that could not be explained, and all players who resisted them were beaten half to death. The only difference between them is the recruitment wave. They were from the first wave, and Amanda and Maria were from the second. And those guys had already acquired some power through training, unlike them. They assumed that was why they weren't letting anyone out of the waiting room. Amanda thought to herself that she shouldn't have let them take her gun so easily. As she looked at the system, she thought about what the menu screen that appeared in front of her eyes looked like. There were portals leading to different worlds, an inventory with weapons, and also a status as if they were in a game. However, even so, all this was useless, because if this was a game, then they should have been given more information. However, now no one present here understood what kind of world this was and where they were now. They didn't know if there was a way to protect themselves from Oliver and his people, and what to do to become as strong as them. However, Amanda desperately knew that she needed information to get out of here. At that moment, one of the guards suddenly turned towards her and asked who gave her permission to open the menu. The girls turned towards the guard with horror on their faces, realizing that they had been spotted. Before they could do anything, the guards grabbed Amanda and began beating her. Oliver, who was watching all this, smiled broadly. He understood that such people would always be deceitful and unaware of their position. As the guard dragged Amanda towards him by her hair, Oliver said he would take the chance to teach her sister a lesson as well. However, Oliver was not always in this position. He was an ordinary player who was trying to pass the floors. After a number of attempts, he finally reached the room where the glowing pond was located. Oliver was very exhausted as this test was difficult for him and he could barely reach this room. Then he looked at the large iron doors that were at the other end of the corridor. He thought that now he would finally be able to pass this floor. But at that moment, a system message appeared in front of him. It said that the first test was completed and Oliver failed to clear the first floor. When the man saw this, he was shocked. He did not understand how this was even possible. However, before he could do anything, the system transported him back to the waiting room. He looked around and saw a few more people there. He realized that he was not the only one who could not clear the first floor. This news undoubtedly pleased him, and he began to feel less insignificant. Sometime after the start of the second test, new players entered the waiting room. Oliver knew that they were no different from him, that these people also could not get past the first floor. They were all at a loss, because no one explained to them what to do next. And looking at them, an idea came to the man's mind. He decided that in this hopeless situation, he needed to become a king to rule this world. The representative guild began clearing the second floor after taking control of the first floor waiting room. They took away the food from the newbies and taught a lesson to those who wanted to pass the floor on their own, making them an example for others. Dying in a waiting room is very difficult, but it is possible. Even if the time spent in the waiting room is over, you can return there after the second trial, before heading to the boss room. For 29 days, you will have to survive on your own. But at the end, Oliver will reap the sweet fruits of his labor. In this place, where his subjects brought him all their supplies, he felt like a real king. His slaves are the newbies, the cowards who lack the courage to continue their training under his guidance. If these slaves can pass the tests again, then his guild will have unlimited food, so they will be able to achieve stability. And if they have strength and food, Oliver will be in power of this guild forever. He could dominate the waiting rooms of the first floors of any complexity, and thus he would strengthen the position of his kingdom. This plan was not perfect, but the probability of failure was 0. Of course, he knew that there would be those who would want to destroy them, since slaves could send messages for help to higher ranked players. But he had a plan for that too. He intercepted all messages sent by players in his room and punished those who did so. If it was a man, he was tied to a pole and brutally beaten. and if it was a woman, she might also be raped. This was the fate that befell Amanda, and Maria was forced to watch what was done to her sister. Nevertheless, Oliver was pleased with himself and thought that this world was the best. Meanwhile, the story moves to the 5th floor waiting room where John was. He noted that on the 4th floor his level had increased by as much as 2 units, and the rate of his growth was simply incredible. His skills had also improved quite a bit. But he was sorry that his resilience skill had remained unchanged. Apparently they could have improved if he had deliberately lost and tried again. He also received a message that the goddess of copper activity was furious, but now it was not displayed in the system. John realized that the message was lost because the goddess was no longer angry with him. At that moment, he received another personal message, and the main character wondered who it was this time. The message had the name Carl on it, and then the hero realized that he had heard that name somewhere before. He realized that he had seen this name in the community before, and now he was wondering what was going on. When he opened the letter, he saw that it was full of words of praise. Carl praised the protagonist for having already reached the 5th floor. John calmly told him that he had just arrived here, but Carl said that other players couldn't even get past the 2nd floor of hell difficulty, and even those on hard difficulty were having trouble on the 3rd floor. Although John replied that he was just lucky, he realized that if he didn't have the willpower skill, it would have been difficult to reach the 5th floor. Looking at the community tab, he thought that people didn't know about this skill, so he kept it quiet. Then Carl suddenly asked him if he knew about the representative guild. At that moment, John realized that these were the same guys who had sent him the invitation earlier, and noted that it was all quite suspicious. Then Carl informed him that apparently these bastards were taking food from the newcomers. At this point, John realized that his guess was correct and these guys were real psychos. Carl continued and said that lately, they have been trying to recruit high-ranking players. John asked him why they were doing this, but Carl said he wasn't sure but would look into it further. The hero asked how he could help, and then Carl said that he was very glad that John wanted to help them. He then asked John if he knew anything about the Day of the Great Assembly. In response, the hero said that he received information about the Day of the Great Gathering from Kirikiri, the manager of Hell Difficulty. The Day of the Great Gathering is the first event in the tutorial, where players from all difficulty levels will gather. This was the only information John had. Then Carl informed him that the Day of the Great Assembly would soon arrive. He then asked John to keep their communication a secret, as he was not sure who was in the representative guild and who was not. After they finished talking, John thought about how the guys from the guild would also be at the grand gathering, and he wondered what they were up to since they were recruiting high-ranking players. If the boss room on the 5th floor is huge, then he should prepare well, as he does not intend to lose to anyone who stands in his way, be it monster or humans. The day of the Great Assembly was approaching, and so John knew he had to prepare. He soon arrived on the 5th floor, where he was met by another monster that looked like a huge lizard. However, this lizard was quite unusual, as it was human-like in its silhouette. Nevertheless, the main character easily dealt with all the enemies that stood in his way. He had to fight 2 lizards at the same time, but he dodged their attacks. He then used his wings to strike them from behind. At this moment the lizard felt that it was close to defeat. The main character stepped on her tail, thereby preventing her from moving and jumping. The lizard then extended its trident to strike the protagonist in the head. However, John used his combat concentration skill and jumped away from the lizard in time. After that, he immediately used the flicker emblem, and in an instant, he was next to her. Before the monster could even lift anything, the protagonist stabbed her in the chest. The lizard's body fell to the ground, and then the protagonist was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He still couldn't get used to the Shamshir and realized that he needed a mentor. He assumed that it was all because of his condition. He had been on the 5th floor for 2 days already. The monsters on the 5th floor are humanoid lizards and geckos. They are more aggressive than goblins. They didn't use any defensive equipment, but compared to the goblins, the lizards were more hostile and stronger, so it wasn't easy for him. He thought it was relatively easy due to the level up on the 4th floor. Suddenly, John realized that he had passed the boss rooms of the 3rd and 4th floors without any losses. That was why the 5th floor seemed quite easy to him, and he thought it would be a good idea to use this time to get used to the new weapon. He needs to get used to the Shamshir before moving on to the next floor. But for today, he has already done everything he wanted. Now he needs to prepare for the Day of the Great Assembly. It was a bit of a surprise to him that of all the resilience skills, the easiest one to use was burn resistance. It was difficult to get into an environment where heat resistance or cold resistance could be applied, and it was also difficult to increase the level of paralysis resistance, since the level of the pain resistance skill was already high, and frostbite resistance required increasing the level of items, which was troublesome. The level of resistance to burns can be increased by using heated seats, which are the most efficient way to sit and kill time. When the main character looked at the community tab, he realized that there was real chaos going on there. There were a lot of comments, and they appeared so quickly that he did not have time to read them. Moreover, the Guild of Representatives suddenly became quiet. The people writing the comments were excited, and apparently they have nothing to do with the Representative Guild. A few hours ago, a high-ranking one posted information about the Great Gathering Day in the community. This news started a bit of a chain reaction within the community, and now those who communicated through the community tab and did not know each other will be able to meet. For those who are on the brink of life and death, this is the most peaceful event. For those risking their lives, this news is like rain in a drought. However, the main character still doubted that this event would go smoothly. Although he was looking forward to meeting people in such a pleasant atmosphere, he was still nervous. Soon he received an announcement that the Great Assembly Day would last 24 hours, and he could enter. The system also announced that there would be a forced entry in 5 hours. John noted that they thought about those who were currently fighting, and did this so that they would not be able to miss this event. He then noticed that time had paused while the event was going on. Apparently the creators didn't want to waste the time allotted for the monsters. When the portal opened in front of the main character, he immediately decided to go inside. He jumped into the opened passage and immediately began to be carried somewhere far away. Soon he found himself in a clearing that looked like the place where he had met Kirikiri. The system welcomed him to the Day of the Great Gathering, and informed him that all attacks would have limitations. All injuries and wounds to the player would be healed. When the protagonist got to his feet, he thought that Kirikiri should be here, but he didn't see her anywhere. When he looked towards the hill, he saw that there were already a lot of people there, talking to each other and looking quite happy. He walked past them, and they seemed not to pay any attention to him. John noted that it was quite busy here, and he hadn't seen so many people in one place for a long time. Now he understood what the Day of the Great Assembly really was. Suddenly a man wearing gloves approached him and asked John for an autograph. When the main character turned around, he saw a young guy in front of him who introduced himself as Carl. He said that he was a fan of John since the time when he was a professional gamer. At that moment, John realized that this was the same guy he had been communicating with via correspondence. Then John told him with displeasure that he had been in the folder for a long time. But Carl laughed and said that he should have said so earlier. Then the main character asked him what about those bastards from the representatives. Carl replied that they hadn't arrived yet. They were discussing finding new victims with high-ranking players, and he thought they would arrive later. However, John did not understand why everything was happening this way. Because all the players should be free, since the time spent in the waiting room of the third test and the glass of the victim and the attackers should be separated. But they are still not there. Carl explained that there were a lot of those guild bastards on the second floor. When the third trial was over, they would return to the waiting room on the first or second floor. Then John realized that it would be difficult to avoid meeting the guild players. When they turned around, they saw a group of people approaching them. The boys realized that these were the very ones they were talking about. These were high-ranking guys who gathered in one group. Carl advised John to be careful, as he was sure that the guild had informants among these guys. However, he wanted to know for sure and asked John how strong he was compared to them. The main character thought for a moment, and then confidently said that he was damn strong. Meanwhile, the day of the great gathering continued. This was the first event where all the players gathered in one place. John and Carl were looking for those who were spreading false rumors, namely, the Representatives Guild. The protagonist asked his friend if he thought there were any guild members among those players. However, Carl said he doubted it very much. However, if there are any guild members among those passing the upper floors, it will become a problem. So the protagonist decided to give them time to talk to each other. He also remembered that when he got here, he saw a warning that he shouldn't attack other players. At that moment, he wondered if it was possible to hurt himself. He summoned his sword to strike his hand, however. As soon as he wanted to do so, the sword seemed to bounce off to the side. John realized that some unknown force was protecting their bodies from harm. Even though he had injured himself, the wound healed instantly, so attacking with the sword was useless. Then John decided to hit himself in the palm of his hand with his fist. However, he didn't feel any pain at all, only the feeling remained that he had hit something. Then he decided to use another method, and decided to strangle himself. He squeezed his neck with all his might with his hand, but suddenly his hand seemed to be thrown back by some unknown force. Something pushed his hand away, and the feeling of suffocation immediately disappeared. And if he had such a reaction now, then it means that during a chokehold there will be something similar. So they had a player safety threshold after which the system starts to push the hand away. At that moment, Carl approached him and said that they needed to talk, but John did not seem to recognize him. Carl was a little upset that his new comrade had already forgotten his name. At that moment the hero thought that Carl was really a good guy. He helps others without any benefit for himself. And despite his responsiveness, he constantly forgot his name, because he had too commonplace an appearance. When they decided on this issue, John suggested simply telling the community what the Representatives Guild was doing, but Carl said that doing so would put the informant in danger. The informant is the player who informed Carl that he was being held in the guild and abused. He was imprisoned and became a victim of the guild. Then Carl said that the passage will continue, and he'd better find a way to identify these people. To which John replied that it is not easy. The possibilities of intervention of players of different difficulty levels are limited. You said it right that the Guild of Representatives gathers players from all difficulty levels. There are also about 10 people at the average level, and they should also be found at the difficult level. Oliver was the leader of the guild, and either he would be able to control them all, or his comrades would kill him as soon as the time came. Apparently many would want to be in power. John thought to himself that he was much stronger than all those gathered here, and this could only be understood by looking at them. If in real life the powerful of this world can be identified by their branded clothes, then here it can be identified by their weapons, equipment, gait, behavior, and social skills also say a lot. Based on the information he received from people at other levels, it was certain that the difference in skills was enormous, and the atmosphere at different levels was also different. As he looked around the clearing, he noticed that people seemed to have relaxed a little. On the easy difficulty level they give few points, and the passage there is easier. Therefore, there is less danger there. At the mid-level you could get enough points to buy food, and there were those who were just trying to survive. There are those like Core who take the initiative and come up with strategies. Now people like him are setting the tone throughout the game by taking and exchanging information, and enlisting the support of other people. At the difficult level, the atmosphere itself is very specific. Most people are stuck on the first and second levels. Even though information about the third level has already spread, only a few people were able to successfully pass it. This is the result of a combination of a high probability of returning to the starting point for treatment and low attack efficiency. And therefore all these people know each other well. Among them, the ones who passed the third level stood out the most. John assumed that they were simply tired of passing, because they always had very gloomy faces. After some time, John decided to take up the task of explaining to other players why they needed to level up this or that characteristic. The guys kept asking him how to raise the skill. One of them wanted to raise the burn resistance skill, and then the hero answered that to raise the resistance level, you just need to touch something hot and endure it. He took the hot thing and squeezed it in his fist, saying that this is how they needed to do it. The other players were shocked. They assumed that John must be very hot and offered to bring him some water to cool his hand. However, John said that health is restored automatically here anyway, so there is no need to fuss so much. But this is how you can increase your resistance skill. Then Carl asked him what his resistance level was now, to which John replied that he had level 4 in heat and cold, and level 7 in fire. When the other players heard this, horror appeared on their faces, as this guy seemed like an absolute monster to them. At that moment, Carl put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to look away. When the boys turned around, they saw that the head of the Representatives Guild had entered the clearing. Behind him walked his henchmen with weapons in their hands. Then the main character realized that apparently these were the members of the Representatives Guild. Carl wanted to turn to Oliver, but John asked him to stop. However, Oliver managed to approach Carl and asked if he really had some business with him. The guy firmly replied that he had something to say to the scoundrel. He said he heard that their guild was taking food and water from other players. Moreover, they hinder the players' progress and attack them. In response to this, Oliver just laughed and asked if he had any evidence. He said that Carl had to provide him with evidence of his words, and then the guy realized that he was at a dead end. He said he heard about it in the chat, but Oliver laughed and said he was accusing people based on rumors alone. At this point, a small group of players approached Oliver and addressed him as their senior. At this point, John noted that the guild had gathered many people with high ratings. They themselves only had a few people with high average ranks, including himself, and they only had a few normal ones, and everyone else was average and hard. The main character also paid attention to the people who were standing behind Oliver. He assumed that these were their victims who were from the normal level. They looked scared. And then the protagonist realized that the problem was much bigger than he thought. Among them, he noticed a young girl with blonde hair who appeared to be looking at him. At that moment, he realized that this was apparently a sign, and that she wanted to tell him something. At that moment, the girl suddenly jumped up from her seat and rushed towards Carl and John. When Oliver saw this, he reached out his hand to stop her, but he didn't have time. He ordered her to stop, but Maria ignored his words and ran towards the main character. Oliver was close to grabbing her, but at that moment John used his emblem and intercepted the girl. He looked at her in surprise and asked what she was up to. Not long before, when Maria came to the clearing, she saw John and thought that this was definitely the same guy she had heard about. He stood apart and was not at all nervous. He was different from those around him. His appearance was different from everyone else's because his things were not from the real world. At that moment she realized that she had no more time and this event was her last chance. The thing is, Oliver killed her sister, and before she died, she gave her all the information she could get. It was all sorts of information from the world of learning, but it was not information worth dying for. However, Maria remembered this information so clearly, as if the words were engraved in her memory. Related to this data was information about a man named John, who was the only survivor on Hell difficulty. He posted a lot in the community and many people started to think he was a hypocrite, but he posted a lot of useful information on the traps for newbies. Now he had teamed up with normal difficulty players. Most of the people who treated him like a hypocrite were actually normal difficulty players. Maria didn't know why he had teamed up with them, but it seemed like these people had earned his trust. At some point, the girl noticed that John was looking into her eyes. She began to think that he knew she was an informant, but either way the situation wouldn't be resolved until he took action. To catch these bastards, she needed John's help. However, Maria also understood that she didn't have time to think of a plan. First she needed to join this guy. Then she suddenly jumped up and ran towards John. Oliver tried to grab her clothes, but was unable to reach them. Before the girl could be grabbed, the main character ran up to her and took her in his arms. At some point, Maria was taken aback, because she thought that her plan was about to fail. John thought to himself that in the old days, when he had solved problems in front of people, the situation had become more difficult. And if he had interfered, the problem had gotten worse and had caused inconvenience to others. So being a professional player, he didn't strive to be the team captain. But in this world, he couldn't stay away. So when he grabbed the girl, he asked her what she was doing. But at that moment, they heard a loud cough behind them. As it turned out, Oliver fell to his knees and clutched his stomach, his face distorted in pain, and he asked John what he had just done. As it turned out, he was hit by the shockwave from using the emblem, and then Oliver started screaming, asking how dare he just hit people in front of everyone. His henchmen who were standing behind him supported their leader, and said that they needed to teach this guy a lesson. However, at that moment, the main character summoned his wings, preparing to defend himself from attacks at any moment. He turned to the guild and said that they could try to attack him if they weren't afraid. Oliver and his assistants looked in horror at the guy who had huge wings appearing on his back. However, John asked them not to be surprised, saying that these were ordinary trifles. Then Oliver tried to laugh it off. He said that it was some kind of misunderstanding and he would explain everything now. He promised to tell him everything he knew if he would give him just 5 minutes. At this point, his people began to become disillusioned with their leader because he had become weak. John agreed and flew into the air, saying that now they would sort out this misunderstanding, and Oliver might feel a little pain, but in this place it was impossible to harm another person. He hit him, saying that he could consider this an increase in pain tolerance, and he should try to endure it. When Oliver realized he had been hit, he shouted to his men to deal with this guy quickly. One of them took his sword in his hands and rushed at John with a loud cry. However, the protagonist intercepted his hand and quickly twisted it, breaking all of the guy's bones. The guy suddenly recoiled from the main character and screamed in pain, since there was practically nothing left of his hand. At that moment, John realized that the system had activated a protective function. In literally an instant, the guy's arm returned to normal, and then John jumped over him without rushing at the rest of the guild members. One of them, a man with an axe, was ready to fight back against the attacker. John noted to himself that his build was similar to that of the goblin instructor, but his pose was very awkward. Then he kicked him in the stomach with all his might, throwing him aside. He thought to himself that even if the system softened the blows, they still caused damage, and that was enough to catch one ugly pig. Then he slapped him, not giving him time to come to his senses. After that, he threw him on the grass, and he seemed to lose consciousness. His neck was twisted, but thanks to the system it quickly returned to its place. He looked at his opponent and noted that, as he had suspected, the player's defense system was flawed. Hands, internal organs, neck. These are the places where blows pass. In this case, the system neutralizes and also distributes the force of the blow. Due to the limitations of the system, it is not possible to use bone-only strikes and choke techniques often, but if you aim for a vital point and strike instantly, the system will not react. At this point, the protagonist noted that Carl had already gathered people and approached the guild members from behind, and now they had nowhere to run. He realized that no matter how much they ran away from him, he would definitely catch them all. At this moment, one of the high-ranking players suddenly jumped on him, asking what skill he used. John didn't expect to be attacked by someone who was slightly stronger than his previous opponents. He noted that it was a man named Mark. He was on level 6 of normal difficulty. Then Mark laughed and said that John wasn't the only one with skills. In response to this, John just laughed and said that Mark could try to hit him if he was trained, and he would give him a head start. The main character began to think to himself about what kind of skill this guy might have. He guessed that it might be a boosted series, and if so, it might have an instant acceleration effect like the goblin instructor. He then asked Mark again to attack if he had finished preening. He didn't understand why Mark was stalling if he claimed to have a unique skill. Then the guy took out his weapon and hit the main character with one hand. John dodged his attack and realized that the guy was accelerating the spear as he struck. Then he took advantage of the moment and struck him in the stomach with his sword. Mark did not expect such a quick attack and felt that he was losing. At that moment, John realized that, as he had suspected, slashing attacks also counted as strikes. He disarmed this guy very easily and therefore couldn't believe that he was in the top 5 players ranking. Then he turned around and looked again at the frightened Oliver and his men. He asked them what they thought about him taking charge of their upbringing. At that moment, Oliver felt fear begin to grip him. After a while, the main character lay down on the grass to rest a little. The cool breeze made his mood not so bad, and he considered this a great place to sleep. He realized that it would be ideal if he couldn't hear the sounds of the fighting that was happening in the background. Suddenly, the system informed him that his sword skill had been raised to level 7. John understood that his opponents were weak, so he could experiment a little. His swordsmanship had been developed passively until now for the purpose of avoidance, and so even against strong enemies he blocked everything with a shield, choosing the moment, aiming at a vital point and hitting it at high speed. However, this time the opponents were too weak, so he was able to try out various sword attacks on them. He noted that he would like to practice a little more. However, these guys who were now fighting among themselves were afraid to even approach him. As soon as he started to deal with them, Carl immediately began to help him. He himself did not fight, but simply stood ready with a rope. He caught and tied up the players who were beaten by John, and like the main character, He was in favor of a forceful solution to the conflict. After they dealt with everyone, they had a question about what to do with them next. And then Maria came forward again. She also suffered from the guild, and was the one who provided information to Carl. She proposed a plan to neutralize the guild's activities. The representative's best option would be to send the guild members from the first floor to the second, and warn everyone about possible retaliation from them. To prevent this from happening again, she suggested that, as punishment, they conduct training for new arrivals, using the guild members as punching bags. In addition, through training, the victims will get rid of their fear of the guild, unite and learn to fight. Having finished the discussion, Maria gathered everyone together and told them about all the dark deeds of the guild and its representatives, and about all those who suffered at their hands. She also asked everyone to show understanding, including those who had not had direct contact with the guild, and to send support to the victims and punish the culprits together. In her speech, she was able to convince the victims to be more courageous and unite. Carl and the other players stepped back, allowing Maria to take control, and by doing so, they showed everyone that they supported her. Thus, they decided to act according to her plan. So now, everyone dispersed and began training, using the guild members as training equipment, and the rankers helped them in this. Of course, there were some complaints about the ethics of this plan, but no one had a better idea, so that's where it all ended. There was no work for John in this regard, so he did nothing. He just counted the hours that remained until the end of the event, and wanted to use this time usefully to sleep. However, at that moment he heard someone approaching him from behind. When he saw Maria behind him, he immediately noted that she had tried hard. The girl looked at him silently and seemed to want to tell him something. Then she silently sat down on the grass next to him. At that moment, John felt that he was rather awkward being here next to her. Then Maria suddenly spoke up and thanked the protagonist for his support. She expressed gratitude on behalf of her sister and the other victims. When John heard this, he was surprised that she had a sister and wondered if she had friends, or at least someone she got along with. Then Maria said that it was a little indecent, but she would like to tell him something else. Then Maria began her story. She told about everything up until today. She talked about what happened before the training, how she survived, and how her sister died. After the story, she turned to John and asked him to lend her his power. She admitted that it was a very bold request, and she had no authority to ask for such a thing. But she promised to definitely repay him for it. However, he was concerned about what she meant when she asked him to borrow his power. He thought that she wanted him to train her, but Maria explained that if it was possible, she would like to receive the power right now. When the protagonist realized what she needed, he handed her one of his weapons, namely a pistol. He said it was a magic gun that fired explosive bullets at a short range. There were only 5 bullets, but there were no restrictions on its use, and it was also quite powerful. The girl asked him how powerful it was, but John said that he had never used it before, and the girl could try it out and fire it herself. Then Maria said that she promised that she would live her life for others and fight to protect people, thus she would repay his debt. Then he saw that she was heading somewhere to the side. John wanted to stop her, but the girl no longer listened to him. She quietly told him that she wanted to test the gun right now. Meanwhile, the rest of the players were training on the guild members, with Oliver, of course, getting the worst of it. The other boys laughed at him and tried to hit him as hard as they could. Oliver was extremely angry, and until the very end, he hoped that he would eventually take revenge on everyone who had bullied him. He felt like he was going crazy, but he hoped until the very end that he could get out of here. However, when he looked up, he realized that Maria was standing above him, holding a pistol in her hands. He was surprised that this girl had come back here and now wanted to do something with him. Maria looked at him with a cold gaze and tried her best to contain the emotions that were overwhelming her. At that moment, John came up behind them and tried to understand what she was trying to do. The girl opened the window and took out a small bottle from there. The protagonist noted that it was a bottle of lubricant, but he wondered where she got it from. The girl coated her thumb with lubricant and extended it towards Oliver. The man was horrified when he realized that the girl was planning something terrible. He begged her to stop, but she did not listen. Then she pressed her thumb to his eye and inserted it into his eye socket. She continued to press with all her might with her finger, and with her other hand she put the gun to his face. Oliver continued to scream in pain, but Maria did not stop. Having opened his eye socket wide enough, she inserted the barrel of the gun into it. After that, she shot him in the head, and, as if nothing had happened, turned around and left. John realized that she had given this guy an instant death. She had shot him through the eye so that the healing effect of the system did not have time to work. He looked at Maria, whose face was covered in Oliver's blood, and she said indifferently that it was a perfectly usable gun. John thought to himself that this girl was off her rocker, and even more so than his own. After Maria's revenge was accomplished, her face showed no emotion, neither joy nor sadness. She pointed her pistol at the sky with indifference and made an announcement. This is how a group called the Security Squad was created to monitor the security of the Korean server. Meanwhile, 2 days have passed since the signing of the agreement. The main character was originally going to resume the attack on the 5th floor after the end of the event, but then postponed this plan to help with the creation of server guards. Many of the victims became members of this squad, some of whom decided to join Maria even before the agreement was signed. Of course, not everyone was delighted with the girl's actions, but many normal and hard-level players still joined the squad under the influence of her courage. Those who helped deal with the representative guild, including John and Carl, also joined the ranks of the guards. The Guardians of Order wanted to establish such rules to guarantee minimum protection and ensure the safety of all players. It was necessary to take care of weak, low-level players. They focused on aggressive attacking groups, so they made a list of basic rules. These included not using violence against other players, not guessing at other players, not stealing, and respecting the will of other players. Some objected to the type of punishment for breaking the rules, but they still continued and drew up an internal order for the guards. And that is how the story ended. 3 more central members of the representative guild were executed. It was decided to keep an eye on the rest in the future. Executions with firearms and one-sided violence left strong marks on their psychological state. However, John was confident that these people would not think about retribution. He thought about it, but in the end there were still players who refused to clear and stayed on the first floor to prevent this from happening in the future. And it finally became clear to everyone that newcomers needed instruction and an explanation of the rules. Carl decided to do this. He will post the necessary information and materials in the game community. So, on the night of the 2nd day, everything ended. The hero thought to himself that because of everything that was happening, his head was hurting badly. He even thought that he would die. Since this kind of activity was clearly not for him, John realized that the most suitable place for him was here, at the entrance to the boss's room. He was on the 5th floor and decided that now that he was used to the one-sided sword, it was time for him to complete this level. Although it was nerve-wracking, he was confident in his abilities and believed that everything would work out. Carefully opening the door, he peered inside to see what awaited him. As soon as the door opened, He noticed a bright flash of light that blinded him for a moment. John froze, trying to understand what was happening behind the door. When the flash cleared, he saw a lizard sitting on the floor in front of him, with its back to him. Looking closer, he noticed that her mouth was open and saliva was flowing out of it. John was surprised to meet representatives of the lizards here again. Suddenly, the system announced that the test would begin in 30 seconds. John assumed he needed to defeat this lizard growth, but he was surprised that the battle would be one-on-one. Before this, he had to fight hordes of goblins. The system has clarified the goal: to defeat the gloomy shadow warrior Idiltar. When the battle began, John took out his weapon and shield. The lizard was in no hurry to get up. She took the trident in her hands and said something in her own language. Then she turned sharply and looked at John, assessing him with her eyes. For a moment John froze, not understanding why the lizard was acting so strangely. He assumed that being a grim warrior, she would not attack first. He realized that the lizard was watching him, and from its stance it was clear that this was no ordinary monster. The atmosphere in the room was different too. This was the first monster that approached the fight with thought, and John felt he had to proceed with caution. He believed that their strength was approximately equal, and this lizard was clearly not stronger than him. Looking at her more closely, he noticed the expression on her face. Although she seemed to be drooling, he doubted that was possible. Plucking up his courage, John decided to see what the lizard was capable of. The story moves to the future, where John has contacted the young girl who spoke to him from the waiting room. She reported that Kirikiri recommended the items to her: a gun with a chance of insects, a spray can, smoke bombs, and a quick elixir. John thought about it when he heard this list. He then replied that although the items were a bit expensive, she should buy them all. The girl asked if it was worth using all the points sent, as she was told not to rely too much on items. John agreed, but noted that the boss of the 5th floor was very strong, and when he passed this floor for the first time, he was much stronger than he expected. The story returns to the present moment. The battle between the lizard and John begins. John noticed an unusual expression on her face. He thought she was nervous, so she took a defensive stance. He knew lizards were proud and warlike, but this one was focused on defense. This was not the same lizard as the lizard man nicknamed the Gloomy. John decided to attack first. At this point he spoke to the lizard in its own language, saying that he was strong and had never met such an outstanding opponent. The lizard was so surprised that he began to hesitate. This was the effect of the Tower of Babel knowledge skill. It not only translated the monster's language, but also gave the ability to influence their emotions. The lizard replied that strength was shown in calmness and fighting spirit, and it would be an honor for her to fight John, not regretting if she died in battle. John looked at her face again and noticed that she was smiling. He realized that she was pretending not to care, but he could see her emotions thanks to his skill. When the lizard realized that the man understood her, she was a little surprised. She acknowledged his strength and said it was a pity he was born a human. She stated that she had not met such strong opponents for a long time, and, to show respect, she offered him to attack her first 3 times. John thought it was a great idea. It would give him a head start. He understood that in a real battle, counterattack and defense were more important, but he still decided to take advantage of the offer. John summoned his wings and prepared to show the lizard the consequences of her choice. He used a deadly combination of Talaria's electro wings. In an instant, the full force of the blow was directed into the lizard's body, cutting it in half. John was surprised by what happened. The lizard seemed to have exposed itself. He realized that she had seen his electrical attack and dodged it, perhaps possessing the ability to think faster and concentrate in combat. However, it was not a fatal attack. The lizard regrouped and attacked him from above. John noted that the lizard was operating from a long distance, and it had not deceived him about 3 attacks. He had never encountered an enemy that could be affected by wings before, and he thought he would encounter an enemy with a powerful strike force, but this lizard anticipated his attacks and avoided them. The lizard said that he was truly an unusual person, and she even wanted to make him her husband. John was stunned by these words. He thought he had misheard, as this was the first lizard woman he had ever met. However, when he looked at her face, he noticed a slight blush on her cheeks, which horrified him. He was so scared that he threw all his weapons at her, trying to dismember her before she got to him. He thought to himself that he had unknowingly dropped the sword, but this lizard simply recovered no matter how hard he hit it. He then decided that he needed to create a hole in her defense and rushed at her again, but the lizard struck back. John was horrified because he had never seen such a blow before. When he turned around, he realized that she was trying to hit him with her powerful tail. At that moment, he saw a chance to counterattack and hit her in the face with his shield. Then it was the lizard's turn, and it tried to hit him with its trident. After that, they jumped away from each other because they needed to catch their breath. The main character thought to himself that this lizard was incredibly strong. Her technique allows her to aim and strike even after serious injuries, and she is also well aware of gaps in defense, so she does not lose the initiative. When the protagonist looked into the lizard's eyes, he saw again that her cheeks were turning red. And at that moment, he realized that her expression made him even more scared than the battle with her, and at some point he even wanted to turn off the knowledge of the Tower of Babel for a while. At that moment, the lizard suddenly raised its hand and seemed to wave at him. She said that she had been longing to meet a strong male for a long time, so she thought that they could overcome the barrier between levels, and suggested trying to conceive a child. John was taken aback again, not knowing how to react to such a proposal. He couldn't believe that this lizard was actually offering him such things. However, when he looked at her face, he even began to think that this reptile was mocking him. The lizard suddenly laughed and said that her name was Idaltara, but the protagonist could just call her Ida. Then she asked his name. At that moment, the protagonist used combat concentration and asked her why he suddenly had to tell his name to some lizard. He decided that he needed to focus on the fight. He had no choice but to fight and win. He thought that the lizard's accelerated reaction was the effect of its skill, and now he was thinking about how he could attack it. Then suddenly Ida grabbed her weapon and asked John why he was rejecting her. The protagonist asked if he had any reason not to do it and called her crazy. At that moment, an awkward silence hung between them. Then suddenly the lizard became furious and started screaming, asking John how dare he reject her. However, the main character continued to stand his ground and called the lizard crazy. Ida said that he was being too rude and that it was wrong to judge someone by their appearance. John thought to himself that he hadn't said anything about her appearance, but apparently she had problems with self-esteem. However, he decided that he should concentrate, since this lizard was different from the others. She had strength, speed, and skill with a spear, and above all, she had an attitude toward combat that was vastly different from that of her kind. Unlike her brethren, she is calmer and her fighting style is much more effective. She clearly sees the enemy's attack, dodges it, and then pauses and counterattacks. She is able to notice and disperse his electrical attacks due to her phenomenally fast reaction, and physical attacks are also not a threat to her, as she can restore damaged body parts. Incredible speed and unique thinking may be the result of some skill, but dodging and recovery are automatic, and in any case, the recovery skill has a big minus. The thing is, it doesn't last long. And after John threw his sword at her and attacked her with his shield, she took damage, so it turns out that this skill can't be used constantly. At that moment, John found the answer to his question. First he needed to carry out a normal attack, let it recover, and then immediately strike with lightning, and end it. Then Ida started talking again, and told John that he was going too far. She screamed and said that since this was the case, she would make him stay with her. At some point, the main character thought that this lizard had yandere syndrome, and he didn't know what else to do to make her happy. Then suddenly the lizard rushed at him with its mouth open, growling loudly. John knew she was blinded by rage, and he had to thank her for going into the attack so recklessly. The lizard held out its trident in front of itself and intended to hit the protagonist with it. John was shocked by how powerful her attack was, and knew he didn't have time to dodge it. Then he decided to use the combat concentration skill. He watched in horror as the trident approached him and held his shield out in front of him. Watching the lizard's actions, he decided to see what it was capable of. As it turned out, the lizard easily pierced his shield with its trident. However, at that moment the hero took advantage of the opportunity, jumped up and struck the lizard's hand. The blow was so strong that her arm simply flew to the side, separating from her body. This made Ida even more furious, and she again rushed at the protagonist. Then he used the shimmer emblem and moved from her to another place. At that moment the lizard suddenly stopped and, remaining with the hand, grabbed what was left of her left hand. Then John was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He realized that they had now exchanged attacks. But because she had used recovery, everything had not gone according to plan. However, the lizard would still be seriously injured. He originally wanted to cut off its arm, so if he continued to fight like this, he might be able to win. At this point, Ida turned to him again and said once again that he was overdoing it. She said that he had just tried to kill her. If she had hesitated a little, then not only her hand would have suffered. John thought to himself that there was no point in denying this fact. Then the lizard continued, saying that if he continued like this, she would stop perceiving him as a guy and would simply kill him. When John looked at her more closely, he realized that the lizard's body seemed to have not increased in size. In just a few moments, she had become several times larger, and all her clothes now did not fit her in size. John thought that she was entering the second phase. Once the lizard was ready, it rose to its feet and looked resolutely at its opponent. At that moment, John felt the earth shaking under his feet. Now the lizard became even stronger than before. She kicked the floor with all her might, and it began to crack, causing the main character to fall. He also thought that his shield was close to breaking. Looking at Ida again, he realized that she definitely looked like a boss monster now. At this moment, the lizard once again rushed to attack, using its remaining arm. The main character had to retreat from such a strong blow, and he felt that he was already running into a wall. He wasn't sure how long he could last. He had used the shimmer emblem too much, and there were about 2 times left. At that moment, Ida hit the wall with all her might, near which the main character was standing. Her blow was so strong that the wall simply broke into stones. At this moment, the protagonist took advantage of the opportunity and summoned his weapon. He then plunged it into the lizard's chest while it was busy striking. After that, he summoned his wings and flew past her, holding a weapon in his hands. However, the lizard continued to attack him from a distance, and then John realized that it really wanted to kill him. However, he had no intention of staying, so he jumped into the air, screamed loudly, and prepared for another attack. However, he soon landed, his wings dispersed, and he told Ida that she was indeed strong. The lizard asked him if he had changed his mind. At that moment, an idea came into the protagonist's head. He froze in place and asked her to give him time. Then the lizard heard this and was confused and asked what he was talking about. John explained that her proposal was so sudden that he was confused and needed time to think about it. He decided that this was the best thing to say to someone when you didn't want to turn them down, since he had heard about it from the younger guys at the university. Then Ida asked him how much time he needed. John noted that the lizard quickly calmed down after his words. Apparently, in her eyes he was really handsome, so he answered her that he needed just a little time. Everything worked out well for him, because eventually, the lizard stopped. He understood that she had gone completely mad, and it was unknown when she would go berserk again. So he turned to the system and decided to first restore his strength with the help of the elixir of healing and restoration of strength. After that, he decided to change his weapon to another. The lizard then asked him if he had thought about it, and John replied that she needed to wait a little longer, because he needed to concentrate. He picked up his shamshir and looked confidently towards Ida. When he practiced this technique in the waiting room, the failure rate was 90%. If he failed, the lizard would immediately start fighting back. The electricity attack was quite a difficult task, and John thought he had no choice but to use it at the same time as Talaria's wings. However, he had one more backup option. He could use a weapon, but simply using a sword to attack by crossing it with his opponent's sword was somehow not worthy. In that case, he needs to combine this attack with the use of wings, and perhaps he will succeed. The speed of the swinging ball of electricity is 2 things that need to be put together, and then quickly get to the lizard and cut it down. At this moment, the lizard realized that the main character was preparing for something, but did not have time to react. Then John used a skill called Electro Carnage and cut the lizard in half. Her body was blown to pieces and her blood gushed all over the room. The protagonist then turned around, preparing to strike again. He called for his wings, and before Ida could react, she saw them coming straight towards her face. He struck her with his wings in different parts of her body, not allowing her to recover and counterattack. There was confidence on the protagonist's face, and he didn't even notice that the lizard's tail had gotten right up to his leg. She took advantage of the moment and knocked the protagonist down, thus putting an end to his concentration. John felt a great deal of pain, and then he too was struck by electricity, which was transmitted to his body through the lizard's tail. After that, they both fell to the floor, practically lifeless. After a while, John was finally able to get up and ask the lizard how she was feeling. However, Ida remained silent. When he looked closely at her, he saw that she was completely covered in her own blood. He looked at her face, which was now emotionless, and thought that he had finally succeeded and was able to survive. He hadn't been in a battle like this for a long time, and now he understood that killing someone like this wasn't easy. He tried to get to his feet, but he couldn't because his body literally didn't obey him. At some point, John decided to use the elixir, but decided that he needed to go through the portal here, and he would be fine, and decided to use fast travel. However, he didn't succeed. Usually when he walked into the room, everything would automatically be restored, but this was not the case now. Why did John suddenly wonder why there was no message about the end of the cleanup? He looked fearfully towards the lizard and realized that it was still alive and was now climbing towards him, quietly saying that this was too much. With her last breath, she crawled towards him, telling him that he had become arrogant. When John saw the lizard, which was still alive, a look of horror appeared on his face. The lizard continued calling him a bad man, and then suddenly noticed that he too could not move. She said that she would not take John away, but would instead make him her husband. John thought to himself that this fate was much worse than death. However, Ida continued to crawl towards him, despite the serious injuries he had inflicted on her. John was horrified. This lizard's libido, or rather her obsession with marriage, had gone too far. However, the pain shock in his body still did not go away, but John could already move a little. He decided that now would be the best time to use the electric attack, or at least the wings, or any remaining weapon. At that moment he thought that it was a mistake to give his gun to Maria that time. Meanwhile, the lizard continued to crawl towards him, clinging to the ground with its claws and continuing to say that it would make John its husband. A look of genuine horror appeared on the protagonist's face. He even began to think that it would be better for him to just bite his tongue and die quietly. However, he quickly realized that it was too early for him to die, and today was clearly not the day, so he needed to concentrate. He tried to calm down and think about what he could do now. He didn't understand why this lizard was so obsessed with the wedding, but he needed to pull himself together and come up with a plan of action. Then suddenly he realized that he needed to perform an electrical attack. However, Talaria's wings were still unavailable. His hands had already begun to obey him, but his head was still spinning. When he went into the system, he noticed something there called a warm stone. He thought it might work because lizards are reptiles, which means they are cold-blooded. He took out this warm stone because he was sure that this lizard was vulnerable to temperature changes. He decided to wait until Ida crawled close enough to him, and then shoved the stone down her throat. Meanwhile, the lizard continued to crawl towards him, making menacing roars, and saying that her new husband would stay with her forever. In response, John just laughed and asked how she could continue to talk such nonsense, despite the fact that she was already exhausted. Soon she crawled close enough to him, and the protagonist prepared to attack. He clenched the warm stone in his fist, but the lizard noticed this and raised its powerful hand. At that moment she opened her mouth, and it seemed like a great chance to shove a stone in there, but John began to notice the strange behavior of his opponent. Suddenly the lizard seemed to lose all its strength and simply fell to the ground. John realized that she seemed to have completely run out of strength. However, the lizard was still not dead. It continued to try with all its might to move towards John. John continued to squeeze the stone in his hand, and reminded Ida once again that he really was very strong. Even if he is afraid, and even if he is called a coward, he will still not become a servant of the devil. With her last breath, the lizard said that she recognized John as her husband. She said that this low man was cowardly, but strong at the same time. She said that she would definitely marry him, and then collapsed on the floor. John doubted that she had really died this time either, because despite her powerlessness, she still made him nervous. He began to wonder if her comrades might be bullying her. She used different defensive tactics than normal lizards with their abilities, and it was a bit grim. Moreover, she was so happy to hear his compliments that John even felt a little sorry for her. He then released the warm stone from his hand, thinking that no matter the circumstances, they were destined to kill each other. Then he took the stone in his hand again, apologized to the lizard and put it in its mouth. At that moment, Ida finally closed her eyes, and eventually life left her. John saw that the system congratulated him on passing the 5th floor and gave him a large number of points. This time, the gods again offered him to exchange the additional reward for a special skill, and although the main character sensed a catch, he decided to agree. It was obvious that the skill that the gods wanted to give him was different from the usual ones. The last time he had received knowledge in this way before the destruction of the Tower of Babel. It was a good skill, but there were too many unnecessary thoughts when talking to monsters. It seemed like the gods were giving gifts to see his reaction. But in any case, it seemed like these gifts weren't supposed to help him. However, he saw no reason to refuse, because if he refused, there would be more gods who would react negatively to him, and contrary to expectations, the new skill might prove useful. When he agreed, the system informed him that he had received a skill called Summon the Deceased. When John saw this, a look of delight appeared on his face, because summoning someone who was already dead was simply an incredible power. This wasn't just a game skill, but some kind of miracle, and he didn't believe that something so incredible could actually be used here, and then wondered what this had to do with the 5th floor. Then he suddenly noticed the lizard and realized that some strange glowing stone had appeared in its body. As it turned out, it was the soul stone of Idiltara, the most powerful and sinister warriors of the lizardman tribe from the Aden Swamp, and it could be sold. At that moment he wondered if they really wanted him to bring Ida back to life, because then she would start talking about marriage again. At that moment, the system informed him that several gods at once were disappointed and condemned John, and he decided to simply ignore their opinions. As he looked at the portal that served as the exit from this floor, he thought that intelligent gods simply do not exist. After that, he extended his hand to the portal, and finally decided to leave this floor. The next moment, John found himself in the clearing where he usually met with Kirikiri. The girl was already standing behind him, but she didn't sound as happy as usual. She said that this time he had done wrong by trampling on a woman's heart. However, John just chuckled and said that she would not like to see him mate with a lizard. Meanwhile, in the main character's waiting room, a portal to a new floor was already waiting. The system informed him that he needed to assemble a team of 5 people before entering the 6th floor. John and Kirikiri then sat down to eat some cake. The girl told him that John was perhaps the first person to be courted by the gate guardian of the 5th floor. The reason why the gods suddenly showed interest in him was probably due to the rarity of the event that had occurred. Then John said that he was interested in something. He had suspicions about it, and after the 5th floor they became stronger. However, Kirikiri immediately covered her ears and warned that she could not tell anything. John was surprised because this girl literally read his thoughts and answered his questions in advance, which he had not even asked yet. However, he went on to say that goblins and lizards had their own cultures and societies. He didn't know if it was another planet or dimension, but their worlds were real enough, or if it was an imitation of the real world. He then asked if there was any teaching outside of Earth, as he had realized from watching everything that was happening. Moreover, all these events were somehow connected with monsters that appeared in reality. When Kirikiri heard this, she froze for a moment and looked at John gloomily, but did not answer him. The protagonist was irritated, but he realized that he should stop asking her questions. When Kirikiri heard this, she suddenly laughed cheerfully. She said that she didn't care because it was just his guess, but if he continued to try to find out the answers by watching her reaction, she would get angry. At that moment, John thought that history was repeating itself again. When Kirikiri gave it all away with her expression, it was most likely out of courtesy to him. The girl always gave him important information and tried to help, so he shouldn't brazenly take advantage of her intentions. So, even though he didn't want to, he still changed in front of Kirikiri. After that, he headed towards the portal to get to the waiting room. Before he left, the girl asked him if he wanted to think about Ida's offer some more. She said that the lizard could become a reliable ally, and it all depended on how well he asked her about it. However, John said that he had no desire to persuade her, since this lizard was clearly abnormal. Then he put on his cloak and headed towards the portal. This time he didn't want to buy anything and wanted to save up points. He thought to himself that he was going to change the shield to something more effective, but he lost too many points, so he decided to go to the 6th floor first and save up more. However, the girl asked him to buy at least elixirs, but John assured her that what he had would be enough. Kirikiri was surprised, as he had quite a few elixirs in his supply. At this point, John wondered if so many elixirs would be needed on the 6th floor. In the end, he still spent all his remaining points on elixirs, because he never regretted buying anything on Kirikiri's advice. After this, he said goodbye to her, and the girl asked him to be careful and come back to her even if he couldn't. In any case, she asked him to do everything as quickly as possible. Before leaving, John asked her, "Is the 6th floor really that difficult?" However, without waiting for an answer, he decided that he had no choice but to check it himself. However, when he arrived at the waiting room and saw the system message, horror appeared on his face. He realized that in order to enter the 6th floor, he needed to assemble a team of 5 people, the first member being himself. He was extremely surprised that the game so unexpectedly invited him to participate in a team game. Moreover, he had to assemble a team of as many as 5 people, which was complete madness in the current situation. The fact is that there were simply no players who could team up with him. It turns out that he can't team up with players of a different difficulty level, and his partners must also be on the hell level. But no one else chose this level, so such a condition was incredible even for this game. Apparently the creators hoped that there would be more than 5 madmen who could reach the 6th floor. This was a clear mistake by the developers. Then John assumed that the gods were supposed to be developers. They were perverts who watched others and flirted with players. At that moment, he thought about the fact that he could resurrect Ida and add her to his team. However, he quickly discarded this idea, as he had no desire to revive it. At that moment, the system informed him that the god of adventure was disappointed and extremely unhappy that the gods had been watching him all this time. At one point, he even imagined this god of adventure as a perverted old man who watches everything that happens with an unhealthy desire. And then he suddenly realized that he had been incredibly stupid for choosing the hell difficulty level without even thinking about the consequences. At that moment, he remembered how the party game appeared on the 6th floor of the normal level, and it became a topic of discussion in the community. The fact that there was a group game had a big impact. There were those who wanted to go there alone, and those who discussed what weapons to prepare and what skills to develop. All the hell tier players were wiped out on the 1st floor, let alone the 6th, so playing in a group here and now is just nonsense. At this point, the system offered him to enter alone, and the protagonist was glad that this option was left in the settings. But in this way, he had to do all the work for 5 people. It may have sounded easy in words, but he knew that if this system was asking him to create a team, then there had to be something incredibly complex there that only 5 people could handle. At some point, John began to think that he could be as strong as 5 hell difficulty players. He thought about how strong he would be among the players if they were here. He assumed he would be above average, and so he was confident now. Kirikiri said that it was because of the uniqueness of the god of slowness that he was able to obtain his power skill, and if it weren't for that, he might not have obtained the power at all. And if he was right, then the god of adventure gave him strength only because the god of slowness gave him strength. Since John had become accustomed to attacking and blocking blows, he had no sense of lack of skill. He had prudence, resourcefulness, concentration, adaptability, quick reaction, patience, and also passion. John knew he had no equal in all of these skills, but he still wondered if he could handle the 6th floor alone, which was designed for a group of 5. However, he decided it was time to test himself, and then entered the new floor alone. Soon he found himself in a room in which there was only one small fire. He landed gently on the ground as soon as he stepped out of the portal. The system immediately greeted him on the 6th floor. John immediately put his shield in front of him, and began to look around, as he expected some kind of trick. He noticed that this place was quite cramped, and there was also another portal here. The first portal led to the waiting room. When he approached the second portal, he saw a system message there asking him if he was ready to pass the gate test. The main character thought that he read in the community about such floors, and it was said there that the entire floor consists of only gates. This was the so-called fire room, where team members could gather and discuss strategy for passing the gate. The magic fire and the presence of a safe place attracted a lot of attention. This fire has attracted a lot of players, because the fire does not spread or go out from it, and there is not even any smoke. John heard that if there were food products, you could even cook something there, and there were those who wanted to settle in the fire room, so the main character decided that maybe he should fry something here too. However, he soon got to his feet and decided that now was not the time for that. He headed towards the portal that would take him to the gate test. He walked up to the system window and pressed the consent button. Soon he found himself in another place, which looked like a long corridor. He looked around carefully, but there was nothing special here. John thought that although this was the 6th floor, it was very similar to the corridor on the 1st floor. The only difference was that here, instead of a portal to the waiting room, there was a stone gate. When he approached them, the system told him that he could not enter inside. Then John guessed that these doors were the exit. Then he heard a strange sound behind him and realized that the test had apparently begun. One day, he turned around and saw that the system had even given him a description of this floor. It said that for 50 years now, the Pantheon has been persecuting the priests of the cursed church of Bahar. Bahar is a cult whose followers kill the dead and turn their souls into demons. 16 priests, including the high priest Caesar, managed to escape from the Pantheon and reach the center of the White Mountains. This place is called the New World, because according to legend, it was from there that the gods came. The priests of Bahar are going to bring a nightmare to the entire continent, using the particles of divinity left in the White Mountains after the gods. So the heroes are the players, they are the only ones who can hold them back until the Pantheon Paladin arrives. When the system told the protagonist the goals, he realized that he needed to prevent the army of the dead from going beyond these gates, or simply destroy the entire army and the priests. He started thinking about the army of the dead, and realized that it would all depend on fighting power and numbers, but it seemed like it was a battle of endurance. Talaria's wings will be problematic to use due to the low ceiling, but in the narrow corridor, it is convenient to fight several opponents at once. The first condition for passing is to hold out until the paladins arrive, but the main character didn't even know how long he had to wait for them. However, he decided to start with the army of the dead and walked forward down the corridor. He wandered along the corridor for 4 whole hours, but did not come across anything. Suddenly he heard a strange sound and stopped listening to it. When he looked up, he realized that all the torches that were on the wall suddenly went out. When he looked ahead, he saw that a whole army of the dead stood in front of him. Horror was reflected on his face because literally a moment ago there was no one here. These dead men didn't look particularly strong, and if he took full advantage of the narrow corridor, they weren't a threat to John. The problem, however, was the number of these monsters. There seemed to be no end to them. There could be tens of thousands of them here. And if the priests were using necromancy, that meant they could be creating new monsters at this very moment. If John was right, then he needed to destroy them faster than they appeared. Now he began to understand Kirikiri's words about how he wouldn't be able to get out of here anytime soon, since it was obvious that this floor was beyond his capabilities. Endurance and speed of destruction were important here. And of course it was impossible to complete the third series in less than 2 days. But John began to worry that he might not last until the 5th series. Then he decided to summon his wings and rush to attack. He decided that he would cover the corridor with his wings, and that way the skeleton warriors would not be able to get past him. Then he gathered all his determination into a fist and rushed towards them. With his weapon, he broke their skulls quite easily. He quickly realized that their weak point was their head. They would stop moving if their skull was broken. He dealt with several monsters at once, and then appeared before an entire army of skeletons. One of them rushed at him from behind, and John barely managed to defend himself with his shield. Sometimes there were stronger skeletons. Apparently they were commanders. One of them suddenly opened his mouth, and his eyes and mouth began to glow with a strange light. At this moment, the main character realized that he was late. When he looked up, he saw that the monsters had become enormous in number, and they began to look even more frightening. However, he was right next to the door and knew that he had nowhere to retreat. Eventually, he was pushed back to the very end of the corridor, and he couldn't deal with these monsters no matter how many he destroyed. After so much time, he couldn't even reach the priests. Thus, he continued to fight monsters for 2 days, and eventually the attack on the 6th floor ended in failure for him. Meanwhile, the story moves to the future again. John was standing near the incubator and wiping it with a napkin. There was a strange egg inside, and John periodically sang lullabies to it, like to a real child. Soon he said with a smile that the preparations were complete. He thought he needed more time and also had to fulfill a couple more conditions. However, if he continues to watch it, the dragon egg will soon hatch. He said that there was a tribe and everything was ready. First, he would bathe him in the elixir and bless him with resistance skills. He will drink a diluted elixir and eat a mixture of crushed byproducts of the spirits of a small earthworm. In order to prepare all this, he made a giant mixer, and if the pieces turn out too big, he will feed it larvae. John learned some magic, and if suddenly the newborn dragon does not follow him, he even made a dragon's heart, so that if his appearance glows, he can come to terms with it thanks to one person. He was very familiar with reptiles. As he walked down the corridor, a message from the system appeared in front of him. It turned out it was Carl. He wrote to John because he wanted to say goodbye to him before he went out. John said with a smile that he thought he would be stuck here, but Carl finally leaves. The guy said he just wanted to get out and live in peace, and John was pretty sure that would be the case. He said that if a monster suddenly appeared on the ground, he didn't think that Carl would want to fight it, because he was one of those who led the Korean server from the very beginning, and had had the most awakenings. He asked Carl if he didn't want to receive a huge compensation if he stayed in Korea as a national hero. He didn't believe that Carl would let politics affect his peaceful life. He also said that if it were a meeting day, they could meet in person. But Carl said that he was already getting irritated with these days. John said that, other than the first meeting, it was a pretty good event overall. However, Carl said that unlike everyone else, John simply sat in the corner and increased his pain tolerance skill by hurting himself, while everyone else was doing more energy-intensive things. However, John said that in any case there would soon be a meeting day, and he even felt a little sorry for Carl. He was surprised when he heard that there would soon be a new meeting. He said that not much time had passed since he started working as a vigilante. He then asked John if Mary knew about the meeting. John said that perhaps she knew, and Carl quickly said that in that case there would be no meeting. The meeting is only held when a serious problem arises during training. If information about the day of the meeting were made public, the vigilantes would already know about it, because Maria nipped problems in the bud. John said that perhaps the next meeting would be when they finished training and moved into reality. Then Carl suddenly asked him if everything was okay with Maria. The protagonist asked why he was asking about this so suddenly, and said that everything was as before. Then Carl said that they needed to gradually move towards unification. He asked him what would change if they made peace, since nothing would change if they were stuck in this place. Carl said that when he left, John would be the only one Maria could talk to calmly, so he asked him to help her. However, John was already tired of this whole conversation, and said that Carl was too worried about others, but the guy invited him not to reject his offer. He said that it seemed like Maria still had feelings for him, and then asked John what his feelings were for the girl, to which John said that he never had any. Then he decided to change the subject and told Carl that he had sent him some message. As it turned out, he forwarded him a message from the community, which contained nothing but swear words. When he heard John laugh, he said that he needed to take his pills, but the hero said that his resistance level was so high that the pills would not help him. Carl began to think about how he could teach his comrade a lesson, to which he had to say that he would talk about it with Maria later, realizing that he was actually lying. Carl told him that if there really was a meeting, he would see that new guy, and asked John if he was on the 6th floor now, and if he expected too much from him. The hero said that there was nothing surprising about this, because there were those who reached the 6th floor before. Carl said that John was very heartless, and this player was very good, but John said that he could not be as good as he was. He said that he couldn't get past the 6th floor even on the 3rd try. Carl said that John was a real monster, but nevertheless the newcomer looked quite talented. He asked John if he thought this newbie would be able to get through the 6th floor. The protagonist replied that this guy was an archer, and if he couldn't do it, he would send him one item to help. He said that with this item, he could easily reach the 10th floor, and if he was lucky, he would even go up to the 30th, like the American newcomers. Carl then asked John how strong he was now, but the hero asked why he was asking that, to which Carl replied that when he got out, they would definitely ask John, and he needed to know what to answer. Carl then asked him how strong he was compared to a G-class monster. As it turns out, in the real world, all monsters were divided into classes depending on their strength. First from A to F, and then Class S was added, and then Class G appeared. G-class monsters are considered a national threat, and there are currently only 4 G-class monsters on Earth. This class usually seizes territory and stays there, and a G-class monster called a Clear settled in New York, leading to an open clash where the best players were mobilized with the US forces. As a result, the army's top players were mobilized, and as a result, the monster was defeated. But the damage was enormous. More than half of the top players were killed. John had heard all this in the community from newcomers, since he had been in training from the very beginning. He had never seen these monsters, however. Based on the information he had an answer for Carl. He said that he was much stronger than a G-class monster, and there was no point in even thinking about it. Carl laughed and said that he had heard this offhanded answer somewhere before, but thanked John for his honesty. Gradually the conversation turned to memories of the past. They recalled their first meeting, the bad and good moments. John had only met Carl in person a few times at meetings, but it was a fond memory for him, as he was the only one on the hell level. Carl became a friend to him, and even a family that he didn't have. When they went out into the real world, they wouldn't be able to meet, and messaging would also be unavailable. Then Carl said goodbye, saying that he would go first and they would see each other outside. John thought it felt like a farewell. He asked Carl to say hello to the people outside. He thought to himself that it was time for him to get out of here too, but for some reason he continued to doubt it. However, he decided that he should get to the real world as soon as possible, and left a note on the table, at the end of which he asked to say hello to Kirikiri. The story returns to the present day. John has returned to the waiting room after failing the test on the 6th floor. It was his first defeat, and so he spent some time trying to recover. He failed to get past the 6th floor, and all 3 attempts ended the same way. However, he decided not to give up and hoped that the 4th time would be lucky for him. Still, the likelihood that he would be able to clear the floor was low, and he knew it. He had nearly died many times, starting from the 1st floor. But he had never felt so broken. He doubted that he even had a chance to get through because there were too many monsters. It was like that moment when John almost decided to give up everything and left in agitation, losing the strength to move on, falling behind the others and losing to a newcomer. However, when John came into this world, his body recovered. The bent back, sore wrist and slow reaction returned to their previous state. He trained like crazy, leveling up until he was almost superhuman. However, he still could not recover from 3 consecutive defeats. While he was in a despondent mood, the news was announced to all the players in training. The Chungcheong province in Korea was completely destroyed, and it left everyone in shock. All the players were surprised by the news that the newcomer told, however. The military strategy in Korea was well thought out, and other areas were safe. Measures were taken to prevent the spread of monsters. Containment lines were established in the north and south of this province. But this did little to calm the situation. However, the situation in other countries was no better, so the damage done to Korea was not as extensive. There was also unrest in the training. As soon as the 4th event began, Maria started a war against the former guild members, using the pretext that they had returned to the affairs of the past. John didn't think that the people who suffered during the event where the union was created would have a different opinion. The war ended quickly, and as far as he knew, at least 8 people were subjected to repression, and Maria decapitated one of the instigators. Now everyone is wondering whether Maria should continue to lead the union. Of course, people were divided into 2 camps. Those who were against and those who were for. However, John himself did not know what decision would be correct. He did not know whether Maria would become a cruel murderer and live for revenge, or choose the path of a fair judge and devote herself to an honest trial between good and evil. So he decided not to interfere as long as things remained within reason, and if the problem got out of hand, the union would hold a meeting. If the meeting did take place, he decided to behave as before and stick to the same position. In the meantime, Carl was very busy. He wrote and published a training guide to the community to help newcomers adapt faster. On the internal trading platform, he launched a trading system based on an auction. The rule was that the goods listed for 7 and 77 points were intended for a specific person, so it was impossible to participate in their redemption. It was a simple but quite working system. Thus it was possible to help newcomers to ensure exchange between players. Until now, the auction window was only used to sell cheap items that were no longer needed by ranked players. The bidding volume was small, and most bidders did not have enough points, so there was little choice but to set a low price on the auction. While Maria was raising awareness about crime, Carl was doing his best to create a comfortable environment for communication. He said that he wanted to create a society and culture within the education, and make this place acceptable for people to live. Because instead of the 100th floor, which not everyone can reach, it is better to focus on the lower floors, where there can be many people. John understood that his words were quite reasonable. In the future, the number of losers would only increase. Creating conditions for a large number of weak players was Carl's main task. John hasn't been idle either. He's had plenty to do in the last few days. As it turned out, newcomers arrived for training, entering the hellish difficulty at the beginning of the 4th round. One of them made a mistake in his choice because he was very drunk. Another took it as a joke, and simply chose a difficulty at random. When John saw all this, he thought that these guys were really idiots. And if you think about it, his comrades he met in the 1st round chose the hellish difficulty because they wanted to, even if in the end, only John survived. In any case, he was kind to the newbies, and tried to explain in the most accessible way what you need to know at the hellish level, including recommendations for protection and rapid growth. He advised them to first deal with the first trap and, upon returning to the waiting room, to contact him immediately. He thought that these guys would write to him soon. Soon one of them, in despair, declared that he could not stand it any longer. These arrows were too fast, and he did not have time to dodge them, since he did not even see them. When John received this message, he didn't know what to answer at first. The man said he accidentally fell and it saved his life. But he didn't understand how it was possible to get through that floor at all. In the end, everything turned out terribly. One of the players simply did not return, and the second went crazy. John realized that everything had happened as he had expected. He had taught them so painstakingly. But in the end, everything was to no avail. He didn't understand what needed to be done to ensure that those who chose the hellish difficulty level at least survived. Then he told the man to just sit in the waiting room, and as soon as the treatment was over, he should try to hold out at the portal, and he would send him provisions. He told the surviving guy not to try to do anything. He wasn't sure if it was the right decision, but man is a mentally weak creature. He must survive 30 days in front of the portal, eating only dried meat and water, then a couple of days in the waiting room and another 30 days at the portal. John assumed that this guy might have to live that long. On other difficulty levels, Carl takes the losers under his wing and helps them rise, but on the hell level, everything was different. John knew he was doing the best he could, but now he had to go his own way. When he arrived on the 6th floor, he sat down near the fire and began to think about how to pass this test. Then he took out some stones and began to examine them. In his hands were the birthstone of Goblin Gractus, the birthstone of Goblin Gross, and the soulstone of Lizardman Idaltara. By summoning the dead wives, he could increase the number of allies to 3. But he didn't know if they would be good allies. But if he could persuade them, something should work out. He thought that if these 3 joined him, they could split into teams. They would split into 3 teams and attack in turn. This will help conserve strength, and will also give the opportunity to use the reserve as a rapid response group in a critical situation. When the commander appears, the reserve will become a rapid response group and will attack alone. John will not be able to attack the commander and fight off the advancing skeletons at the same time. It was also possible to try to break through 4 at a time. Given the width of the corridor, this was quite possible. As John had expected, summoning the dead was a very useful skill. So useful that he began to feel like the gods had specifically given him this skill to help him get through the 6th floor. However, he was confused by the phrase about a certain time in the skill description. He assumed that once this time passed, all the summoned ones would disappear. It was obvious that group floors would appear in the future, and even if John could handle it here with the help of summoning, who knew when he would run into a wall, so passing the 6th floor using temporary allies was not an option. The answer is to take a long-term view and grow to the point where you can always handle the work of 5 people. So he decided to go back to the beginning and try not to die. He had to fight, overcome life and death, attack again and again, not give up, even if he didn't succeed. At least if he kept challenging himself, his level and skills would grow. And this was different from reality, where the body could simply break down if you overdid it too much. There is a waiting room here so fatigue and pain don't accumulate. It's an environment where you can focus only on growth. So John decided to leave the attack for now since he had no hurry. If he uses a skill to pass this floor, his stats will not increase, and he will respawn on the next floor. After all, the best way to pass is to work without rest. If he fails, he can simply return back to the waiting room and try again. Therefore, his only requirement for himself was simply not to die. He decided he couldn't afford to do that until he could deal with these skeletons himself. He had levels and skills that increased as he grew, and a waiting room where he could fully recover. And if his will is strong, then he can overcome any obstacle, and this was his choice. The world of training was similar to many RPG games, the main thing in which is constant leveling up. With leveling up, nothing is impossible. So the main character decided that from today on, he would just shut up and start hunting. He decided to show his tenacity and perseverance as a professional gamer. His original goal was to reach level 20. After some time, his 4th attempt was completed, and it again ended in failure. The story moves to the future. A girl with short blue hair named Lucy was sitting in the waiting room eating a candy bar. She sent a message to John, but he didn't listen to her and ended up dying. It was 8 years ago and she had already read the old threads. Now she had nothing to read. She was bored of just sitting and waiting, and she wanted to get to the floor as quickly as possible. In the waiting room, her resistance and skills didn't improve much, despite the Ajushi not saying it was necessary. At the moment, she was on the 6th floor of the Hell difficulty level. However, after reading all the threads in the community, she learned to some extent about what was happening on the Korean server. At first, Lucy thought that Ajusi was lying, but in the end, he became the leader in training and the strongest player. It was just incredible. She had heard about this guy before she came here. He was the only player on the Korean server at the hellish difficulty level, and the strongest in Europe in the real world. He was very famous. This man's name was John. He was a former professional gamer. There were many programs about him that told about his life and past, but Lucy knew him long before that. She saw a beautiful face on the screen when her sister was watching TV. Her sister told her that this man was a professional gamer. Lucy then said that instead of being a gamer, he could be a celebrity with a face like that, but soon forgot about it. However, now she realized that in the end, this guy had become a real long-legged Ajushi for her. When Lucy mistakenly chose the hell level, he became the one who gave her hope back. He became her support. If it weren't for John, she would have died long ago, because he even supported her during the attack. Lucy lay on the bed and continued to whisper that John was her support and encouragement. But then she suddenly jumped up, not understanding what she was even thinking about. Then suddenly she received a message from Maria, who asked if she had finished her preparations. At first, Lucy thought she had sent the message to the wrong place, but she decided not to show her excitement to Maria. She said that everything was ready and asked why Maria was asking her. The girl replied that there was nothing special about it, just that brother John asked her to take Lucy home. When Lucy heard this, her face turned red. The girl was surprised that Maria called John her brother, since it was the first time she had heard him called that. In the community, everyone communicates with each other informally and even swears, but Lucy herself has never called John her brother. She then told Maria that John had gone to the 61st floor to collect glasses, and the girl then asked Lucy if she remembered what to tell the curator. Lucy was unhappy that even today Maria was rude and she constantly felt some kind of hostility from her. But she calmly answered her that she remembered everything. She didn't understand why Maria was pestering her like that, and what she had done to her, that she treated her like that. But then she decided she needed to stop thinking about it. She decided so. The portal and was finally ready to go to the floor. The theme greeted her on the 6th floor. The thing is that John didn't tell her much about this floor. He gave the basic information that was enough to not die, and told her to look for the rest on her own. Lucy agreed with this decision. She already knew that on the 6th floor there were endless soldiers, skeletons, and priests who created them. So she had to find a way to hold out until the paladins arrived, because she couldn't handle the constant influx of skeletons. Then the girl became determined and decided to try to follow this plan. She used her skill to increase her speed and ran forward down the corridor. The girl knew that at the 6th level, speed is life. So she used a top-rank magic stone and a concentrated magic potion. After that, she summoned a portal. The outline of the portal she had opened appeared on the floor in front of her. She then jumped into it and used a skill called Sylphria. He allowed her to jump as fast and as high as she wanted. She decided that from now on it would be better to move using magic, periodically leaving traps. Soon she reached the place where the corridor split into two. She decided to leave an explosive magic circle at the fork. After that, Lucy used the detection skill and realized that the skeletons were still far away. After that, she used the jump skill again and headed away from that place. She remembered all the turns and could reproduce the route she needed at any time. Soon she reached the place where the skeletons were already located. She cast a spell, and at that moment a large cloth appeared above her head. It was spiritual magic with the ability to fly and become invisible. Then she wrapped herself in this fabric and decided that now she needed to move near the ceiling. She moved forward and soon came to a small cluster of skeletons that emitted dark energy. In the middle was a skeleton, surrounded by people who looked more like dead people. They were chanting some kind of spell, and the more they tried, the brighter the color glowed from the skeleton's body. Meanwhile, Lucy, using her fabric, hid behind one of the pillars and decided to observe everything from the side. She noted that there were 16 priests there in total. If they sensed her, they would attack immediately, so she had to last longer than 6 seconds. That was her limit. But time was running out, and she took out her bow, pointing it towards the priests. She shot one priest straight in the head, causing him to explode. The other priests immediately turned their attention to her, and began to whisper something in an unknown language. Then Lucy used the combat concentration skill. After that, she began to release one arrow after another, giving the priests no respite. In one instant, she struck down 3 priests at once, and overall everything went well. However, as she moved forward, she noticed something strange. A skeleton in a black cloak stood in the middle of the room, and the seals that were on the floor were crawling out of his warriors. The girl was terrified, and had no choice but to use the portal. This place was very dangerous, so she decided to escape from there. In an instant, the portal transported her to a safe place where she had left the portal seal shortly before. Thanks to the portal's magic, she could immediately return to the designated place. but she used too much high magic in a short time. However, Lucy noted that in any case, this time everything turned out pretty well for her. Even though she was very tired, she decided that she would still continue to survive on the hellish difficulty level. Meanwhile, the main character began his 5th attempt to pass the 6th floor. He walked calmly down the corridor, noting that it was about 2 hours to get to the skeleton soldiers, and it was a waste of time on the road. He thought he should work on improving his resistance skills, but he wasn't sure he would have time to recover before the fight, and he couldn't drink the elixir constantly. Then he decided that he should practice. He stood in the middle of the corridor and began to do something like morning exercises. At some point, John realized that it was even more difficult than he had imagined. It seems he has neglected exercise too often due to his body being well beyond human limits. But doing basic exercises is the most effective for increasing resistance skills. Suddenly he heard a familiar sound coming from the depths of the corridor. When the hero looked into the darkness, he saw an army of monsters approaching him. Then he immediately took out his weapon and realized that he needed to start the battle. He cut their heads off with his sword. Soon the system informed him that his level had been increased, and along with this, his characteristics had been increased. However, after some time, the system informed him that he had failed the 6th floor tests. John thought to himself about someone who once asked the best player in a popular role-playing game if he got tired of hunting all day. Then the player decided to ask a question in return, and asked the man if he was tired of living. He said that life is an endless repetition, and he does what he loves every day, so it doesn't tire him. John didn't become a professional player because he liked a particular game. He liked winning, and so he became a professional in one game. So he never got tired of playing the same game over and over again. However, now he would like to approach the person who was in first place, and ask him to teach him not to get bored when doing the same thing day after day, because now he felt sick just from looking at these skeletons. These sounds also literally drove him crazy, since he heard them every day. Every day he made the same movements with his sword and felt the pain of being cut by a rusty knife. At some point he screamed in despair and was almost ready to give up. However, he quickly came to his senses and decided that although he had no strength, he had to continue fighting. Besides, there was a plus to this. The movements of swinging the sword became native to his body. He swung the sword in the same way time after time, and he found an attack that suited him, which he used mainly. Thanks to this, John had grown significantly as a swordsman, and his basic swordsmanship was now at level 10. However, the 6th floor still wouldn't give in to him. He increased his level of combat concentration, so when he fought, his intelligence level increased. Until now, it seemed to John that the targets were moving rather slowly. But now they became so slow that it seemed as if they were standing still. Right now he couldn't use concentration for more than a minute, and he had to pay attention to that in the future. John knew he could grow even bigger, and soon his battle cry reached level 2. Battle cries are a kind of buff, usually found in tank characters in the game. Their effect is a small increase in combat effectiveness. But John didn't know the exact numbers. John got it when he got really angry, and started yelling back at the skeletons, and now, thanks to them, his throat is still intact. After a few attempts, he finally reached the room where the priests were. One of the priests said that here he would meet his death, since he was a death knight. Asdius would give him peace. The main character has progressed quite far, and met a mid-level boss, and at first it seemed to him that he was the final boss. Therefore he answered the person that he was not at all frightened by the words of some rotten skeleton. At some point the corridor ended and a fork appeared, which stopped his progress for some time, after which other forks began to appear. So if John was walking down one tunnel, soldiers from the other would come to the stone gate and open it, and so he didn't know what to do. Abandoning the attack and waiting for the knights to arrive was not an option once he managed to hold out for 13 days, but help never arrived. Eventually he ran out of potions and couldn't try any further. So John began to think that it was just his stamina limit rather than his lack of strength. Of course there is a way to clear the road after the breakthrough, before the soldiers from the fork get here. This is a very attractive way, but difficult, and difficulty is no joke. In any case, John needs to level up further to pass this floor. He needs to focus on growth. So he continued to cut up demons, and eventually his resistance to paralysis increased greatly. But his resistance to stronger injuries did not increase anymore. After some time, John reached the level where he was able to kill the very priest he met in that room. As a result, his level was raised and he also gained a skill called Magic Chain. Now he could use the magic that lay dormant in his body. It was difficult for him to understand how the magic circulated in his body. But through hard work, John was able to put magic into his hands. But the flow was quite weak. The magic spread throughout his body and his physical abilities improved. John assumed that if he channeled the magic into his muscles, they would be able to display explosive power. But he still needed more practice. He was used to using magic and even learned to put magic power into his sword, so he had a laser sword like the hero of the movies. Since he couldn't use magic forever, he had to find ways to extend its use time. At school, he again appeared before the priests, one of whom called John a servant of the false god, and said that he would now see the power of the great abyss. He said that there is only one absolute good in this world, and John is going to save the absurd world. The skeleton said that the hero was a very courageous man, but he had simply lost his way, and Caesar would lead him to his death. John was very scared, as this was his first encounter with Caesar, but he did not give up. He struck him several times at once with his weapon. After this, he found himself back in the waiting room, having failed the test again. Then he decided that perhaps he should try meditation. Unfortunately, meditation has nothing to do with increasing mana. It's just meditation. It may seem useless, but it allowed John to focus on using the magic circuit. He was able to look back at the past, at what he had gone through in his training, and if he thought about it, nothing good had happened during that time. The more he thought about it, the heavier his heart became. However, John could not stop thinking about it. He continued to meditate as if under a spell. Eventually, negative thoughts led him to depression, and depression led him to decreased motivation. At some point, the system informed him that his immunity to mind distortion had been increased to level 2. John thought he felt stress and pressure, but he couldn't imagine that it was a full-blown mind distortion. He had noticed signs of this lately and realized that this was how one could go crazy. Something similar happened to him on the second floor. Then he was sure that he could handle it. However, now that he met Caesar, he was not so sure. However, at some point he gained a new skill called Soul Cry. He got it by putting magic into a battle cry, and the Soul Cry has one additional effect. It consisted of the fact that enemies below John's level could not ignore his call. They would stop and lose the ability to dodge. In other words, this is a provocation for a large territory. With this skill, John was able to stop the skeleton warriors who passed him and almost reached the gate. Sword and defense skills have improved to intermediate level. Soon the protagonist again reached the room where the priests were waiting for him, and again appeared before Caesar. The priest showed him his true form. And then John realized that it was not a skeleton at all, but now this creature resembled a huge octopus. He attacked him with his tentacles and in one blow destroyed all of John's weapons. The protagonist was horrified and realized that he was still not ready to fight him. When he failed the test again, he went back to the waiting room. Tears came to his eyes as he realized that he had almost died. He had been in danger for too long and had not paid attention to his heightened senses. This Caesar was what he expected from the final boss. However, John's resistance to curses had increased significantly, and he had made great progress. However, to defeat Caesar, the Death Knights and skeleton soldiers had to be dealt with first. Then he had to deal with all the priests, and only after this could he begin the battle with Caesar. The hero thought about the fact that this time he almost succeeded. However, he was now convinced that he should not have rushed. After some time, he headed back to the 6th floor and entered the priest's room. He again killed everyone who stood in his way before Caesar. When he approached Caesar, he again began to speak the same speech, which he repeated over and over again. This time, however, John ordered him to shut up. Caesar was surprised, but he really did fall silent. Then the main character pointed his sword at him and called him a fucking corpse. At this moment, genuine surprise appeared on Caesar's face. Then John told him to quickly turn into squid before he threw up at the sight of it. He prepared his magic sword and was determined to finish this trial this time. As soon as Caesar assumed his true form, he immediately began to chop off his tentacles. However, the priest was incredibly fast and began to attack the protagonist with his remaining tentacles. However, John easily cut through his limbs and headed straight for his head. Soon he ran to his body and jumped to beyond that level with him. He realized that it had really taken him a long time. However, now the main character was truly ready to put an end to this monster once and for all. When Caesar saw the sword in front of his face, he felt fear for the first time in his life. The protagonist then dealt him a crushing blow, severing his upper body from his limbs. Caesar felt like he couldn't control his tentacles anymore, and then he just fell down dead. At this point, the main character was trying to catch his breath, as this fight had exhausted him greatly. He looked at Caesar's corpse and hoped that this would be the end of it. At that moment, the system congratulated him on having passed the 6th floor of the hellish difficulty level. She also informed him that all injuries and curses were healed, and he received several thousand points for completing the game. He also noticed that he had come to his senses in a way that was not pleasing to some of the gods, but he did not react to this in any way, as he was too exhausted from these endless attempts to pass this floor. After that, he noticed a system message that said the gods were offering him to exchange an additional reward for a special skill. This time there were 43 votes for and only 1 against, and this could not but please the main character. He agreed to accept the gift, and the gods granted him a skill called Level 1 Soul Exploitation. However, what struck him even more was the fact that the goddess of slowness wanted to grant him the fate of an apostle. The system also reported that the god of adventure was puzzled, and also wanted to grant him the fate of an apostle. And then the system asked the hero if he was willing to undergo a test to prove his qualification as an apostle. Meanwhile, the story moves back to the future. The main character was sitting in his office and writing something in a book. He soon finished writing the grimoire for dragons. When he found out that dragons had spellbooks, he was truly shocked, as they were truly a magical race. As dragons grow older, they learn magic on their own. Their knowledge is not lost over time, so they don't need any records. At one point, John thought this was quite arrogant, but soon decided that it was not for him to say so. Then he turned his attention to the egg, which was still lying in the incubator. He decided that even if he didn't need training, he would learn magic faster if he helped him. In order to pass the 61st floor, he needed the dragon to learn high-level magic, and he didn't have time to wait for him to learn it himself. John didn't include useless material about the dragon in the grimoire. He left only the most necessary, how to use Kodadama and internal energy, because he doesn't need absolutely all the information about magic. At that moment, he received a message from a user who asked him for a report. As it turned out, it was Maria. She asked him when the report would be ready. John was very unhappy that this girl was pestering him, and he irritably replied that everything was fine on the 60th floor of hellish difficulty. He asked if it was really necessary to report every month, and asked the girl if she was tired of doing this. Maria read his message emotionlessly, but she seemed irritated too. She replied that she was tired of listening to him grumble every month. Everyone sends reports at the same time, but for some reason, John always forgets to do so. John understood that she was putting psychological pressure on him, and if he said something wrong, it could lead to consequences, so he decided to immediately change the subject. He asked her not to be angry and said that in recent days, he was trying not to pay attention to the passage of time and did not even check his messages. Apparently, he had been here for too long, so he had a relapse of a mental disorder, and the medication did not help him. When Maria received these messages, she apologized and said that she did not know about it because she was too indifferent. She said that if she needed it, she would write to him herself, and for now, he could stop sending her a regular report. John thought that everything had gone as he had planned. The crisis had given him a wonderful opportunity. However, he understood that now he needed to get rid of another irritant. He turned to Maria and apologized for causing inconvenience, but asked her to walk Lucy home in his place. He said he wanted to try to get to the 61st floor because he had spent too many points and needed to save up. Then Maria agreed and asked what she should tell Lucy. In response, John told Lucy not to forget to pass on his words to the manager. Maria replied that it would be better for him to take her there himself and asked if he was still on the 6th floor. John answered in the affirmative. He said that Lucy's growth has now stabilized. He was worried that she wouldn't be able to cope with the 6th floor. But she's great, it will take her some time, but sooner or later she'll get there. He assumed that this girl had talent, although not as much as him. But for a spellcaster she was quite good. Lucy began to study magic to compensate for the weaknesses of an archer. Magic in which the skill directs magical power, and is activated by saying the right words. This magic is quite weak and cannot be transformed, but its speed and ease of use allow it to cover the entire area of effect. It is easy to learn, so many people specialize in it, which is why there are almost no masters of traditional magic left, which proves how powerful the combination of an archer and a spellcaster is. Then John told Maria that he heard about the event opening soon. The girl said that people are talking about it, but there is no exact information yet. John said it would be good if it was a normal general meeting, but if not, it would be quite a hassle. Maria firmly said that if this were to be a meeting, no one would be spared, since the vigilantes had become completely unruly lately. John replied that it was her own fault since she tormented them to death, and then they came to complain to him. Then Maria asked him which people exactly he was talking about. John had no choice but to name these people, because he himself wanted to live. Then he said that in any case, Carl was leaving, and now Maria would have to play the role of mother. However, the girl said that she doesn't know how to do this at all. John thought to himself that it would not be possible to immediately find someone who could replace Carl, primarily because Maria did not trust anyone, and if Carl was gone, only he would be left. John said they should have stopped Carl as soon as he decided to get a divorce. But Maria said she never imagined he would leave right after the divorce. John thought that Carl talked about his dates and adventures every day, and therefore no one knew that he would just get divorced and leave. Then he turned his attention once again to the book that lay on his desk. He said that he had finished with the dragon grimoire, and was now ready to look at the attribute of the nascent dragon. He said that the dragon can be gold or black, but he personally likes the red one better. After that, he turned to the egg and said that Dad was going to work, and now he himself would have to look after the house. He was worried that there were only him and Yang on the 60th floor. John understood that he couldn't just leave and that the dragon needed a nanny. He then used the teleporter by drawing it on the floor. He used the summoning skill and a silhouette began to appear from the portal opposite. Soon the silhouette took on the shape of a man. Gradually he began to turn into an exact copy of John. Soon, a man who looked exactly like himself stood in front of John. The copy of John was not happy, as he was once again shoved into the body of this idiot. John noted with satisfaction that the guy was still as sharp-tongued as ever, and then ordered him to watch the house and the egg. The doppelganger reminded John that this wasn't his home, and that he should just give it his body. But John said that would never happen because he was an asshole. As it turned out, it was his alter ego, created in the image and likeness of John. But it turned out to be surprisingly weak and amazingly rude. Moreover, they could read each other's thoughts. If anything happened to the egg, he would immediately move here from anywhere. In other words, it was a highly effective notification magic. John created it to clear out the 61st floor, but unfortunately, it turned out to be useless. At least now it could be used as a nanny. His alter ego said that if this continued, he would go on strike. But John said that he couldn't do that, and then said goodbye to him and said that he was going to earn points. He ordered him again to keep a close eye on the house and the egg. After that, he waved his hand at him and entered the portal. At school, he found himself on the 61st floor, which was like an ice cave. The main character was lying on a huge ice bed, which was clearly not his size. Despite the fact that he was lying on ice, he did not feel any cold at all. At some point, he began to think that no matter how much he looked at this throne, it still seemed incredibly big to him. As it turned out, the former owner did not call this place a throne, and so John decided to call it exactly the same. He decided that it would be better for his mental health not to dwell on it or look back at his past actions. Until now, even if it was difficult to find the answer, he thought about it in his own way. But the answer never appeared. No matter how much time passed, John did not even know if the answer existed. So he decided not to look further. This way of thinking had become a sort of habit he had developed when he couldn't get past the 61st floor, and was stuck on the 60th to keep regrets from eating away at his mind. At one point he thought that he felt quite cold, as if he were on the field with Kirikiri. Come to think of it, it had been quite a while since they had seen Kirikiri. These thoughts made him think about something for a moment. However, he decided to push them aside and told himself that he had come here to clear his thoughts, and not to have only negative things creep into his head. The system then sent him a message that Maria had just seen Lucy off. After that, she said again that it would be better if John did it himself. But the hero replied that he was very busy, which is why he noted that Maria was still worried about this. And then the girl told him not to ask her to do it anymore. John asked her if something had happened. Maria said that Lucy seemed to hate her, to which John replied that this was not surprising, since it was impossible to please everyone. At one point, Maria suggested that she was simply being too sensitive, and John didn't know what to say to safely skip the topic, since there were too many pitfalls. He said that Maria was the leader of the spring who sent her a message directly, so Lucy must have been nervous. He thought to himself that every person would be afraid to receive a private message from this cold-blooded witch. However, Maria insisted that he not ask her for anything like that again, as being nice was not her style, and at that moment, John realized that this was the whole reason for the problem. According to psychology, when a person shows a previously unfamiliar attitude, the other person perceives it as aggression. Because the player who was a psychiatrist recently came out into the real world, now within the training, the highest authority of psychology has become John, who suffers from mental illness. Others have guesses about it, and so he decided not to attract attention to himself. Maria then said that as soon as she had information about the event they had talked about earlier, she would contact him, so he should not ignore her message. John thought he should see if he could send the clone to another difficulty level. Since his clone is considered a summoned soul by the system and not a player, it might be possible to send him to a different difficulty level by handing him over to someone else. If this method works, then it will be possible to send the clone not only as a squad member, but also to his outer world. After sending the clone, he will exchange souls with him. He thought it was a perfect plan, and at that moment the clone read his thoughts, but apparently was not happy about it. He told John that the other level of complexity was considered another world, and if he sent him there, the connection with it would be broken, and therefore he would no longer be able to live. John's double said that he doesn't want to die because of his stupid experiments. When the protagonist heard this, he was upset because he created a clone to pass the 61st floor, and he could not even imagine that it would be so useless. In the end, he was left with only schizophrenia from his attempt to split his soul. His clone said he felt like a younger son who was born from an unwanted pregnancy. At this moment, the main character thought that he should have gone up to the 61st floor earlier. He had come here before the dragon was born to clear his mind and earn points, and now he felt truly refreshed. He then said goodbye to his clone and said that it was time for him to hit the road. After some time, he arrived at the second location of the 61st floor, which looked like a desert. With the help of his skills, the main character easily moved through the air. On this floor, you need to attack 2 locations at the same time. The main boss room of level 61 can only be entered if you attack the boss rooms in both locations. Since the clone is considered a tethered creature, it is not a separate player, which is why John is stuck on the 61st floor. This is why he is trying to raise a dragon, because he is a native born into this world, and perhaps the system will recognize him as a separate person from John. However, he doubted that Yang would be considered a separate player. The likelihood of this was low. However, John decided that he had to at least try, as he always did. Soon he arrived at a location that resembled a volcanic place. He moved freely through the lava-filled space because he was resistant to fire. Soon, he reached the place where the monster that looked like a devil was. Seeing John, he asked him to come closer, since they had not seen each other for a long time. The main character noted that he really hadn't met him for a long time. Then the monster asked him if he had already seen the queen. John said he had seen her before, and she was complaining about her skin, as always. Hearing this, the monster laughed loudly. His voice was so loud that John even had to cover his ears. He said the queen was worried that her frozen skin would age. She was still being stupid. John confirmed that the queen had indeed said something like that. Then the monster addressed John as a king and asked how long he would have to wait. The hero said that he still needed time. Then the demon said that he had a sad fate. John became the most skilled swordsman, the strongest swordsman. But in the end, he cannot use this power and cannot achieve perfection. However, John said that this could just be a stage in his improvement. The monster said with a smile that John spoke like the one god who said that there is no sword without a purpose. He then asked him what he planned to achieve with this power. John said that he didn't need to answer random questions now, when this hardening was over. Then he would decide how to use this power. The monster found it interesting that he compared the current situation to a mirror, and then asked, what about the will and intentions of those who create this sword? The protagonist replied that he had his own will, unlike the sword. Then the monster asked him where his own will would lead him. The protagonist began to get irritated by these questions, and said that he had no idea. When the monster suggested ending this conversation, and said that he would like to hear his answer when he was older, he said that when the time came, John must make the right decision, since their will was entrusted to him, and he must not make a mistake in his choice. After this, he took his huge sword in his hands and stood up from the throne, saying that in that case, they needed to begin. At that moment, John saw that someone's hands began to appear from the lava that was behind the monster. He smiled and told the monster to take care of him. After this, the monster raised his sword and they both were ready to fight. Meanwhile, the story is transferred back to the present time. The adventures of the protagonist on the hellish difficulty level have already reached the 11th floor. He found himself in an underground city. There he found several chests at once, which contained loot for him. Inside, he found resistance to poisons, and this skill also rose to the highest rank. Such awards made the main character very happy, as he progressed by leaps and bounds. However, at the end of the 11th floor, he was very tired because that floor was difficult. The problem wasn't even the ripped out complexity, but the fact that a lot of work needed to be done to complete it. The conditions for passing the 11th floor are to capture the treasure chest, which is most treasured by the monsters of the underworld. John was abandoned in the middle of an underground city. He wandered for a long time, and he had to cover a huge distance. The problem was that he couldn't find the treasure chest, even after killing the underworld monster. There were many treasure chests. Tens, and even hundreds of thousands. He tried to catch the monster and get to the bottom of the information with the long Tower of Babel knowledge skill, but everyone who could share even a bit of information with him committed suicide without hesitation. And these racial characteristics really irritated the protagonist. Even with his greatly improved interrogation and torture skills, he couldn't get any information. After all, he had no other choice but to comb the entire city. When he dug up the palace garden, he found an underground passage with a key inside. He inserted the key into the keyhole on the plate of the royal throne and turned it, and a passage to the treasury appeared on the wall behind the throne. He was offended that he had been so hysterical, and had spent so much time digging up the entire imperial palace. Perhaps he would never have found this place in his life. Obviously, searching has never been John's strong suit. If there are thieves or adventurers as companions in RPGs, then that's what they do. It is very convenient if the main character's squad has an extra who sets or dismantles traps, and finds hidden enemies or devices. He thought about summoning Ida as his companion, but realized she was too proud to help him. He decided that this was his destiny, so he needed to stop grumbling and instead get used to it and start reasoning. He soon came to the conclusion that his business was finished at this place. When the portal opened in front of him, he was surprised that he could just up and leave here. He did not hesitate, and entered the portal, and soon found himself in a clearing where Kirikiri was already waiting for him. John came up behind her and quietly greeted her, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. When Kirikiri heard his voice, she turned around and a smile appeared on her face. She was glad that he came alone this time. John said that the summoning time was over, so they disappeared. Then he asked the girl if they would still have memories, and Kirikiri answered yes. She asked him how long it took him this time. John said that he couldn't imagine that in addition to the tunnels, he would have to dig up the entire palace garden. The girl said that his reaction was very boring before. When they met after a long time, John cried and it was funny. When the protagonist heard this, he became angry and said that Kirikiri would be left without cake today. When the girl realized that John was going to punish her, she immediately began to change in front of him, and promised not to say that again. After this, John decided to rest a little. He lay down on the grass and slept there for some time. When he looked down, he saw Kirikiri lying on top of him, sleeping peacefully. This picture brought a soft smile to his face. Then he yawned and tried to get up, wondering how long he had been asleep. John knew he had been having trouble sleeping in the last few days, and he didn't need to sleep in the waiting room, so he ignored his discomfort. He was always in danger on any floor, so naturally he slept less. And eventually what he was worried about happened. His rhythm of life was disrupted. Due to the impatience and overconfidence that came with climbing to the 6th floor, he sometimes forgot to eat, rest and sleep and simply ran towards battles. Thanks to the restorative effect of the waiting room, he was somehow able to cure his physical ailment. But due to his shattered psyche, he could not sleep, so his health deteriorated. So when John came to Kirikiri, he would fall asleep to compensate for the lack. It was always a good place to sleep. Then he turned his attention to the sleeping girl and noted that she was very cute. She was just like a little child. In high school, a classmate of his had a pet rabbit, but he couldn't remember whether she said they liked having their noses touched or not. John had a lot of questions for Kirikiri, and he would finally be able to ask the questions he had been collecting since the 6th floor. When he remembered this floor, he thought again that it really was hell. He didn't want to go through that experience again. His attacks were blocked due to his lack of ability. He had worked so hard to get stronger and pushed his brain to its limits. If John had cleared the floor later, he would have definitely gone crazy. The message from the deity that he received then also left a mark on his psyche. He remembered the test of the apostle that the god of adventure and slowness sent him. He didn't understand what he was supposed to do about it. John was worried that another god might take revenge if he chose someone too hastily. Based on past experience, the gods have the ability to take away the player's sight and move them to another location. If the gods have such power, then killing John would be easy, so he must be careful. While the girl was sleeping, he whispered to her that when he passed the 6th floor, he returned to her. He remembered how, as soon as he found himself in the clearing, he burst into tears and reached out to the girl to hug him. After this, he asked Kirikiri about the god's offer, but the girl did not answer. The thing is, information about the gods is very valuable. John continued asking questions until he heard from Kirikiri that she would answer when he passed the 11th floor. John had not yet responded to the gods. They had not called him to an immediate decision, but there were occasional reports that the god of adventure was impatient. So John decided that he had done the right thing by postponing his choice until he had the necessary information. He decided that he needed to check everything thoroughly first. He wanted to know if it was possible to accept the offer of both gods without being punished for it. He wanted to know if he could accept one offer and reject another, and if there would be any penalty or benefit for doing so. He also wondered who Kirikiri would choose if she had to choose between these gods. Now John really wanted the girl to wake up, but he himself could not wake her up. At that moment, he noticed a message from Chris. who said that it looked like there would be a gathering day soon. At first, John didn't pay attention to it and asked if something special had happened. However, after reading the message, surprise appeared on his face. Carlin said that the gathering event will open soon, and he believes it will take place before the end of this session. John thought that events seemed to open up about once per session. Therefore, if an event opens, it means something bad is happening. Carlin didn't understand why this event was even opening, and this time he had no clue. That was the biggest problem. The protagonist wanted to answer something to Carlin, but he could not help him, since their levels of difficulty were different. He realized that it was better to entrust the solution of this problem to someone else, and he himself would do everything he could on the day of the meeting. John then turned to Carlin again and asked what about Maria. Carlin replied that she was busy. She was going to punish the vigilantes who could not catch criminals in their area. John noted to himself that this was wrong. If a conflict arose within the Druzhniki, the organization could be disbanded. In this world, the Druzhniki play the role of law enforcement, but their authority is very shaky. The basis of their strength is the power of the players demonstrated on the first day of the last meeting, and the charisma of Maria, who punished the guild representatives. Objectively, it can be said that they keep people in fear with the help of force. Disagreements cannot be allowed to arise in the ranks of the Druzhniki. If people lose trust in the Druzhniki, they will be nothing more than an armed group monitoring compliance with the rules and will not be able to do anything. Carlin said that Maria knows this herself, but she does it because she is upset and is just doing what she has to do. John still asked Carlin to keep an eye on her so that she wouldn't do anything bad. After that, he closed the system and looked at the sky again. He didn't know whether he should intervene in this situation. Besides, Kirikiri had already slept for too long, and it was time to wake her up. John looked at her sleeping face for a moment, then touched her ears. The girl jumped from the unexpected touch and immediately woke up. After this, they sat down at the table, and John asked her if she really said that it didn't matter which god he chose. The girl who ate the cake confirmed that he could pass any test, be it from the goddess of slowness or the god of adventure. John asked why she was only talking about this now, to which the girl replied that the protagonist said that he would make a decision only after hearing all the information. After that, John said in a soft voice that she had had enough cake. He decided to start blackmailing her with cake and asked if he could choose two gods at once. In response, Kirikiri nodded affirmatively. John thought that he was worried about the penalties for refusing, but it turned out that he was worried in vain. He then asked the girl if there were any disadvantages to this decision. Kirikiri said the challenge will be influenced by its difficulty level. As a result, you can become an apostle of only one side, but it is possible to pass both tests. The main character asked to tell her more about these trials. However, the girl only looked at him silently, and her gaze became more serious. After that, she turned away and began to write something on the grass with a small wooden stick. John asked what kind of language it was, since he did not yet have a high enough level of knowledge skill before the Babylonian times. He suggested that these might be writings that were not part of the Tower of Babel's system of knowledge. Kirikiri said that the trials are a test to confirm that a player can become an apostle, and the content of the trials depends on the inclinations of the gods and the character of the candidate. John asked what types of tests there were, but the girl replied that she did not know. She said it was not because she didn't want to talk, but because each god had his own standards and his own tests for each person. She asked if John hadn't received a bunch of messages that could help him understand the nature of these gods and try to predict their trials. However, John realized that he needed more information and asked Kirikiri to tell him what she knew about the god of adventure and the goddess of slowness. He noted that he only needed the most important things to get an idea of them. When the girl said that she had already told about the goddess of slowness, John then warned her that if she got off topic again, he would not buy her cake again. Kirikiri then explained that the god of adventure is a god who loves to fight against difficulties and hardships, and also loves to make dreams and wishes come true at the end of adventures. She then reminded him of what the goddess of slowness really was, and that she was the one who forever followed the endless flow of time without hesitation. The girl said that the biggest difference between them is that they overcome adversity. The god of adventure goes through everything with people, and the goddess of slowness likes to follow the path of life alone. Simply put, the god of adventure prefers group play, while the goddess of slowness prefers solo play. Then the hero thought that the god of adventure always reacts when he does not give up, being in a hopeless situation. The first impression of his name reminded him of the word adventure. Love and friendship blossoming in adventure is the ideal theory of justice in the quest to save the weak, and the god of adventure was the first to take notice of it. Looking at his reaction when he refused to revive Idaltara, it became clear that this was his typical behavior. However, these were all hypotheses and assumptions, and if there was a concept that the gods of adventure were pursuing, then he already had some conclusions. Kirikiri added that in the end, both sides want the same thing from the apostle. Considering the current situation on the hell difficulty level, it would be better to choose the goddess of slowness. When John asked Kirikiri who she thought he should choose, he thought to himself that Kirikiri always gave him valuable advice. He didn't always follow it, but he was sure that she was a good advisor. He used most of his right to information, but it was worth it. Then the girl said that she recommended him to choose the god of adventure. The goddess of slowness is suitable for those who are often alone, and frankly, the role of the apostle of the goddess of slowness, in her opinion, is not something that an ordinary person can do. John thought it was a rather unexpected response. He had reasons to be concerned, but Kirikiri herself said that the goddess of slowness was a good choice. However, the god of adventure also fits his choice. For a few seconds the main character was deep in thought, and then told the girl that he had made a decision. At that moment, the system informed him that the god of adventure was worried, and John wondered what was bothering the guy so much. Although it wasn't surprising to him, considering how he had been treating him all this time, so he had reason to be concerned. Then Kirikiri asked him excitedly what he was going to do. Then the main character thought about his decision again. He looked at Kirikiri carefully, ready to tell her his choice. He said with a smile that he would choose both of these gods. He explained his decision by saying that someday, he would have to become an apostle of one of them. When that moment comes, he will make a final decision, but taking into account that he will receive more information. He thought to himself that the severity of the test would not be a problem for him if it helped him become stronger. At this point, the system reported that the goddess of slowness regretted, and the god of adventure sighed with relief. Apparently they thought that John would choose the goddess of slowness. He then said that he had cleared up one problem that had been haunting him since the 6th floor. Then he saw a message that the gods had given him new skills. The protagonist expected this, and noted that he had made the right decision. Now his Teleria wings and shimmer skills have become almost cheating. Then he suddenly noticed another skill that he didn't have before. It was called Spirit Cry. Moreover, a new window appeared. Now you can see the percentage of completion, and the progress has increased greatly. But he did not understand why the god of adventure had so many trials, 20 times more than the goddess of slowness. John then decided to look at the main reward, which were skills called fortitude, which give him strength when the fight gets tough, and composition, which shows him ways to solve problems. The explanation for these abilities was equally mysterious, and if he asked Kirikiri, things would only get more confusing. Fortitude and Iron Wall are similar skills. If Iron Wall strengthens the body, then Fortitude, apparently, does not allow the spirit to fall, or helps to fight in battle, or simply increases statistics. The composition seems to increase the level of concentration for a long time. It is similar to the very famous promotion of doubling the experience in games. When the last session ends, John will have to wait in the waiting room for about 3 days, during which time it is better to pump up some skill. He decided that it was possible to improve not only the fighting skill, since both seemed useful. He thought to himself that it would have been better if he had gotten the composition earlier. If he had known about it, he would have gotten it as soon as he cleared the 6th floor. He felt like he had missed the double experience promotion at the computer club. However, he decided that although there were losses, they were not serious, and not counting the 11th floor, he quickly passed all the floors after the 6th, and if he received all these effects after the 6th floor, then there would be no difference. John understood this, but tried to rationalize it all. But it was a skill that had to do with development. But nevertheless, he decided that he needed to think positively, because the reality he lives in is a hellish level. He then looked at Kirikiri, who had been sitting at the table eating cake the whole time. John got really fed up with this, and took away the cake from her, which she couldn't tear herself away from. The girl immediately started crying and demanded that the cake be returned to her, since she valued it very much. Then the main character thought that he had gone a little overboard. They found themselves at the table again, and Kirikiri said that John was very kind. The main character thought to himself that this girl was ready to sell her soul for sweets. Then he asked her to follow all the guys who offer her lollipops, since she won't get any lollipops in the end. However, as soon as Kirikiri heard about the lollipops, she immediately said that she would go after those guys. After some time, a portal opened in the clearing, which was ready to take the main character back to the waiting room. Before leaving, he asked the girl to tell him how to add skills in the waiting room. He regretted that composition and durability were only level 1, while Shimmer and Teleria's wings were at max level when he got them. He thought that he should expect his skills to improve, but at this stage it was better not to expect much skill efficiency. Then he looked at the portal and realized there was something else. He asked Kirikiri how much more information he could get, and the girl replied that he could get a little more. Then he asked her to give him advice for the 12th floor. However, the girl said that she had no advice. She advised him not to know anything, since it would be easier that way. She said that he would get through it anyway, and John agreed with her words. It wasn't hard for him to clear the 7th floor, and the fact that he cleared the 6th floor, which required teamwork, meant that he was as strong as 5 Hell tier players. The floors after the 6th floor required teamwork again, but he cleared everything without any difficulty, and unless there was a large raid on this floor, there was no need to worry. After that, he looked again at Kirikiri, who was seeing him off. He waved to her and said that they would see each other again soon. Finally, the girl told John not to cry anymore because he was lonely. John thought to himself that it was good to have someone to see him off. If there was someone like Cresty outside, then perhaps he would be living differently now. After that, he smiled goodbye to the girl once more and headed towards the portal. Soon he found himself in the waiting room on the 12th floor. He turned to the system and read about the skill of Fortitude. It was a skill he received from the god of adventure. It greatly improves your combat skills in proportion to your strength, experience, and number of enemies, as well as the number of comrades behind you, injuries received, and fatigue. John really liked this skill, and found it cool, because it increases his combat skills depending on the situation. Except for the part with comrades, the conditions are quite doable, since this is a hellish level. And this was the best skill for passive combat. He liked that the skills increased in accordance with the danger of the situation. This skill was a salvation in a difficult situation. Also, as an added benefit, he had resistance to mental attacks, and now John didn't have to worry about it. Then he thought that the god of adventure was really the best. Returning to the Fortitude skill, the stronger and longer John is calm, the more unwavering his determination will be. Concentrating on one task longer than the allotted time, the experience increases faster. As he thought, it was related to the speed of development. The key was in maintaining concentration for a long time. He then wondered if this was a single action. Wouldn't it be possible to train magical power at the same time as improving swordsmanship? And noted that this skill still had many secrets. He decided that he would learn about it little by little as he used it, and if anything happened, he would ask Kirikiri. Then he decided he had read enough about these skills and headed to the floor. However, this time he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place, which looked like a jungle. The main character didn't even suspect that somewhere in the depths of this tropical forest, a huge dragon was waiting for him. As soon as the main character got here, he immediately cursed at Kirikiri, who said that he wouldn't need advice. He was sure that such things should definitely be told. Then he raised his head up and suddenly heard terrible sounds coming from somewhere in the depths of the forest. When he turned around, he realized that he was not alone in this forest. Shortly before this, a portal appeared in the waiting room, ready to send him to the 12th floor. The protagonist decided that he should just go inside, sleep, and regain his strength, and he had no need to hang around any longer. However, he suddenly didn't notice the team member confirmation window, which indicated that this floor was for solo play. Judging by the fact that Kirikiri said that getting through the 12th floor wouldn't be a problem, John was confident that he could handle it even without advice. Because he had spent too much time on the 6th floor, his skill level was far behind the other participants, and this was a good opportunity to catch up with them. On other difficulty levels, level 30 is called the habitation zone, where many higher level rankers live. Comparing the hell level to others is a useless thing, and he doesn't like it. So he decided that he needed to speed up and prepare to enter the 12th floor, as he really wanted to see the living area. Soon the portal transferred him to the desired location. However, instead of the usual room in which he spent all his floors, he found himself in a tropical forest. John immediately noted that he had not yet been in the jungle, but it was better than the desert or the snow-capped mountains. Thanks to his resistance to heat, he could endure it as long as he wanted, and then decided to see what the conditions were for completing this floor. The system welcomed him to the continent of Yihao, known as the homeland of the Yihao subspecies, a place so dangerous that even the natives left their homeland. It is a wild place with no culture or civilization, but it is known for its predators and harsh conditions. The survival rate here is very low. Many have tried to challenge the jungle, but only a few have survived. The system said that John was a young fighter who decided to show his strength. He needed to maintain his dignity in these woods, not be brave and be vigilant. He must spend 25 days in this year, teeming with hungry predators who are not averse to a feast, and prove that he is a worthy warrior. The protagonist noted that it was a fairly simple explanation. He wanted to go to the inventory interface, but the system told him that the interface was unavailable. No matter how hard he tried to get there, the inventory window was completely blocked. At that moment he felt that everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. He looked at his hands and realized that he had taken absolutely nothing with him. This was terrible news, because the hero was sure that he would simply go crazy here. John had no sword or shield, and there was nothing in his pockets. It was his mistake. It was his own fault that he had not taken a weapon with him. He realized that it was irresponsible, and now it was becoming his punishment. Now John was forced to survive empty-handed in this place for 25 whole days. However, he assumed that this did not mean he had to stay here for the full 25 days. At some point he thought he was lost. There were no conditions for losing, and the portal back did not open. In other words, if he doesn't die, he will have to spend 25 days here. Today was the 6th day of 14 trials, and he had to stay in this grove for another 24 days. If he survives, on day 24, he will be taken to the waiting room. And in the next test, he will again have to spend 25 days to pass the stage. He was very unhappy, because he had passed the 11th floor in just one day. But he had to face this floor. He thought that if he rested here, he might be able to find food and build a safe shelter, as if it were a summer vacation. However, he quickly realized that this was not a summer vacation, but the 12th floor of a hellish level of difficulty. He decided to mark his territory like wild animals, so that no one would come near. But he didn't know who his enemy might be. He thought that they might be wild animals, or some kind of monster race. If he had won the jungle, he might have been able to clear the floor in 24 days, but he didn't know what would happen if he destroyed all the predators. John first decided to conduct reconnaissance, and, if possible, come up with a plan for conquest. However, he suddenly heard terrible sounds coming from above. When he looked back, he saw two huge dragon-like monsters fighting each other. They fought to the death, tearing each other apart with claws and teeth. John was horrified, but he began to understand what he was dealing with. Suddenly, one of the dragons began to prepare a fireball to throw at the enemy. Flames burst from his mouth, but the other dragon blocked the attack with an invisible shield. John realized that he needed to leave this place as quickly as possible and rushed in the opposite direction. He cursed under his breath, not understanding how dragons could be here. Meanwhile, they continued to fight. One dragon trying to hit the other with fire, while the other defended itself. After some time, John reached a large tree, near the roots of which he could hide. He finally caught his breath and thought that if he could use the inventory and at least a knife, everything would be much easier. The problem was that he didn't even have water. He listened to the sounds of the wind and realized that he needed to find food. He needed to replenish his supplies, but the fruits in this jungle could be poisonous. John realized that danger lurked around every corner, and he had no medicine if he got poisoned. So he had an idea. He needed to get the meat of one of the dragons. However, he realized that if one dragon was dead, the other was definitely alive, and it would be dangerous to go out into the open. Besides, someone might start hunting him, so he needed to leave quickly. He walked out of the jungle into more open ground, deciding to stop fooling around. As he moved forward through the foliage and vines, he found it difficult to move quickly. Suddenly, the system informed him that he had received a message from Mr. Harris. John thought it was fortunate, since he needed at least a little rest. He sat down by the tree and opened the system to contact him. Harris asked if he was busy. John replied that he was not busy yet, but would be there soon. Harris asked how things were on the 12th floor. At first, John didn't know what to say, but then he decided to tell it like it was. He thought Harris was the man who should know the truth. The thing is, Harris was also an active player of hellish level. He told Harris that no inventory could be used on this floor. Harris awkwardly said that in that case he shouldn't try to pass this level, since he wouldn't survive there. At this point, John realized that he had missed the fact that Harris was also interested in playing the hell level in real time. He could just watch, but John himself would soon start to go crazy. John suggested changing the topic because it had become too depressing. He asked how the newcomers were doing. Harris replied that they weren't doing very well. They are annoyed because they couldn't clear the first floor, but they have no choice but to endure it. If you take them out too early, they will definitely die. At that moment, John realized something. At first, he didn't know what to answer. He wasn't always so gloomy. He used to be bright and laugh even at boring stories. John asked how he was doing. Harris replied that he was in front of the boss's room on the 3rd floor and was about to get to the door. He wasn't sure he could cross the stone bridge as John had done, but he didn't want to go without information about the valley floor. John realized that Harris was upset because he had refused the challenge. The guy said he would focus on self-development until he was sure he could pass. John replied that it would be safer that way and wished him luck. After which, they said goodbye. John thought Harris was very careful and cautious. Safety was important to him, and he achieved success in a cool manner. Before he acts, Harris calculates everything and thinks out a plan. It's more like a hired killer or a thief. Harris was the second to rise above the 1st floor on the hell level, and his skills were good. John was curious as to why such a sensible guy would choose the hell level, and when he asked him, as expected, alcohol was to blame. Yet Harris gets along well with people and is always smiling. With a reasonable and caring character, he advises newcomers on their level. Harris is a better communicator than John, and that's why this job suits him much better. Because unlike him, he explains by adapting to the person he is talking to. Harris was a better psychological consultant than John, and he had a lot to learn from him, so he respected him. But his gloominess worried John. Harris said there would be a meeting at the end of this session, and perhaps in that case John should have told everything calmly. He was going to ask to tell Carla this too, but to be honest, he wasn't sure he could calm anyone down with his talk. After this, he decided that he had rested long enough, and then rose to his feet. He needed to get back to thinking about the 12th floor. He needed to find a hearth, since the condition for successful passage was survival, and so now he needed to find a safe place. He had several options: to stop near the river, in a cave, or in a tree. Now John needed to expand the area of action. There was a high probability that predators would gather near the river. Moreover, there were no caves visible nearby, so all he had left was a tree. And he decided that he needed to find a big tree on which he could build himself a hut. He thought about going further to scout the area, but the trees here were too thick and the view would be narrow, so it was best to observe from above, but he didn't know how to fly. Then he suddenly heard some sound. The protagonist turned around and looked at what was behind him, but at first he saw no one. However, John clearly heard someone's footsteps, and they were clearly not insects. He began to move forward, wondering where the one who was making these steps was. He looked around, but there was no one nearby. However, John was sure that he definitely heard footsteps. Then he concentrated and decided to use the combat concentration skill. The whole space around him changed, and soon he found a creature walking next to him. This was the first time John fought while hiding himself. He gathered magic in his hand and prepared to attack. When he heard footsteps close enough to him, he put his palm forward. He hit the creature with his hand, which turned out to be something like a monkey, and the blow landed on its shoulder. He looked closely and realized that this creature was also using the invisibility skill. However, he himself enjoyed using the skill, since he had not done so before. When his concentration faded, he took a closer look at the creature that was hunting him, and realized that it looked very unusual. The environment here was similar to the Jurassic period, but there were also mammals. The creature's arms were like sickles, and it wasn't even a mantis, it looked like a relative of the orangutan. So for now John decided to call it an orangutan. He then used magic again, wondering if this creature understood what he was saying. He turned to him and suggested that they talk calmly. At some point, the creature froze, and was in no hurry to attack the main character. Then he began to make sounds in his language, which seemed to mean nothing. Then John suggested that he calm down and listen to him. He said that he would let him go if they came to an agreement. At that moment, the orangutan suddenly began to shout something in its own language. John began to doubt that this creature understood him. It seemed to him that it was even more nervous. And then he began to speak. Then he slowly extended his hand towards him, and began to carefully walk towards him. However, when he got close enough, the orangutan suddenly jumped up and pointed its sickle-like arms at him. John had no choice but to defend himself. So as soon as the monkey flew close to him, he hit her in the arm with his fist, and with his other hand, he cut off her sickle. He thought to himself that the magic hand could serve as a sword or a shield for him, and of course it couldn't be compared to a magic weapon. After that, he kicked the monkey in the stomach so that it could not come to its senses. From such a strong blow, the monkey, having lost one arm, flew off in the other direction. After this, John walked up to her and put his foot on her chest so that she couldn't move. He guessed that the orangutan had used its invisibility skill that time, but it couldn't do anything else, so now he could see it clearly, and it didn't cause him any more problems. He continued to press on the orangutan's chest with his foot, and it began to make sounds. He tried to hit it with his remaining arm, and then John cut it off so that the creature would not have the opportunity to hit him. After that, he looked at the face of the creature, which was on the verge of losing consciousness from pain. He said menacingly that if the creature had listened to him earlier, this would not have happened. But if he answered his questions, he would heal this wound. However, he quickly realized that he would not be able to obtain an antidote, and in any case, the creature would die. Then he turned to the orangutan and asked him to say something before he died. Suddenly the orangutan took a deep breath and shouted something very loudly in his own language. At this moment the main character realized that something was wrong here. He began to suspect that this roar had some meaning. However, when he realized this, his eyes widened, and he saw dozens of red eyes looking at him from the foliage. He realized that this orangutan had decided to take revenge on him. When the kinsmen heard the cry of their defeated comrade, they also shouted back. The protagonist realized that this creature had just called for help. However, when he looked at the orangutan, he realized that it was already dead. John realized that things were going badly for him at the moment. He knew nothing about the number of enemies, their strength, or the area, and the situation was as bad as it could be. Then he decided that the only right way out of this situation would be to flee. He quickly jumped up and soared into the air before the orangutans could catch up with him. In flight, he shot down one of them, which apparently was hiding in invisibility. The hero thought to himself that he knew it all along. Everything here wouldn't be so simple, because at the hellish difficulty level, nothing comes easy. As he flew, he saw another orangutan approaching him. However, the hero was prepared for this and cut him in half with his hand. When he looked at the trees, he realized that they were too thick for him to get through. Even if he killed them all, they would simply call others with their roar. He noticed that the other orangutans did not attack after they learned of his power. But if he turned his back on them for even a second, something terrible would happen. At that moment, he felt another monster approaching him from behind. The main character turned around sharply and punched him in the face with all his might. He didn't understand why some orangutans kept attacking him, as if they had no instinct for self-preservation at all. He soon realized that he had been running from these monsters all day long, and they were constantly chasing him. They can be killed one by one, however it is not that easy. But nevertheless, it corresponds to the difficulty of the 12th floor of hellish difficulty. These monkeys were flexible and fast, and they had sickles instead of hands. Moreover, they were quite intelligent. They slowly surrounded John as if he were their prey. He could escape by flying away on Talaria's wings or using the shimmer, but there may be other monsters in the sky, so John decided to avoid danger. If you think about it, these creatures weren't as dangerous as dragons. The thing is that there were a lot of them, and they were smart. They surrounded him, calculated his movements, and blocked his path. It would have been easier for John if they had attacked him at once, and at some point he decided to pretend to be wounded. Moreover, each of these monkeys had a unique ability, and John could only guess how many more surprises this jungle had in store for him. Dragons used flame for protection. It was their ability. They have the skills they acquired when they entered training. The first orangutan had the skill of invisibility. The other had the skill of regeneration, and the blessing of the wind spirit. John didn't know how the next one would attack, so it was even more difficult for him. At that moment he saw two monkeys flying towards him at once. He realized that he was in their sight, and now he was easy prey. Then he immediately punched one of the monkeys in the stomach, throwing it away from him. He kicked the second monkey in the face. It seemed to him that he had escaped death, but suddenly, he heard a strange sound. When he looked up, he saw a monkey standing in front of him, its body seeming to sparkle with electricity. He realized that this time the creature standing in front of him had some kind of electrical skill. Before the monkey could hit him, the protagonist quickly jumped into the air. He hit the orangutan in the face with all his might and then ran away. He couldn't help but notice that these creatures were incredibly annoying. He also noted that they attacked in pairs, so he couldn't even guess how many of these creatures there were. As John ran forward, he saw a high mountain appear in front of him. He decided that the best solution at the moment would be to go to this rock. He thought that since these monkeys had sickles instead of hands, they would not be able to climb after him. He decided to confuse his tracks so that he could escape from them even if they climbed to the very top. While he was trying to reach the rock, he had to fight off the monkeys every now and then. At some point, John began to think that even for a hellish difficulty, this was an incredibly grueling challenge. These monsters were incredibly fast, and he didn't even have time to rest. The war with the orangutans lasted about 2 days. John could not even get close to the rock, which seemed to be 2 steps away. He couldn't eat or drink these days. This whole situation was driving him crazy, because he didn't know how he would be able to find even one free minute. He used Soul Cry, but this time it didn't work. Last time he used this skill, he caused aggression and destroyed everything that was outside the skill's range. He could only guess how intelligent these monkeys were, since they even used their surroundings to attack him. They used traps, timing of attacks, and provoking aggression. Moreover, they have now set traps around him in several rows. He noticed at least 4 rows of traps, and he couldn't even imagine how it could be done in such a dense forest. He couldn't imagine how they could control such a huge army, given his location, their movements, and the terrain. It was impossible to take so many factors into account and formulate a plan without a leader. At that moment, he began to think that these orangutans might have walkie-talkies. However, a more likely answer was that they had some skill. They had surveillance of all this from above or something like telepathy. And somewhere their commander was sitting, who led this whole crowd, using his skill. John noted that this was a pretty good hypothesis. However, he was distracted by another orangutan, which appeared out of nowhere and flew towards him. And although the main character dealt with him, he noted that his hypothesis still did not help him in any way. He threw the annoying monkey away from himself and ran forward. He thought to himself that even if it was true, he wouldn't be able to avoid the traps. And now he didn't understand what options he had. For starters, John could kill the commander who controls these monkeys from somewhere. He also had the option to take off on the wings of Talaria and fly away from here. And the third option was to climb the cliff. John understood that the first option was difficult to implement, and if he followed the second, he would have to fly for a very long time. He could run into dragons, and then it would be terrible. So he is left with only one option, which is to climb the cliff. At that moment, he realized that it was Carl writing to him, asking John if he was busy. Along the way, the main character fought off the monkeys and asked his friend what he wanted. The dwarf said that he had been told something strange, but it was not urgent, and they could talk later. After some time, the main character finally reached the rock to which he had been running for a couple of days. He looked up and noted that it was quite high, but most of the problem was solved. He had very little left to do, but just climb up and stop there for a while. However, as he climbed through the grass, he noticed several monkeys flying towards him at once. John had no choice but to use the flicker skill and reach the top of the cliff in one jump. As he flew, he used his wings to land smoothly on top of the cliff. The monkeys that remained below watched with great surprise as their opponent flew through the air like a bird. John couldn't help but smile as he finally got rid of those pesky monkeys. Soon he approached the edge of the cliff and flew there quite quickly. When he landed on the rock surface, he retracted his wings and was finally able to exhale. However, he already saw what was in front of him and understood that it was too much. As it turned out, there was a whole crowd of monkeys standing in front of him, who were already waiting for him at the top. He didn't understand why they had gotten in here, and in his eyes it all looked more like some kind of joke. He thought that he could just ignore them and go back down to the bottom. However, at that moment the system informed him that the wings were locked indefinitely, and then John realized that he had not thought of that. These macaques calculated his path, positioned his army, and also blocked his skill, which showed that these guys really knew what they were doing. He looked at the monkeys who were standing in front of him and shouting something loudly in their own language. John noted that he knew this cry. It was revenge and mockery of the enemy. He began to think about the situation he was in, and the first thing he noticed was that his flight skill was blocked. Right now, there were more than 3,000 monsters in front of him. Moreover, John was confident that these guys were not going to lose. Then he put his hand forward again and activated the magic in it. Soon after, he rushed towards them using the soul exploitation skill. This skill, bestowed upon him by God for his amazing achievements in battle, brands the souls of enemies within reach, gradually weakening them. If John defeats an enemy, he will absorb the enemy's soul, restoring his body. Roughly speaking, it was a long-range debuff and a post-victory recovery effect. In addition, if it is maintained, it increases in proportion to the enemy resistance. So John was just glad that there were so many of these guys, and they were going to attack him. The monkeys immediately began to approach him, intending to hit him with their sickles. The protagonist then activated the fortitude skill, which gives him strength when he faces a crisis. For John, this was a great opportunity to test his fortitude. When he saw that the frightened monkeys began to run away from him, he used a war cry to provoke them to attack him. When the creatures ran towards him again, he began to beat them one by one to death. They began to surround him from all sides, but John was strong enough to deal with them. Soon the entire surface of the rock was strewn with the corpses of monkeys. John noted that there was a strong smell of blood in the area, so it was a good thing it was raining. He decided it was time for him to leave, but before he left, he took the hand of one of the macaques with him. He then activated his wings, which were already available. At first he was even surprised, because he was not sure that he could fly again. Then he flew into the air and began to think about what to do next. John decided to go back to the beginning, find some shelter, food, and sleep. After some time he arrived back in the jungle, where he tried to hide from the rain. First the orangutans had bothered him, and now the rain had bothered him, making it impossible for him to see. While he was walking here, he sat on the leg of an orangutan. He had no choice because he had not eaten or drunk for 3 days. The smell of fish and flesh was simply awful, and he didn't understand why it could be so tasteless. Kirikiri said that he could get through this floor without any problem, and now he was very angry with the girl and promised to never bring her cake again. Moreover, the rain was incredibly heavy, and then John remained that he would be able to reach the goal. As he was walking down the hill, he saw some movement. Someone entered the cave to escape the rain, and thanks to the clear sight skill, John saw much better, so he could not be mistaken. He thought it was good to have a goal, but because he was wet, his mood was foul. Then he suddenly felt his stomach twist, and thought it was because of the meat. He felt so bad that he even vomited. John felt terrible, but he couldn't do anything about it. He understood that if he ate this meat again, he would simply die, and decided that he would simply eat tree leaves. Then he scooped up some rainwater in his palm to drink, and at that moment he realized what a catch there was in the 12th floor. Here you need not just to survive, but to develop various survival skills. There is no need to fight anyone here. The 12th floor is a test of survival skills, not fighting ability. However, no matter how you look at it, this strategy did not suit John, since he loved fighting much more. After some time, he was finally able to reach the cave near which he had seen movement. At first he couldn't even believe that after so much time, he had finally managed to get here. Then John suddenly shouted sharply, and ordered whoever was hiding inside to come out. However, there was no response. No one came out of the cave or even made a sound. Then John picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it into the cave. At first there was no answer, and the protagonist simply silently looked into the depths of the dark cave. Then he shouted again, telling the creature that this was now his home. When the creature heard this, it looked out of the cave, its eyes glowing a bright red light. He met the protagonist's gaze, and for a moment they looked at each other in silence. Soon the creature slowly emerged from the cave, and the protagonist saw that it looked like a huge ferret. John noted that the creature's paws also shimmered with electricity. He also realized that there was water everywhere here, and wherever he went, he could get an electric shock. He then immediately activated the soul exploitation and directed it at the ferret. The creature didn't have time to dodge the attack, and John was glad that he had succeeded. Then the ferret suddenly growled and rushed straight at the main character. John was surprised that this ferret decided to attack him directly, but in that case he also had a plan. As the ferret flew towards him, John used his wings, which hit him in the face. The blow was so strong that it sent the ferret flying to the side. John knew that the wings had high resistance magic, and they also didn't touch his body directly, so he wouldn't get electrocuted. He looked at his opponent again, and noted that he had started with electricity right away, so he had to hit him while he was close. John didn't want to know how powerful his punch was, but he knew that if he started testing it now, he would simply die. Then he rushed through his opponent at great speed. After that, he dealt him a crushing blow to the face. It was so strong that the ferret flew a huge distance and fell somewhere deep in the jungle. John noted that the combo of shimmer and wings works on the 12th floor too. After the victory, his stamina was restored. Apparently the soul exploitation effect was activated. However, he was unhappy that right now some bastard appeared who had electrical skills. He decided that next time he needed to get the skill of resistance to electricity. After the cave was clear, he entered it. John looked closely and realized that it was quite empty and spacious here, and also warm. However, then he suddenly heard some strange sounds again. Without thinking twice, John activated the combat concentration skill. He realized that his enemy was somewhere nearby, but he understood that he could not be either in front or above. At some point, he began to think that someone was using the invisibility skill again. John realized that he could not determine where his opponent was now. He then decided to use his heightened senses to determine its location. It took him a few seconds, and he felt that the enemy had just passed him. He felt a crunching sound coming from above behind him. Before the creature could attack him, the protagonist turned around and grabbed it by the tail. However, as it turned out, it was someone very small and did not pose a threat to him. He looked at the carcass of the little ferret, which was cut into pieces by his skill. This creature looked like that big ferret, however it was still young, but nevertheless it could still be very dangerous for him. John noted that he was already very tired of the local fauna, despite the fact that his wounds healed instantly. Such wounds can be healed with medicinal herbs in less than a minute, and it's good that he has other ways of recovery besides potions. They increase his chances of survival and speed it up quite a bit. At this point, John realized that he was having difficulty keeping his head up. The thing is that too much energy is spent on recovery, which is why he starts to feel bad. However, he decided that for now, there was no need to worry about this, because he had become physically stronger. Moreover, the potion had not gone anywhere. But it was difficult for him to recover when his strength was at 0. So he lay down on the ground, thinking that he still had a lot of things to do, but first he wanted to rest. After some time, he woke up and realized that he was not wearing his cloak, and some of his equipment was lying next to him. John opened his eyes and realized that he was not alone in the cave. He raised himself up and saw that Ida was sitting near the entrance to the cave, as if she was guarding his peace. When she saw that John was awake, she smiled, and said that she had prepared something to eat for them, and then called the guy her husband. When he heard this, surprise appeared on his face. He immediately picked up a stone that was lying next to him and threw it towards the lizard, but it dodged it. Then John turned to her and said that he had already asked her not to call him that. He calmed down pretty quickly, then stretched and asked the lizard how long he had slept. Ida replied that he slept for 3 hours, which was very little for a general. John was surprised because he felt like he'd been sleeping a lot more, and if he hadn't called Ida, he wouldn't have been able to close his eyes for even 10 minutes. He thought to himself that he was actually very grateful to her for existing. He also noted that summoning the deceased is a pretty cool skill. It can be used no more than 5 times per entity, and an item that contains the spirit is also required. Even taking into account the restrictions, summoning the deceased is a good skill. It would have been even more effective to summon a stronger creature once he had leveled up. But for now, he didn't regret summoning the lizard at all. With her, he felt completely safe. In situations when he had to stay at one stage for a long time, the knowledge that he had an ally gave him strength. John was more clear-eyed about the situation when he could share his thoughts, and the feeling of loneliness disappeared. He first summoned Ida at level 7, doing so only to distract the enemy, but he realized that she had much greater potential. She proved to be not only strong in battle, but also cold-blooded and attentive to detail, which is not typical of lizards. However, at the 5th level, she became obsessed with the idea of making him her husband, and he could not get it out of his mind. It is customary for lizards to choose a partner of the strongest. She began to court him fiercely so that he would choose her. But John, being very tired after that battle, decided not to dwell on this. In accordance with the characteristics of her species, she resigned herself to his refusal. In return, he taught her to understand human actions, and now they got along quite well. After some time, the lizard brought him some food on a large leaf. She said it was lambura meat. It was raw, but the protagonist had resistance to poison, so he didn't get poisoned. He could imagine it as sashimi. The hero thought to himself that the ferret was probably called a lambur, and it tasted much better than an orangutan. Then he asked the lizard what she knew about this area, since the protagonist only knew that this area was called Ihai, but Ida also knew nothing. John thought about how he had a lot of questions for the lizard when they started working together. He was curious about what role she played in the training, how she got there, and what she did before that. She didn't know the answer to most of his questions. She said that her head went blank and nothing came to mind when he asked her about something. It seemed like she had a black memory and got upset when she couldn't remember anything, so he didn't try to dig into her past. However, what Ida could tell him was about her skills, but she remembered nothing about her training. Although she knew the name of this animal, she had no idea of its purpose. Then the lizard asked John what they would do now and what the conditions were for completing the level. John explained to her that they had to stay in the forest for 25 days and were not allowed to use equipment. The lizard then suggested that it was possible to live quietly in this jungle for 25 days, and she certainly enjoyed this stage. The hero asked her what exactly she liked here, since he wouldn't be able to get through this floor just like that. The game session would end early, and he wouldn't be able to last here for 25 days. In response to this, the lizard only laughed and said that he was unlucky. Then she said that if you concentrate on development, then time will not be wasted. And John thought that these were true words, and decided to try to develop new skills. However, Ida said that first they needed to make sure that they would definitely survive. John agreed with her words more than ever. He assumed that they would use this cave as a base for now, and then expand a little. Then they will start hunting those who live here, thus getting rid of unwanted neighbors. The lizard noted that this was a good way, and that they would definitely expand their territory. But if they were too active, predators might come running here. However, John assured her that everything would be fine. They were unlikely to meet animals that could defeat them. In the worst case, they can simply run away. Because if you think about it, the probability of meeting a predator stronger than themselves is quite small. So he said that they would move at dawn, and in the meantime, the lizard should continue to guard their border. The next morning, the protagonist woke up and began to meditate. Although he had regained some of his magical skills, the composition still didn't work, so he doubted that he would achieve any effect if he concentrated harder. At some point, a lizard came into the cave and addressed him. She happily announced that she was ready to run. After this, the main characters put on their clothes and they walked away from the cave. He looked at the spikes that were visible in the deep hole. As it turned out, Ida had made a trap. But that was not all. She said they were called kikimu and scattered them around the cave. The jungle animals don't like them. Then John asked her how she was able to grind without any tool. But the lizard said that she could do everything. John admitted to himself that he hadn't expected anything like that from her. It was enough for him that she helped when they were resting from the battle. He then thanked his partner and said that he really appreciated what she was doing. In response to this, the lizard growled contentedly, and then suggested that they go hunting. After some time they were able to catch the boar. John immediately noted that the lizard hunter was also quite good. Ida explained that she was exiled from the tribe, so she often hunted alone, so she had a lot of experience. John explained that he was not just saying this, and in fact, the lizard is just wonderful. After that, he said that they needed to move on, because they needed to catch all the animals nearby. He also suggested leaving the boar here so that the other animals would smell the blood and gather in one place, which would be much more convenient for them. He said he would look for game and asked the lizard if she could fight, but she suggested it would be better to do the opposite. John agreed with her, but he wanted to gain a skill related to chasing or searching. John didn't understand one thing. When the orangutans were chasing him, they found him like ghosts, even if he crossed rivers or mountains, so he thought they had bloodhound skills. If that was the case, then it was a very useful skill, and he wanted one for himself too. And if he met an enemy with an invisibility skill now, he would not react at all and would die. Perhaps the composition would return to him while he was gaining the skill. So he headed into the jungle and told the lizard that he was leaving the battlefield to her. After some time he arrived at a place where an animal similar to an antelope stood. The animal was leaning over the watering hole when it heard something strange. As it turned out, at that moment there was a lizard standing behind her. Taking advantage of the moment, she cut off the animal's head. John was delighted when he saw her cut the animal in two with one blow, and noted that her skills were excellent. After this, the lizard looked at him with a smile, and said that she would like to teach him how to hunt. During their time on the 12th floor, Ida taught John how to hide. She explained the best places to hunt, how to track prey, and how to sneak up on his prey without being noticed. She showed that magic could also be useful in hunting, and John learned to hide the slightest signs of his presence, moving without making unnecessary noise. He also learned how to distribute mana around the area, creating a thin web, and monitor everything that was happening around him. John didn't know that was possible, and it took him some time to learn. For the next 2 weeks he hunted stray monsters near the cave, improving his skills. Sometimes Ida would hunt because it was her element. With one blow she could cut the body of any animal in half. She soon stated that it seemed like there were no more monsters left in the area, and they had no one to chase. John was glad that he finally learned how to detect enemies. He pumped up the magic circuit and several other skills, and all this thanks to Ida. They quickly exterminated the creatures, and only harmless species remained around the cave, because they were not hunting. Then Ida asked what they would do now, and suggested that they return home. John agreed because he wanted to spend time training in the cave. Ida decided to call the cave their home, and in her free time she began making furniture, as if this lair had become a real home for her. It seemed to John that she was feeling contented. The hunt had clearly cheered her up. Suddenly he asked her to teach him how to use a spear. He said he thought it was a very valuable skill. He didn't use martial arts much within the system, preferring to do everything alone. But he thought he could learn a lot from Ida, including weapon handling. Ida was one of the most amazing creatures he had met here, and he wanted to not only learn how to wield a spear, but also develop his strategic thinking. So he decided to learn how to fight in general. He said that given the current situation, it would be better for them to stay here until the end of the session. Of course, they could find new places to hunt, but that was not as important as the skill of wielding a spear. Seeing the uncertainty on Ida's face, John suggested that he might be asking too much of her. At that moment, Ida looked up somewhere and began to actively think about something. She then headed into the jungle, and asked John to wait for her here. John doubted that he should just sit and wait, because he knew that asking a huge lizard to teach him how to fight was a strange idea. He walked back into the cave, wondering if perhaps he really had gone crazy, and decided to focus on practicing composition. In recent days he had been doing this at any convenient moment. Previously he had tried to increase his stamina in this way. Even if John does everything right, it's still not enough to maintain the composition, as he found out he needs at least 8 hours to activate this skill. At 800, this is the minimum. Having spent exactly this much time in meditation, he can activate the ability. After activation he feels an increase in strength. Composition is the main reason he was able to improve his skills so quickly. This skill turned out to be much more useful than he expected, and without Ida and this skill he wouldn't have managed it. Since scanning the area also consumed mana, John could train the magic circuit and danger detection at the same time, which was quite convenient. He saw the situation in the cave as if it were in the palm of his hand. He then activated his skill and continued meditating. After that, he activated the combat concentration skill, realizing that he needed to imagine the spider in such detail. Suddenly he felt an incredibly severe headache and was forced to interrupt his meditation. He was exhausted, but he knew that this was probably his limit. At that moment, Ida returned to the cave and asked John to come to her. John was extremely surprised when he saw his companion at the threshold of the cave. He followed her and asked where she went. Since Ida did not answer his questions, he asked again if she would teach him how to use a spear. Instead of answering, she handed him a small spear that she had made herself. John was extremely surprised to see what she was handing him. He asked if she had made it herself, to which Ida replied that it was now his training spear. She said with a smile that he could try it. John squeezed the spear in his hands and thanked Ida for the gift, calling her a true craftswoman. After that they started training, and John practiced his spear strikes. Ida was delighted. She knew that he would succeed, because everything about him was perfect, except for his dexterity. John himself did not even understand why it was so easy for him to hit. However, John said that without dexterity he would not be able to do anything, because it is the most important trait for any professional. Ida said that he was learning surprisingly quickly, especially considering that he used composition. This could not be explained by anything other than innate talent. John himself knew this, and understood that without talent, he would just be a walking piece of meat. Ida said that sometimes his words make her lose her appetite. John thought to himself that although he was learning to fight with a spear, his swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat were also improving. He knew that Ida was the ideal mentor. Her physical abilities are many times greater than those of humans, so she was an excellent trainer. After some time he continued practicing with the new weapon. Soon he emerged from the cave ready for new adventures. The system informed him that the meeting day had begun and would last 24 hours. Then he turned to his mentor and asked if she would like to go with him, but immediately warned that there would be nothing fun there. Ida said that of course she wanted to go with him. After some time, the two of them arrived at the right place. When they arrived at the clearing, there was no one there. Then the main character turned to the system and opened his inventory. When the system opened, he said he was very happy to see it because he had not been able to use it all this time. Then he pressed something and summoned the thing he needed. He picked up a huge piece of fabric and began to straighten it out. After that, he ordered him to get ready and threw him somewhere to the side. In just a couple of seconds, the huge sheet of fabric transformed into a large tent. When they entered, the tent was already completely assembled, and there was even furniture inside. He told the lizard that he got this tent on the 9th floor, and he needed to take it to the 12th floor too. After a while, Carl entered the tent. He immediately smiled and said that he did not expect anything less from John. John was surprised when he saw his friend on the doorstep. When Carl saw Ida, he greeted her too, since he had heard about her, but had never seen her in real life. He noted that the tent was very spacious inside and that things like glasses were incredibly useful, but John said he did not buy the tent. When Carl decided to change the subject and asked why he was sitting there, John replied that Maria and the guards were making a fuss outside, but John felt that he would be out of place there. So he left. And then he asked Carl, "I think she thinks Maria is going too far." Carl replied that now more than ever they needed her strictness. She looked after not only others but herself as well, and no one seemed to complain, but John thought that she was going too far. He thought to himself that she seemed to be developing a mental disorder. This girl was prone to anxiety because of a past full of regrets and a future frightening with its uncertainty. She took on too much. So she set too high standards not only for herself but also for those around her. The problem was that people were inherently imperfect, and it was bound to dawn on her at some point that not everyone could live up to her standards, let alone herself. Any normal person would have long since given up on this and moved on, but Maria was not like that. She would burn because of her shortcomings and fight with herself, and this would be her eternal torment. A person breaks like a straw when something like this happens to him, and then he can no longer be fixed. Then John asked Carl to look after her anyway, since there was no one else to do it. Carl grinned and said that he always gives him the most difficult tasks. Then they heard sounds coming from outside, and John asked his comrade if he had called someone. Carl said he found a player with the lightning skill, which John didn't want. At that moment, a young guy with dark hair entered the tent and introduced himself as Lucas. John noted that he was very young, and he wouldn't be surprised if the guy said he hadn't even finished high school. And it turned out that Lucas was indeed a high school student. Moreover, he acted very strangely, as if he was scared. But he said that he was just a little awkward. Lucas was a player from the 8th floor of the hard level, a mage who specialized in electromagic, which made him ideal for heat resistance training. Then John thanked the boy for coming and said that now he would have to use the lightning on his hand. Lucas was shocked. He said that John would be in pain, because lightning burns a lot. But Carl explained to him that this guy increased his resistance to heat with the help of a hot stone, so Lucas did not have to be embarrassed. Then the guy timidly approached the main character, and was going to fulfill his request. He used his skill on John's hand, which he had prepared in advance. The protagonist asked him not to be shy, as he would be cured immediately, and so the boy could use all his power. After this, John once again wondered why they had arranged a meeting day. Carl explained that on the 30th floor of the easy level, a certain organization was manufacturing and distributing drugs. Apparently they gathered people to influence the situation. Carl ordered security guards to infiltrate the organization undercover, and once he was put in charge, he received a list of the players in it. He said that these were the usual methods of security. They infiltrate problem groups and extract information from them. And the day of the meeting is a trap for such criminals, where they are all caught at once. Some guards are open about their activities, and are well known in the community, but the identities of spies are kept secret. Then John realized that Carl was the only one who knew what was really going on here. That he wasn't really privy to the details either, and that they were operating in small groups, but there were more of them than they thought. Then John asked him, "Do I understand correctly that it will all end with the world of learning becoming a gathering place for spies?" Carl chuckled and said that if that happened, then there would be no point in spies, because then everyone would be under the supervision of their neighbor, and everyone would become responsible and maintain order. However, the main character doubted that this was even possible. Suddenly, he was distracted by a strong pain that spread through his arm. Lucas immediately apologized to the hero and asked if he was okay. The hero replied that he was fine, but it seemed like he could still increase his heat resistance. At that moment, a man with blonde hair and a bandage on his forehead entered the tent. When he saw his comrades, he smiled. Seeing the main character, he asked if he had come here too. The boys recognized the man as a player named James. James sat down in the chair and said that they had finished their business, so everyone would come here soon. Meanwhile, the rest of the players were already heading towards the tent. James grinned and said it was time to start the meeting. At that moment, the tent opened, and Maria appeared on the threshold, with several players standing behind her. The girl carefully looked at everyone present before entering. Their eyes met, and for a few seconds there was silence between the boys. Then Maria firmly stated that they should start the meeting. The first thing they discussed was the incident with the drug dealers. They discussed ways to stop drug trafficking, and then listened to reports from representatives of each level of complexity. John thought that so far no one had said anything that couldn't be discussed in the community chat. Then Carl said that there were two important details that they needed to discuss. He said that there was a man named Chester. As it turned out, he cleared the 89th floor on easy difficulty. When the boys heard this, they began to rejoice, since he was the closest to the 100th floor. Carl said that they would continue to support Chester, and that meant they couldn't cut corners with either their previous resources or when gathering information for him. While all the guys were happy that Chester had managed to get so far, John was thinking about something of his own. Chester has made it his goal to complete all the floors. Ever since they learned that the real world was in danger, his motivation became the opportunity to return to his family. Maria said that the first person to clear the 100th floor of the training world and return to reality would become an important symbol for both worlds. He will be able to tell that those who disappeared in the world of learning are not actually dead. He will let the world know that they just have to wait, and they will all come back. Then an awkward silence fell between the boys. It seemed like everyone was happy, except for the main character. Carl said that before Chester cleared the 100th floor and returned to the real world, they needed to decide what information they would send with him. James said that people in the real world don't know what's happening to them, and with monsters appearing on Earth, they don't have time to figure it out. The first thing Carl suggested was to make a list of the players and write a message for their families and friends. Maria said that the government should then be notified of their existence and forced to acknowledge the players' authority. At this point, the players began to be perplexed, not understanding what kind of power she was talking about. The girl explained that they would demand that the government recognize the guards as those who can introduce laws into the world of education and ensure their observance, as well as punish those who violate them. John immediately thought that the government would hardly just let them rule the world alone, even though the guards were currently dictating the rules here. But he wasn't sure that the government would officially recognize their authority just because they were in charge here. Carl noted that this was easier said than done. John continued to think that the government would most likely try to make them into some kind of state organization, if they even acknowledged their existence. Maria said that absolutely everyone in the real world can get into training, whether they are a preschooler or an elderly person, a politician, or a president. When a person comes here, he is obliged to obey the laws they have established. If they are violated, they will punish the president like any other person. At this point, there was an awkward pause between the players. John thought about how the guards had their own rules. Anyone who didn't recognize or follow them would be punished. Anyone who tried to set their own rules would also be punished. And anyone who tried to create or join an organization that wasn't approved by the rebels and consisted of more than 10 people would also be punished. Given these laws and what Maria was saying, John couldn't imagine a good picture. If in reality they do not recognize their power and try to stop their laws, their actions will be regarded as a violation of the laws of hunters, and in theory we will face a couple. And the punishment here is most often execution. Thus, if a representative of authority from reality gets into the world of learning, he will be immediately executed. John began to think that if something like this happened, it would be dangerous. Maria's ideas were too radical, and the people at the top certainly wouldn't like them. He then suggested postponing the issue until the next meeting. Then James suggested that they talk about choosing a starting weapon. John noted that this was a great topic, since the survival of players directly depends on the starting weapon, and it is important not to miscalculate here. Carl said that they also need healers, at least one per floor, as they are in short supply. John found this surprising, considering the number of people who chose a wand as their starting weapon. At first glance it looked no different from an ordinary wooden stick. Posting the starting weapon on the community wall is a dead end since the wall opens after the selection. But it's important to let the real world know that healers are worth their weight in gold here. James also said that it should be communicated that choosing a spectator on hard and hell difficulty levels is not worth it, and in general, to warn newbies against choosing hell difficulty. After the warning, only suicidal people would choose such a difficulty, since John and that guy Harris were the only survivors, and even they didn't make it to the 14th floor. John agreed with him and said that he didn't need healers either. He considered the idea of going through the training as a team, but came to the conclusion that other people on hellish difficulty would only be a hindrance to him. As confident as he was that this was a good decision in the long run, no one knew what challenges awaited them in the future. The protagonist objected, saying that he was a living witness to the fact that it was very difficult to get through it and stay alive, even if you developed a flawless strategy, and newcomers would simply die in vain. Then Carl said that it was worth discussing this topic later. 2 hours later, the meeting was finally adjourned. Carl told the other players that they seemed to have already discussed everything. However, at this point, James asked to listen to him and said that information had reached him that another event awaited them. The players assumed it was another meeting, but they didn't understand why it was happening so soon. However, the man said that it was not the day of assembly. With these words, he even attracted John's attention. James then said that the details are still unknown, so players need to keep gathering information, and eventually they will figure something out. John thought it was another misfortune on his aching head, and he thanked the gods that he was not involved in all this information gathering. After this, Maria finally concluded the meeting and thanked everyone who attended. After this, the guys headed towards the exit and soon left the tent. Maria wanted to say goodbye to her comrades, but James asked her to stay a little longer. The girl did not understand what he wanted from her, but John guessed what he wanted to say. He understood that there was still one important point left. Unfortunately, he would have to stay and take part in the conversation. James wanted to start, but he hesitated and asked Carl to do it instead. John felt a familiar sensation, for no one had a command of words like Carl. Then Carl said that there was really nothing wrong with that. It turned out it was something about Mary and John. The men suddenly stood in a group and looked at the girl, who did not understand what was happening. Then Carl said that they just wanted to talk about her relationships with her subordinates. John thought that Maria often treated people coldly, though not cruelly. She scolded subordinates, but without malice, and most of the rebels approved of her style. There was one problem though. She treated General John as if he was superior to her in status. When Maria heard this, surprise appeared on her face. Carl explained that they understood her gratitude for saving John at the first meeting, but they had agreed to treat each other equally, so they asked her to see John as an equal. Maria firmly stated that she already treats everyone as equal, and does not hide it. In the world of education, age and status do not matter. Here, everyone is equal, with the exception of the guards who impose laws and punish for breaking them. Then James asked her to address the main character by name. There was an awkward silence between the players, and Maria realized she couldn't call him by his name without adding General. Her face turned very red, and the other men felt the awkwardness of the moment. Ida watched what was happening with great interest. Maria tried to address John as an ordinary person, but she couldn't. John was surprised how suddenly this cold and distant Maria began to act so nice, but he knew that if she continued to put him above herself, it could become a problem in the future. Despite the reasons, she still saw him as a hero who saved a woman in trouble. John felt that she respected him too much, and this bothered him, as long as she perceived him as a superior. The hierarchy of the guards remained unclear. He was sure that there would be people who would consider him her boss, and not the other way around, and that could lead to divisions and factions, which they didn't need. Sometime after this, John took up woodcarving. He said that he was making the wooden figure as it was his hobby. The main character admitted that he used to be into knitting. Carl chuckled because it wasn't like him at all. John said that at the time he was on the verge of insanity, and handicrafts were his only way to escape. It was really a hard time for him, and at that moment knitting became his only way out. Carl explained that he made furniture for his home because he couldn't afford to buy it, and John realized that he had a home on the 30th floor too, and that was great. He thought about Maria and realized that he had no idea she had such a side. To be honest, sometimes she scared him. She didn't hesitate to shoot in the head the one who made her suffer. He hoped that in the future they could build a more trusting relationship. But for now he had other problems. It seemed to him that his companion, the lizard, was displeased. She must have been sad and bored because he hadn't paid any attention to her during the entire conference. While he was trying to figure out what he had done wrong, Lucas entered the tent. He apologized and turned to the protagonist, who could barely remember his name. As it turned out, John had called him here again to practice his stability. Lucas sat down on the chair and continued testing it on the zippers. The protagonist asked him to collect for him a lamp associated with the 12th floor, and told him that he was associated with this floor. As payment, he promised to go there, giving Lucas a bracelet that improved the magic circuit by 1 level. He said that he got it for clearing the 10th floor on hell difficulty, and such an artifact cannot be bought in the store. He could use magic above the normal level just by wearing this bracelet. He also told Lucas that he was actually a very promising guy, and gave him this item because he believed in his potential. Then he suddenly remembered that he needed to meet Harris. Carl reminded that Harris was currently on the 3rd floor of hell difficulty. John said that the guy was very discouraged, thinking that his failure on the 3rd floor had undermined his confidence. Carl noted that consolation would not solve this problem. Perhaps leaving him alone was the best help. John decided to take this advice into account. He then turned to Lucas and asked if he had any more powerful skill. Soon the day of the meeting came to an end. The 14th session also ended. The protagonist told Ida that they would need to return to their cave, as it had become a real home for him. The lizard smiled and said that this cave had become a home for her too. For a moment she stood silently looking into the cave. She said that she had never lived with her fellow humans, was homeless and alone, and slept in a new place every night. The 5th floor was not a home for her, but rather a dungeon. But this cave became the first place she could call home, and she thanked John for bringing her here. At this moment, the main character began to think about his companion. He once asked Kirikiri what would happen when another player encountered Ida in the boss room on the 5th floor. He asked if it would be the same Ida. Kirikiri replied that it would be a different being, but with a different essence. The Ida that someone meets on the 5th floor will be summoned by someone else and will not know John, as they have never met. The main character felt confused. He wanted to say something important to Ida, but nothing came to mind. Suddenly the system reported that he had failed to clear the 12th floor, and then he realized that the session had come to an end. The lizard asked if he would defend this floor again, but John replied that he did not want to. He said that there was no better floor to train on, so he decided to train there a couple more times. He still had a lot of time, and this floor was full of monsters, and in any case, he needed to survive for a certain amount of time. Besides, before leaving this place, he was going to kill that pseudo-dragon. The story moves into the future, to the 60th floor in the residential zone. By that time, the dragon egg had already hatched. When the main character watched the creature emerge from the egg, he was surprised. He didn't understand why this little dragon, named Yong, only ate cutlets. Now John was locked on the 60th floor because the dragon was terribly picky. He even said that the magic worms were more useful for the growing organism, and promised to cover them with honey if he liked it better. This dragon copied his behavior down to the smallest detail. He ate what John ate, and slept when he slept, even laughed and yawned like his master. At that moment, Maria sent him a message asking how he was doing. The protagonist replied that he had nothing new and was still sitting with Yon. When Maria heard this, the first thing she said was that it was a rather strange name, and she could not believe that he actually named the little dragon that. She said that if even one dragon heard that name, they would immediately try to kill John for disrespecting their kind. But John assured her that everything would be fine, because he was stronger. Then he told the girl that her temper was hotter than ever. She was very cruel, and perhaps people liked that about her. And then she asked if the little dragon had time to hate his name. But the dragon only shook his head. Maria said that she would give him a better name and asked what his scream sounded like. The protagonist replied that he had not screamed yet. The girl said that a good name could not come to her mind and promised to consult with others. She even decided to start a competition for the right to give the dragon a normal name, with a prize in the form of 1 elixir. However, the little dragon did not like all the suggested names at all. However, he liked 2 names. One of them was Laocon and the other was Neapolius, and he wanted to choose both. As a result, the little dragon was given the name Benedict Relicius Piakan Laocon, Neapolius Nis Tiamat, Carcerian Balaki, Sansogardand, Desnecessario III. Maria approved of this choice, but John understood that she was probably just tired of choosing, and was trying to get it over with as quickly as possible. Then Maria said that there was something else she wanted to talk to him about. She said they were about to go out into the world, but Lucas seemed reluctant to return, and asked John if he wanted to talk to him. When the main character remembered Lucas, he began to recall that he was now on the 90th floor. He thought that when Lucas got to the 90th floor, he announced that he would stay there to get stronger. But it had been 2 years since then. In general, John understood him, since he too would like to return to the real world in the best possible shape. However, Lucas is already strong. He deserves to be called the strongest among the players. He is the pearl of the Korean server. However, he decided to voluntarily stay on the 90th floor to become stronger. Unlike John, he had a choice. If Lucas is looking to outdo anyone, it's probably John, since in the world of learning, only he is stronger than him. Not only does Lucas hold a leadership position in the guards, but he also has a contract with the government. They probably expected him to return to the real world a couple of years earlier, and they are most likely eagerly awaiting his arrival. So, even though he promised Maria to talk to him, he couldn't help but think that everyone was already in the real world, and not with them. And this saddened him more than ever. He didn't even know what to say to Lucas. At this point, he was focused on several topics at once, including the real world, power, growth, purpose, and government. He felt waves of energy pierce his entire body. John realized that he had gotten carried away again, and needed to calm down. The energy around him was so strong that it destroyed all the walls and ceilings in the building. Meanwhile, the dragon silently watched everything that was happening, not understanding what was happening. John held his hands out in front of him, trying to control his strength. Soon everything calmed down, but their room looked terrible. All the walls and ceilings were destroyed. When he looked into the corner, he saw a little dragon standing there and asked if everything was okay with him. He looked at him guiltily and apologized for what he had just seen. John was stuck on the 60th floor and was desperate to get out. His mana was going crazy when he gave in to negative emotions, so he had to restrain himself. He was comforted by the thought of how much he wanted to go further. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to the present day, where the protagonist was in the waiting room on the 12th floor. When Ida saw what he was about to do, she asked him if he was crazy. However, John only calmly replied that she was very quick to throw insults. As it turned out, he had acquired the poison skill right after the 14th session. Now he could cover his hands or weapons with a poisonous magical shell. This was a very useful skill. He could attack the enemy and then leave the battlefield. If the enemy could not heal, he would slowly die from poisoning. The lizard asked him why he needed such vile methods of fighting, since he was already strong. But the hero said that this was the only way he fought. Instead of taking delight, he prefers a cunning plan that plays on the enemy's weaknesses, and even if it is mean, it is an easy victory. He got the skill even though he didn't clear the floor, so he thought that after every failure on the 12th floor, he would be given a new skill. This floor was perfect for training, and he really enjoyed being in the company of his girlfriend. But the lizard told him to remember that the time for summoning the deceased was limited. It was true. After the summoning ended, the lizard would disappear, and the time he spent on the 12th floor would not be as pleasant, so he thought about using up another summon. The lizard said that it would be nice since their house was on the 12th floor. But John said that the cave had been updated and the house was gone. Now there was a nest of monsters there again. So the lizard said that she would just refurnish it. John noted that she seemed to really enjoy living there. At that moment, the system informed him that his resistance to poisons had increased. John was glad, since now it would be even easier for him to train. The lizard thought that his first test subjects would be forest monsters, but he said that he would test it on his own body. He would increase his resistance and at the same time test the poison in action. Then the lizard suddenly asked what would happen if something went wrong and he died. However, John stated that he would not die, as it was not the first time he had maimed himself for the sake of stability. Soon after, they went back to the island where the battle between two dragons was currently taking place. They stood in the middle of the forest with Ida and watched their fight. The lizard realized that this was the very pseudo-dragon that John had spoken of. She asked him how he would deal with it, but John remained silent. He knew that another attempt to clear the 12th floor had just begun. Meanwhile, the fight between the dragons began to gain momentum, but John calmed his companion, saying that they would deal with them in the next game session. The lizard thought it was a very risky plan, but John assured her that if anything went wrong, they would simply run away. Then he smiled and said they were heading home. When Ida heard this, joy appeared on her face. Thus began their second attempt to clear the 12th floor. First, John tried the poisonousness. Having been injured by the poisonous one, he experienced radically new sensations. The effect was noticeable, and he didn't feel very well, but the speed of the poison spread was still slow. Gradually, it became more and more difficult for him to breathe, and his head began to hurt badly. The place of the cut became numb, and then the hero realized that this poison was quite good. However, it was not lethal and could not kill the creature. In his experience, neurotoxins worked best in this area. After testing the poison's effect, he went hunting. His goal was to level up, and the lizard was building a house at the time, so she wasn't bored either. When the house was finished, the toxicity was already at level 5, and the poison became fatal. Now John had to track down poisoned victims, so he focused on mastering the basics of tracking. He decided that they needed to start a fire in the jungle. He released his victims several times and methodically stalked them, thanks to which he greatly improved his tracking skills, and he also began to feel more confident in the jungle. In order to level up, John spent entire days training and hunting, and soon new traces of monsters stopped appearing around the cave. Then he told the lizard that he was going to go further tomorrow. The lizard asked him if he was going to go deeper into the jungle. Then John pointed his finger at something on the map and said that he expected to get this far. The lizard was surprised. In her opinion, it was too far, and the journey to this point would take at least 4 days. However, John said that he still needed to go there. He was planning on having a really big hunt. Ida was very surprised when she heard this. The magic of the fantasy world is that here you can make your wildest dreams come true. A rider cutting through the skies on the back of a winged steed is a fairly common fantasy, because almost everyone dreams of learning to fly. When John was a teenager, he read fantasy novels and also dreamed of conquering the skies like the main character. And now the time had come to make this dream come true. And the lizard was supposed to help him with this. However, in fact, he first visited the place of the winged steed himself. Ida said with delight in her voice that she never thought she would become the first lizard to ride a human. She said that if John wanted, he could ride her at any time. When the main character realized that it was some kind of joke, he said that she would pay for it. Soon he picked up speed and asked his companion how she was feeling. However, when he turned around, he saw that the lizard was on the verge of losing consciousness. She said she was going to throw up. After that, she behaved very quietly and apologized to the main character because she had stained his clothes. John said it was no big deal, although he knew he would now have to wash his clothes. In fact, they just decided to fly around the area without any worries. The thing is that Lucas did dig up some light for him not about the continent and shared it with John, because due to the characteristics of the jungle, there were few species capable of flying. Besides, during the second attempt at clearing, he had studied the local fauna quite well. There were no monsters on this floor that could potentially knock them down. Suddenly the lizard said that they had been flying for quite a long time and suggested taking a break. She prepared several pieces of meat on the bone for them. The main character liked them very much and praised the lizard for her cooking skills. He thought that lizards eat raw meat because they are reptiles. Even monkeys do not fry their food. However, the lizard said that he shouldn't think like that every time. In a world inhabited by many intelligent species other than humans, if he said such things out loud, someone might get offended. She said that other races mostly approached John as enemies to be killed, but that wouldn't always be the case. At that moment, the hero thought that this was indeed the case, and he needed to keep this in mind. He understood that no one but Ida would give him such sound advice, and at their first meeting, he did not even imagine that he would spend so much time with her. Then they fought, and then she claimed that John would be her husband, and that's what came of it. Now she was his only ally and friend. She was his advisor and supporter, as well as his mentor. John could even say that she became his family. Even though she didn't really help him in battle, he wanted to call on her and always be with her. He felt calmer when she was around, and he was also tired of being alone. But at that moment the system informed him that the switching god was looking at him with approval. Soon they continued on their way, and the protagonist said that they had arrived at the place, at the easternmost point of the floor. As Lucas had told him, there was a clear rain barrier here, and it hadn't rained here for a long time, so everything was completely dry. Then he turned to the lizard and said that it was time for them to begin. Then they took off and flew over the place where the fire was now blazing. The main character threw only a couple of sparks there, but the effect exceeded all expectations. The forest was so dry that even a cigarette butt could turn this jungle into ashes. The system then informed him that he had increased his level. John realized that Lucas had not deceived him. He could gain experience by killing enemies in the fire he had set, although the experience was 4 times less than from killing them with his own hands. As he looked at the fire he had started, he was filled with pride in himself. Then he said that he wanted to make the fire even bigger, and decided to throw a few more sparks. He watched in delight as the fire earned him experience points. Meanwhile, all the monsters in the forest were trying to escape from the fire. The macaques used water and tried to put out the fire. However, they were interrupted by a lizard that jumped on them from above. John, watching everything from above, noted that everything was going perfectly. At this rate he could burn down the entire 12th floor, and he could avoid it if he wanted to. But he didn't want to. When the lizard returned to him, he asked if she was hot. and she was indeed hot, since she was not adapted to it. She also noted that she is no longer happy. She is afraid of forest fires, because the forest is her habitat. However, John reassured her, saying that this particular forest was not her environment, but the lizard was sure that if they did not put out the fire would reach their house. John didn't understand why she cared so much, since they would have to leave the forest anyway once he cleared the floor. At this moment they flew quite close to the place where the dragon battle was taking place. The lizard noted that apparently this pseudo-dragon can create barriers, and he is trying to protect that part of the forest from them with the help of a barrier. She asked John if he was really going to kill him. John asked her to stop asking obvious questions and asked her to get the sword from his bag. When everything was ready, he extended his hand with the sword. Then he flew straight to the place where the dragon was. He said he would circle around it without getting too close, and he was sure they would soon have an opportunity to attack it. And then he used the soul exploitation skill on the dragon. When the dragon noticed them, he began to scream in rage. However, the boys were sure that shouting would not help him, and he would never catch them. Suddenly, the main character drew his companion's attention to the dragon. He said the dragon was distracted by the approaching fire. Then he asked her to get ready because they were starting the attack. The main character flew very close to the dragon so that Ida could reach him. After that, they attacked him. But the dragon was protected by a barrier. John didn't like it because he had hoped that the blow would be more successful. This time the dragon repelled their attack with a barrier, but they had no intention of giving up. They flew away to a safe distance, and decided to think of new plans. The lizard asked the main character what they should do now. John said that they didn't have to give up, and then he headed straight for the dragon's head again. If he wants to save his forest from fire, he needs to either get rid of the enemies or ignore them. In either case, they will always be able to retreat. The more time the dragon lost trying to shoot them down, the further the fire would spread, and all the circumstances were in their favor. Also, barrier is an active skill, and the monster decides when and where to place it, so if they attack him suddenly or blindly, he won't be able to deflect the attack. At this point, the lizard noted that she even felt sorry for this dragon, but John said that now was not the time for sympathy. After that, they flew around him from above with the help of the blessing of the wind spirit. Suddenly the monster swung its tail, trying to knock the guys down, but the main character used the flicker in time. The lizard then attacked the dragon, but he again managed to repel it with the help of a barrier. Ida noted that this dragon had excellent reactions. After that, they continued to circle around him, trying to strike, but the dragon blocked them each time with a barrier. At some point they flew down and ended up near his feet. John moved towards his stomach and they struck at his front legs. This time the dragon was unable to dodge and defend himself, and a sharp pain pierced his body. John said that they poisoned him and he would soon weaken if he did not have resistance to poisons. However, this monster was too big for the poison to be fatal to him. However, while the dragon was dealing with them, the flames engulfed the entire forest, and now he had two options. He could continue to fight or run from the fire. Thus, the main character and his companion were faced with either a chase or a battle. Meanwhile, the dragon began to feel ill due to poisoning and also due to the fire. His legs were covered in wounds from which blood was flowing. Then John walked towards him again and said that they would now finish him off. They, along with the lizard, took out their swords and flew towards his head. They then split up and attacked him in different parts of his body, the protagonist hitting him in the face and the lizard hitting him in the neck. John declared that the monster was now trapped and finished. Then the system informed him that he had received a new level. He was very happy about this, because even the magic circuit was improved, and this does not happen every day. He also saw a message that almost all the gods were showing interest in him. This was also surprising since they were usually less involved. The thing is that the pseudo-dragon is not intended for hunting. It is much stronger than other monsters on this floor. Without the ability to fly, John had to work hard to kill him, and he was sure that he would be given a huge bonus to his reward for doing so. After that, he went down to the lizard and helped her up. Then his ally asked what they would do next. The hero said that they needed to rest a little because he had inhaled too much smoke. After that, he was going to continue burning this jungle. When they arrived, in addition to the cave, sadness appeared on the lizard's face. She saw that their cave was burning, and this could not help but sadden her. John noted that the flames were spreading much faster than he thought. Then he suddenly noticed that Ida had started crying. It was unusual for her, but the sight of the burning cave really did make her feel that way. At this point, John didn't know what to do because the lizard was crying for him, and he didn't know that she was so attached to their cave. He decided that he had to comfort her, but he didn't know how, because their house could not be returned. He thought that maybe Lucas would advise him something. Seeing her tears, he decided that he needed to say something anyway. However, at that moment, they were both distracted by the roar of the second dragon. The boys were a little surprised to see him in the middle of the forest. When they saw him preparing to throw a fireball in their direction, they decided to deal with him. John headed forward straight towards the monster. They soon defeated him in the same way they defeated the first dragon. After this, the protagonist turned to the lizard and said that the fire had gone further than he expected. But she already knew this. She also thought that the eastern part of the jungle would burn first and did not expect that the fire would spread to the west so quickly. John said he hoped she understood that he had no other choice, and now all they had to do was burn this floor to the ground. The lizard said that she understood everything and would not complain anymore, but asked him to tell her what he was going to do. John said that the idea was that this floor could only be passed after being here for 25 days. But if they burned the forest and cleared everything out, they would be able to exit right away. Meanwhile, they flew to the west of the jungle. The monsters tried to escape the fire, but they were unsuccessful. John noted that it was a real hell. They could not escape from the fire because of the barrier at the edge of the floor. They tried to stop the fire with all their might. These monsters were very smart. They even cooperated with other species. However, there was another side to the coin. John saw the monsters trampling over each other as they all panicked. He thought that this place really was hell. The lizard then pulled out a heat resistance potion for the protagonist to drink. He thanked his companion and then asked if she was ready. When the lizard nodded, the two of them landed on the burning ground. And then the main character said that it was time for them to start. They began to cut down all the monsters that were in their way. The monsters tried to escape, but they were unable to do so because of the barrier. So John and the lizard simply pinned them down against the barrier and then killed them. At that moment they realized that the monsters had noticed them, but John said that it didn't matter anymore. At this moment, he used the soul exploitation skill. He said that the fire was catching up with them, and there was an impenetrable barrier ahead, so the panicking monsters had no time for them now. He decided that now was the perfect time to attack. Then John attacked them with a sword in his hands. Realizing that they could not escape from here, he began to cut the monsters in half. Soon his companion joined him, and they began working together. It seemed like they had killed all the monsters, but the lizard noticed that the floor was not yet completed. However, John didn't understand why they hadn't been released from here yet. The lizard said that she was already at her limit. It was difficult for her to be near the fire for so long. Suddenly they noticed that more monsters were approaching them, and the fire was leading them to the side. The boys began to realize that the situation was getting out of control, and now the danger was not only threatening the monsters. Then John ordered his companion to retreat. He used his wings again, and they flew away from the dangerous place. After some time, only ashes remained from the forest. John looked at what was left of the forest with incomprehensible emotions. He asked the lizard how she was feeling, but Ida replied that she was not feeling very well. Then he told her to rest in a tent, inside which a comfortable temperature would be maintained at all times. He pulled out the huge piece of fabric again, and in a couple of seconds, it turned into a tent. The lizard didn't really want to go there, but she had no choice. John thought about how long they had been flying over the fire, and it hadn't been easy for her. Then he took out several dozen jars of ice potion at once. He opened them and began to spray them on the ground so that she would be near him. However, even the freezing potion did not help with the high air temperature. He felt as if they were in a bathhouse. John didn't understand what to do and why the floor didn't disappear after the cleanup. He didn't want to believe that they would still have to wait until the end of the session. After the forest and its inhabitants burned down, they and the lizard flew above the ground for a long time. They hunted the monsters they came across, and the lizard generally enjoyed flying, so she didn't mind. But in truth, she had no choice, because walking was not a very good idea. John learned that this would be bad for both her and himself. Around them were kilometers of ash and charred remains of the jungle. It was a depressing environment. He thought to himself that people say that a murderer will never find peace, unlike the victim. Soon the lizard informed him that they had run out of water. The problem, however, was that they had nowhere else to get water. Then he asked the lizard to be patient as long as it could. The heroes thought to themselves that this was a hopeless situation. He had received a lot of experience points, but had also lost quite a lot. There was no place to spend the night. They needed to take food, water, and wood. They had some dried meat left, and they did not think to stock up on food because the lizard got fresh meat every day. There were many corpses on the ground, but too much time had passed since their death. There were still seemingly surviving monsters on the ground, but there were too few of them to feed John and the lizard. There was water in the lake to the southwest, but it was undrinkable due to the slain monsters that had fallen into it. At some point, John realized that they should have just sat in the cave and dug, but the lizard said that it was too late to regret, since there was nothing that could be done. However, at some point the most terrible event of all happened. At one point Ida just up and disappeared. John realized that the summoning period had expired, and he couldn't even say goodbye to her properly. He decided that he needed to try to summon her again. However, he looked at the situation again and decided that he would do it another time, in case he had to go through this floor again, or if she was needed on another floor. Ida was of little use now, and John didn't think she would want him to call her here again. After the lizard disappeared, things got much worse. The main character had to fight to get food. He got fresh meat, but he didn't know how to cook it. He just held it over the fire until it turned black. He missed the lizard's cooking very much, and understood what her secret was, but he could not cook as well as she did. Then another problem arose. While he was walking through the forest, he got an upset stomach, but he didn't have the necessary things to go to the toilet. All the leaves were burnt in the fire, so he decided to see what he had in his bag. However, when John opened the bag, he realized that there was a go-wrong in there. It was a scarf he had knitted for himself in the waiting room on the second floor. It had once saved him from a nervous breakdown, and for him it was a memento. At some point, he thought about using it as toilet paper, since he had no other choice. He looked at the fabric for a while, and then asked Carl if he had to choose between preserving his memories and his self-esteem. Which would he choose? But the guy said he was busy. At that moment, John realized that he couldn't hold out for long, and he had to make a decision. He didn't want to ruin something so important to him, but it was as if he had no other choice. In the end, he ended up using the scarf as toilet paper, and then gave it a real funeral. At that moment, the system informed him that John was the first to clear the 12th floor on Hell difficulty. The protagonist was extremely angry. He said that if the notification had appeared 10 minutes earlier, he would not have had to bury his creation. However, this news was good anyway, so he had no reason to be upset. Now he could firmly say that he was the only player who had passed the 12th floor. Despite the fact that the forest was completely burned down, some monsters still survived. Such specimens are either resistant to heat or can fly. It was because of them that it was difficult for the main character to complete the cleanup. He had to kill every monster he came across. And now, apparently, the last survivors were finished off. Although not all of them died at his hand. The jungle ecosystem had been completely destroyed by the fire, and John was sure that absolutely everything had burned down. Getting food was hard, cooking it was even harder, and if it weren't for the final alert, he would have definitely starved to death. He remembered his scarf again and felt embarrassed about its fate. Soon the system informed him about the rewards, and apparently this time, he was only given points. Last time John got the skill, even though he couldn't even clear the floor, and yet he was happy. It was better than hanging around here for another couple of weeks. He now understood that his real reward for this floor was fire resistance, and if he thought about it, he gained immunity to mind distortion on the second floor, which was his first resistance skill. However, the protagonist did not understand why the description of this resistance was so short. It said that he had resistance to the element of fire, so it was not limited to burns or heat. When John gained improved poison resistance, his level 4 poison resistance was upgraded to improved poison resistance level 2. But he didn't understand why he had gained a level 1 skill when his burn resistance was level 12, and his heat resistance was level 6. The system then also informed him that all the gods were watching him in one way or another. John was scared. He had never received so many reactions from the gods after passing a floor. There were about 100 of them here, and he did not understand why there was no such reaction on the 6th floor. He counted all the windows in the system and realized that there were indeed exactly 100 of them. At first he assumed that there were only 100 gods in the learning world, but then he realized that everything was more complicated here. He shouldn't have tried to reason based on the gods' messages alone. He should have asked Kirikiri about it, but information about the gods was too precious. Then the hero decided that, apparently, it was time for him to see her again. Before leaving, he looked again at the grave of his scarf. Just the sight of his homemade tombstone made him feel sad. He walked up to the grave, bowed, and said he would miss the scarf. After that, he went to the exit of the location and said that he would try to avenge him. After some time, he arrived at the clearing where he always met with Kirikiri. The girl was very glad to see him, since they had not seen each other for a long time. She jumped around him because she was very happy. But she didn't understand why John was so gloomy. The hero thought to himself that it must be obvious that he was not the most friendly person, and that he was also quite touchy and vindictive. However, he still bought a cake for the girl, and she was incredibly happy about it. They spent some time chatting with each other while Kirikiri enjoyed her favorite dish. However, the main character then suddenly took the cake away from her and said that she could have given him a warning about the floor. The girl objected that in that case the passage would not be so interesting. But when she realized that this answer did not satisfy the main character, she hastened to apologize to him. She tried to do everything to make him come back, but it was as if he had flown far, far away. However, after some time, he returned and gave the girl the cake. When they sat down at the table, she said again that she would not do that to him again. After this, John opened the system and seemed satisfied with Kirikiri's words. He asked her to tell him everything next time, and not to dare hide information for her own amusement. He thought to himself that Kirikiri must have been joking when she said that she kept quiet for fun. Even though she seemed frivolous at first glance, she always took information seriously. After some time, he informed her that, apparently, he had found out something related to magic. He said that the skills that the monsters on the 12th floor used were nothing but magic. Some of them could throw fireballs, while others could build ice walls. And most of all, it resembled magic. It didn't seem like the monsters were aware that they were using magic. Their mastery of these abilities was more intuitive, so he wanted to ask Kirikiri about magic. The girl said that she didn't think John would be able to master magic. All the skills were intertwined. It was too complex a system. Even if she tried to teach him, nothing would work. John asked if there was any reference book he could use to teach himself. Kirikiri replied that there were books, but that studying would be very difficult. The protagonist asked her how he could get these books since he had never come across them. Then the girl pressed something in his system. Spellbooks are considered weapons and can only be purchased through system shops. Kirikiri helped him buy a couple of books. These were books about the basics of magic, as well as a book about barriers and sealing spells. He chose this topic because the orangutan monster leader could seal skills, and he wanted to get that opportunity. Blocking even one skill could change the course of the battle. Kirikiri said that she was sure that John would learn to create barriers, but sealing magic was much more difficult. Magic was generally not given to humans. John will not be able to use sealing unless he becomes an apostle of the god of the seal and receives permission to do so. She said that he would be able to read the book, thanks to the knowledge from the time of Babylon. But she was not sure that he would understand anything. John still wanted to try. He then asked the girl if she'd heard anything about the training events, and if she could tell him more. However, Kirikiri said she was not allowed to disclose this information, but since he brought her a cake, she decided to tell everything. When John realized what she was hinting at, he said he would bring her even more sweets. The girl was satisfied with this answer, and a smile appeared on her face. Then she stood up and said that she didn't have much information, so he needed to listen carefully. The only thing she said was about the second stranger. When John heard this, surprise appeared on his face. After a while, John did something that puzzled Kirikiri. As it turned out, there was a whole mountain of toilet paper in front of him, and the girl assumed that John was going to sell it. However, the protagonist replied that she couldn't even imagine what it was like to have no toilet paper. It was considered a combat item like a potion, so it couldn't be bought in the waiting room. He thought to himself that he remembered Kirikiri's words about the new event, but the words about the second stranger meant nothing to him, and so he decided to consult with Carl. After that, he told the girl that he had bought a good spear and also stocked up on canned food. After this, a portal opened in front of him, and he addressed the girl one last time before leaving. John smiled and said that he would definitely come back. Kirikiri smiled back at him, and asked him to be careful and to bring more cake with him. He soon returned to the waiting room before leaving for the 13th floor. John thought that Carl was probably sleeping now, so he decided to pass the time by reading a book. He opened one of the books the girl had given him and began to read it. The book asked the question of what ingredient was needed to change the time of life, and challenged the reader to find the answer. There was only one sentence on the first page, and then the protagonist turned it over. However, on the following pages there was absolutely no text. John didn't understand why this book was so strange, because except for the first page it was completely blank. Moreover, there was only one question written on the first page, and he did not know the answer to it. He decided that, judging by everything, he would have to rack his brains, and most likely, if he found the answer, the text would return to the pages. At that moment, the system sent him a message from Harris. At first, the main character was scared, but then he asked his partner how he was doing. The guy happily replied that he had finally cleared the 3rd floor. Every floor he passed was full of sophisticated traps, poisoned arrows, extreme temperatures. All this made the task more difficult, but he managed it. The main character congratulated him on the fact that he had succeeded, and said that he was a great guy. He thought to himself that thanks to the Shimmer Ball, he had passed the 3rd level without much effort, so he had not had the chance to experience the full range of sensations from passing, but this guy had managed it on his own. He then suggested that Harris work together to develop a strategy for passing the game and publish it to the community. Then suddenly he asked John what about the 4th floor. The protagonist realized that there was a goblin instructor on the 4th floor, and Harris looked like a robber or a murderer, so it would be hard for him on the 4th floor. He thought about what to advise, and after a while he went to his floor. Harris had raised his spirits, and now John also wanted progress. He needed to clear the 13th floor as soon as possible, even though he had just finished the 12th. It was a real hell on the 12th floor, so he needed to be well prepared. After that, he confidently stepped into the portal towards the new floor. Soon, a dark hall appeared before him, and he immediately noticed that it was quite dark here. The system told him that to the east of the continent of Ahan, deep in the ocean, under a volcanic island, there was a temple of monks worshipping the god of warrior. This place is well hidden, and serves to train the monks' fighting skills. However, someone ridiculed the monks' aspirations and abilities, and the rebel vowed that he alone would reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Now the player had to prove his case by fighting the enraged orcs. So the condition for the cleanup was that John had to win at least 15 rooms. John began to think that he was here because the god of war hated him, and his favorites would probably be welcome here. He also noted that this was the 1st floor, which was associated with God, and perhaps here he would be able to find out at least something about the deities. John had to win 15 rooms to pass the floor, but the room he was in now was empty. There was not a single draft here, and even he, a man with incredibly acute hearing, could not detect anything. So John assumed that there was soundproofing here. There was absolutely nothing remarkable about the room, and so he decided that he should go to the door that was in front of him. He looked up and saw the number 0 above the doors, then opened them and looked inside. It was dark inside too, and John began to carefully move forward. As soon as he reached the doors, above which hung a sign with the number 1, John noted that all the rooms were in the same corridor, and apparently the higher the number, the more difficult the test. Then he opened door number 1 and went inside. There he saw a creature sitting on the floor in the lotus position. When the creature saw the protagonist, it laughed and realized that this was the same arrogant little man that Abbott had told them about. At first, John froze in place and began to carefully examine the creature that was in front of him. He was about 2 meters tall, muscular, and had no weapons with him. He also understood that the person in front of him was not a human. When he heard the monster's words, he immediately said that he was the one being arrogant here, since he didn't even have a weapon. The monster told John that this was not true, since a monk who had mastered the heights of martial arts did not need weapons and armor. Foreign objects only got in the way after all. Weapons were nothing against true strength. The protagonist called his words nonsense and said that for him the real end is victory. However, the monster told him that he did not understand anything, since victory was only part of the end. Then he clenched his fists and said that he was tired of it and was not going to listen to his reasoning any longer. After this, he stood up and asked John to take out his beautiful weapon and begin the test. However, the main character was in no hurry. He asked the enemy what the test was. He replied that he had to defeat the monk to move on to the next room. John noted that it sounded simple enough. He then thought that he could actually understand giving up weapons in order to develop skills, so he shouldn't underestimate this guy. After all, humans had been working towards creating weapons for centuries. Humans have perfected technology to win any battle, but somehow they have managed to reach the pinnacle of unarmed martial arts. So for John, there was only one way out here: victory. So he quickly summoned his knife and threw it sharply towards the monk. However, the monk deflected the weapon with his hand before it could touch his body. Then the protagonist pounced on him again and plunged his other weapon into his chest. The spear entered the monk's body straight, and for a moment he froze in place. After that, he fell to the floor, and John thought that he was finished. However, despite the fact that this was only the first room, the enemies here were already serious. After that, he headed towards the exit, hoping that the next room would be more interesting. When he reached the second room, he also had no difficulty defeating the monk who was there. He had no problems in the first 3 rooms. His opponents simply couldn't match his speed. However, in the 5th room there was a monk who was able to keep up with John somehow. Their speed was about the same, and so it took the protagonist some effort to land even one blow on this monk. However, at some point he still managed to plunge his weapon into his shoulder. After this, he bent over the monk's body to examine it, and decided that he was right. This guy had hard skin, almost like iron. A body like that can't be achieved through training. You have to be born with it. John didn't notice it right away because he was attacking him with magic, but such a body is a powerful advantage in combat. He also knew that any physical imperfection could be compensated for with magic and combat skills. But this only worked if the opponent's skills were worse than his own. When fighting against equal skill levels, physical strength would win. John didn't understand how guys with iron skin could promote the superiority of skills over weapons. At that moment, he noticed a system message that said the deity of warfare had started coughing, apparently thinking the same thing as John. The hero decided that he needed to carefully examine the body of this monk. It would not hurt him if he knew about the capabilities of his opponents. With each room, the monks became stronger and more experienced, and John assumed that by the 15th room an opponent equal to him in strength would appear. Then John decided to do something unusual and took out a knife. He bent over the monk's corpse and began to dismember it. When the deity of warfare saw this, it was displeased. The deity of slowness was also angry. But John only said that they were simply interfering with his work. At that moment, Carl sent him a message asking if he was busy. He said that he had learned something about the upcoming event. Then John decided to share what he had learned. He told him about the second stranger, and Carl was surprised that this was all the information he brought. He began to suspect that John had apparently already known everything for a long time, and simply wanted him to fill in the gaps in his knowledge. The events had already been posted on the community bulletin board, so Carl asked John to take a look when he had time. Then the main character said that he would read it during his snack. After this, he had a small picnic for himself and prepared milk, which he heated with a stone. He also added cocoa powder to it, and the drink turned out incredibly tasty. After cooking the food, he could no longer enjoy just jerky. This is a problem with his cooking skills. The next time he calls the lizard, John decided to ask it to teach him how to cook. Then he opened the system and decided to read what Carl was talking about. As it turns out, the next event will be called the competition. It will start before the end of the 15th game session. Everyone who goes through the training becomes a participant. You can refuse to participate or give up. John thought that it looked like the winner would get a skill as a reward, and the guards had done a good job of gathering information. However, they apparently failed to find out anything about the rules of the competition, but they definitely know about it until the end of the session. Meanwhile, the community was already actively discussing the new event. These guys seemed to be excited about the news because they thought the guards wouldn't allow cheating. The atmosphere was the same as on the day of the meeting. These guys were like a bunch of kids going on a camping trip. Then John learned more details about how there would be teams and points to collect. And then someone asked who they thought would win. John carefully read their argument, in which some people believed that he would win, while others doubted it. But he did not understand why they were arguing about this topic. Then he decided not to devote so much time to it and close the system. The fact is that he was sure that victory would remain his in any case. He then moved forward and killed several more monks in the next rooms. Soon he fulfilled the conditions of the cleanup, having passed the first 15 rooms, and now the system asked him if he wanted to go through other rooms. The protagonist agreed. He didn't know how many rooms there were in total, but he decided to go as far as he could, and if possible, he wanted to get to the end. While he was trying to get past the 13th floor, Carl sent him new information about the competition. It looks like the event will affect several floors. They combined all the information they knew and realized that on the second floor they would be able to meet strangers. They already knew that the training participants were from different countries and continents, so this was entirely possible. The answer to the most important question was finally found. John had always wondered why he never met foreigners. On their server everyone spoke Korean, and if the world of learning exists in other countries, then there should be foreign players too. Moreover, they will definitely not obey the laws of the guards. They will try to impose their will, and in the event of a conflict, it will be he who suppresses the protesters. Moreover, Carl decided that giving the guys with normal difficulty to his command was not a bad idea. John understood that Carl himself was very busy, but he also did not want to be a nanny. However, no one asked his opinion, so he decided that he would have to leave everything as it was. Since the founding of the guards, Carl has been making grand plans for an uncertain future. He has tried very hard, and in fact, he has a strange obsession with planning for every possible outcome. Sometimes he seemed paranoid. However, the main character decided that he would think about it later. Now he had to go into room number 16. The monks had no weaknesses. Their bodies were perfect. The only weakness John found was their reaction speed, which was reduced if they were stunned by a strong blow to the head, or if their vision was blurred. They also had little real experience, although they had practice fights among themselves. It didn't help much against an outsider with a completely different fighting style. And of course the further John went, the less effective his blows were. Taking this into account, he realized that he still had a chance to win. After some time he reached the 19th room. There he met a truly strong opponent, and he had to put in a lot of effort to win. He was ready to deal him a critical blow, but at the last moment the monk dodged. John was extremely surprised and did not understand how this guy managed to dodge his attack. After this, the monk knocked the spear out of his hands with his foot. He was then ready to punch him in the face, but at the last moment John managed to call upon the system and obtain a new weapon. Thus, the monk's blow hit the sword that the protagonist summoned instead of a spear. After this, John was forced to move to the other end of the room because he needed to catch his breath. He was annoyed by the monk's behavior, but he could easily send him to the next world if only he approached the task correctly. After the 15th room, the difficulty increased significantly. Now the opponents were really strong, and John was talking not only about their physical strength, but also about their fighting skills, and they also had no weakness that he could latch onto. Their movements were quick and precise, and their blows were hard and swift. Perhaps the protagonist should have taken a sword and shield. In such situations he always preferred this pair of things. With the shield he could block the blows. While attacking with the sword, he was faster than John. So this was his last chance. Then the monk asked him if he really thought that this would save him. John thought to himself that, of course, he didn't think so. He himself understood that he was losing to him in speed, and no weapon could compensate for this. Moreover, it infuriated him that this monk was very calm. Then the monk said that he would have to try hard, and he should not entrust his duel to his pride. The protagonist told the monk that he was very long, and the monk in room 18 said the same thing before John knocked him out. The monk said that the guy had done nothing wrong. Their goal was not to win, but to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. However, despite John having heard this many times, he still did not understand what they were talking about. He didn't want to admit it, but now he had no choice. It was the end. He knew that room number 19 was his limit, and he had to remember that. He then activated the fortitude skill, and his combat skills increased depending on the enemy's strength and level of fatigue. Toughness is a passive skill, so it needs to be active at all times. John had kept it active up until now. Although it is a good skill, he turned it off on the advice of the lizard who said that he should learn to control the skills. He got angry. How to turn on or off the skills on the 12th floor. So now he was ready to start their battle all over again. As the monk wanted from him, he was ready to give it his all. Hearing this, the monk smiled and said that he had been waiting for this moment. Suddenly he saw a bright flash of light appear above his head. The monk looked there in horror, not understanding what it was. However, before he could do anything, the protagonist appeared right in front of him, his body flickering like lightning. He managed to deliver a slashing blow to the monk right in the neck. However, he had no intention of giving up, and immediately swung his fist at John. He knocked the shield out of his hands, but the protagonist had no intention of giving up. He grabbed him by the clothes and put a sword to his neck. After this, he dealt him a powerful blow, and then the monk fell to the ground. A little while later, he finally got to his feet, holding his neck, and told John that it was a good fight. John didn't understand why he called it good, since it ended 10 seconds after he turned on his skill. The monk said that those 10 seconds were enough for him to learn a lot from him, and he needed to continue practicing. John then asked how he was going to practice if he could kill him at any moment, to which the monk replied that that was also fine. After this, the main character walked past him, telling him that he was crazy. Before John left, the monk decided to give him some advice. He asked him to be careful when he entered the next room. He told John to fight with his eyes closed. The main character did not understand why he was giving such strange advice. However, he felt that something had changed, and he began to make decisions differently. Usually John was willing to do anything to become stronger, and it was definitely not about the humanity of the monks. He didn't care how human they were, and their lives meant nothing to him, so he didn't think that was the case. John hadn't killed any monks yet, so he didn't understand what was wrong. At some point he began to suspect that he was going crazy, and that perhaps someone was mentally trying to attack him. But he did not feel any magic. It was just a training floor, and once he left it would reset, the dead monks would come back to life, and all their memories of John would be erased. Moreover, the main character has already promised himself not to enjoy killing at any cost. He decided that the dead should come back to life, no matter if they were monsters or people, and he should value their lives. Until now, John had strictly followed this rule while traveling through the world of learning, but he had never felt any pity or regret when taking another life. And so he did not understand why he could not kill that monk. He thought that it was a moment of weakness, and he didn't understand himself, so he decided that when he had a free minute, he would find out if there was a psychologist among the players. Soon he reached the 20th floor, where he was met by another monk. He said that John had come a long way, and asked him to sit down. He needed John's eyes to adjust. The protagonist noted that it was dark inside this room, and apparently someone was blocking his view with magic. However, the protagonist didn't feel anything. Apparently, it was a skill that didn't require magic, and it was the first time he felt something like that. At the moment, not only did he not see the monk, he could not even see his own hand. Now he understood what the previous monk had meant when he had given him advice. Then the main character decided that he should activate a skill called Danger Search. This way he can determine where the monk is, but fighting in such conditions is problematic. Then the monk smiled and asked him not to suffer so much, because they were in the same conditions. However, John said that the monk had spent more time in this room so he could see better, so it was unfair. But the monk said that this was the fate of a rebel. John thought that if he concentrated, he could see this monk clearly. But the problem was that he couldn't do it all the time during the fight. So the monk turned to him again, saying that he hoped that John would have time to get used to the darkness before the fight began. However, the protagonist apologized, and said that they could not chat further as he needed to focus. He thought to himself that this battle would be difficult. Magic greatly interfered with the support of the skill, and he would have to do without it. After that, he closed his eyes and concentrated on the battle. He then used a skill called Soul Exploitation, and aimed it at the monk. However, the monk continued to stand in place and did not move. The next moment the protagonist was next to him, but the monk was still standing in place. Then John struck him with his eyes closed, confident that he had hit. However, the monk easily dodged his attack by simply crouching. John didn't understand how he had managed to sense the flash in the dark room, but he decided that it didn't matter anyway, and he needed to concentrate. Meanwhile, the monk was preparing to strike back. John assumed that he would hit him in the forehead and that he would not be able to dodge it. The monk's blow was so strong that it pierced the protagonist's shield and threw him into the opposite wall. After the protagonist was finally able to stand on his feet, the monk addressed him again. However, the protagonist was determined to continue the fight and summoned Talaria's wings and a flash. They collided with the monk, and this time they both flew in different directions. For a while they both lay motionless on the floor, as the force of the blow was incredible. Then the main character finally got up and using magic threw a knife towards the monk. However, he also quickly jumped to his feet and threw the weapon away from himself with his fist. Meanwhile, John took advantage of the moment, jumped into the air and found himself right on top of the monk. He prepared to strike him with his eyes closed, and this time he hit. He hit him right in the face with his hand, which left a deep scratch on the monk's cheek. The protagonist was pleased because he was finally able to hit the man. However, he soon realized that he had failed to follow the monk's movements, and now he was aiming his foot at his face. John's concentration was off due to the monk hitting him. However, before the foot could even touch his body, he activated the combat concentration skill. The protagonist decided that it was too late to retreat, and therefore decided to strike back. The impact was so strong that a powerful explosion was left in the room. John was badly hurt and coughed up blood for a long time. He realized that he had several broken ribs, but other than that he was unharmed. This monk managed to batter him so badly despite his invulnerability. After this, the monk stood up again and was unhappy that he still couldn't defeat this guy. Then John raised his hand with a smile on his face, showing him that his recovery was working at full capacity. Seeing this, the monk rushed at him again. John realized to himself that he had already practically won, and he only needed to stall for time. Meanwhile, the monk's fist was approaching his face. However, the main character stood still and covered himself with his weapon. Suddenly, with his eyes closed, he felt the monk's fist stop just a centimeter from his face. Then the old man lowered his hand and began to cough. He dropped to his knees and saw blood pouring from his mouth. After this, John finally rose to his feet and towered over the monk, asking him if he was stronger than he expected. The monk could not give him a clear answer because his health was terrible, and blood was constantly flowing from his mouth. At this point, the protagonist noted with a smile that it looked like this was the end. Then the monk said that he accepted his fate, and that it had been a glorious fight. John thought that this old man was addressing him with respect, even after he had defeated him, something he wouldn't have been able to do in his place. He then took the antidote out of his system and told the monk that he would give him the bottle if he answered a couple of questions. He asked how many rooms there were in total. The monk replied that there were 33 in total, and the abbot was in the last room. Then John asked him to explain how to get used to the darkness. But the monk thought that he had already adapted to it. But it turned out that this was not enough for the main character. The monk realized that he had no other choice, and then decided to tell him. He said that John would need this knowledge if he was going to go to the next room. After he told him everything, the main character gave him the antidote and ate a couple of cans of soup himself. After this, he headed towards the exit, saying that he still had much to do and thanked the monk, as his eyes had already become accustomed to the darkness. He asked the old man how far he thought he could go. The monk said that he would be able to reach the 25th room, after which the monks would become an order of magnitude stronger than John, and if he could get through the 26th, then he might get to the 29th. But he would hardly be able to cope with the 30th, since there was little space there. Then John realized that it would only get harder. But it was logical, since on hellish difficulty there was no mercy for the player. Then the monk suddenly told him that his soup in a jar was delicious, and he decided to thank the protagonist. Finally, he said that he had a good time and hoped that they would meet again. John waved at him and said he hoped so too. However, he understood that he would not see this old man again. The victory over the monk in the 15th room postponed his passage to the next floor. When the game session ended, he would move to the waiting room of the next floor. Even if he never gets the chance to try his hand at the 13th floor, this monk will still not remember him. His memories will be erased as soon as he leaves the monastery. Soon the main character entered room number 20 and opened the doors. He continued on his way, fighting with the monks. After some time, he reached room 24, and soon won there. Quite quickly he found himself near the 25th room, and realized that the old monk had claimed that this was his limit. But he did not agree with him, and decided to give it a try. Before he left room 24, the monk said that John was still not used to the long spear. He forgets the advantages of the spear and rushes into close combat, which hurts him. And he also noticed that John has a habit of putting his left foot out before he attacks. And although John had nothing to say in response to this, he thanked the monk for his advice. There were too many questions in his head. But now he needed to focus on the upcoming fight with the monk from room 25. He planned to defeat the abbot. Soon he entered room 25 and was mentally prepared for it. There a rather large monk was waiting for him, who immediately greeted his opponent. When John saw him, he didn't understand what was so special about this monk, and said that they should get straight to business. Then the monk replied that John's eyes seemed to have already become accustomed to the darkness. John replied that that was true. The light had disappeared in the 20th room, and anyone would have had time to get used to it. The monk said that it was usually difficult for outsiders to adapt to the conditions of their monastery, and upon entering this room they immediately exited. They had to start all over again to at least get used to the absence of light. When he heard about the other strangers, he thought that this monk was probably talking about the time when he served the deity of warfare in a real temple, and not on the floor of study. He was interested in what history the walls of this monastery held, how its inhabitants lived, what they dreamed about, and why strangers came here and challenged them. At some point he began to wonder why he was even thinking about this, and decided to focus on the battle. At this point, the monk noticed that John was behaving strangely. At that moment, he realized why he felt awkward about what he was doing. Now John realized that it was all because he was lonely. He realized that the problem was in him. He didn't think that his mind would fail him, but he enjoyed communicating with others because it helped him get rid of loneliness. That's why when he saw Kirikiri, Carl or James, he was happy and smiled while talking to them. However, his loneliness made him take an interest in his opponents and try to make friends with them. He did not even think that this was possible, and considered such an attempt very stupid. However, if the monks had not been friendly to strangers from the very beginning, he would have been dead by now, and more than once. Then he decided that he would first finish the fight, and then they could talk properly. Seeing this, the monk laughed and noted that John seemed confident of his victory. However, he warned him that it would not be so easy. At this point, the system informed the protagonist that the deity of adventure and slowness was watching him. He noted that these two always follow him during all his fights. He wondered what they wanted from him, but he knew he wouldn't be able to find out. Immediately after that, he used the soul exploitation skill on his opponent. The monk stood motionless as magical thorns flew at him. Then he suddenly prepared his fist to repel the attack. He punched the air in front of him, thereby repelling the attack. After that, soul exploitation returned back to the protagonist. The protagonist watched in horror as his skill failed to achieve its goal. It flew right over his head and hit the wall behind him. When John turned around, he saw a gust of wind and a shockwave. He remembered that the monks had warned him about the 25th room, and now he understood why they had done so. He looked at the monk and realized that he would die if he hit him. Explosions began to echo throughout the room, and the protagonist had to dodge them. Then he noticed that the monk was already next to him, and was preparing to hit him. At the last moment, the main character managed to dodge, and his blow hit the wall next to him. John decided that he needed to try acting without the flash. It certainly helped him to dodge, but it exposed him, so he decided to use it only during the attack. Now it was a race for speed. The protagonist had to rely entirely on magic to figure out where his opponent was, and he wanted to see if he could keep up with his movements. He began to circle around the monk, literally not allowing him to catch him. The monk tried to hit him with his fist, but he couldn't. He hit the part of the wall where John had been a few moments ago. Then the main character decided to change the trajectory a little, and began to bounce off the wall. Then he accelerated and jumped on the monk from above. He was ready to strike him, but the monk also put his fist in front of him. Thus, their weapons collided. After that, a powerful explosion was heard between them. The main character was thrown to the side by a strong explosion, but managed to land on his feet. He decided to try this attack again. He jumped away from the wall again and ran towards the monk. He jumped into the air and attacked him from above again. At this moment, John used combat concentration and clearly saw the movements of the monk's fist. He struck him on the arm with his sword, but it felt like it was made of steel. The monk managed to block the blow with his fist. The protagonist then took advantage of the moment and used the flash skill, appearing behind the monk. He dealt him a crushing blow on the back, and the monk was unable to defend himself from it. The monk quickly turned around and tried to regroup, but John was no longer with him. John jumped to the side and now watched the monk from a safe distance. He noted that the monk reflexively turned sideways to him to minimize the damage from the attack. He was a real monster. The monk asked him if his sword was laced with poison. John replied that this was indeed the case, and that he would kill him in 5 minutes. Although the monk might not die from the poison, but would definitely be paralyzed. The monk replied that he had never fought in such conditions before. If he could not defeat John in the allotted time, he would automatically lose, and this was interesting to him. John noted that other monks had told him the same thing. The monk said that since they had little time, they needed to get down to business, and asked to be allowed to attack first. He hit John hard and he was thrown into the wall. At this moment, the protagonist activated the hard skin skill to protect himself from the blow. He knew he would have the advantage if the fight became close, but if he allowed the monk to move away, he would start attacking him from afar, and then he would most likely expose himself before the poison took effect. At that moment, his weapon slipped from his hands and flew into the air. John realized that now he would have to fight with his hands. He understood that the monk had 3 factors on his side: physical strength, a wide attack radius, and better adaptation to the environment. On the other hand, the poison was already spreading through his body. His blows were becoming weaker and his movements more clumsy. He could no longer keep up with the monk. He did not try to disguise his attacks, and simply went straight ahead. By counting even the most imperceptible movements of the monk, John could predict his next attack. He then used his heightened senses skill. The monk attacked, but the main character managed to dodge the blow. After that, he found himself next to the monk and struck him in the shoulder. But he managed to block it. John was extremely surprised by such a quick reaction on his part. After this, the monk grabbed John by the hand and threw him over himself. John realized that he had to somehow get out of his grip. Then he used the flash skill and appeared behind him. Using the flash, he could dodge any of his attacks. It was a chance to go on the defensive. Then he delivered a powerful punch straight to his face. John realized that the monk was now weakened by the poisoning and could attack him. Even though his body seems to be made of stone, it can't save him from being disoriented by the blow to the head. Thus the monk fell to the floor, unable to withstand the blow. Then the main character ran up to him again and grabbed his face. He grabbed his head tightly and held him on the floor so that the monk could not get up. At that moment, John realized that he had finally won. Soon after, he was finally able to reach the 30th floor. There he met another bald monk who greeted the stranger. He said that no one had come to visit him for a long time. At this moment, the main character felt that something was clearly wrong in this room. The thing is that from the top of his head to the very tips of his fingers, he feels absolutely nothing. He had a feeling of weightlessness, as if he had plunged into the depths of the ocean. Then the monk noticed his expression and asked if everything was okay with him. Then John timidly asked him how many people had been here before him. Hearing his words, the monk said that he was talking funny, and then asked him to take his time and get used to the atmosphere. John realized that he couldn't even speak properly because all his senses were failing him. The monk said that few people could experience what his room had to offer. John was evolving just by being here, so he advised him to take his time and figure out what was going on. John decided to follow his advice and dropped to his knees. After that, he began to meditate to understand how this room worked. He didn't even feel the floor he was sitting on, and if he closed his eyes, he couldn't tell whether he was sitting or standing. The monk wouldn't attack him until he got used to the room. At least the others gave him time. As soon as he entered the 13th floor, he immediately felt a burning desire to develop in this place. He was interested in everything. After a closer acquaintance with the inhabitants of the temple, his worldview changed. At first, John only laughed at such oddities, but over time he began to enjoy talking with the monks. But the monks are his opponents, whom he needs to defeat, not get to know better. Thus, he had 2 problems at once. He was increasingly losing his vigilance, sympathizing with the monks, and the situation was aggravated by the fact that the monks had never attacked him after the last conversation, although he was ready to repel the blow. This leads to the second problem. John was no longer wary of his opponents, and this was partly due to his loneliness. These problems are not so easy to solve, and he must be more careful. Soon he decided that he had managed to sort out his thoughts. Then he got to his feet and decided to get down to business. First, he decided to adapt to the room and use the soul exploitation skill. He soon defeated his opponent in room 32, and then the monk told him to go to the next room, where his final test awaited him. John was pleased with himself, but at this time he was wary because he did not know what to expect in the last room. The last 3 rooms turned out to be easier than he expected. The strength of the monks themselves did not change much in them. The only difficulty was the inability to feel his own body. So John just focused on the enemy, so he was able to defeat them easily. Then he went out into the corridor and headed towards the last room, number 33. When he opened it, he immediately realized that his senses were paralyzed. He had no hearing, no touch, no sight, no smell, no taste. He had lost all 5 senses. When he entered the room, he felt as if someone was talking to him and greeting him. The monk's voice rang loudly in his head, even though he had lost his hearing, and John didn't understand how he did it. Then the monk asked him not to hurry and look around. At this point, John decided to use magic, since using normal senses was pointless. The monk told him that he clearly felt the essence of his thoughts. He said it was a fragment of power given to him by a deity. When the protagonist heard this, he was surprised, and did not understand what fragment he was talking about. Then the monk confirmed his guess, saying that he was the same as John. The deity sent him a test, so that he would prove that he was worthy of being his apostle. They recognized each other easily because divine energy emanated from both of them, and that is why believers easily distinguish their own kind, even in a huge crowd. But John was not as well informed as the others. Then the main character, using his thoughts, asked the monk if his gift was really telepathy or something similar. The monk said that it was a skill of expendable magic, but it didn't matter. And then he asked John if he realized one important thing. The monk said he had been watching him from the moment he entered the temple. John thought to himself that he had no idea that this guy had been tracking him with magic from the very beginning. It must be incredibly complex magic, and the guy was just a monster. He realized that now he was really risking his life. The monk replied that calling him a monster was quite rude, but John said that it was his own fault for reading his thoughts without permission. Then he replied to him that he had already sorted out almost everything. Then the monk heard this and decided to tell him about the trials he would have to go through. At this point, the system informed John that the final test was about to begin. During the test, he will have to prove to Akhmut, a monk blessed by the god of warfare, that his words had at least some meaning. So he had to pass 2 tests and earn his approval. Akhmut said the first test was to survive in this room for 24 hours, and the second was to last 10 minutes in a fight with him. John thought to himself that the hellish level of difficulty would never let him get bored, and he was wary of the nature of the first test. His senses weren't working here anyway, and they were completely replaced by magic, so it wasn't a problem. But he was worried about the amount of magic that was needed for this. The thing is that the magic he has left will only last for 4 hours. Once the magic wears off, he will be left in complete darkness, and forced to sit here without the ability to see or feel anything. Moreover, next to him, there will be an opponent who is favored by the deity. However, he still wanted to emerge from the last room as a winner. First, he would need to stay in the room for 24 hours. He could replace his senses with magic, but then his reserves would be depleted too quickly. So he decided to use magic as little as possible. Now John could feel his own body. That should be enough. He decided that he didn't need his sight for now. The monk wouldn't touch him anyway. However, the second test was much more difficult than the previous one. He had to survive a 10-minute battle with the owner of this room. This monk was definitely strong. John foresaw the outcome of the fight, and decided that he would have to swallow his pride and try with all his might to hold out. Then the monk turned to him and asked if it was time to begin the first test. John then asked him to make the first test twice as long, since he would get a small reward for it. He said that if he could hold out for 48 hours, then Akhmut would have to teach him to communicate telepathically. Thanks to the divine strike, the monk is able to read other people's thoughts, and a special skill allows him to broadcast messages to other people's heads. So John thought that he could get his help. There should be no interference, and such a skill would clearly be useful to him. Then the monk thought for a while, and then agreed to his conditions, after which the main character asked to give him a pill for the last time. The monk said that if it was meant to speed up mana recovery, he couldn't allow it, but the hero said that it would make him not want to go to the toilet. Hearing this, the monk decided to let him drink this pill. Thus, the first test came, in which the main character had to endure without 5 senses for 2 days. The first couple of hours passed quietly. He killed time by meditating, using magic to track the changes in his body. He paid the utmost attention to the distribution of magic. He made the mana circulate throughout the body, in an attempt to reduce its costs to a minimum. But even so, the magic soon wore off. John tried to save the last bits of magic so that he would have something for the next stage. And then the first test began in earnest. In complete darkness, he was unable to sense anything, and all he had left was the ability to think. His body conditionally disappeared, and his soul, left without a container, set off on a journey through the vastness of the universe. He had the feeling that he did not exist at all. John understood that this way he would soon go crazy. He began to think that he was already dead, but soon realized that he was still alive, because he thought and therefore existed. At this point, the monk asked him how he was coping. He noticed that John seemed to have finally woken up. He said most subjects react the same way, but his job is to monitor his progress and approach him when he's about to reach the point of no return. John asked if there had ever been anyone who had not returned, to which the monk noted that many before him had failed to return. John asked why he didn't just move them outside the room door in that case. But Akhmut said that it wasn't that simple. It was almost impossible to restore consciousness to someone whose spirit had almost completely left the body. If you can't return on your own, then someone else can try to return it. But only entities close to the deities can cope with such a task. Then the main character changed his tone and said that their conversation was over. He realized something, and he needed to return to meditation. The monk was interested in his words. He said that in such cases his own voice seemed to him like a breath of wind rushing somewhere in the distance. So he asked to be allowed to tell John something. He started telling him about the feeling of insignificance. After some time, the main character felt that 48 hours had already passed, but the monk said that this was not so. John was a little irritated, because he thought he was better at counting time. But now it seemed to him that his sense of time was becoming dulled in this room. When Akhmut heard his words, he said that John was very smart. John also suggested that thinking here is sped up, as if a 3-hour movie were playing in your head in 5 seconds. This was the worst part. He didn't realize how much time had passed. At first the test might have lasted an hour, or maybe just 1 minute. Then the monk told him that his mind was very sharp and he was close to one of the many answers. He reflected that the test that deprived a person of his senses also erased the sense of time. It was quite possible that during these 48 hours he would be able to feel what eternity was, since there was an infinitely long sensation of the passage of time. He did not remember the wanderer and seeker in this endless stream of time. Unlike the god of adventure, who is more interested in the goal, the god of slowness is focused on the path itself. Perhaps a monk who has dedicated himself to cultivation, the feeling of insignificance and the deity of slowness may have the same values. At this point the monk reported that, to his surprise, the deity of slowness spoke to him. He said it asked him to tell John that he was right. The main character thought to himself that the gods would not help him in any way now, and decided to think about something else. Suddenly a picture of his house and his mother standing in the kitchen appeared before his eyes. He understood that these were his memories of the past, of him and his past life. It was as if he were watching his own life from a third-person perspective. However, he felt that at this point he had run out of mana. The protagonist looked at his hands and tried to understand how he would fight now. At the moment he couldn't even drink a mana recovery potion. Now his body seemed to be something else, and he didn't understand what was happening to him. John didn't know whether he was standing, sitting, or perhaps lying down. He didn't know where the monk was now, because he didn't feel anything at all. He also felt that he could no longer hear his voice and tried to figure out at what point it had disappeared. John assumed that his consciousness had gone too deep, or that the monk had simply gone silent. However, in any case, it was dangerous, because at any moment the monk could attack him. Now he was a real target for a blow. He felt as if he was descending to the very depths of the ocean. John realized that no one was attacking him, but he felt his consciousness sinking into the abyss. There was only one thing he could do now. At the moment, he could only think and understood that he needed to do this as actively as possible. He wasn't sure if it was the right decision, but now he wasn't sure of anything. He decided that he needed to concentrate as hard as he could. At that moment, the monk calmly told him that it was very difficult. As it turned out, at that moment blood was flowing from the eyes and nose of the main character. He thought to himself that almost every science fiction movie he had ever seen had a scene where an astronaut accidentally got lost in space. Now John felt like a standard character, except he wasn't in space, just in an endless void. A world of darkness, in which there is no place for sensations, in which only his lost consciousness exists. However, the main character understood that he needed to keep thinking so that he would not get lost. Suddenly he felt that he felt nothing at all, and without a body his mind had nothing to cling to. He decided to focus on his inner self by creating an imaginary body to focus on. Suddenly he felt his hands appear again. He felt as if he had regained a body that was different from the one he had originally. He finally managed to concentrate enough, but he didn't believe that this was his real body, since it felt quite real. However, he quickly realized that it was more like an avatar in a game, representing him as a virtual character. He began to guess that it was just his imagination, but he did not understand where his real body had disappeared to. He understood that it definitely could not have gone anywhere, and now he simply did not feel it. He asked himself endless questions, and tried to give endless answers to them, and time did not stand still. At that moment, he heard the voice of a monk who said that this was why they needed to change the temple's internal menu. John knew that the voice belonged to the chief monk, but suddenly he fell silent. At some point, John realized that he could move freely, while in his virtual body. It was as if he had regained his sense of body. He must have just been slowly going crazy. John realized that this was just an illusion, an avatar created by his imagination, a state he called the avatar of consciousness. Then he began to meditate with its help. Suddenly he heard the monk's voice again, saying that he liked chicken and that they, monks, were required to be vegetarians. At this moment, the main character realized that time flows unevenly in this place. It was incredibly slow, but it still kept going. His thinking never stopped accelerating, thereby distorting the perception of time. John constantly caught himself thinking that much more time had passed than it actually had, and he did not understand how much longer he needed to stay here. After an indefinite number of hours, he felt that he had finally mastered it, but not the test. He had come to terms with the situation, presenting it as a kind of training in patience, and then it became easier to bear. At some point he thought that he could do without training, because he was patient enough, but he still decided to continue meditating. After a few more hours, he felt that his mana had not been restored, and this was strange. It should have been replenished during the time he spent here, but it had disappeared somewhere. He didn't need anything except the avatar of consciousness. He felt his arms and legs, and could even touch them. John began to disperse mana throughout the body of the consciousness avatar, although in fact there was no mana in it, but he continued to do this in the hope that his magic would still be found somewhere. And suddenly, at some point, he felt that he had found her after all. It was the magic he had collected throughout the trial, and he used it to better sense the avatar of consciousness. Even though there was little mana, he allowed it to flow through his body, drop by drop. After a few hours, he collected the mana, and was glad that he finally managed to do it. It turned out as if he had been sitting here for a whole century. He then decided that he needed to concentrate, because if he got distracted, all the mana he had collected could disappear. He felt one small grain of magic flare up to incredible proportions. Noticing this, he realized that something seemed to appear to the side of him. He saw his own body and could now understand what position he was in. John endlessly imagined what his body might look like in order to transfer it to the avatar. However, the avatar of consciousness itself was not just a guess, rather another part of himself. He needed to feel his body in order to create a reliable image of it. So the main character decided to try to spread magic outside. Suddenly, the main character's body began to glow with a bright light. He continued to sit motionless, and the monk stood next to him. Although their faces did not express any emotion, the protagonist felt something incredible. He realized that he could see room 32 as if it were in the palm of his hand. However, this was not enough, and he decided to go even further. He moved through the rooms and again saw the old monk he had encountered earlier. Then he reached the 0 room and stopped there. He didn't expect that he would be able to advance to the starting point. He had never been able to cover such a large area, and his previous level of understanding of magic did not allow him to do so. At that moment, the system informed him that he had returned to his senses and reached a new level. After this, the main character finally opened his eyes. As soon as he did this, the monk told him that everything went well. He congratulated him on the fact that the first test was over. He then asked John how he felt. He was sure that everything was quite normal, despite the fact that he could not yet hear, see, or feel anything. But the monk hoped that something had changed in him. John felt an acceleration of the reaction of consciousness, an improvement in concentration, and the ability to sense the passage of time. Ahmud said that this is indeed so, and he himself knows it. Then the hero asked him what the point of this test was. It would drive almost anyone crazy, and frankly, he was scared shitless. To which the monk said that in his case it was especially difficult. However, in the end he gained a lot, and that was a plus. John noted that he had indeed gained something, but he would not like to repeat the experience. He had no doubt that many people had died in this room, and in response the monk laughed and said that while John was speaking, he was also dying. The main character did not understand the meaning of his words, and asked him to explain what it meant. The monk told him that his consciousness was at the limit of its capabilities. His brain could not withstand such a load. When the protagonist touched his face, he realized that it was completely covered in his blood. Ahmad said that he would last about 20 minutes. If he left the room right now, all the problems would be solved, but it would mean that he failed the second test. At this moment the hero remained silent, and then smiled faintly. He said that in that case he had only one option. He quickly stood up and used his skill, saying that in that case, they needed to end this test quickly. The second test was to stand against a monk for 10 minutes. The monk warned John that his mind had been badly damaged by the strain of the first trial, and said that it would be easier to refuse the second trial. However, John said that he was talking too much, and asked him to begin. Then the monk said that they would begin, when John counted to 6. So they took their positions and John began to count from 1 to 6. He knew he needed to think more actively, but he didn't have time for it. He still couldn't feel anything, and with almost no mana left, he began to wonder if there was any point in trying to fight the head monk. He had no time or mana, but he couldn't just sit and feel sorry for himself since he had one chance, and he had to finish the monk in one turn. However, John doubted that this was even possible. This monk was much stronger than him. The last monks were just monsters, and this one is probably superior to them. But he only needs to hold out for 10 minutes, and it is not necessary to defeat him. Although in the first test, he was able to see all the previous rooms, and if he had such an opportunity again, then perhaps he would see something useful. Then he decided to analyze the situation and realized that he was cornered. He was trying to find himself on the brink of despair. However, he continued counting and soon reached 5. He then used his combat concentration skill and touched the floor with his hands. After that, John used his heightened senses. When he counted to 6, he immediately directed the exploitation of souls towards the monk. The monk continued to stand motionless, as if he didn't care at all about his skills. John understood that if he tried to replace his sight and hearing with magic, his mana would quickly run out, so he decided to distribute it around himself, but he didn't succeed in this either. He then decided to send as much mana as possible into his brain to speed up his thinking process, which would allow his concentration and attentiveness to reach unimaginable heights. The main character decided to calm down so as not to lose his concentration. While he was unconscious, his consciousness was at its peak. To achieve the same result, he needs to recreate the conditions of the first test. He just needs to concentrate a little harder. John was literally killing himself, torturing his overtired brain, but his heightened senses should have helped with concentration and reaction speed. At some point, he felt that everything was going just perfectly. He was able to sense the magic that was supposed to harm him. He continued to stand in one position, trying not to lose his concentration. At that moment, the monk rushed at him, but the main character did not react in any way. The monk swung his fist at him, but John didn't care. At the very last moment, he still jumped away from the place where the monk's fist was supposed to land. The protagonist realized that he had seen a direct hit from the monk, so his plan had worked. However, he could not say for sure, since he still could not see anything, and he did not even have the opportunity to check the state of his own body. Then he clearly saw the monk's fist flying towards him and dodged it. John felt that the last drops of mana that remained in him allowed him to detect his attacks even in a completely dark room. However, without his senses, he could not be sure that he was successfully evading them. He also thought that the head monk was much weaker than he thought. To be more precise, he was not as strong as he expected, so he had every chance of surviving. He felt not the magic of the chief monk, but his intention. The magic in his blows and the magic in his intentions was what John responded to. He realized that this might be the key to victory. During the first test, he had achieved such a high level of concentration, due to a random act of desperation. Now the conditions were the same, and he did not understand what was hitting his chances of survival so hard, and what the difference was between the past experience and the present. And then he realized that the level of magic was different. John sensed the head monk's intention through his magic. The two were inextricably intertwined. Intention is necessary to use magic. At this point, the system informed the protagonist that he had reached the 6th level of sensitivity to aura. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide and realized that he was in another reality. His movements were weightless, and he felt completely different. His eyes seemed to see differently, and he looked closely at his opponent. The monk approached him again to hit him with his fist. However, the main character clearly saw the trajectory along which he was going to strike him. Although the monk was already quite close to him, the main character continued to stand in place. At some point, his eyes lit up with a bright light, and he looked closely at his opponent. Then he realized that he could see not with his sight, but through his sensitivity to the aura. Due to the extreme concentration, everything happened very slowly. The monk seemed to have no doubt that he would not counterattack him, and thus let his guard down. Then the main character decided that he would teach him a lesson. He used his wings and ducked at the last moment to avoid his attack. He then said that the monk was about to die and prepared to attack him. He rushed forward and then, for the first time, surprise appeared on the monk's face. The protagonist used his ultimate wing and flash combo. The blow was so strong that it easily knocked the monk off his feet. After this, the main character landed nearby and looked with satisfaction at the result of his labors. At the place where the monk fell, there was now a huge cloud of dust and smoke, and then he suddenly felt that the light around him was going out, and someone was trying to penetrate his mind. It was a monk, and he asked John if he thought his words were rather cruel. Then the main character chuckled and apologized to him for wishing him death. However, the monk said that he really did almost die. He explained that his organs were destroyed, and the bone in his forearm was cracked. John realized that using this combo was not the best decision. The monk took significant damage, but John himself suffered no less. His body was not ready for such a shock. Then the monk clapped his hands and said that time was up. This meant that the test was over, and now he felt real relief. At that moment, the main character tightly squeezed his eyelids, realizing that now all his feelings would return to him. At that moment, the system informed him that he was the first to clear the 13th floor. Soon after, he opened his eyes and realized that all his senses had now returned to him. He felt much better now than he had during the ordeal. Then he decided to check the surroundings with the help of magic. He looked at himself and realized that his face was covered in blood, and he needed to wash himself immediately. However, he wondered why he couldn't see like before. Everything was different from last time. Apparently he couldn't activate this skill whenever he wanted. Most likely it only turned on during moments of extreme concentration. However, it didn't matter now. This was the first time he had received a notification about a perfect floor clearing, and it probably meant that he was done with this floor. However, he then suddenly realized that the god of adventure was offering him an additional reward, and he decided that it was worth accepting. As it turned out, the skill level of Talaria's wings had been increased to the maximum. The protagonist was surprised because he didn't know that this skill had an improved version, and decided to ask Kirikiri about it. After this, he turned to the monk and asked if he would keep his promise. The monk said that he would teach him how to establish a mental connection using magic. After that, he spent about 15 minutes teaching him the new skill. It was not an easy skill, so it would take some time before John could use it fully. In addition, as a reward for successfully passing the tests, he gave him an elixir. The monk said that after taking this elixir, his body would be strengthened forever, and his mana reserves would be increased. If John agrees to donate the pills he took before the first trial to the temple, the monk will give him an even more powerful elixir. The main character said that he didn't mind, but asked why the monk needed these pills. The man then explained to him that every year the monks from their temple try to pass the first test, and someone gets their pants dirty every year. Then the main character handed him a box of pills, saying that it was a small price to pay for a unique elixir that he would not buy for any money. At that moment, the monk suddenly turned away and thought about something. After that, he began to take something out of his sleeve, saying that this was the first time that the deity of warfare ordered him to give John the most effective elixir. He handed him a small cube with a glowing ball inside. John then explained that he actually didn't get along very well with this deity, and suggested that this was the deity's way of trying to make the first step towards reconciliation. The monk only smiled in response and wished him luck. Then the main character smiled back and said goodbye to him as a comrade. He then headed towards the portal that was ready to take him out of the floor. He opened his eyes and could now see as before. In a few moments he found himself in the clearing where he ended up after each test. He could feel his body and hear sounds again. and at first it even seemed unusual to him. Then he suddenly saw Kirikiri running towards him and asking if he had brought the cake. However, the main character asked the girl to wait a little. He realized that he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. After leaving room 33, he should have regained all 5 senses. But now he felt somehow strange. Then he sat down on the grass and decided to start meditating. After a while, he realized what was going on. It turned out that he had made great progress in using magic to analyze his surroundings. In addition to his 5 senses, he gained the ability to gather information from outside using mana. However, he could not rely on magic for everything. He wanted to see the beauty of this world with his own eyes, and smell the delicious aromas with his nose. He wanted to feel the taste of food in his mouth, because that is where the joy of life lies. Some things can't be understood until you experience them. The world remains the same no matter what you use to experience it. John had been interacting with the world around him through magic for so long that he had stopped noticing it. However, he decided that he would get used to it over time, and hoped that this feeling would soon disappear. And even though it was more convenient to feel with magic, he still did not intend to part with his 5 senses. At that moment, Kirikiri approached him and asked how he was feeling. John smiled and said that it was as if he was looking at the world from a different perspective. He had a feeling that he was going to fly. When the girl heard this, she suddenly laughed and asked John what it was like. The protagonist did not understand why she was asking such questions, and assumed that she was trying to change the subject. At some point, he thought about how after he had to part with Ida while going through the 12th floor, he realized that loneliness was a problem. It seemed to him that in his situation such experiences were normal, and there was nothing to worry about. He was alone and scared because he was only human. That's what he learned from talking to the monks. He learned a lot from them, including the fact that the monsters that lived in the training world were not only there to gain experience, but that this place had its own order of things. Then he told the girl that during the first test he had a lot of time for reflection. He analyzed previous actions and feelings, and these thoughts still resonate in his soul. Even though the past wasn't important, he didn't want to be bound by it. John knew he was growing physically and mentally, and he didn't want to stop. He was happy, aware of the fact that he was alive. There was a possibility that this was just a dream, and in reality his brain was gradually fading due to alcohol poisoning, in which case his journey was just one big deathbed vision. That is why he focused on developing and achieving all possible goals within this world. He did it blindly. But now he felt that everything was different. He felt like he belonged here, even if it was just a dream. John said that he wants to continue to be happy because he has no other life. When the girl heard this, she smiled and said that she was very pleased to hear it. At that moment, a message appeared behind her, saying that the god of adventure was rejoicing. Meanwhile, the story moves to the future. The main character was in the waiting room on the 60th floor and reading a newspaper. It said that the former deputy leader of the guards, Carl, created the Awakened clan after passing through all the floors. The main character always thought that he would go sell vegetables or something like that, and he could not imagine that Carl would create a clan. However, he had no doubt that he would succeed. He was aware of John's plans, so he would act in accordance with his plans. He also read about a new competition between players of the hellish difficulty level, namely between Brian from the USA and Lucy from Korea. John recognized this guy who had cleared the 31st floor of hell difficulty the other day, and he was impressed. It seemed like Lucy was starting to gain some interest from the outside, and he had no doubt that would happen, considering what kind of teacher she had. And although she had a long way to go, her development speed and potential were greater than Brian's. John firmly stated that Lucy was his heir, and she had earned the right to be called so. At that moment he received a private message. It turned out it was Lucas. He said they hadn't spoken in a long time, and he was supposed to visit John, but he was passing the 91st floor and didn't see his message. He asked the protagonist if he thought he should return to the outside world. John said that he should definitely walk to the end of the floor and get out, and asked him if he himself wasn't tired of being there. Then Lucas replied that he always felt like the main character here. He never stopped developing and hoped that one day he could surpass John. But as time went on, it seemed like the gap between their strength levels was only growing, so he didn't think he could get any stronger. So he told John that he would wait for him outside, wished him luck in getting through the rest of the floors, and hoped that they would see each other soon. John also said goodbye to him and wished him luck outside. Then he turned his attention to the little dragon, who called him as his father. John turned his attention to his so-called son, and asked what the little hot dog wanted. He then asked if he had read the other books John had prepared for him, and asked him to copy them out for him. The story moves again to the present day. Kirikiri walked through the meadow and enjoyed the sunset. Meanwhile, the main character lay on the grass and watched her carefully. At that moment, the system sent him a message from Carl, who asked him if he was ready. The main character did not understand what he was talking about, and Carl was very surprised by this. He asked if he was ready for the competition, and at that moment, John realized that he had completely forgotten about it. Carl said that it was about to start, and was surprised that John had not seen the announcement, but the protagonist said that he had not had a chance to look at the board. However, he thought that there was nothing to prepare for since victory was already in his pocket. Then Carl reminded him that it wasn't that. It was that he had asked John to oversee normal difficulty. John wanted to refuse, but Carl said that it was too late to do that, since there was little information about the competition yet. The leader's role was very important, and if any problems happened, the guards from normal difficulty would help him. Then John said that he would try not to forget anything, and said goodbye to Carl. After that, they had dinner together with Kirikiri. The girl asked if he was leaving already, but John said that he would stay a little longer. He said that he had obtained a skill called Divinity Resistance, and asked the girl if it could affect his divine skills. However, Kirikiri said that the resistance only works if the element deals damage to the user. Then the main character realized that he would have to experience all this himself. He then said that he had received Talaria's improved wings, and asked the girl to describe what exactly had changed. Kirikiri agreed to do it, but at first asked to try them out. John thought that it should only be done in the waiting room, but the girl said that this was not a new skill, but an improved version of the old one, so he did not need the waiting room. At this point, the heroes reported that for some reason the progress in the trial of the God of Adventure jumped so sharply. He thought that the task was so difficult, because they were simpler. Then he decided that he needed to deal with the wings first. He summoned them, and then became an adventure, transforming part of an existing skill into something new. This fixed a few details and added one feature to this skill, concentrating a lot of different divine skills into it. In the process of creating a new skill, the adventure deity received a new title, not the original one. Also, when the skill is activated, some effects will be imposed on the user. The protagonist didn't understand what kind of strange skill it was, and at that moment, The god of adventure was very proud of him. After this, John said goodbye to Kirikiri and reluctantly left her. He then returned to the waiting room on the wings. He noted that the sensations were simply amazing. The color of his wings was constantly changing, and the system said that they could change shade depending on his preferences. Simply put, his wings were capable of accelerated mana and stamina recovery, enhanced combat skills, improved magic resistance, weakened enemies, and greater strength. At that moment, the deity of slowness was scolding someone for no reason, and John received the title of potential follower of the unoriginal deity. He noted that these wings were too good. There were no restrictions and no costs. All skills have limitations, even flicker, but not these. So he thanked the god of adventure, calling him the best. He was eager to try out these wings in action, and he even regretted that there were no enemies nearby to test them in action. He spent the next 100 years testing out the new wings, and while the description stated that they enhanced his combat skills, it was not specified by how much. The level of enhancement depended on his condition, and the stronger he was, the greater it was. Thus, the strength of the wings' effects depended on the skill of use, and the wings would literally grow along with John. The protagonist felt amazing when he realized all this. Meanwhile, Maria and her squad cleared the 42nd floor on easy difficulty. It was from this moment that the general competition began. Shortly after the clearing, Maria returned to the waiting room and thanked everyone for their efforts in clearing the 42nd floor. She informed them that the competition was approaching, so she suggested that they take a short break. However, the guys were sure that their rest would not last long. Maria thought that she had somehow miraculously escaped this. If she had been even a little late, she would not have had time to finish. Then, using the system, she organized a table and chair for herself. She took off her battle cloak and set to work. The girl noted to herself that such diligence was not typical of her. At that moment, a girl with short dark hair approached her and asked Maria if she would like to drink some tea. However, Maria said that she would make herself some tea later, but for now she was busy. This girl's name was Julia. She was 2 years older than Maria and had been around since the very founding of the guards in this world. She was the closest to her. In public, she tried not to show that she was friends with anyone because of the guards, and Julia didn't quite understand why she did this, but Maria didn't want to explain it to her. She thought to herself that such politeness was a rarity in their times. Then Julia said that she had something to report to her. The fact is that a player from level 24 of normal difficulty died. Maria asked what was wrong with his comrades, and as it turned out, they were safe. Maria thought to herself that the more things were thrown at her, the harder it was to remain rational, but she tried to calmly sort it all out. She said she would report this to the vice captain, and asked Julia not to forget to send her the autopsy results. When she told the vice captain about this, he said that he was going to die now, and then the girl asked what had happened to him. She noted to herself that this guy was an incredible whiner. It was easier for him anyway. He only had to watch his own level of difficulty. Then she remembered that he also had to struggle with clearing the floors. After that, she asked Julia to give the spare tank in the 3rd squad Adrian's shield. She would like to provide him with the best weapon. But Julia warned that they do not have points for this. Maria knew this, and said that for now, he should go with what he has. She thought to herself that this guy was the main tank of the 3rd squad and was part of the assault battalion of the guards. Stormtroopers are a unit of security guards who are not involved in clearing floors. In situations like the day of the Great Gathering, where anything can happen, they take the brunt of the attack and solve problems. It doesn't happen often, but the risk was unacceptable, and careful preparation for all possible events is a matter of life and death. The existence of the guards, as well as Maria's life, is proof of her words. She still breathes only thanks to him. John has used his overwhelming power against the representative guild, and destroys anyone who stands in his way, his faith in himself, and his goals unwavering. At that moment, the image of when she tried to address him informally flashed through Maria's mind again. She thought that even a preschooler could express his thoughts better than she could. She was very worried that John would now think that she was just a little fool. When she looked up, she saw that Julia had been watching her the whole time with an ambiguous smile on her face. At that moment, Maria felt extremely awkward. 4 days later, work was still going on the waiting floor. All the players were exhausted, but they knew they had to continue. After a while, Julia came to Maria's table and brought her tea. The girl thanked her dear friend because she was sure that now she could behave with her the way she wanted. The other players had already fallen asleep, and she wasn't surprised at all. They had worked hard for 4 days, otherwise she would have scolded them for unfinished work, but now they deserved to rest. Although health is restored automatically upon entering the waiting room, fatigue still accumulates, and there are rumors that a sleep spell has been cast on the waiting room. However, Maria understood that there was no point in waking anyone up and decided to simply continue working. At that moment, a report on a threatening person fell into her hands. She noted that it was a rather strange title for a document. The author of this document was John, and when Maria began to leaf through it, she realized that the pages were blank. Security guards compile lists of potentially dangerous users to control their behavior and notice any misconduct. Those whose personal characteristics exceed one violation are punished or recognized as criminals. That's why they often change authors and update lists whenever possible. Maria knew that this wasn't entirely correct, because they often follow people who haven't done anything yet. However, they only look after them and nothing more. The guards do not interfere in the personal lives of their charges, so she reassured herself. But deep down she realized that this was wrong. They maintained order and punished crimes. Maria then became interested in what countermeasures John proposed. The document instructed them to follow Charles's orders. The girl thought to herself that perhaps John had his reasons, but she would have to ask why he wrote that. She decided to rest a little for a while and stretched while sitting behind a chair. Then she picked up a large blue folder. This folder contained information about crimes recorded in the world of learning. Even though it was all in the past, it was important to keep records. The girl noted that the book was quite worn and decided that she would need to make a duplicate of it. Maria knew that it was important to remember the past so that terrible things would never happen again. So it was necessary to keep records of all past events. This book indicated the cause of the incident, the characteristics of the offender, his motives, the outcome and consequences. When the girl turned the page, she saw a photo of Oliver there. At that moment, her face became gloomy, as if she saw him again in real life and remembered what he did to her sister. After some time, the system informed the protagonist that creation had begun, and there were 5 minutes left before the forced entry. John noted that he would like to stay in this place longer, as there were too many untried possibilities for new wings, and besides, he still had a lot of paperwork to do. However, he honestly admitted to himself that he had been waiting for this competition for a very long time. The rivals may try their best, but they will not defeat him. The winner's crown will be on his head, in any case, and yet the main character hoped that there would be something to see and learn there. It would have been even better if he had not had the work that Carl had entrusted to him on his shoulders. However, he decided that he should just go there without further ado. He entered the portal and found himself in a completely different place. It was a city. Soon, the rest of the players arrived there, and in a huge group they headed to the right place. Ahead of them was the Colosseum, where the competition was to take place. As evening came, the players moved into their houses, and some of them had lights on. The main character watched everything that was happening from a short distance. Soon the system informed him that he had been given a rulebook and asked him to read it before starting the tests. John replied that there were a lot of people gathered at the recruiting site and he had better get away from there before it got any bigger. However, at that moment, one person from the stage noticed the main character and asked him not to leave. He called him a newcomer, and then looked closely at his face. The protagonist turned to look back at the guy. When the guy realized that it was that same John standing in front of him, he apologized and said that he had not noticed him and that he could go wherever he was going. At this moment, the main character noticed a man who was standing not far from him. It was Carl. They decided to talk separately, and John noted that the place looked very much like a residential area. Carl said that the advert stated that the competition place would be like the 30th floor. However, he decided that it didn't matter and asked John why it took him so long to walk. The main character asked him not to be so strict because he was only 2 minutes late. After that, Carl said that he had an urgent matter now, and asked John to be on duty for half an hour. He said that he would not have to strain himself, and everything was much better than they expected. Then John asked him something about the competition, but the guy said that he would explain it to him later. The protagonist realized that he shouldn't have agreed to help this guy, and now he's in trouble. But the good thing was that it was only for half an hour. He didn't even notice how he found himself on stage. He looked at the other players, and they looked at him with some distrust. They seemed to have no idea what this strange guy was doing on stage. John then used a magically enhanced voice to address the other players. The boys were shocked at how loud his voice was. John said he was sure many of them were wondering why they had to stick around, and he had wondered that too. At the moment, the guards are finding out the details of the competition so that they don't just die. So he suggested to calm down and wait for them, and in half an hour, if nothing happens, he will personally present them with claims. He said the players could have a snack while they waited and asked if they had any questions. After that, he turned his attention to one girl player who, having caught John's gaze, began to shake with fear. She hid under the stage, hoping John would stop looking at her. When the protagonist looked at the other players, they also froze in fear, and then he said that they could just rest. There were 17 minutes left until the first day of the competition. John sat at the table and thought about what to do. There was no sound from the crowd. None of them were communicating. They were all meditating, as if he had forbidden them to speak and eat. He assumed that others would behave like this, but he didn't think it would be that strong. Among the crowd he noticed Harris, but decided that now was not the best time to approach him. There was nothing going on around him, and he was bored. And he also knew that if he started entertaining himself by trying to develop stability, others would think he was crazy. Then he took out a book of magic and decided to read it while nothing was happening. He bought this book after passing the 12th floor, and decided to see what had changed in it since then. On the page of the book there was a question about what is used to change time in the vastness between death and short-term life. John knew that on the 13th floor he had witnessed different flows of time, and now he wondered which he needed most. He suggested that it could be a concentration of magic, thoughts, divine powers, intelligence, life, or death. However, he soon realized that all this was not what he needed. All this was really important, but he had a feeling that the answer was wrong. He suggested that it takes time to change the flow of time, since life and death were mentioned, which meant that it was about a living being. He thought the answer might be himself, or people who experience the passage of time after death. But they were not alive. The protagonist began to think that the answer might be the essence of time. Suddenly, something started to glow in his hands. A multitude of inscriptions appeared on it, intertwined with each other. The protagonist couldn't believe that this was actually the correct answer. The other players were horrified when they saw that the book in his hands was glowing. The next day, the main character returned to his friend Carl and asked him to honestly tell what he had told the players about him. Carl said he didn't say anything like that. But John asked why then everyone was scared out of their wits about him. He rarely showed himself in public, so there must have been a reason why there were rumors about him. However, Carl interrupted him, saying that they had come to the right place. John was amazed at the enormous size of the Colosseum. And then Carl said that there was a recreation area and a square not far from here. At this point, the system asked the protagonist to prepare a particle. He said he would participate. When Carl asked him about team mode, John replied that if there was a prize, he had to participate. Carl asked how he was going to find a team, to which the protagonist replied that he did not need partners, and that he could handle it alone. However, Carl insisted that it would be awkward if a lone wolf won in team mode. That's why he suggested that Maria and he join him, because if John was on their team, it would be too much, and that's why he was looking for other people. Such events happen extremely rarely, so he chose to be on the side of the strongest. The main character, although he didn't really want to, agreed. Then Carl asked him not to kill the self-esteem of his opponents. After that, he wished him good luck and said that he would wait for him in the stands. Then the main character confirmed his participation in the qualifying stage. As soon as he pressed the button, he immediately found himself on stage in front of a whole crowd of spectators. When they saw the main character, they started chanting his name and shouting joyfully. The main character was extremely surprised by how actively he was greeted. All the qualifying matches are held simultaneously, like in a great martial arts tournament, and the protagonist thought he would have fun here. The system informed that the qualifying round in the singles category would begin in 2 minutes. The conditions for winning were to survive and win, and the conditions for losing were to step outside the ring or surrender. At that moment, a powerful explosion was heard on the field. Then silhouettes of people began to appear. The protagonist realized that his opponent had given up and automatically lost. Meanwhile, the spectators continued to shout John's name, as they were so happy to see the only player who had reached such heights on hell difficulty. The system then announced that the qualifying round in the singles category was beginning. Soon, another powerful explosion was heard on the stage, and the main character saw the silhouettes of monsters that appeared there. He grinned, realizing that he hadn't seen their impudent faces for a long time. Meanwhile, all the players were divided into separate zones. They thought that they would fight each other. But as it turned out, they would fight after the qualifiers. During the qualifying stage, the player fought against a monster. The players immediately prepared their weapons and began to fight off the monsters that were advancing on them. However, they had shields with which they could defend themselves against ranged weapons. One of the players noticed that these monsters have too much armor. While he was thinking, a huge orc ran up to him and knocked him down with his hand. The guy was thrown to the edge of the stage, and with tears in his eyes, he decided to give up. John thought that if a player understands that he can't take it anymore, then it's logical to give up right away. Yes, for some the qualifying stage can be a serious challenge. Most players fight only in combat squads. They were all used to playing their roles, and did not go out against monsters alone. And the goblins seemed to have some strategic thinking, and apparently they were borrowed from the hellish difficulty. So it will take a lot of force to deal with these goblins. John turned his attention to the monsters that were his opponents, and asked why they were frozen in place. The goblins were surprised that this guy knew their language. They thought it was some kind of trick. Then he said that if they thought they were going to lose, they should just give up right away. At this point, they began to seriously think about doing as he said. However, suddenly they seemed to have a mental block, and these thoughts fell out of their minds. They started to act maniacally and kept talking about how they had to fight. Then John realized that the system seemed to be forcing them to fight, and in that case he had no choice. He stood in front of the goblins, who were slowly approaching him. At some point they started thinking again that they didn't want to fight this man and decided to just beg his forgiveness. At that moment, John ran up to them and told them not to worry about it. He promised them he would be gentle, and then with all his might, he threw them far out of the arena. The spectators watched in horror as the goblins flew over their heads. The two unfortunate monsters flew around this entire small space and landed right behind the backs of their comrades. The remaining monsters in the arena looked at John with horror in their eyes. Then he ran up to them and with all his might knocked them out of the arena. Thus, there remained one goblin in front of him, with tears in his eyes. John smiled at him and asked him to turn around. When the goblin turned his back to him, he hit him on the neck with all his might. The system informed John that the selection stage was over for him, but the main character didn't even break a sweat. When he returned to the stands, Carl was in shock. He said he asked John to be gentle with them. John said that he did so, but Carl noted that he sent the goblin flying with a kick. But to John it meant mercy. At that moment he noticed that there were other people sitting next to Carl. It was James, and also Maria, who was still acting awkwardly when meeting the protagonist. James noted that the entire top echelon had gathered for this competition, and then added that he was the first of his group to pass the qualifying round. After that, Maria introduced her friend Julia, and said that they would be together in the group match. She then awkwardly turned to the protagonist and said that she had some business to attend to, and needed to leave. The remaining guys noticed that everything had only gotten worse, and attempts to make Maria stop being shy in front of the main character were unsuccessful. James said that if you remember the incident with the representative guild, then it can be understood. However, John did not want Mary to have any false impressions about him. He was not a knight or a prince on a white horse. Then the men assumed that this is what happens when you fall in love. Once they had calmed down a bit, John suggested that they all have a drink when this was all over. His comrades were very happy. James only dreamed of getting drunk to the point of hell. After some time, the main stage of the competition began. The participants had to show themselves in one-on-one fights, but the rules of the competition were a little strange. After the fight, the winner continues to advance up the tournament ladder. Points are awarded for defeating an opponent, which are then converted into a prize. Participants in the first and last duel will receive bonus points, so it is most beneficial to start as early as possible and win as often as possible. However, Carl warned the protagonist that he should not approach yet. As soon as he entered the ring, the competition could be considered over. He was right, because John would not give anyone even a chance to win, and although he would like to get the maximum reward, he did not want to spoil the holiday for people either, so he decided to aim for the winner's prize. At some point, James suggested that next time they should start taking bets on the competitions. After that, he wanted to go to the bar, but Carl asked him to stay and watch the fights with him. Meanwhile, the main character bought himself something to eat and watched the fights. Suddenly he noticed that his friend had entered the ring. As it turned out, it was Harris, and all the spectators were happy to see him, as they wanted to see what a hellish difficulty player could do. The guy looked up and saw his friend John among the crowd. His gaze was full of determination. Apparently he understood that in the end, he would have to fight him. When the singles category began, Harris, as expected, reached the final. He won 4 fights in a row because he was a hell of a player. John thought it was time for him to join in, but Carl said there were still some guys left from the hard level. James was excited. He really wanted to participate and asked someone else to take over for him. However, Carl said they had agreed that James would not compete in the singles category as something could happen. Events like these cannot be left unattended, as no one knows what might happen. Even murders are not excluded, and Carl wanted James to be prepared for the worst case. John agreed with this decision, but was sure that it was unlikely that anyone would be able to defeat Harris. There are a lot of players who can make him sweat, and yet it will not be easy to defeat him. If someone fails to knock him out, then the fight will affect their physical condition. None of the strong players dare to enter the ring, so as not to waste their stamina, thereby losing the chance to win. At this point, the system said that Harris would be declared the winner in 20 seconds. So John said that when there were 10 seconds left, he would go to the ring. Meanwhile, Harris was trying to catch his breath after the fight, and soon he was within 10 seconds of victory. When he realized that his last opponent had entered the ring, he asked him why he was so early. As expected, John appeared in the ring. All the spectators were excited and wanted to watch their fight. John noted that no one seemed to want to fight Harris, so he decided to take him on himself. But he was sure that someone would eventually decide to fight him. He said that although he had not expected to win at first, he was now ready to fight to the bitter end. However, John said that he should stop chatting. Harris then wished them both good luck. He took out his knife and jokingly asked John to be gentle with him. A few seconds later, the system reported the start of the battle. As soon as Harris heard this announcement, he immediately rushed at his opponent. However, the main character continued to stand still. When the enemy got close enough to him, he activated his skill. He then held his hand out in front of him. Harris was ready to stab him, but he missed. John understood that Harris's strong point was his speed, so they were similar. But he could take a couple of hits, while Harris relied entirely on dodging and seemed cautious on the one hand, but cowardly on the other. Apparently, he thought that John didn't notice how quickly he was dodging, because he dodged the blows even before John tried to land them. Harris had to wait for John to get closer so he could use the dodge to catch him. He still had a lot to learn. He was only on the 4th floor. John knew that at that moment Harris thought he was in his blind spot behind him. At that moment, the boy swung his leg to hit the protagonist on the head, but he blocked the blow. He calmly said that anyone could have repelled such an attack, and he could see everything perfectly well from here. Harris was amazed at how clever his opponent was, and then said he was giving up. When the system reported that John had earned his first win, he asked Harris why he had given up so easily. But the boy said that he had known from the start that they were at completely different levels. At the same time, he noted that it was still a good fight, and suggested that they chat later. since he wanted to give him a couple of valuable tips. Harris laughed and thanked him, saying he would be rooting for him. After that, he began to disappear from the stage, since he was a loser. After this, many players challenged the main character. Apparently they decided that the fight with Harris had weakened him, and several strong players decided to try to defeat him. However, in the end, the system informed him that he had earned his 5th victory. One of his opponents was his friend Lucas, who after the battle noted that he had an excellent fighting style. Then John realized that he had practically no opponents left. He felt Carl's gaze on him, looking at him like he was a natural disaster, apparently guessing how much John was holding back. However, he couldn't pretend to be even weaker. He didn't use divine skills, and he didn't move once again to give others a chance. John was sure that many potential opponents, watching his fights, realized that everyone had a chance to win. John was still dangerous, but he looked like a strong opponent. He represented the power of the guards, so he didn't want to seem like some kind of invincible player to those around him. But his successes were good for the guard's reputation. He thought to himself that Carl was clearly up to something. John was sure that everything would come to light during the battles with the foreigners. At that moment, another bright flash of light appeared on the stage. The spectators began to scream with joy, anticipating another battle. At that moment, a human silhouette appeared from the flash. When the main character saw who was in front of him, surprise appeared on his face. He turned to his opponent and said that he didn't think he was interested in games, and so his appearance here was a surprise to him. As it turned out, a middle-aged man was standing in front of him. It was the player who had reached the highest floor so far. His name was Sean. He said that there was nothing much for him to do there, so he decided to take a look and took the chance to gain new experience. John said it was really important, but he started thinking to himself that Sean was now on the 91st floor of easy difficulty. Usually, a player's strength is determined by what floor he managed to reach, and Sean does not shy away from any of the fields on the topic of who is the strongest player. Most normal difficulty players are on the 50th floor, hard difficulty players are on the 30th floor, but no one knows how strong Sean is, since no one else has ever reached the 90th floor. They say he's in a hurry to get to the 100th floor to reunite with his family, but it looks like he's having some trouble on the 91st floor. John didn't know too much information about him, so he decided to stay vigilant. Then he looked closely at his opponent again. When Sean got to his feet, they wished each other luck. Then the protagonist once again thought about the identity of his opponent. He couldn't underestimate him. He realized once again that it was the player from the 91st floor. He will have to fight a man whose abilities he knows nothing about, and he will have to restrain himself. John was sure that Carl would have liked to see at least an equal fight, and even better, for John to suffer properly. However, John had no intention of putting on a show for him, and immediately used the flicker. He found himself behind Sean and prepared to strike him. At that moment the man seemed to freeze in place. He then put both his hands out in front of him, blocking the blow. However, the main character continued to inflict a series of blows on him. He said with a smile that not everything always goes according to plan. After this, Carl was clearly unhappy, as he asked John to restrain himself. However, the guy said that he had already apologized, and besides, he didn't use anything other than flicker. However, Carl believed that this did not justify the fact that he had taken him out with one blow, and now he would have to change his plans. John thought to himself that he was pleased with the results of the individual competition after all. As a reward for winning the singles category, he received a mysterious box, and no one knew what was inside. John was extremely happy to receive such a mysterious gift, and he couldn't wait to open it. As they approached one of the buildings, James called them over, with Maria standing next to him. The man said that if they didn't come to him right away, he would drink all the alcohol alone. At some point, the guys froze in one place, wondering where this man got so many bottles of alcohol from. Soon they entered the building and decided to drink to love. When they reached the inn, they collapsed into James's room and started drinking. Although the alcohol had no effect on John due to his resistance to poisons, he was intoxicated by the atmosphere. He was happy to sit with his friends in a relaxed atmosphere. What caught his attention the most was Maria, who behaved like an ordinary girl. The main character thought to himself that he hadn't had this much fun in a long time. He hoped that in the future, they would also gather, and that there would be even more of them. When night fell, the main character went to his room to rest after a hard day. He didn't sleep, but simply looked at the ceiling. Now it seemed to him that it was too quiet in his room. Just recently he had been laughing and talking with his friends, but now he was alone again. He thought that Maria had finally managed to relax in his presence, and although they never really managed to communicate much, she was no longer embarrassed around him. These thoughts made him calm down a little and breathe a sigh of relief. However, he still couldn't fall asleep, so John got out of bed and decided that maybe he should read. However, at that moment there was a knock on the door of his room. When he opened the door, he saw Maria on the threshold, holding a bottle of alcohol in her hands. She looked at him a little embarrassed, but not as embarrassed as before. She asked him if he wanted another drink. The hero thought to himself that he thought they had run out of alcohol. But then he realized that it was his wine, and Maria had stolen it from the table while they were sitting there. The girl realized that he had discovered her deception and apologized to him, saying that she had actually wanted to have a drink with him alone. When John heard this, a blush even appeared on his face. Maria assumed that he was against it, and all because she still seemed like an exemplary schoolgirl to him. After that, she smiled timidly and said that in fact she was already a grown-up girl. After that, she asked him again if he wanted to have a drink with her. Then John opened the door to his room for her and invited her to chat over a drink. When morning came, John seemed very exhausted. Seeing the light coming from the window, he sat up and yawned widely. After this, he looked around his room and was surprised when he did not find Maria there. Then he remembered that she had gotten up earlier than him because she said she had things to do. He began to remember the events of the previous evening, and first remembered that she offered him a drink. However, when he realized that he had been naked the whole time, he realized what had really happened that night. Now he hoped that everything was okay with the girl. The thing is that he hadn't had a relationship for a long time, so he couldn't hold back. John had never dated anyone when he was in esports, but now he suddenly became crazy about Maria, but he always found her attractive. Her courage and strength of spirit admired him, but he always perceived her as a good comrade and a capable boss, but nothing more. However, now, when he remembered her smile, his heart felt warmer. The second day of the competition soon began. John thought about the fact that there would be team battles today, but it was still too early to go outside, so he decided to look at the forum. On the 13th floor, he had no opportunity to learn anything about the competition, so he decided to do it now. The arena was not allowed to use healing potions or wear armor. The guards were worried that something might get out of hand during the fights, but John would have been more worried about them on the third day. He was thinking that nothing bad had happened yet, and at that moment, he received a message. It turned out that Harris had written to him and asked if he had a free minute, and then they met on the street. The boy was shouting John's name loudly, and then he asked him to stop shouting, since he could hear him just fine. After this, he greeted the rest of the players and said that he was glad to see that they were still alive. The rest of the players bowed to John as soon as they saw him. He noticed that Harris and everyone else were in a good mood, and the festive atmosphere of the competition did not bypass the hellish difficulty players. Harris then asked John to analyze their mistakes during the fights. The protagonist was very happy with such a request and said that he saw that they were making progress on hellish difficulty, and this was just great. For himself, he thought that in the future, one of them could be with him on the team. He then decided to start with Harris and said that he was staring all the time during the dodges. The boy was surprised, saying that John himself told him to watch the enemy's actions carefully. However, he said that although he did recommend this, it is not easy because it is difficult to keep your eyes open and try to see everything around you at once. Paying attention to whether his eyes are open or not will result in him seeing less than if he simply closes and opens them in time. So he needs to try to keep his eyes on the target and be in control of the situation. After that, he swung his fist at him, but didn't hit anywhere. He said that Harris shouldn't close his eyes when he gets hit. And while it's easy to do, it's something he'll have to get used to. This guy's main problem was obvious to John. The thing is, he was too cowardly. He took his opponents with speed and reaction, so he wasn't used to taking a hit. Because of this, his body would involuntarily tense up at any threat, thus causing him to become scared before anything had even happened. He said that it wouldn't hurt for him to practice fighting, and then asked if he was really on the 4th floor right now. He then told Harris to let the goblins beat him up. Once he got a beating, he wouldn't be so afraid of it in the future and would instead get used to keeping his eyes open. After that, he continued to give advice to other participants. When he approached one girl who was behaving extremely strangely, he asked her what she was doing there. Not including him and Harris, there were 6 people on hell difficulty, but none of them even passed the first test. Or rather, they couldn't clear it. Since they got food and water at the beginning, they preferred to just survive the floor. John explained to them that the arrows on the 1st floor fly along the same trajectories, so the players simply do not need to make unnecessary movements, and then they will definitely not hit. They need to stay in position to be ready for the next attack. He said that they always need to be vigilant. There are places on the ground floor where it is impossible to predict the enemy's actions. They need to be prepared for an unexpected turn of events at any moment. While teaching others, John himself realized something. Everyone sees the process of passing floors differently. He tried to become stronger to cope with all the challenges. However, many were simply trying to survive, which is why the gap between their skills was so great. Not everyone is willing to devote themselves entirely to improving their fighting skills. If a person only tries to avoid the arrow, sooner or later it will still catch up with him. John didn't judge them, on the contrary. He was rather an exception to the rule, and they were normal people, because few people would want to risk their lives for an extra level. On hell difficulty, everyone loses hope sooner or later. Perhaps it's even better for these people to focus on survival and stay at the same level. They can only hope that someone will solve their problems for them, and luckily, there are guards here. When John asked Harris if he would participate in the team stage, he said he would refuse because no one would want to take him on the team. Then John suggested that he go with the rest of the hellish players. Harris then whispered that he thought it was a bad idea since they didn't know how to do anything. But John replied that it would be a useful experience for them. He asked them to try to pass at least the qualifying stage. This would be enough for them to learn something new. However, the boy didn't even know what to answer to this. However, John insisted. He said that Harris would get a lot of good out of this. Besides, these guys would be useful on the 6th floor. The protagonist explained that after the 6th floor, everything would become much more difficult, but so much more difficult that he would lose all hope. He admitted that he himself had almost fallen into despair. This is why Harris needs to pull others along with him, so that they can go through the same thing as a team. He can't stay and hang around on the ground floor forever. Then Harris looked at him and promised to try to do it. John was pleased with this answer, and then they moved on. He soon came to the arena and apologized for being late. Meanwhile, the 2nd day of the competition began. John was one of the team members. Also on his team were Carl and Maria. Besides them, there was Julia, also another guy named Chris. John heard about Chris, that he has been holding an important position in the organization for a long time. Now, he is on the 30th floor with Carl. After this, the main character turned his attention to Maria, who was standing not far from him. When the girl noticed him, she smiled softly at him. John smiled back too, as he was very happy to see the girl. At that moment, Carl asked him why they looked at each other so strangely. It seemed to him as if something had changed between the two. Soon the battle began, and all the spectators were impatient. A bright flash of light appeared on the stage again, from which an enemy appeared. It was a huge goblin with a huge head and many sharp teeth. John turned to Carl and asked what he should do with this monster. He said that he could deal with it. However, Carl told him to rest for now. He wanted to contain his power until the main stage, and they would deal with this monster themselves. The main character liked his enthusiasm and agreed with him. He then retreated to the edge of the ring, while the rest of the team came out to meet their opponent. The 4 of them prepared to attack the goblin. As soon as the enemy noticed them, he began to growl loudly at the players. Then Maria pulled out her pistol and pointed it at the goblin. She loaded it with an unusual bullet and then fired. The shot hit the goblin right in the head, causing green blood to gush out of the wound. From such a shot, the goblin growled and began to fall backwards. At that moment, Julia entered the battlefield, holding her shield in her hands. She hit him with all her might in his unprotected stomach. After this, Carl and Chris joined the fight. They simultaneously struck him in the chest with their spears. The wounds on the goblin's body were so severe that he could barely stand on his feet. Meanwhile, John, who was watching everything that was happening, noted that it was incredibly boring. Meanwhile, his team continued to beat up the goblin. However, suddenly the wounds on his body healed, and the blood seemed to evaporate. John understood that this was taking too long because of the brute's accelerated regeneration, and he himself would like to recover that quickly. Then the monster suddenly swung in the direction where Carl was standing, and even though the guy managed to dodge, he felt like he couldn't move. At this moment, the main character entered the battle and threw his weapon towards the monster. It tore a huge hole in the goblin's chest. After this, he fell to the ground because the wound could not heal. John smiled and said he was glad he had arrived in time, even though he still had to intervene. The rest of the team looked at him in surprise. However, Carl was a little unhappy because John once again did not listen to him. The main character did not understand why his friend was behaving this way, because he had already apologized to him. He thought they were in danger, so he went into battle. But instead of gratitude, he got a 2-hour lecture. At this moment, the guys from Hellish Difficulty entered the battlefield. Their skills weren't particularly impressive, but they were only on the 1st floor. It didn't look like they were going to attack this monster, and everyone was wondering how long this would last. However, John was confident that Harris would deal with the monster as soon as his comrades got a little tired, so they could gain experience in battle. Then suddenly Carl decided to change the subject and asked John what had happened with Maria, to which the main character replied that he had understood everything correctly. Carl was somewhat glad that he had managed to bring them together. John said that there was no longer any awkwardness between them. However, Carl warned him that they could not exchange such meaningful glances in front of strangers. John understood this. The guards do their best to hide their weaknesses from other people. It makes it easier to maintain order and achieve obedience. Everyone perceives Maria as a cold-blooded and domineering boss, so her softness is hidden from the eyes of others. Perhaps it would be better if John kept their relationship a secret. Then Carl said that he was happy for them anyway. He said that things were definitely getting better. But John didn't understand what he was talking about. He then noted that Carl was right. Maria was very young, and it was hard for her to cope with everything alone, so he was glad to see her smiling. However, Carl said that he was talking about John now. He explained that he saw him talking to other hellish players. When he noticed them, he couldn't believe his eyes, because John looked unusually pleased. The other boys also stopped being afraid of him. They showered him with questions. John also noticed that they were no longer afraid of him, and Carl said that John looked very scary, even when he stood silently and did nothing. His thoughtless face could easily be mistaken for an angry one, which is why everyone was afraid to approach him. Usually people go to those who are stronger for advice. But this was not his case. Everything was just like at the day of the Great Assembly. John thought that those were not the best times for him. He came there morally depressed, battered the Representatives Guild and injured himself. However, comparing himself then and now, he realized that he had changed a lot. Chris also told him that his facial expressions hadn't become more varied since then, but he seemed more relaxed. John didn't understand when he had managed to change so much in appearance, although he really felt calmer than before. Carl said that even now he seemed like a more humane person. He still had concerns about his sanity, but he was clearly working on himself. John didn't even know how to react to these words. However, at that moment he noticed Maria, who was looking at him with a smile. When he saw her face, he began to smile too. Meanwhile, the second day came to an end. Now it won't be possible to stay on the sidelines. The most well-coordinated teams have made it to the finals. It was surprising, but the newcomers from the hellish difficulty level also passed the qualifiers. They tried until the very end, but in the end, they lost to the team of guys from the normal difficulty level. Still, Harris and his team were pleased with their results. John was glad that he was on their side and hoped that it would give them a boost. He also noticed that the team of his friend named Larry also won. He is quite famous on normal difficulty. He had strong fighters in his team. Julia said that he was with the 6th Assault Squad of Guards. That's why they were so strong, and she was sure that they definitely learned a lot. Then suddenly Chris asked Carl why James hadn't come out yet, to which the guy said that they had decided that he wouldn't participate. He had to be ready in case of an emergency. Carl said he really wanted to participate, but there was nothing he could do about it. At this point, John noticed that a new team was entering the ring. When the guys looked down, they saw that James was in the ring, and behind him was his new team. Carl was shocked when he saw the man he had sent to keep order. Meanwhile, James was standing on stage waving to everyone. However, Carl didn't understand why none of these guys were keeping their promises, because he made it clear to him why he shouldn't participate. Maria asked what they should do now, but Carl didn't know. They could only pray that he wouldn't completely go crazy, and in the meantime he would find a replacement for him. They watched their comrade and saw his smile, even from the farthest row. However, John still couldn't understand Carl, because everyone wants to have a little fun, and he was even glad about this competition. He knew that James would scare off the weaker competitors. Only teams confident enough would risk competing with him. Therefore, this spectacle promised to be interesting. Maria told him that the guys from his team are from a difficult level, and besides, they are all stormtroopers of the guards. At that moment, she looked towards Julia, tacitly asking her for information. The girl looked at the team members and began to describe their characteristics. She said one of them was from the 24th floor, the guy with the strong shield was from the 27th, and the other two were frontline workers like James. The black-haired boy was level 19, but he was already quite strong, so the guards tried to show him support whenever possible. As it turned out, this boy was Lucas. Julia said that he preferred skills related to electricity. John was surprised that this girl remembered everything about all the guards and the personalities associated with them. He realized that the more he listened, the more he understood why Carl was angry. They have assembled the strongest team in the world of training. The system soon announced that James's team had won for the 11th time in a row. All the spectators were delighted with this guy and his team. Then John told Carl that at least he could be sure that James was afraid of him. He had never looked in their direction the whole time. John noted to himself that mana and health were not restored in the ring, and skills or healing elixirs also did not work, which meant that with each fight it would be harder for them. And yet for now they are holding up well. He also noted that everyone present was rooting for James, and he was like a gladiator in the center of the Coliseum arena. When the system announced that James's team members would be declared winners in 3 minutes, John thought that it was time for them to go down as he wanted to get the prize. Then Carl said that, given the circumstances, there was no way they could allow James to be the winner. At this moment, James approached the edge of the arena and addressed the main character. He asked him with a smile how long he planned to sit it out. When John heard this, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then, to a general shout of approval, he rose from his seat. Maria asked Carl to stop acting. She said it would be incredibly disappointing if the competition ended on such a dismal note. John supported her, saying that these were very wise words. After that, he pressed the button so that their team could enter the arena. Meanwhile, James and his team were already waiting for them. When the main character looked at the stands, he realized that all this brought back memories of his days as a pro player. It was an unforgettable feeling, and he missed those times. Then Carl said that he would only get in their way, so it would be better for him to stay on the platform. Before leaving, he reminded John once again of what he had already told him. John thought that this guy thought that against players at a difficult level, the rest of the team wouldn't help. Maria came up to him and said that they seemed to have persuaded him, and asked him if he thought they would succeed. But John was determined, and said that they would succeed. After that, Maria turned around and said that in that case he should win. The main character thought to himself that this girl was incredibly cute. Soon after, all of his team members left the arena, and the spectators were surprised, not believing that John was going to fight alone. When he was left alone in the arena, he looked at the group of his opponents. The thing is, Carl wants to hide his true power from everyone. But now he faces a team of 7 of the strongest players at a difficult level. Each of them is dangerous in their own way, and they work well as a team, so it won't be easy to win. He'll have to sweat a little. John couldn't underestimate the close-knit team of players who had a strong will to win. He had time to get a little bored because of how dull the previous fights had been. And now he was glad that he finally had worthy opponents in front of him. Before the fight began, James asked his comrade not to spare them. However, John said that it was he who should say these words, and added that he did not want an easy victory. Meanwhile, the rest of the protagonist team watched everything from the side. Soon James summoned his sword to fight. A few seconds later, the system reported the start of the battle. It took John just a few moments to get his skills ready. After that, he rushed forward at great speed. As he ran, he turned his attention to his opponents. The guy standing in front of him had a one-handed sword and light armor, and Julia had told him about it. She said that this guy gets close to the enemy and, thanks to his speed, dodges attacks, and although he does not deal much damage, his attacks are able to distract the target's attention. However, the main character understood that he had no equal in speed, so he quickly rushed past the guy and dealt him a lightning-fast blow. He then moved towards the next opponent, who held up a shield in front of him. John noticed that he was strengthening his shield with a skill, and it would be good to knock it out in one hit. Then he swung his foot at him, thinking he would break through his shield. However, when the dust cleared, he was extremely surprised. The guy was still standing on his feet, holding his shield in front of him. However, this situation only amused John. He realized that this skill not only gave this guy strength, but also made him resistant to physical impact, and the protagonist did not expect this. Then he saw James swing his sword to strike him. He wanted to deal him a crushing blow, but John managed to dodge. Then he found himself next to his opponent and grabbed him by the arm. He threw it towards the guy holding the shield, and they collided with each other. John knew he could ignore the two of them for now, but he needed to focus on one specific goal. The one he was most concerned about out of this team right now was Lucas. His lightning can hit a target from a long distance, and just a couple of hits can knock him out. In addition, they inflict paralysis, which makes Lucas an even more dangerous opponent. As the protagonist approached him, the boy raised his hand, preparing to strike. Lightning began to swirl around him as the protagonist approached him. John realized that it would be difficult for him, since Lucas did not let him get close to him. But he could not retreat. He urgently had to get as close to him as possible. Then he put out his palm and touched the lightning that was coming from Lucas. The boy was surprised that John had so easily ignored his electrical barrier. He asked Lucas if he thought John was joking when he advised him to build up resistance to all sorts of things as quickly as possible. He talked about resistance to pain, paralysis, and magic, and then asked him what he thought John's own resistance levels were. However, instead the boy swung his free hand at him. However, it was not difficult for John to intercept his fist and throw the boy over himself. He threw it out of the ring without even looking back. When he realized that the most dangerous member of the team had been eliminated, he continued to fight with the other guys. In a real fight, he would have to kill Lucas, or at least hit him hard to make sure. But this was just a game and the rest shouldn't be too difficult. However, at that moment he saw James charging an energy ball in his hand. The main character was even a little scared, because he realized that he had concentrated a huge amount of magic. He didn't understand what this skill was and how to counter it. James then rushed at the protagonist, intending to hit him with an energy ball. The protagonist noted that this guy was too fast. He asked him if this was some kind of divine skill. However, before James could touch him, he noticed that John was no longer in front of him. The guy was confused, and at that moment the main character was already standing behind him. The rest of the protagonist's team watched his actions in surprise. As it turned out, he summoned wings and moved behind his opponent. James didn't lose his composure and turned towards John to catch up with him. John noted that he changed course quite quickly and was already rushing towards him. He really was very fast, and besides, he knew John's fighting habits well. Then John decided he had no choice but to play his trump cards. He soared above the arena while the others watched him with excitement. The two fighters were soon to face each other. When this happened, everyone present froze in place. After that, John went to his room to rest. The competition ended yesterday evening, but after the fights themselves, there were still 3 free days to rest. After the team battles were over, Chris and Maria immediately went to their rooms. James also said that he had a lot of things to do, but John was sure that Carl would not let him go so easily. John stayed there until the very end, as he promised. Then, lying on the bed, he decided to open his inventory. He took out a mysterious box from there, which he received for winning the singles category. Then the main character took out another box of the same kind that he received for the team category. Thus, having become the winner in both categories, he received 2 tiny boxes. He found the single battles rather boring, but against the team he had a lot of fun. James, his teammates, and the spectators were just perfect. However, he thought that Carl did not like all this very much. Suddenly he heard someone knocking at his door. Without waiting for permission, Maria opened the door to his room and looked at the main character in surprise. She seemed to be in a great hurry, and asked him if he had been waiting for her for a long time. In fact, John thought he would die of boredom. 3 whole days had already passed since the team category, and they had not seen each other during all this time. And the girl said that there was more work than she expected, so she apologized for being late, and asked John if she had disturbed him. In response to this, John smiled and said that he was very glad to see her. When Maria heard this, a soft smile appeared on her face. Without thinking twice, she snuggled up to John and apologized for keeping him waiting. The main character said nothing to this, and only hugged Maria tighter. After that, he pulled her into his room to spend even more time with her. After some time, he again set off to conquer his floors. He had to deal with the huge monsters that were waiting for him in the cave. However, it was not difficult for the main character to deal with them. Soon, the system informed him that he had passed the 15th floor and received new awards. John noted that it took a very long time. After the competition, he immediately began to pass the 15th floor, which was a narrow abandoned mine. The condition for passing was the extermination of all mutant moles. Although it didn't sound difficult, finding all the monsters in the dark tunnels was very difficult. But his perception skills improved a little. However, he did not want to repeat this experience again, and dreamed of quickly getting out into the fresh air to Kirikiri. When he came to the field, the girl greeted him with laughter because John was covered in mud. However, the main character himself didn't find it funny. He said he spent a lot of time in the mine, and after that he was really covered in dust. He then asked Kirikiri if she was embarrassed by his appearance, but the girl couldn't stop laughing. Then, the main character turned around and said that in that case, he would have to eat the candy alone. And when the girl heard this, she immediately stopped laughing. As they sat down in the clearing, John asked her if she could give him a hint about the next floor. But the girl replied that she could not do this. John assumed that she wouldn't tell him anything. At some point she stopped supplying him with valuable information about the upcoming floors. She probably thought that he didn't need to be prompted, since he was coping well enough. Then he thought about what else he wanted to know from her, and quickly came to the conclusion that most of the questions would be quite expensive. John then said that he wanted to change weapons, and wanted Kirikiri to tell him how to choose the best options. The girl was surprised when she heard his question, but John said that he had been thinking about it for a long time. He bought his current sword on the 4th floor, and hadn't changed it since then. He should have said that thanks to magic there was no need for it. But recently he began to feel that it was no longer suitable for his level. It was too light and brittle, even despite the magic. The only thing was that it was restored upon entering the waiting room. Otherwise John would have thrown it out long ago. Then the girl said that in that case, it was really worth changing weapons, and asked him to wait a little. She sat there for a moment, lost in thought, and then looked at John carefully. She asked why he didn't open the boxes he received at the competition. The main character was surprised that she asked him such a thing. He still hasn't opened the 2 mystery boxes he received for winning the competition. He assumed that there might be weapons in these boxes, but he was afraid that he might come across one that he would not use. However, Kirikiri told him not to worry about it, since only the necessary things fall out of the boxes. She said that the reward depends on the user's need, so there will definitely be something useful for him. Hearing this, John decided that he really should open those boxes. When he opened the first drawer, he was immediately illuminated by a bright light. After that, a small dark sphere appeared in his hand. The system informed him that he had received 1,000 Cantus guns. The sphere fell into his hand, and then John realized that it was much heavier than it looked. This artifact once belonged to the Blade Master Cantus. It is made from a high-grade golden dragon, and is capable of taking on 1,000 different weapon forms. When John realized this, he realized that he now had 1,000 weapon options at once. The fact that it was made of dragon was impressive in itself. Moreover, it had an interesting effect. John loved to change weapons, and for him this was the perfect artifact. So he decided to test it immediately. He stood up and walked away from the picnic area to open the sphere. He was curious about how it worked, and he assumed that he just needed to imagine the necessary weapon. He extended his hand forward and attempted to present a short sword, but nothing happened. Then he decided that maybe he should infuse some magic into the sphere. As soon as he did this, the sphere began to glow a bright purple color. The next moment, the very sword he had imagined appeared before him. John was surprised that everything happened so quickly. Moreover, now he can change weapons right during the fight. The sword was quite strong and felt good in his hand. He also noticed that the weight of this item was the same as the sphere, so even if he summoned a blade, it would still be massive. But perhaps that was for the best, since his physical strength allowed him to carry heavy weapons. Besides this, he was very pleased with his sensitivity to mana. Before, imbuing weapons with magic was much more difficult, but now the problem was solved. John felt that this was just the perfect reward. He thought about opening the second box right now, since it would be cool to get something just as useful. However, he doubted whether he should do it, but in the end he decided to open the second drawer. When the box opened, it again struck him with a bright light. The next moment, another sphere appeared in his hand again. John decided that he would turn the second sphere into a shield, and he would have a set, and he would not need to look for anything else. However, before doing so, he turned to Kirikiri. He asked her what she wanted most right now, and the girl immediately replied that she wanted cake and ice cream. After John created his weapon and bought the girl what she wanted, he went to the forum. But there was nothing new there. In any case, all useful information first went through the guards. Suddenly he noticed a discussion among the participants about who would be the first to complete the training in its entirety. John thought that people, apparently, had nothing at all to do. Until recently, the answer was obvious. That person was supposed to be Sean. But now he was stuck on the 91st floor, and it was unknown how long he would stay there. It was said that he had already failed the passage for the 6th time. However, he was determined, otherwise he would not have climbed so high. But now his haste is starting to have consequences. His skill level is not enough to proceed further. That's why people started to pay attention to another easy difficulty player named Peter. He managed to reach the 83rd floor without any outside help, which made him the strongest solo player, and people were already saying that Peter would soon become the new favorite of the guards. At this point, John was tired and wondered what Carl thought about this and decided to ask him. However, then he thought that it would be better for him to turn to Maria with such questions. At that moment he received a message that the deity of adventure was watching him with visible satisfaction. He thought that every time he thought about Maria, this little bastard would appear, as if he was somehow preoccupied, and it was starting to piss him off. He did not understand why this deity was so attached to him, and at some point he began to guess that it was watching the events of that night. He couldn't believe that most of the adventurers knew about what happened between him and Maria. At this point he received a message that most of the adventurers were in confusion. The story moves back to the future. A little dragon was sitting at a table and playing a board game. He pulled the wand out of the structure without it collapsing, and was glad he had succeeded. John trained the dragon's magical abilities through various games. At this time, one of his clones, using the same magic, tried to complicate his task. His double constantly increased the pressure between the parts, while at the same time changing their mass, so that the dragon had to constantly adjust. And although the clone prevented him from getting the block using spatial magic, the dragon also did not hesitate to use various spells from his modest arsenal. At that moment, something began to appear in front of John. He realized it was the bag Lucas had left for him, but he didn't know why he had done it. Before returning to reality, he handed over some of his belongings to him. You can only take a certain amount of things with you from the world of learning, and that is why many people sell all their accumulated goods before leaving. It happens that interesting items fly away for fabulous sums, even if there is no use for them anywhere except for those of easy complexity. When he opened the bag, he realized that his diary was inside, and now he was doubly confused as to why the guy had left his bag for him. The diary described in detail his development in the world of learning. Everything was written here to the point, without any details. For any connoisseur of electrical magic, this book would be a real treasure. Besides that, there were all sorts of little things inside, such as robes, a cloak, and everything was in excellent condition. John noted that even he did not have such good clothes. He decided to use the balls for experiments and save a couple of useful things for the dragon, and put everything else up for sale and perhaps donate something to the guardians. At that moment, he began to think about what Maria might be doing now, and when he wrote to her, she was ready to buy Lucas's things. However, she did not understand why he let him go so easily, to which John noted that he himself persuaded him to leave here quickly. The deciding factor was his level. After he told him that he didn't need to, Lucas finally gave in. As it turned out, the main character's level was 351. And when Maria heard this, she was shocked. She didn't know there was anything after level 300, and the last time she asked John, he was at level 250. She didn't understand how he got so many experience points, since he was still on the 60th floor, to which the protagonist replied that he simply had his own methods. He said that Maria should have an idea of how the skill system is perceived. Most players, passing floors, earn new skills, simultaneously accumulating experience and improving stats. However, upon returning to the real world, they will no longer be able to grow. However, for John, things were different. Unlike all those who perceive skills as some kind of superpower, he looks at the very concept of them a little differently. It was during a period when he was unsuccessfully trying to get past the 61st floor that he had the epiphany, and he hoped to find a fundamentally new skill that would allow him to make a breakthrough. In the end he failed, but it prompted him to delve deeper into the study of magic. At some point he managed to unravel the essence of the skill system, and understood the purpose and origin of every single skill. Thanks to this, John could now create and improve spells on his own. When abilities are so amazing that they cannot be converted into experience, the system simply adds 50 levels at once, although these levels are not grapes, because they are not the result of accumulating experience, but simply a reflection of strength. Even though Maria hadn't brought it up for a while, she decided to change the subject and talk to him about the events. People were saying that this time there would be a new neighboring location, but it would be held together with a server from another dimension. Then John asked her to check something for him. He asked her to find out if the privacy settings for players and other servers were working, and the girl promised to do it. After this, John said goodbye to her and then looked at the bracelet that was on his hand. He decided he needed to be on the safe side, in case his magic got out of control again and someone got hurt. Then he realized that he had to go to the 61st floor again. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to the 16th floor waiting room. John has the sphere in his hand and is preparing to open it. The next moment, the sword he needed appeared in his hand. This item can become almost any kind of weapon, and you can change one form to another with just the power of thought. In reality, this also required minor magic, but it was still very convenient. So the main character prepared two different shields. One was small and round, and the other was wide and long. The pointed bottom could also be used for attacking. It was heavy enough to deliver a good blow by inertia. Apparently the Cantus was also a human, but this artifact may have belonged to some higher race, and John was terribly curious to know about it. But such information would cost him too much. However, this information was not particularly important to him now, and he decided to focus on the subject itself. This time he summoned a weapon, and the next moment a sword appeared in his hands. The combination of the Count and the sword was the most effective. It suited him best, and he was already accustomed to working with it. John didn't know there were so many different types of short swords. He felt most comfortable with a sword that was about 70 centimeters long. He then decided to summon a longer sword. After that, he also tried the spear. And then came the halberd and blunt weapons. John spent some time practicing summoning different weapons, noting the most useful ones to keep on speed dial. Soon a portal opened in front of him, ready to send him to the 16th floor. At that moment, John thought that he should send someone a message before leaving. He thought that Maria must be busy now, and at that moment, the system informed him that the deity of adventure was looking at him with undisguised pleasure. The main character felt that he was already tired of this deity. It was as if it was looking straight into his thoughts. He then decided that the ideal option would be to send a letter to Harris. Then he decided that now it was definitely time for him to go to the new floor. When he walked in, the first thing he noticed was that it was incredibly dark. Suddenly John felt the ground beneath his feet begin to shake. Then he suddenly rushed forward, and miraculously he had enough speed to avoid the avalanche of rocks. When he turned around, he realized that the exit from the dungeon was blocked by stones. However, this was not the main thing now, because there was someone in front of him. He saw at least 5 figures. At that moment, the system informed him that he had successfully entered the 16th floor. When the protagonist looked closely at the strangers behind him, he realized that they were all looking at him too. Then the system told him that he had to defeat the double to open the exit from the dungeon. 10 years ago, an unexplored dungeon was discovered in the west of Arpan, and soon, treasure hunters from all over the continent were drawn to it. And 6 months later, each temple received some kind of divine message. It was a force that in the depths of that very mine a treasure was hidden. Temple paladins, adventurers, merchants, knights, and even mages left the solitude of their towers to try their luck by descending into the bowels of the earth. And so, after a year of intensive searching, a secret passage was found leading to the heart of the dungeon, of course. After this, all temporary alliances immediately fell apart. A war of all against all began in an attempt to seize the initiative, and in the end it was decided to send the best of the best from each country deep into the dungeon. Unfortunately, during the fierce guarding of the yet undiscovered treasure, no one took care to explore the deep floor, and as a result, the unlucky seekers awakened the king of the dungeons, the double. One of the squad members managed to temporarily drive the spawn into a trap, and after escaping from it, the double again revealed itself in the shadows of the underground passages. The monster is so dangerous that its release would threaten the existence of humanity. And now the main character faced the task of defeating the double, and not allowing him to escape to freedom. Suddenly, the cave was illuminated by a bright light, which was the result of a spell cast by a magician who stood in front of him. When it became light in the cave, John saw 5 men standing in front of him, each of whom seemed to belong to a different class. John immediately realized that these people were not the same seekers. One of them, an old man, seemed glad that a newcomer had arrived. Then a relatively young man in armor said that they were walled in here. At that moment, the man with the skin on his shoulders shouted that the double had disappeared and they had lost him. However, the old man said that he was still inside. The artifact showed that the demon was still nearby. The knight assumed that he was under an invisibility spell, and since the double was of a demonic nature, then he could well possess magic. After this, the magician raised his staff up and used a spell called Detect Invisibility. The entire cave was suddenly illuminated by a bright light, and then the magician lowered his staff again. He said that there was no one here, there were only them. John watched all this in surprise, as he didn't know that there was an invisibility spell. Then the old man said that the artifact still showed that the demon was here. The knight said that the record said that the double was able to copy the physical shell of the chosen victim, and it seemed that he had managed to finish off one of them and take his place. John noted that this was useful information, and that it only remained to clarify some details. It turned out that the double was pretending to be one of the seekers, but John was not part of this circle. The player's task on the 16th floor is to destroy the double before the rescue team arrives, meaning he has a week. John noted that it was quite an interesting task. The conditions say nothing about the rest of the seekers. That is, having killed every single one, he can calmly pass the floor. However, he did not want to resort to such measures yet. For the first time, he met people from the world of learning. However, John was not sure if they belonged to the human race, but it seemed that way. He decided to ask the seekers about the culture, technology, and magical knowledge of their civilizations, and try to pass the floor through cooperation. At that moment he noticed that the magician was looking at him strangely, but when John looked at him, he immediately looked away. At that moment, the system again informed him that the deity of adventure was watching him with curiosity. Apparently, it somehow interpreted their exchange of glances with this magician differently. The man with the skin on his shoulders said that it would clearly not be easy for them, but decided to try to hold out until the rescuers arrived. The old man said that the main thing was not to let the double out. They needed to have time to solve this problem before they arrived. However, the knight did not understand how they would find out if one of them was a double, since he copies not only the appearance, but also the memory and character of the victim. John noted that this knight, apparently, was the most talkative here. The man replied that in that case they would have to come up with something. Then there was an awkward silence between them, and everyone looked at John intently. The protagonist said that maybe they should try to hurt the double. He said that if they pinned him down, the monster would surely take on its true form. The knight said that it might actually work. He would turn into a demon to save himself from the threat of death. His real body is stronger than his human shell, so it sounds quite logical. However, the magician said that this was a very crazy plan, but John interrupted him and said that he had an idea. They can take turns making their guesses, then all together decide what to do and who to suspect first. And then they will try to attack the chosen person, where he came from. Such a game is called Mafia. The man said that it sounded absurd, and the hooded man standing next to him said that it was obvious that this guy didn't know anything about demons. Even 5 of them would have a hard time dealing with the doppelganger. One wrong decision, and they were all doomed. However, John asked them not to worry and said that he would deal with him himself. Seeing the surprise on the faces of the seekers, he said that he would indeed take care of everything himself. In fact, he hoped that they would let him deal with it alone, since that way he would get more experience points. But they didn't yet know how strong this double was. Considering the information received from the other seekers, we can expect that they are not inferior in strength to all of them put together. In theory, the player's task is to identify the double, while avoiding unnecessary losses, so that at least 3 seekers remain for the fight. However, John was not a completely ordinary player. There would be no special problems with the double. Even if this creature joined forces with the seekers, he would still be stronger. The hooded man said that John was just nuts, and started joking about how he might think he could handle the dragon alone. Then the main character said that it would be better to just show them this in practice. He used a skill called Bridle, which was leveled up to level 3. He pointed it at the seekers and they froze in surprise. John said that if he was a double, they would already be dead, so there was no point in suspecting him. He told them not to try to attack him, otherwise he would simply kill them all. Then the old man said that they were the best drivers and adventurers on the entire continent, and they were stronger than he thought. However, John said that he was just trying to help. He just needed to identify the double, and he would get rid of it on his own. The old man asked him if he just wanted them to tell him something about themselves. John said that it was true. Even if the double steals the identity of the victim, there is still a chance that he is wrong about something. Then the old man said that he agreed to share his story, but in return he wanted John to do the same, since they were not very close, and they were seeing John for the first time. The protagonist thought that this old man was complicating everything. He hoped that he could easily find out the necessary information from them and quickly skip this floor. But in the end, he would have to mess around with these guys for a long time. He didn't think that they would understand the story of a professional player from South Korea in the virtual world, and so he decided to come up with something. He said that he had come to the dungeon to find treasure, but he could not tell anything more, since they themselves knew how many ordinary people were scouring here in search of valuables. And he was one of those people. When the others heard this, they fell silent awkwardly. The mage noted that there was a contradiction in his words. The hooded man said that John was the one who opened the discussion first, and now he was the most suspicious among them. But at that moment, the old man said that they had a logical conclusion. Then John realized that apparently, everything had turned out completely differently than he had wanted. He realized that he was now the prime suspect. The hooded man said that John was the most suspicious of them all, and it was possible that the doppelganger was trying to get the information he needed out of them. The old man said that if they made a hasty decision and ended up releasing the double, something terrible could happen. But if they united against him, there was a chance that he would show them his true nature. The main character understood that now these guys were absolutely sure that he was the double. The man in the fur coat said that John tried well to convince them, but he hated sneaks who were good at juggling words. Then John raised his hands and asked to be given just 1 minute, as he wanted to say something else. The hooded man yelled back at him and said that he was trying to fool them to the last, and that they needed to attack him immediately. At that moment, the main character's knife flew towards him. However, he easily deflected it with his fingers, and said that there was no need to act rashly. John then threw the knife back towards the man, who barely managed to dodge it. At that moment, a man in a fur coat ran up from behind and tried to strike with an axe. However, when he struck, John was no longer in front of him. With a deft movement, John jumped to the other side. He thought that there was no point in attacking their tank. And first of all, he needed to deal with the mage. At that moment, the magician turned around, and the old man jumped up to him holding a shield. John was impressed that the old paladin had guessed his actions. The old man got ready and was ready to throw a spear towards John, but he suddenly ran up to him. He struck his hand, knocking the spear out of her palm. John then threw the old man back with his own shield, knocking him down along with the knight. The only fighter left was the mage. The mage tensed up a bit and then prepared to use the fireball. John noticed that a huge ball of fire was indeed flying. He understood that the magician could hit the paladin, but he still fired because the magician did not care about his comrades. John used his combat focus, knowing that if he used flicker, the mage would attack again, and it would be harder to dodge. He didn't want to reveal all his cards at once. He needed to deal with them one by one while they were in disarray. He used his wings to protect himself and others. Soon the fireball touched the ground and a powerful explosion thundered. When the smoke cleared, the magician carefully examined the traces of his spell. But before him stood John with wings on his back that saved him and the paladin. John thought to himself that it was getting very stuffy, even with his heat tolerance. The fireball was so hot that it would be unpleasant if he got caught in it. He quickly jumped up to the magician and kicked him with all his might. As the mage fell to the ground, John chuckled and asked if it had hurt too much. The magician lay face down on the ground, his hat falling off his head. When the mage lost consciousness, the light in the cave went out. John hoped that the mage simply passed out because he didn't want to kill him, and apparently the mage wasn't a double. The man in the fur coat swore because it had become dark, and asked Burse, the man in the hood, if he had a lantern. While Burse was looking for a torch, John decided to take advantage of the moment. He used his conducting skills and keen eyesight. John noticed that this adventurer was strange. Suddenly, Bierce pulled out a rosary from his pocket and tried to kick John. Then he turned sharply and threw the rosary in his direction. John broke the rosary into pieces with one movement of his hand. When the beads cracked, John noticed something splashing on him and assumed it was poison. The man laughed and said that it was indeed poison, and now the demon would die from poisoning if he did not come out into the light. John felt uncomfortable as he became sticky, but the improved resistance to poisoning helped him. Bierce was horrified when he realized his poison had not worked. John walked up to him and punched him in the stomach with all his might. The blow was so strong that Bercy fell to his knees and doubled over in pain. At that moment, a knight appeared, ready to join the battle. There was determination on his face, and he was ready to fight John. John noticed that this guy also used mana to imbue his weapons. but he wasn't doing it as well. The man rushed at John, shouting that he was doing it for the king. At this time, John took out the sphere that was given to him. She instantly transformed into a long sword. The knight ran up and was ready to strike, but when the knight lowered his sword, he collided with John's weapon. With a slight movement, John threw the knight aside. John didn't quite understand which king they were talking about, and didn't expect such words. However, his movements were interesting, and John had never seen such a fighting technique. It was more elegant than the utilitarian use of a spear, and every movement was fluid and graceful. John thought the man was like a hero from a game, but this created confusion in his movements. After each impulse, he needed to catch his breath. The knight turned and prepared for a new attack. It seemed like he had borrowed the technique from martial arts, but it wasn't very flexible. However, a warrior must be able to adapt to any circumstances. John lunged at the knight and punched him in the face. The blow was so strong that the knight was thrown to the other side of the cave. Meanwhile, John remained unharmed, as none of the seekers could harm him. The knight screamed and demanded that John show his true nature. John realized he needed to apply a little pressure to get them to listen to him. The knight rose to his feet and held out his glowing sword. John noticed that the skill didn't activate right away. Apparently, it was the best the knight could do. But John didn't understand who would give the enemy time to prepare before attacking. He thought that the knight lacked experience in real combat, and decided to wait for the skill to work, curious whether such an effect was worth anything. The knight said that this attack contained the full power of the great sword of Alamus, bestowed upon him by the king himself, and no one had survived its crushing blow. John realized that the knight himself had told him everything, and now there was no point in trying to repel the attack after such unambiguous words. However, it was worth admitting that the sword was emitting very strong energy, and John felt a high concentration of mana in the blade, as if it was about to start dripping. In that case, John decided that he too should resort to magic. Meanwhile, the knight had already rushed to attack him. John told him that it was not necessary to vocalize every action he took. After that, their weapons clashed. However, at the last moment the knight managed to parry his attack. John was very surprised that he had succeeded, and thought that this knight was not as simple as he thought. But then he put his other fist in front of him and thought about what he would say about this. The protagonist was surprised because he only swung and the knight had already jumped away from him in horror. He jumped back so hard that his body hit the wall. Then John thought that now all he had to do was deal with the paladin and the mercenary. At that moment, the magician created a barrier, with the help of which he hid the mercenary and the paladin from attacks. He began to whisper something in an incomprehensible language. John was surprised that the guy was back in action. Apparently the old paladin had managed to get him back on his feet. Moreover, he did not understand what kind of magical barrier this was, and whether it was really worthy of such bravado. At that moment he heard the voice of a knight behind him, who laughed. He said that the master of the magic tower, Martin, was famous for his offensive spells. He only needed to finish casting the spells while under the protection of the barrier, and John would have no chance. He said that the magician was preparing his most powerful spell. It would take about an hour, but even the double would not survive after such a blow. John didn't feel any particular threat from this great spell yet. Moreover, no one even considered the possibility of the barrier collapsing. Then the protagonist turned to the knight and asked if this barrier had any weak points. Despite the fact that the other seekers asked the knight to shut up, he continued to give out all the information. Then the old man said that he would report his noble sacrifice to the higher authorities as soon as they got to the surface. If only he would shut up. The knight then stated that he was already prepared for death, and the double would also die as soon as the magician finished reading his spell, since he now needed extreme concentration. When the main character heard about this, he became interested in the knight's words. He then directed the exploitation of souls towards the barrier. In literally one instant, the magician fell to the ground and the barrier collapsed. Then John said with a smile that he had only 2 enemies left. The mercenary and paladin immediately rushed at him. However, they quickly realized that they could not defeat the main character. Eventually they gave in, and then John handed them the healing potions. Now that he had proven his superiority to them, they shouldn't have to struggle too much. The paladin turned out to be much weaker than he expected, because suddenly he turned out to be a healer. If the old man had become a warrior relying on divine power, it would have been much more difficult with him. The mercenary, as it turned out, was a tough nut to crack, and it was the hardest thing to neutralize him. He was strong but stupid, and so the punishment overtook him. Thus, John managed to defeat the entire gang, but he still did not find out which of them was the double, and why the monster still had not emerged. He thought it was unsafe for him to make himself known now, so he was sitting and waiting for the right moment. But John decided to try to coax at least some information out of them. The mercenary still couldn't accept his defeat and thought that everything happened because of that stupid knight. But the paladin asked him to calm down, since it wasn't him who destroyed their barrier. John knew they had plenty of reasons to be angry at the knight for spilling the beans. He didn't understand why he did this. Perhaps the knight specifically told him how to turn the spell creation to save himself from death. Thus it turned out that he was the double. John didn't understand who this guy was, but decided that in any case, after what happened, the seeker's suspicion fell on the knight. Now everyone is watching him, and he feels it. The mage was still knocked out. His collected mana seemed to have detonated when he broke the spell, and John thought he would recover in a day or two. The adventurer was still rolling on the ground, clutching his stomach. John wasn't sure what exactly had been the decisive argument for them to start listening to him. He then turned to the searchers and asked why they didn't try again to figure out the double. The men asked him what he had come up with this time and suggested that he wanted to make them play Mafia again. However, he said that it was more of a trick to lure information out of them that he was interested in, and in fact, there was no point in this game now. When the men heard this, they were surprised, but John continued. He asked them to just tell him everything they knew. He was interested in absolutely everything, from the place where they lived to the rules of etiquette from their world. At this moment, the men did not know what to do. The old man thought that this guy really was a double. When the protagonist realized that they still did not obey him, he extended his hand forward and used the restraint. In an instant, all the men fell to the ground, as if an invisible force had forced them into submission. After this, the main character clapped his hands and asked to pay attention to him. He said they should start right now, and he was sure they all had something to share. He said that if they continued to remain silent, he might get angry. After that, he asked with a smile on his face who wanted to be first. The knight decided to be the first. He said that his name was Cassius Arhan, a name given to him by his grandfather. He continued his story, but the others were unhappy that this knight was telling all the information so easily. However, the old man said that they had all seen the strength of this guy, and even if he was a double, there was no need for him to listen to their stories. At this point, John approached them and asked them to be quiet as he listened to the knight. Meanwhile, the man continued his story and seemed to not miss a single detail. The knight's story continued until the night. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad had already fallen asleep. This night's story was very drawn out but detailed. The main character learned about the smallest details of the world in which the Seekers live. He even told him about the saucers that had been made with incomparable virtuosity by the palace potter. In fact, the main character was very interested in listening to the knight, as if he had been on an excursion, although his stories were filled with many unnecessary details. He was telling something about a family tapestry, when suddenly he switched to another topic and began to tell the life story of his grandfather. The knight spoke for 5 hours without stopping. In the end, he had to interrupt it to send everyone to bed. When the protagonist looked at the watch he had borrowed from one of the Seekers, he suddenly shouted that it was time for them to get up. The thing is, he couldn't sleep. And it wasn't just the lack of sleep, it was hard for him to relax, knowing that there was a demon lurking nearby. But during the night he kept his ears open, but he didn't notice anything suspicious. Meanwhile, the second day of his stay in this cave had arrived. Today the protagonist planned to continue to extract information from the Seekers. At the moment, he had nothing but knowledge. It was especially important for him to find out from the knight about his technique. He also wanted to learn about the layout of the dungeon from the adventurer, and about religion and gods from the paladin. After some time, the paladin moved away from the rest of the group. At that moment the main character approached him and, apologizing for interrupting the prayer, said that he had had a serious conversation. He asked him to tell him about his deity, and the old man agreed. When John said that he would like to learn about all the religions of their continent if possible, the old man said that he believed in the goddess of balance. In general, polytheism reigns on Arpan. Unlike the clergy, ordinary people often worship several deities at the same time. They draw strength from their faith in their patrons to cast spells. And because humans place a high value on a personal connection with their chosen deity, many clerics choose not to join religious organizations. Then John realized that they received divine power from faith. And the longer he listened to the old man, the more he realized how unusual this world was. The old man said that he actually felt energy coming from him. But John replied that he was not a cleric, but he had passed the test of an apostle and received a divine ability as a reward. When the old man heard this, he was shocked, and asked if John was talking about a fragment of the deity's power. Then the knight said that if he really was an apostle of some god, then now it became clear why he was so strong. The old man then asked if he could find out which god John served. John thought for a while what to say. He was simultaneously undergoing tests of the deities of slowness and adventure, but he could only name one. Logically, clerics serve only one deity, so an honest answer would only make the old man even more wary. He decided to think and choose who to name. The deity of adventure was probably well known to local adventurers, and it would probably seem strange that he didn't know anything about his own patron, who was so popular. So he decided to say that he served the deity of slowness. The old man said he had never heard of it before, and neither had the knight, and John thought it was all well and good, for such an answer would not raise any unnecessary questions. He said that the followers of his deity wall themselves up in the mountains, so that they are not often seen by ordinary people. He himself knew little about the outside world, because his whole life was spent in solitude. He explained that he was here by the will of his deity, and helping them was part of his test. John then reminded him that he wanted the knight to teach him that interesting technique he showed with the glowing sword. However, the man changed and said that he could not reveal such information to an outsider, but when John threatened him, he agreed to train him. The knight's sword lesson was more advanced than John expected. He turned out to be a master of his craft, and John learned a few new moves and a couple of interesting tricks from him. The knight explained everything in great detail, so it was easy to understand his explanation. John hadn't expected such common sense from him, given the events of the previous day. The man said that his technique was very economical in terms of mana absorption. He said that you need to concentrate magic in the blade of the sword. That was the essence of this technique. You need to use mana as efficiently as possible, distributing it along the entire length of the blade. Then he decided to explain how the mana channel scheme worked to his allies, who didn't even know what it was. At that moment, John thought that this was definitely something new. He tried to do everything as the knight showed, and he got something similar. He noted that the mana consumption was indeed more modest than he expected, and there was no point in trying to pour in more than was necessary. After that, a mercenary approached him and said that this was a secret technique that was passed between members of the order and the close circle of the royal family. If anyone found out about it, their head would be cut off. Meanwhile, John realized that he now had a better understanding of how to control the flow of mana, but he felt that it would be difficult to keep the sword in this state during combat. He felt that it would be more effective to disperse this mana instead of illuminating the sword with it. However, the knight said that his technique, on the contrary, was incredibly useful during battle, as it was worth using, and all opponents would fall to the ground at once, and it was also easy to impress superiors if mastered to a sufficient level. Therefore, he does not even need any complex techniques, since this technique is quite stable and at the same time effective. Among knights, the position in the order depends on the level of mastery of it. In the end, John managed to get a lot of useful information out of the lesson, especially the understanding of how to redirect mana flows will come in handy. Before this, he had only heard about natural channels and was not aware that they could be influenced. He also learned a little about swordsmanship. His skill was mostly practical, and aimed at survival at all costs, like Ida's. But the knight revealed to him an entire art with a rich history and interesting tradition. At that moment, the mercenary looked at his comrades and said that that guy was a real scumbag. He said that the magician was ready to put them all down with his spell. It seemed to him that he would have tried to do the same even without a shield. John thought that this man was telling the truth. Yesterday the magician was spraying fireballs left and right, not caring about the lives of his comrades. And if it weren't for John, the knight and the adventurer would have certainly become victims of his magic. Perhaps this magician was actually a double. However, he then noted that everyone here was suspicious in their own way. The knight was too talkative, the adventurer was simply a terrible person, and the friendly mercenary could not be ruled out either. After yesterday's fight, he tried to rename the bones with John to other members of the squad. The paladin is the least like his double. He is rational, selfless, and moderately suspicious. The protagonist understood that he had 6 days left. First he needed to find out information about the outside world. This was a matter of primary importance, and eliminating the double would come later. Then he asked the paladin if the magician still had the keys, and offered to give him some kind of elixir. However, when he looked down, he saw something incredibly strange. Now in front of him was not a man but a girl, next to whom lay her magic hat. She lay motionless on her back and looked exactly the same as the male mage, but now she was a woman. Then John turned to the old man and asked him if he really knew about everything. The old man said that it seemed like she was hiding her true appearance with the help of an artifact. John realized that paladin had tried to heal the mage without telling anyone that it was actually a girl, and so John began to suspect him too. Then he looked again at the girl who lay unconscious. He noted that she looked younger than he did, and then remembered the knight's words, that he said that she owned some tower. The man said that perhaps this girl was the apprentice of the real master and the mentor sent her in his place. He said that the owner of the magic tower was already quite old, so it would be difficult for him to appear in person, and under the disguise, she did not look particularly old. The girl probably made a couple of edits to her appearance for credibility, but in fact, he was over 100 years old. The mercenary noted that the girl was actually quite beautiful, and jokingly said that the old man must have already had some fun with her. When the paladin heard this, he began to curse at the mercenary in some incomprehensible language. John explained that when clerics have an irresistible desire to insult the offender, they switch to a long-forgotten ancient language. When the mercenary realized that he had gone too far, he tried in every way to calm the old man down. Then the knight approached him and said that from now on they had better interact with her as little as possible, as she could be dangerous. He had no doubt that Paladin's intentions were pure, but given what he knew about the doppelganger, being alone with her wasn't a good idea. When he realized that John didn't know anything, he said that he would explain everything to him in order. He asked him what he thought would happen if he entered into intimate contact with the double. The main character responded without emotion that, in that case, a new life would begin. The man explained that it doesn't matter which parent the newborn takes after. He will inherit all the abilities of his double in any case. And since the child will be in human form right away, it will not have to paint someone's personality. So the creature will begin to reproduce at the first opportunity, in order to survive and increase the demonic race. Therefore, it would seem that for the common good it was better for no one to approach this girl. After some time she finally opened her eyes. As soon as she did this she immediately screamed, which attracted everyone's attention. The paladin immediately ran up to her and tried to help her, seeing that something was wrong with the girl. When she was finally able to sit up, she immediately looked at her hands. John noted that she immediately came to her senses due to the revelation of her true appearance. Then he turned to her and said that if she was already better, then she should answer why she pretended to be the owner of the magic tower. The girl looked at the main character with displeasure and was in no hurry to answer. At some point she started coughing, and the men didn't understand what was happening to her. After that, she handed him a piece of paper on which it was written that she had been pretending to be a boy since childhood, since she began to study magic. She was able to get into the dungeon because she had learned to hide her true appearance well enough. Then the knight said that although magic does not distinguish between genders, it is traditionally a male discipline, gradually weakening over the days. But some magicians still have a prejudice against women, which is why many of them hide their gender so that they are considered equal. Some people even get help from their own mentors, and it seems that was the case with her. Unlike ordinary people, magicians do not feel the need for a family, children, or a significant other, so they are not burdened by living under someone else's guise. John said that in that case they would have to arrange a separate restroom and changing area. He looked at the girl, who still looked a little out of it. After some time, the knight began to tell stories again about how, during the coronation, Her Highness the Princess gave him a smile, and at that moment, he devoted himself entirely to her. Some doubted that this was really so, but the knight assured them that it was true. While the boys were talking to each other, the main character was watching the girl closely. It seemed strange to him that she and this paladin were somehow too close. They had just met, so he didn't understand where they were so friendly, especially considering the fact that the doppelganger could be anyone. The first day she tried to activate the spell even though the paladin was under attack. And even after that the old man tried his best to heal her. He didn't understand what kind of smile was on her face, grateful or guilty. During the battle, Paladin fought with fury, not thinking about destroying the double. But now he was all complacency, and they still hadn't found the double. Then he began to think that the old man was trying to divert suspicion from himself in this way, and he had questions not only for the paladin. The mage is the second likely candidate for the title of double. He also had to consider the possibility that there might be multiple doubles when his gaze met the mage, and the adventure deity reacted. At that moment, he looked down and saw a message saying that the god of adventure was rooting for him. Meanwhile, there were 4 days before the rescue team arrived, and the main character decided to approach the girl, asking if she had rested. He said that if she was okay, she should teach him magic. The girl looked irritated, but did not react to this in any way. After that she wrote him a note that it was forbidden to teach strangers, and the protagonist expected such an answer. He didn't understand why no one agreed when he politely asked someone for something. At that moment, a knight approached the girl and asked her to look at it differently. He said that the guy was going through the tests of a deity, and there was nothing wrong with helping him a little. Besides, he is strong enough to kill them all in an instant, and if she goes against his will, she will suffer greatly. Then he wrote her a note, saying that he was not very strong in magic, so the basics would be enough for him. After some time, the girl wrote a book for him and handed it into the hands of the main character. However, when he looked at the pages, he realized that he did not understand anything that was written there. The girl wrote to him that in order to be able to read this text, at least a year of study was required. But John understood that he had only 4 days left, and he did not have time to master a new language. The girl said that for now, she would teach him the basic theory of elemental magic and how to perform mana spells. She wrote him a whole book about how it all works, and the main character was shocked. He asked her how long it usually took to master magic, to which the girl replied that it took her 6 months. But usually it takes at least 5 years. Then John asked her to show him what she was talking about, since he didn't really understand the explanation. He realized that he first needed to create a seal, and then read the spell that would affect the magic. You need to focus on the flow of mana, direct it to the heart, mouth, and hands, and when the magic reaches all 3 zones, you need to read the activating spell. When the protagonist did all this, he used the wind arrow skill. At that moment, a small spark actually appeared in his palm, but it was not enough. He said that nothing was happening for him. Perhaps because he lacked a theoretical base. He did not know how to properly manipulate mana, but weaving the elements into it would be even more difficult. When the girl heard this, she was horrified. She didn't believe that he had never studied magic before, since even talented magicians reach this point after several years of practice, at least. The protagonist didn't believe that he had actually succeeded, and then she handed him the note again. She said that if he suddenly decided to seriously take up magic, then he should visit their tower. They would be glad to see him there. The protagonist thanked her for her help, but said that he would hardly be able to do it. Unlike her, he realized that he would not stay in this world for long. Meanwhile, the morning of the 5th day arrived. The boys began to discuss the rest of the Seekers, who, as if crazy, were walking towards the secret passage when they finally found it. The knight was worried about his companions, as there had been a large collapse. But the paladin said that his companions should be fine. He saw them retreating. John noted that their conversations were very interesting to listen to, as if he were reading dialogue from a fantasy novel. Sometimes they argued, and sometimes they were in solidarity with each other. But the Seekers always stuck together. It was a classic team from an adventure book. It's quite possible that this was intended by the creators of the tutorial. The backstories of the Seekers were too detailed and deep to be a simple part of the scenery. The player spends only 7 days with these characters, and John would not say that such a superficial acquaintance requires well-developed characters. However, he also understood that he would most likely never know the truth. Afterwards, he apologized for interrupting the guys, but asked them if they had relaxed too much. He reminded them that there was still a doppelganger hiding among them. So they had to remember the main task: to find him and destroy him. At this point, the rest of the team suddenly fell silent. Then John decided to clarify something. He said that if they did not figure out the demon within the rest of the week, then he would simply kill everyone in this cave. He understood that the joy of friendship was good, but they urgently needed to get rid of this creature, and he did not want to resort to extreme measures. However, the mercenary said that there was a problem. They could not figure him out, and then asked John if he wanted to offer to play that game again. The protagonist said that the game was needed to extract information from them, and then the old man asked him if there were no other ways, and decided that they could try to tell everything from the beginning. An hour later, they came to the conclusion that the mercenary was quite suspicious. The guys finally had a falling out, and each of them began to blame each other. The mercenary said that the most suspicious thing here was this girl, because of her witchcraft, they all almost died. The girl handed him a note saying that he was exaggerating. They were in the middle of a battle, and they couldn't blame the mage for using a spell. The knight explained to her that everyone suspected her because she was overreacting to other people's assumptions, and sometimes a blatant denial meant the opposite. But the paladin was also very suspicious, because he didn't tell the whole truth about himself right away. He also noted that the death he was facing had nothing to do with his suspicions of the girl. If the spell had worked, everyone would have died except the paladin, the mage, and the mercenary, and that would have been the perfect turn of events for the cache. At this point, John realized that they were stuck. Maybe it would actually be easier to beat them up one by one and see who would crack. Even if he doesn't find a double, he'll still have to check all the Seekers to make sure there's definitely not a second one here. He still hasn't done it for one reason: he didn't want to. Meanwhile, a quarrel began to flare up between the guys. John knew they were getting heated up, and it was unlikely his intervention would help them, so he decided to just wait. In the meantime, he decided that he could practice a little magic. He went to a secluded place and began to practice the spell. Then he heard footsteps, and assumed that the guys had already finished their showdown. When he looked up, the entire team was standing in front of him. The old man noted that his concentration was impressive. Then the main character turned to them and asked what they decided in the end. The knight said that after 2 hours of intense discussion, they came to an exception about who among them was the most suspicious. The main character asked who they chose in the end. Then the knight suddenly declared that John was the most suspicious among them. When the protagonist heard their decision, genuine surprise appeared on his face. The guy seemed ashamed to say it, but it was true. The main character was angered by these words, and he scattered all the Seekers to different sides of the cave. However, he suddenly saw that the girl was starting to cast some kind of spell. Apparently it was that very barrier. As soon as the protagonist realized this, he rushed towards her and punched her barrier. At that moment, a huge hammer appeared in his hand. He used his flash skills and hit the barrier the girl was building with all his might. She recoiled from such a strong blow. The main character continued to try to destroy the barrier, but suddenly noticed something strange. As it turned out, his hammer was simply stuck in the barrier. He tried to pull it out, but it seemed to not give in. Then suddenly there was a powerful explosion that threw the main character aside. After some time, he came to his senses, finding himself near the wall where he had been thrown. He looked ahead and realized that the barrier had exploded. He felt a strong pain in his body, and realized that he had not felt anything like this for a long time. And yet he had to admit that he was in good shape. The attack using the flash has its side effects. If the enemy withstands the onslaught, all the damage goes back to them, so he decided to avoid attacks while using the flash from now on. He realized that this was his lesson, and then he summoned his hammer again, and asked the Seekers who would be next. Then the knight suddenly shouted and asked him to wait, saying that he surrendered. The main character froze in place and did not know how to react. Eventually the whole team gave in, but he still beat up the adventurer, simply because he pissed him off. Then he turned to the boys again, and said that he was waiting for an explanation from them. The knight said that the protagonist refused to answer any questions about his past, including how he ended up in the dungeon. John knew it was because he was not from their world. The knight continued by saying that they thought that the doppelganger had stolen his body, and was already starting to erase the vessel's personality little by little, so they assumed that he was starting to forget details of his past. Then John asked him if the double really needed time to take over someone else's body, and the possessed person could not determine until the very end that he was the double. It followed from this that the demon could be dormant in his body, and he wouldn't even be aware of it. And if he didn't figure it out by the end of the term, then he definitely wouldn't pass the floor. He would have to somehow deal with it. He looked at his hand and thought that this might actually be possible. He assumed that the demon might actually be inside him. However, the main character refused to believe until the very end that he was a double. The knight told him that before the ceiling of the dungeon collapsed, they wandered for a long time looking for a way out, so they were well oriented in the passages. But John's route was not completely clear to them, and he also constantly asked strange questions and tried to learn more from them, so they thought that he might have hidden intentions. However, he did not try to find out information that could be useful to the double, which spoke in favor of his innocence. For now, he was only interested in their battle stories and magic with combat techniques. However, this is not a decisive argument. The double could also take over the body of a person who had no idea about the world around him. Perhaps the main reason for suspicion is that he was not seen inside the dungeon before the collapse, and it was quite strange that no one even noticed him, including the guards at the entrance. So they suspected that John might be a double, and he was just sitting in this dungeon long before he was discovered by treasure hunters. Then it became clear why he did not remember anything about the outside world. John came to the conclusion that it all sounded quite logical. However, he then suddenly remembered that they did not attack him right away. Although he was suspicious from the very beginning, the Seekers had never met a double before, so they decided to observe him first. Come to think of it, no one saw the doppelganger take over the victim's body, but everyone is sure that the demon was among them. Then John asked who first mentioned the existence of the double, and the knight said it was him. As soon as John heard this, he pointed his hammer at him, but the knight stopped him and said that he was not a double. He confirmed that it was he who told everyone about the double, but he did so because he was the first to know about its presence. John lowered his sword and said that he expected something like this. The knight said that it happened almost immediately after he entered the dungeon. Then he saw a monster hiding in the shadows. Then the trap slammed shut and they all found themselves walled up in this cave. Then, John said that his story was completely inconsistent with how they believed he became a victim of the doppelganger. since it was previously stated that he attacked one of the Seekers and captured him. The man said that was fair, but in reality they just assumed that the double had attacked someone. But there was another option in which the double had not stolen anyone's body after all, and could have simply been thinking about someone else long before the collapse happened. It was unlikely but still a possibility. John knew that this didn't prove that he was a double, but they certainly had reason to suspect him. The knight said that the more he thought about it, the less he believed that John was a double. He said that everyone suspected him, which is why they decided to attack him on the first day, but ultimately failed. But John did not kill them. Overall, his actions and decisions in recent days contradict his theory. Then the main character assumed that the double had taken over his body, but had not yet taken over his mind. The knight said that when they appeared, the double got scared and jumped on the first person he came across, but did not have time to enslave the victim's mind. In this case, now inside John, his own consciousness coexists with the consciousness of the double. The demon is trying to erase his memory, which explains why he knows so little about the outside world, and why his memories are scant and fragmentary. Paladin added that John is not an ordinary person, since he is God's chosen one, and he partially managed to resist the influence of demons, but the double still hides from them in his body. That's why they tried to drive him out by threatening him with death. If they were right, his body would remain relatively intact, and if they were wrong, there would be no serious consequences for him. They thought that this decision was beneficial for both parties. The protagonist thought that this was very strange. This ridiculous theory became more and more justified. If the double is really inside him and he kills all the Seekers, then he will fail the mission. Having learned the truth at the last minute, he definitely wouldn't have had time to do anything. Even if he managed to pull the double out of himself, he would have to fight it alone. Judging by the stories of the Seekers, this demon was not one of the weak ones. The protagonist realized that he would never have thought of this himself. Although it all sounds a bit far-fetched, the Seekers may indeed be right. The old man said that all the conclusions were based on the fact that John had no memories of the past. Without this, their theory made no sense. Then John said that he needed to compare the facts. For some time, the guys sat and thought about their own things. After a small scuffle, the main character gave each of them a healing potion. After that, he turned to Carl and asked him to suggest something. He was interested in the monster called the doppelganger. He wanted to know its attack, how it takes over the victim's body, what it does with it, and if Carl also found the statistics of the doppelganger and ways to recognize it, it would be great. In particular, he wanted to know if the doppelganger could steal a person's body without being noticed. Carl then said that he would find the information, but noted that this was the first time John had asked anything about the floor. He said that the guards help the members of the organization whenever possible, and provide information on the passage, having received a request for any data, and do not send it to people of lower complexity. Users with an easy level of complexity pass floors faster and easier. You can easily find out all the necessary information from them. John then decided to see what the guards would tell him, and decided that he could occasionally ask them for a favor, considering how much he had done for them. At this point, the others watched him, not understanding what he was doing. The adventurers assumed that he was looking for signs of someone else's presence inside his mind. Even though John heard them say that they would kill him when the time came, he decided not to do anything for now. Half an hour later, Carl finally brought the information. He said it wasn't easy to get, but it had everything John asked about. The double neutralizes the enemy with the help of long, thin tentacles. Having attached itself to the target, it begins to collect information, observing its brain activity. Having learned everything necessary, it destroys the alien soul in an unknown way. When the victim is completely neutralized, the double transfers its consciousness into her body. Since the demon settles in the human body and connects to its nervous system, it becomes vulnerable. Therefore, in order to defeat the double, you must either kill the host or cause him such pain that the demon cannot bear to stay in this body. John then asked what about capturing a victim who was not completely depersonalized, and Carl said that was also possible. John found this interesting. Everything indicated that the carrier was indeed lodged inside him. However, he didn't understand how they got to this point without outside help. The plot turned out to be quite confusing, and he thought that most players wouldn't be able to figure it out. He spent 5 days with these people. They laughed together, ate and drank and taught each other. He didn't know what they were thinking, but he had a good time with them nonetheless. During this period, the searchers concluded that there was a double inside him, but they did not try to kill him right away. They realized that John had not lost his self-awareness, and thus arrived at this complex theory. The main character looked once again at everyone with whom he spent these 5 days. The time he spent with them would remain in his heart forever, and he knew it for sure. He has been training for about a year now, and his path has been filled with pain and suffering. Naturally, this led to growth, and because of everything that happened, he is who he is now. The main character could not put into words how difficult it was for him sometimes, and perhaps that is why such carefree days touched his soul so deeply. At that moment, he noticed the mercenary sitting in front of him. Then John thought that he had had a lot of fun, but perhaps the Seekers might not have liked it all that much. If so, he regretted it very much. He thought that their theory did not have a solid enough basis. However, this does not mean that it must necessarily be wrong, and I decided that it should be checked in any case. The message from Carl stated that the doppelganger was sensitive to pain, and that they would either kill the intended host or cause it so much pain that the demon would have no choice but to crawl out. John realized that there was only one option that suited him. Then he used the system and summoned a chair. Everyone else was shocked and didn't understand how he did it. Then he took out a rope and asked the guys to tie him to a chair. He sat down and the first thing he did was apologize for asking them to do such a thing. All the Seekers froze in horror, looking at the main character. Then he asked them if there were any among them who were well versed in torture. The thing is, it was mentioned in Carl's message. In order for the double to come out, it must be caused unbearable suffering. So the protagonist decided that he had to torture himself to get the demon out of him. The boys thought they were hurting him a lot, but he asked them to try harder. He warned them that everything was fine, and he wouldn't try to fight back, so they didn't have to worry. And although the adventurer was extremely frightened, he still obeyed and continued. The rest of the team looked at him with suspicion and incomprehension. John told the adventurer that he was stopping too soon, and he didn't even have time to feel anything, so he decided to do everything himself. Seeing the discontent, the adventurer decided to try to torture him even more. He didn't understand how he could feel nothing at all, and assumed that John had some kind of problem with his nervous system. John understood that any unpleasant sensations were blocked by resistance to various types of influence. But this did not mean that pain did not exist for him. Rather, resilience helps one feel it impartially. So he asked the man not to worry about anything and just continue. The adventurer warned him one last time not to complain. After that, he turned to the mage and asked her to use electrical magic on the wiring. When the girl heard this, horror appeared on her face. The man said that this is a special wiring designed to interact with electrical magic, and the main character will not die from it. However, the girl wrote on a piece of paper that she refused to do this and found it crazy. However, John looked at her firmly and said that she would do it. At that moment, the girl froze in place and understood that she could not contradict him. Without thinking twice, she approached the chair where the main character was tied. She looked at him warily, realizing what she had to do. After that, she swung her staff and summoned a skill called Shock. She launched lightning bolts through the wires, and at that moment the main character even twitched. However, the pain was still not strong enough, so he suggested trying something else. However, at that moment he heard someone else's voice in his head asking him to stop. When the hero realized that the owner of the voice in his head was a double, he said that the effect of the lightning was felt, but asked the girl to make it even stronger. The girl obeyed and strengthened the spell. At that moment, the main character felt a truly strong pain, and also heard the demon screaming inside him. He asked John if he was going to kill them. Then the main character answered him not to exaggerate, since he would not die from such a trifle. Then he turned to the girl again and asked her to try something stronger. These words angered the demon, and he asked what was wrong with John. He asked what crazy god wanted to take him as an apostle, but the protagonist did not understand why he was trying to make him look crazy. Then the girl said that she would try to make the effect even stronger. The protagonist looked at her firmly and said that he was ready. After this, the girl began to read the spell, and lightning began to swirl around her. She recited a spell in an unknown language, pointing her staff upward. The demon turned to the paid hero again and asked him to think about it, because he wouldn't survive it either, and it wasn't too late to stop. He begged John to make them stop, but the protagonist did not listen to him. At that moment, the girl lowered her staff and pointed it at John. She summoned a huge bolt of lightning that struck the entire perimeter where John was located. The terrible pain made his eyes roll back and he could hardly contain himself. The spell was so powerful that he fell face down from his chair. When he came to, he realized that he had passed out. It seemed that the attack was strong, since he lost consciousness despite his stability. However, he still survived, but anyone else in his place would have already been dead. So he hoped that the magician did not do it on purpose, and decided to discuss everything with her later. He then turned to the system and summoned a healing potion for himself. He drank it in one gulp and immediately felt better. He then summoned again the 2 spheres he had received as a prize. He decided it was time to take a look at this double. When he armed himself with a weapon, he saw in front of him a creature with huge limbs growing from its back. This creature had no face, no outlines of any kind. It vaguely resembled a human. Then the main character warned the boys to be careful and not fall for his tentacles. When he examined the double, he could not believe that it was a black thing, and that it had recently been sitting inside him. The only reason he was still alive was because the demon seemed to be protecting his body. When the main character realized this, he even grinned. He then warned the others that the monster was about to attack. At the last moment, the paladin stood in front of the mage and covered her with his shield. Behind him was John, who summoned Talaria's wings. When the old man opened his eyes, he realized that he was being enveloped in someone else's magical energy. Then the doppelganger's tentacles landed right on his shield. The rest of the team looked up and saw someone's energy. They saw the smiling protagonist above them, who asked them how they were coping without him. The men were glad that he had finally woken up, and the mercenary said that another minute and they would all have died. However, the protagonist said that they needed to stop complaining. Meanwhile, the double jumped up to the mercenary and was about to attack him from above. At the last moment, the main character appeared with him, who protected him from the tentacles with the help of his shield. He chuckled and thanked the boys for hanging in there. After that, he smiled and said that from now on he would take care of everything himself. Thus, they were left alone with the double. At that moment, a knight appeared behind the main character, who said that John woke up just in time. The doppelganger revealed his true form while he was unconscious. The paladin immediately cast a strong holy spell and dealt him serious damage. And then they fought him with all their might. But the paladin and the mage were already running out of mana and were barely holding on. John was surprised that the knights recounted even these events in detail. Then he turned his attention to the girl who was sitting almost exhausted. He thought to himself that this was the first time since Ida had been summoned that he was fighting with someone on the team, and just recently he had asked Carl for help. Then he looked again at the double who stood in front of him. Meanwhile, the adventurers picked up their things and headed towards the exit of the cave, not wanting to participate in this battle. John noted that the doppelganger's tentacles looked soft, but they weren't. When he had to block one of them, it felt like something metal had hit the shield. However, the main character, without thinking, rushed straight towards his opponent. Then the double put his tentacles in front of him and directed them towards John. Then the main character used the combat concentration skill. In one instant, he dealt several blows to the enemy's tentacles. After that, he stabbed him in the shoulder. However, the double did not give up and tried to break through his shield. However, John fought off all his attacks and rushed forward again. He dealt him a powerful blow to the face and then summoned a second sphere. This time he needed a small dagger. He threw it from afar towards the double. The dagger hit him right in the stomach, and the blow was so strong that the double flew into the wall. He fell down and green blood started to flow out of his body. He looked at the dagger that was sticking out of his stomach and causing him great pain. After this, the main character summoned another sphere. Soon a sword appeared in his hand, ready to strike. He decided that he would first imbue it with magic, as the knight had taught him. As he lit up his sword, the rest of the team watched the whole thing with surprise on their faces. The knight was the most worried, because he understood that this was his technique. Soon the protagonist's sword began to glow with a bright blue light. The mana on the ball must be very high for it to be noticeable, but with the help of the knight's technique, the consumption is significantly reduced. The protagonist noted that it was amazing, and the man's heart could not help but be touched at the sight of the shining sword. He jokingly thought that he had now become a Jedi. The double noticed this too, and now he was truly scared. Then the main character raised his sword and jumped straight at the enemy. He knew that he probably looked extremely ridiculous now, but he didn't want to stop it. He shouted the words Excalibur loudly and then cut off the doppelganger's head. The rest of the team looked at him in surprise, not understanding how long he was going to play around with the sword instead of finishing off the demon. However, John told them that he was in no hurry, and first he wanted to try to get some information out of him. He took the head in his hands, and the faces of the seekers distorted with disgust. They could not believe that the head was still alive, despite the fact that John cut it off. Then Paladin warned him again that this creature was dangerous, and he did not understand what John wanted to know from him. The protagonist said that he would just try to find out something from his forgotten past. When the old man heard this, he decided that it was a very worthy answer. After this, John turned to the demon and asked if he wanted to tell him anything. The main character did not understand why the demon was silent, because he thought that he was sensitive to pain. He said that apparently this only applies to those moments when the double is in a human body. But upon returning to physical reality, the demon loses sensitivity and, as it were, enters combat mode. However, without a host body, it is less resistant to magic because it is not protected by the host's shell. For example, a demon is extremely vulnerable to soul magic. Of course, spells that directly affect the soul are the most effective. For example, holy magic. Then John thought that maybe soul exploitation would work. It was a universal skill, so it should count as a holy spell. He then pointed his hand at the demon's head and used soul exploitation. At that moment, the demon felt real fear. He asked John if he was one of the minions of the death deity. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. He didn't believe that this was a skill from the deity of death. At that moment, he heard someone's worried voice behind him. When he turned around, he saw that the magician had lost consciousness. He looked at the girl in surprise, not understanding what was happening. When she raised her head, everyone saw that blood was flowing from her mouth. The next moment, she fell face down on the ground and showed no more signs of life.